Chapter 1. The base vehicle that arrived a year late. Time changes, and so do people. Some things, no matter how hard we strive, simply cannot be reclaimed. Kousha's musings. It's raining again, Chief. Kousha gazed into the distance towards the capital, Albana, before lowering his eyes to the newspaper he held. The cover prominently featured Portgas D. Ace, with a bounty of 80 million berries, a wielder of the flame fruit. So, Ace has set sail this past year, Kousha mused, a hint of resolve etched on his face as he glanced at the date march of the year 1517 in the Sea Circle calendar. Has it really been a year? Kousha arrived here in February of the year 1516. He was not originally from this world in his previous life. He was a native of China, an orphan, and a recluse, bearing the same name, Kousha. His days were spent gaming and binge-watching shows, devoid of any lofty aspirations, living by the philosophy that as long as one person was fed, the family would not starve. Kousha was particularly enamored with a classic single-player game, Red Alert. In elementary school, while his classmates engaged in Counter-Strike and Beachhead, Kousha was engrossed in Red Alert. In middle school, while others played Legend and Grand Theft Auto, Kousha immersed himself in Red Alert. In high school, while peers toiled in their studies preparing for college entrance exams, Kousha was still lost in Red Alert. At a third-rate university, while others flirted and dated, Kousha remained devoted to Red Alert. This cycle continued, and now at 30 years of age, Kousha found himself without achievements, seemingly resigned to his fate. He watched the game on his computer come to an end, marked only by an additional dialog box. Continue game? Exit game? Kousha was momentarily perplexed. What was this? Alt-tab. He switched out of the game to glance at his desktop, which displayed a wallpaper of the Straw Hat Pirates from One Piece, an anime Kousha had long followed, particularly because it featured a character named Kousha. He switched back to the game. Kousha clicked to continue. Unbeknownst to him, arcs of electricity danced within the computer tower, and at that moment, thunder rumbled outside. And then, Kousha vanished. His thoughts reverted. Kousha recalled the events of a year ago, memories he could never forget, despite the pain he endured upon first arriving here. In his previous life, Kousha was merely a recluse. Over the past year, he had witnessed friendship, death, and everything he had never known before had it not been for his luck. He might have perished countless times. After experiencing all, Kousha was no longer the same person he once was. His survival was owed to the lives of his subordinates and comrades, who had sacrificed themselves for him. For he was no other than the leader of the rebel forces in the kingdom of Alabasta, Kousha. Kousha looked in the mirror, noting his short, tousled hair and a scar across his left eye, an injury sustained years ago while protecting Vivi, according to the memories of his predecessor. Stepping outside, the raindrops fell in unison like a vast net. Is it dance powder again? Kousha muttered to himself. Chief. Two soldiers at the entrance saluted him, executing a military salute reminiscent of Kousha's previous life. These were changes he had implemented based on his past experiences. Not only did he incorporate military salutes, but also management methods for the army, reforming them into a relatively sensible system based on the original owner's experiences. Kousha strode towards a large courtyard gate. Surrounded by soldiers standing guard, it was clearly a military stronghold. Upon entering, a modern, truck-like silver behemoth was parked silently in the center. It had just been washed by the rain, appearing somewhat muddy, a result of long neglect that had left it covered in dust. A closer inspection would reveal it to be a red alert-based vehicle. This base vehicle had been parked beside him when he first crossed over, remaining there for an entire year without deploying or moving for reasons unknown. Initially, Kousha often came to wipe it down, but as the dance powder incident escalated, rebellions erupted across various regions, and Kousha had narrowly escaped death multiple times. Gradually acclimatized to his circumstances, he now visited only occasionally, clinging to a thread of hope for the vehicle's activation, yet each time returned empty-handed. Kousha approached the base vehicle, his rain-soaked fingers gliding over its surface until he reached the door. Alas, he sighed. It seemed futile. Just then, the entire base vehicle emitted a brilliant glow, flickering vibrantly. Beep, 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 upgrade complete, commencing surrounding scan. Beep, 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 upgrade complete, commencing surrounding scan. Beep, beep, beep. Scan complete. Commander detected alive. Deploy base vehicle. Beep, beep, beep. Scan complete. Commander detected alive. Deploy base vehicle. Kousha momentarily stood in shock. What? Commander detected alive. Deploy base vehicle. If no response in 10 seconds, self-destruct mechanism will activate. 9, 8. Deploy. I command you to deploy. Kousha shouted, and in that moment of excitement, his mind momentarily froze, followed by a surge of elation. Ha ha ha. The soldiers at the entrance exchanged bewildered glances. What's going on? What's happening with the chief? Suddenly, a rumbling sound echoed throughout the courtyard, startling a dozen soldiers who rushed inside, only to be met with a sight that left them utterly dumbfounded. The base vehicle did not unfold into a cube as it did in the game. Instead, it resembled a multi-story commercial building, its exterior enveloped in an unfamiliar metallic substance, cloaked in dark blue glass, exuding an air of solemnity, grandeur, and a hint of majesty. Kousha clenched his fists in this world of pirates where the strong prey upon the weak. This was his sole path to transformation. Perhaps he could grow stronger through training, yet Kousha understood that his innate talent was lacking. In the original tale, Kousha was merely a dispensable side character, which spoke volumes. He was unwilling to accept this, though he had once been a slothful recluse. Over the past year, many had risked their lives for him, and countless others stood in support. Though Kousha knew they were all rallying for another Kousha. The past of the original Kousha, his every experience, resonated deeply within him. The souls of the two had long since fused into one. Memories of brothers who once fell in a pool of blood, comrades who perished before his eyes, and the farewell words. I will always be a member of the San crew. Chief, I miss my comrades. These recollections continuously battered Kousha's heart. Chief, what is this? Several soldiers stared at Kousha in astonishment. He recognized them. All these were the individuals who had joined him in the coup following the outbreak of the dance powder incident. The dead are gone, those who live shall continue to fight, Kousha uttered cryptically, leaving the crowd bewildered. Wait for me here. With that, Kousha pushed open the doors of the Red Alert base. Chapter 2. A sci-fi experience. As Kousha stepped into the interior of the base, a series of lights flickered on sequentially from near to far, followed by various indicators flashing on the walls, and virtual images filling every corner. After the entire space had been illuminated and gradually faded away, a synthesized electronic voice resonated. Welcome back, Commander. Magnificent. Awe-inspiring. Such were Kousha's initial impressions, akin to scenes from a science fiction blockbuster. Despite having imagined numerous times what the base's vehicle deployment would resemble, he was still left utterly astonished. Before his eyes lay a grand hall that could be summarized in one word: vast. In 2 words, expansive. The hall was divided into 2 levels, as Kousha noticed a railing encircling the upper tier. The upper section was obscured from view, but he surmised it was an office space within the Red Alert base. After wandering around, Kousha realized he was alone. It suddenly dawned on him that there had been a voice welcoming him moments ago. Are you still there? Kousha inquired tentatively. I am here, Commander. In the Red Alert AI system. And the entire base is at your service. Oh, you have a name? Kousha asked. Commander may choose a name for me. This reminded Kousha of a movie from his previous life, Resident Evil, which also featured a formidable AI system. How about Red? He suggested cautiously. Thank you for the name, Commander, the mechanical voice replied, and once it faded, the hall returned to silence. Kousha approached a nearby elevator and pressed the button for the top floor. 188 as the elevator ascended, memories from his previous life resurfaced. The 21st century, how nostalgic. Peering out from the elevator, the city gradually unfolded before him, beyond which lay an endless expanse of desert. This city was called Kartlia. If his memory served him right, it was indeed the stronghold from which Kousha had risen in the anime. Before long, the elevator reached the 18th floor. Commander, please note that the 18th floor is exclusively for your use. Entry requires your authorization, which you may grant to others, the timely voice of the AI informed him. Kousha explored the 18th floor, where every area, whether for relaxation or meetings, was lined with floor-to-ceiling windows, offering a breathtaking view. Eventually, he stopped in the office designated for the commander, finding it eerily empty. Red, is there nothing here? Commander, please review the base vehicle guide thoroughly, and no sooner had the voice faded than the surroundings dimmed into darkness. A multitude of virtual images materialized and began to rotate around Kousha. Emulating characters from sci-fi films, he swiped his fingers through the void, causing the virtual images to shift accordingly. Ultimately, he opened the beginner's guide. As the images receded, a 3D projection of the base vehicle appeared before him, transforming into an 18-story building that blinked incessantly on the 18th floor, alongside real-time updates of virtual images, featuring none other than Kousha himself. Outside the base, aside from a few flashing white dots at the entrance, there were dozens more scattered within a radius of several meters. Is this the three-dimensional information of the entire building? In addition, various erratic data continuously fluctuated, including temperature, humidity, and other explanatory notes. Red alert base vehicle description. Due to spatial constraints, the base vehicle has undergone an upgrade lasting 1 year, 1 month, and 1 day. That one brief statement left Kousha puzzled as to what exactly had been upgraded. Red, could you elaborate? The mechanical electronic voice responded once more. The base vehicle has been upgraded in accordance with the laws of spatial principles. The specific details of the upgrade require the commander's personal verification. Kousha then reviewed dozens of explanations regarding the base, the most crucial of which stated, the loyalty of Red Alert units to the commander is 100%. Upon finishing the final entry of the beginner's guide, a message appeared. Congratulations, Commander, for completing the base guide. You are now on the path of a commander and have received a starting gift package. Note, this is a unique package. Kousha felt a wave of exhilaration. A starting gift package, reminiscent of the perks seen in novels from his previous life. This was undoubtedly a game changer. However, upon reading the subsequent note, he remained cautious. Red, what does unique package mean? Simply put, this is the one and only package given to the commander. Well, having something is better than nothing, Kousha thought, resigning himself to this reality. Yet after a while, he saw no sign of any package appearing. Nor did he hear the familiar notification sound in his mind. After waiting a bit longer, still nothing materialized. Red, where is my package? Please check for yourself. Check for what? Suddenly recalling something, Kousha gently swiped his finger through the air, switching the virtual display to show the real-time view of the entire building. That he noticed that, aside from his golden dot on the 18th floor, 8 additional green dots appeared in the lobby on the first floor. Could these green dots signify the grand gift package? Red offered no explanation, seemingly confirming his assumption. 2 hours later, Kousha had familiarized himself with the basic operations. He returned to the living room and stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing at the unfamiliar scenery of this world. Though it seemed rather primitive, it was not devoid of advanced technology. Where would his path lead in the future? In his previous life, Kousha would have never entertained such thoughts. Wasn't it preferable to live a carefree, laid-back existence? Perhaps it was the myriad experiences of the past year or the merging of memories with the original owner that had altered his character. Or perhaps it was the realization that Kousha's identity was destined for turmoil, having garnered a following from childhood, forming the Shasha group, and now leading so many who had sacrificed for him. These aspects, intertwined with the original Kousha, could not be dismissed. Though he still felt lazy, he could discern when to be idle and when to take action. That a strong desire to contribute to this nation surged within him, accompanied by a fleeting image of a girl. Why must he inherit not just the body but also the memories? It was infuriating. Kousha muttered to himself, falling into deep contemplation after a prolonged silence. His gaze sharpened, and he felt a subtle transformation within himself, though he could not pinpoint its nature. For the sake of this body, he resolved, this nation will be entrusted to me, he declared to himself. Chapter 3. A different Kousha at this moment. Kousha returned to the office and opened the construction menu as the lights dimmed. A series of cursors flickered and floated before him. Technological structures, military defenses, special forces, super tanks, super warships, super airports. Unlike the original Red Alert, here, aircraft and warships were categorized separately. After browsing through the options, he found that aside from technological structures, the rest were blank. Technological structures as the words fell. Familiar virtual buildings materialized before Kousha: power station or refinery, barracks, vehicle factory, Air Command Center, Combat Laboratory, Warships, Nuclear Power Station. However, only the power station was lit, while the others remained dark. That IT seemed that currently, only the power station could be constructed. Suppressing his excitement, Kousha continued to investigate. Power station, he murmured. The other buildings flickered twice before vanishing, leaving the power station magnified, displaying a flurry of data and brief descriptions. Power station. Electricity is the sole means of sustaining base operations. Without it, you shall find yourself at a standstill. Construction requirements. 800 energy points construction duration. 1 day and 8 hours. Kousha attempted to maneuver within the virtual interface, discovering that construction could only occur around the base, where numerous structures required clearance first. This was a stark contrast to the Red Alert game, which necessitated an open plot of land. Resigned, he concluded that construction would not be feasible today. Checking his remaining energy points, the display shifted back to the construction menu, revealing a string of numbers, 10,000 energy points. After familiarizing himself with everything, he glanced at the time and realized it was already noon. As Kousha rode the elevator back to the first floor, he noticed 2 rows of fully armed soldiers, 8 in total, standing at the entrance. "Commander!" They saluted sharply, their voices booming, igniting a thrill within Kousha. Is this the unique package? Shouldn't this be part of the game's starting gifts? Kousha suppressed his excitement and quipped. Carefully scrutinizing the 8 soldiers flanking him, he noted their camouflage uniforms, each bearing different insignia on their shoulders. 1 stripe and 1 star for second lieutenant. 1 stripe and 2 stars for first lieutenant. 1 stripe and 3 stars for captain. All were junior officers, fully armed with submachine guns, exuding an aura of coolness. To Kousha's surprise, 2 of them were female soldiers. He wondered about their capabilities. "Commander, this is your equipment." One of the soldiers presented a beautifully crafted wooden box, approximately 10 centimeters in length and width. Upon receiving the box, Kousha did not take the time to scrutinize the soldiers. Having already ascended to the role of leader, Kousha exuded a distinct aura of authority. He strode directly towards the entrance, aware that his subordinates had likely been waiting for some time. The sudden emergence of such a tall building would undoubtedly necessitate an explanation. 8 soldiers followed closely on either side of Kousha, their military boots echoing against the ground. As Kousha walked, he opened the wooden box to reveal a vial of pale green liquid. "What is this?" he inquired. The Red Queen offered no reply, but a projection materialized before Kousha, displaying the vial of the potion alongside its description. Super Potion. Gift package: a super potion that unlocks human potential. Note: one of a kind. Upon reading the description, Kousha recognized the item's immense value and carefully stowed it away. Just as he reached the door, a cacophony of shouts erupted from outside. "What are you doing? How could you allow the leader to enter alone? Do you understand what this sudden structure is? If anything were to happen to the leader, you would all face the consequences." This was the voice of Kaibi. Though Kaibi might not be familiar to many, including Kousha in his previous life, memories of him began to resurface after Kousha's transmigration. Kaibi had been one of Kousha's childhood companions and a member of the Shasha group, which had once seemed like a mere band of mischievous children. However, when war broke out, the Shasha group became Kousha's steadfast support. Kaibi was one of Kousha's right-hand men. Kousha smiled as he pushed open the grand doors. "Kaibi!" A man sporting goggles turned to reveal himself as Kaibi, who was still berating the soldiers. He paused momentarily, taken aback. "Boss!" The surrounding soldiers were equally stunned. Kaibi jogged over, playfully tapping Kousha's chest, and exclaimed, "What on earth are you doing? You scare me half to death." Kousha chuckled warmly as he embraced the young man. "It's nothing. Did you know that this towering structure startled me? When I heard you went in alone, I was furious." Kaibi animatedly recounted. "Isn't it nothing?" The nearby soldiers murmured. "Dare to say that again. If something like this happens again, you'll all be confined to the little black room." It was evident that Kaibi maintained a good rapport with those beneath him. After Kaibi finished speaking, he turned back to Kousha, continuing, "Boss, what is going on? I tried to rush in earlier, but that damn door wouldn't budge. That IT looks like glass, yet it's harder than steel." "Huh. Sorry to worry you. Do you remember that old, broken vehicle parked here before?" Kousha asked. "That one." Kaibi gestured dramatically, pointing at the building behind him. As for the situation, Kousha could not clarify much. But he emphasized, this matter is top secret. It will serve as our base moving forward. Kousha understood that while some things were unavoidable to be seen, others must remain confidential. Noticing Kousha's seriousness, Kaibi nodded earnestly and then pointed at the 8 red alert soldiers. Who are they? Kaibi whispered to Kousha. Kousha pretended to be solemn as he replied, They're my secret force. Oh. Kaibi scrutinized the red alert soldiers briefly, but did not express any suspicion after lunch. Kousha sought out Kaibi privately. Inform everyone that we have a meeting at 4 o'clock sharp. Not a single leader may be absent. Kousha gazed at the sky. The rain had ceased, by the way. Today's meeting will be held at the new base. The building from this morning? Yes. Once Kousha departed, Kaibi's guard remarked, Boss seems a bit different today. Different how? I can't quite put my finger on it. But he appears more charismatic. Kaibi gazed thoughtfully in the direction Kousha had gone. There does seem to be something different about him. He then lightly tapped the guard's head. Why bother with that? Just focus on your own duties. Chapter 4. Super Potion. After parting ways with Kaibi, Kousha returned to the red alert base, with the 8 red alert soldiers trailing behind him. Wait here. Contact me immediately if anything arises. After giving his orders, Kousha headed straight for the elevator, seemingly recalling something. Red Queen, is entry to the red alert base restricted solely to red alert soldiers? Can permissions be unlocked for others? The commander can grant access to anyone. Understood. Kousha activated the virtual interface and spent some time navigating through various operations that he granted trusted subordinates access to the 1st and 2nd floors and assigned additional privileges to a few key confidants for other levels. Upon reaching the 18th floor, Kousha retrieved the super potion from the wooden box. Examining it closely, the pale green liquid occasionally glimmered with light. Red Queen, how is this used? Simply drink it, she replied. However, please be aware that the super potion can awaken latent physical potential, and the commander will endure pain beyond what a typical person can fathom. Please prepare yourself mentally. Kousha's gaze sharpened. His potential was already limited, even with the red alert base at his disposal. Survival and growth in this brutal world required extraordinary strength. Therefore, regardless of the pain, he had to endure. With resolve, Kousha uncorked the vial and downed the pale green super potion in one swift motion. What on earth is this taste? He thought, struggling to suppress the urge to spit it out. As soon as it slid down his throat, waves of nausea washed over him, prompting him to gag, but he held it in. This was, after all, a super potion. To expel it would mean losing it forever. With determination, he swallowed again. Ugh. The super potion indeed lived up to its name, as merely swallowing it made Kousha break into a sweat. Before he could voice his complaints, he felt his body convulse violently. What the hell? He collapsed to the ground as waves of heat surged from his heart throughout his body, so hot. Every 2 seconds. The heat radiated further outwards. The intense sensation soon enveloped Kousha, making him feel as though he were ablaze. If anyone could see him now, Kousha's entire being would appear flushed red. What kind of cursed potion is this? Time ticked away, and his body felt increasingly numb. Yet the agony persisted. It was not merely physical suffering, but a torment of the mind. Stop. I can't take it anymore. I need to prepare. 20 minutes later. I regret this. I don't want to consume the potion anymore. Commander, please be advised that once the potion is ingested, there is no turning back. Any irreversible actions taken by the commander will be solely his responsibility. If this continues, I will die. Kousha suddenly lost his composure and charged towards the floor-to-ceiling window, clearly out of his mind. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground. Fortunately, the glass was made of the red alert base's special material, which could not be shattered. Otherwise, it would have meant the end of the story. After an indeterminate period, Kousha slowly opened his eyes. Look at him. He is Kousha, the wild child without parents. Many voices echoed in agreement around him. Oh, the wild child without parents. The scene shifted. Once again, you're dragging the class down. What use is a student like you? It's always Kousha. How frustrating. The images transitioned to a university dormitory. Kousha, are you not going out again today? You are far too antisocial, the cycle repeated. No one called for Kousha to join them anymore. The scenes fluctuated continuously. This was Kousha at 30 years old, without savings, a car, a house, or a girlfriend. Who could he blame for a year ago? Kousha believed in the king's innocence. and Yuba could still transform into an oasis, he watched as his father tirelessly excavated the ground day and night in search of water. Kousha's heart grew cold. What king was this? Boss, chaos has ensued. Everything is in disarray. Uprisings are erupting everywhere. The members of the Shasha group are here. Let us revolt as well. All right, 5 months ago, boss, I can no longer endure this. This was a member of Kousha's army. Leader, though I am unaware of your recent troubles, we must not abandon our dreams. We must rebuild our homeland that I will be watching from above. Memories of the past played before Kousha's eyes like a slideshow. The recollections of two individuals rippled through his mind amidst memories and pain, and Kousha suddenly opened his eyes wide. His deep gaze mingled with determination. An invisible aura was released. What was this? A mental pressure? Without further thought, the pain had vanished, leaving a refreshing sensation throughout his body. Was it over? Gasping for breath, Kousha glanced at the time. Merely an hour had passed, yet it felt as if he had lived 3 lifetimes. In the throes of anguish, time seemed to stretch infinitely. This was the instinctive reaction of humanity. Looking at his body, it was shrouded in a layer of black substance, a pungent odor wafting into Kousha's nostrils. After a thorough cleansing, Kousha donned the military uniform exclusive to the commander of the Red Alert base. It was a simple camouflage outfit with only a single red alert insignia on the shoulder. Has the effect of the potion concluded? Indeed, Commander, your potential has been awakened. Within any Red Alert structure, you can summon a virtual image to view your basic information. Can I also view the information of Red Alert soldiers? All content related to Red Alert can be accessed. Open my information. Before him appeared a virtual character model, continuously rotating in 360 degrees, with a row of data displayed to the right. Kousha, Red Alert Commander. Dominance, Conqueror's Hockey, beginner level. Description, the highest-ranking official of the Red Alert base. Note, the commander supersedes all. Should the commander perish, all Red Alert units and structures will vanish. Upon realizing he possessed the Conqueror's Hockey, Kousha's heart surged with excitement. Was this the potential of the human body developed by the super potion? Chapter 5, The Conqueror's Hockey. The armament hockey and observation hockey can be cultivated, yet the Conqueror's Hockey is different. As a member of those traversing realms, Kousha understood the attributes of hockey. The Conqueror's Hockey is the rarest type of hockey. It cannot be learned through training and is exceedingly scarce, said to exist in only 1 in several million. In the world of pirates, the Conqueror's Hockey signifies a kingly qualification. Those who possess the Conqueror's Hockey can intimidate, shock, and even incapacitate foes without lifting a finger, relying solely on their presence. However, if not controlled properly, it can affect those around them. Conversely, if the hockey reaches a high level, the resulting pressure can be precisely directed to individuals. Kousha truly did not expect that the super potion had awakened his Conqueror's Hockey. Aside from the Conqueror's Hockey, what other changes have occurred? In addition to hockey, the commander's physical potential and qualifications have been enhanced. Perhaps Kousha, still relatively weak, did not perceive any differences in his body. Kousha continued to study the Conqueror's Hockey. Even after awakening it, using the Conqueror's Hockey will proved exceedingly challenging. After many attempts, he finally managed to release the Conqueror's Hockey once. It felt as if a surge of energy erupted from within him, radiating outward in invisible ripples centered around Kousha, a truly marvelous sensation. Looking around, it seemed as though nothing had occurred. Reflecting on the contents of the anime from his previous life, he suddenly recalled something. Those who first awaken the Conqueror's Hockey are often unaware of their own power. It typically manifests during moments of intense emotion, such as anger, capable of incapacitating those nearby, but lacking intricate control. Luffy was a prime example. Is there a good method to enhance the Conqueror's Hockey? According to the database, the Conqueror's Hockey cannot be cultivated. It can only be strengthened when the owner's presence and mental strength are elevated. Could you explain that? Kousha rolled his eyes. He was well aware that the Conqueror's Hockey was innate and could not be cultivated. However, this notion of presence and mental strength was utterly incomprehensible. Presence, or aura, comes in various forms, intangible and imperceptible, and while there are many ways to enhance one's aura, the difficulty is immense. The aura of slaughter, when faced with a formidable army, instills fear before battle. The aura of brutality, as the saying goes, to kill one is a crime, To kill thousands is to be a hero. To kill millions is to be a hero among heroes. The aura of royalty, where kings and generals reign supreme, is unrivaled. The aura of justice, emanating from the righteous path, leads to righteousness of heart, righteous actions, and ultimately culminates in an indomitable, resplendent righteousness. This magnificent aura of righteousness will awaken, inspire, embolden, and empower individuals, enabling them to confront the myriad difficulties, risks, and challenges of life with unwavering resolve and composure, thus demonstrating remarkable tenacity and an indomitable spirit against malevolence. Upon witnessing the overwhelming atmosphere, Hong Ho could only roll his eyes in exasperation. Sensing Kousha's sentiments, Hong Ho continued, "All these various energies can enhance one's own fortitude, augmenting the might of one's conqueror's haki. The stronger the aura, the more potent the conqueror's haki becomes. Those who awaken the conqueror's haki inevitably possess their own aura. Yet possessing an aura does not guarantee one wields the might of the conqueror's haki." After digesting this knowledge about energy, Kousha glanced at the time and noted it was already 3 in the afternoon. The sudden mobilization of the base instilled Kousha with newfound confidence, further bolstered by his recent awakening of the conqueror's haki. Recalling several red alert soldiers, he accessed the information of one female soldier. Private, by Jia, a well-trained female soldier unit. That was all there was to it, a simple statement. Kousha, skeptical, opened the profiles of the others, only to find the same succinct description. Well, so be it. What surprised Kousha was that this female soldier was named by Jia, a name familiar to him from his previous life as a hapless otaku. Leading his thoughts towards some indescribable matters that he chuckled to himself, sensing it was inappropriate, and looked into a mirror, attempting to appear more serious. In the conference room of the Red Alert base, 3 individuals stood in attendance. KB sat upright, engaged in conversation with a plump girl, while beside them sat a young man with one arm, a cigarette dangling from his lips, his face bearing the weariness of someone far beyond his years. He glanced at KB and remarked, "Where's the boss? Ferrari, it's been days since I last saw you, and you still look the same. Can you not be a bit more serious? The boss surely has significant matters to discuss in today's meeting." Ferrari, a nickname bestowed by Kousha, was a member of the rebel army in the original narrative. He lost his arm in battle while protecting Kousha, earning Kousha's deep trust in this life, having only recently traversed into this world. Kousha found himself somewhat disoriented, struggling to adapt to the newly erupted rebellion. To save Kousha, Ferrari had taken a fatal blow, allowing Kousha, who had just arrived in this world, to escape death. "Ferrari, now you are a leader as well. Could you at least try to look the part?" As the boss said, "Maintain military decorum." The plump girl echoed KB's sentiments. With no alternative, Ferrari straightened himself. All right, little turtle, you are absolutely right," taking a drag from a cigarette. Ferrari continued, "Look at our brothers fighting on the front lines. They are enduring great hardships. Little turtle, as the logistics chief, can't you arrange some food for us? I'm indifferent, but the Brothers Haven Tea had a proper meal in ages." At that moment, the conference room door swung open, revealing Kousha, followed by 4 fully armed red alert soldiers. "Boss, Chief, Kousha!" the trio exclaimed upon seeing him. Kousha scanned the 3 before approaching Ferrari, the one who had once saved him, helping to tidy his appearance before patting him on the shoulder. "Brother, don't worry. Things will get better. Trust me." Ferrari, visibly moved, managed to say through a choked voice, "Boss, I understand the difficulties we face, but witnessing our brothers fall one by one is heart-wrenching." He was a man of strength on the outside, but gentle within. Kousha then turned to the plump girl, flooded with memories. "Little turtle," she called out, unable to restrain herself as Kousha's gaze fell upon her, using the term of endearment from their days in the San Corps. Years had flown by, and their gatherings had become scarce, with many members of the San Corps having sacrificed their lives. Since the establishment of the rebel army, the heartache she had endured was known only to her. Each person faced their own struggles as the logistics backbone of the army. Little Turtle had rarely slept soundly in recent years. Burdened by the constant worry of procuring food, the drought in Alabaston, exacerbated by the dancing powder incident, made gathering sufficient food a Herculean task. Tears shimmered in her eyes as she unwittingly recalled her trials. Kousha gently wiped the tears from her cheeks and patted her shoulder. Alas, you are still a girl, yet you are remarkably resilient. Had circumstances permitted, Kousha would not have wished for Little Turtle to shoulder the logistics alone, as trustworthy individuals were few and far between. Kousha took his seat at the head of the table, surveying the three before him, seemingly contemplating something. KB, where's Eirik? Eirik has gone to scout the enemy. Kousha frowned at this. This is reckless. As the chief of staff, how can he put himself in harm's way? Where did he go? To Albana. Albana, the capital of Alabastan. Eirik and KB were known as Kousha's right-hand men, serving as the chief strategists of the rebel army. KB excelled in domestic governance, while Eirik focused on strategy. Little Turtle managed logistics, and Ferrari coordinated the military front. This comprised Kousha's entire force at present. Kousha turned to the four red alert soldiers, saying, "You all come over and sit down. You are the main members this time." Yes, the red alert soldiers, clearly possessing their own independent thoughts and personalities, did not shrink back simply due to their subordinate status, understanding that the commander's orders took precedence over all else. At this juncture, KB, Ferrari, and Little Turtle began to scrutinize the soldiers before them. KB, having encountered these soldiers before, felt no particular emotion. However, Ferrari, who had been on the front lines, immediately recognized that these individuals were extraordinary, emanating a palpable aura of menace. This suggested that they possessed excellent military training and were undoubtedly elite troops. Little Turtle, on the other hand, appeared somewhat uneasy, observing them with a mix of awe and trepidation. KB and Ferrari, accustomed to the vast scale of battle, were unperturbed by the presence of a few individuals. Cough, cough. Kousha cleared his throat and rapped the table, prompting Little Turtle to regain her focus. He gestured toward the red alert soldiers. These individuals, including those outside, are my absolute confidants that I hope everyone can interact harmoniously without any reservations. Rest assured, boss, they replied in unison. Kousha nodded in satisfaction. Let us commence the meeting. That a map was unfurled, revealing the entirety of Alabastan. Due to the base vehicle's radar system, which only displayed a limited range of a few meters, it could not project the map, let alone create a holographic display. Here is our stronghold, Kartlia, Kousha indicated on the map. Currently, aside from us, the only remaining faction is the Myers group, and we must unify swiftly. But boss, our strength is inferior to theirs, and we are outnumbered in a short time. It seems implausible, Ferrari interjected. KB, preparing to voice his thoughts, noticed Kousha's brow furrowed. Do not interrupt me while I am speaking. If there are any questions, wait until I finish. KB and Ferrari exchanged glances, but refrained from speaking. It seemed that the boss's aura had grown even stronger than before. Swift unification of Kartlia is imperative. I aim to secure it within 3 days. Our true enemies are formidable, and we must finalize our deployment before confronting them. As for who the enemy is, it is not yet the time to disclose, lest it sows discord among our ranks. Upon hearing Kousha's words, Little Turtle, Ferrari, and KB exchanged glances, thinking, knowing who the enemy is will cause unrest. What a joke. Clearly, the three did not take this to heart. Kousha glanced at the red alert soldiers, contemplating saying something, but ultimately holding back, realizing that he needed to consider the feelings of his subordinates, particularly Ferrari, who had led the brothers on the front lines for a considerable time. Kousha was unsure of the soldiers' true strength, but their full military gear and the aura that bespoke their soldierly nature far surpassed that of anyone under his command. Moreover, they held the rank of junior officer, which was no small matter. This was also the source of Kousha's confidence. We will commence our operation tonight, and I will personally oversee this mission, Kousha declared resolutely, his tone firm and devoid of any hint of dissent. Everyone present here is my family, brothers who have fought alongside me on the battlefield. I shall refrain from unnecessary pleasantries. Tonight, we have but one objective. The decapitation operation. Miles' stronghold lies here, necessitating an elite squad to infiltrate and eliminate him. As Kousha spoke, he gestured over the map. KB and Ferrari exchanged glances. They had considered this before, but the balance of power was nearly equal, with their side even at a disadvantage that a previous attempt had ended in failure, leading to a steady retreat for Kousha's forces. This squad, I propose, will consist of the 8 members of my covert unit. Meanwhile, Ferrari, you shall assemble your team, to present a show of full-scale war, primarily to buy us time. Avoid direct confrontation. Otherwise, we will suffer significant losses. The night deepened the solitude, elevating loneliness into a profound state as flowers unfolded, embodying the darkness of a starless night that a contingent of soldiers clad in modern gear stealthily advanced through the darkness, seamlessly communicating with military hand signals. Not far away stood a three-story building, the target of their mission. Concurrently, within Kousha's headquarters, he moved swiftly, flanked by Kaibi and Ferrari. The time is ripe, Ferrari. It's time to act. Yes, Ferrari saluted and departed quickly. Kaibi, Kousha addressed him, your upcoming task is of utmost importance. Should our operation succeed, Cartlia will usher in a new era of unity, with civilian welfare being paramount. Rest assured, boss, regardless of the outcome, I'm always prepared. As Kaibi turned to take his leave, Kousha called him back. Clear the areas surrounding the base. A significant expanse is required. If civilian residences are affected, appropriate compensation must be offered. Understood, boss. We will proceed as swiftly as possible, clearing as much area as we can, centered around the base. Kaibi cast a surprised glance at Kousha, not expecting such urgency. I understand. He nodded and left. Chapter 7. A world with a misaligned tech tree, Alabaston. Cartlia, Miles' stronghold. Miles was engaged in discussion with his two confidants when the sound of hurried footsteps outside interrupted him. Report. Enter. Miles sat at the conference table, his voice steady and commanding as he looked up at the soldier before him. What is it? Commander, we've just received word that our strongholds in South City and West City have come under attack from Kousha's forces. Miles remained unperturbed by the news of the attacks. Instead, turning to his two confidants, what are your thoughts? The two exchanged glances, and one began, Kousha's forces are already outmatched. In a sudden assault, we will catch them off guard. However, once we adjust our strategy, Kousha's forces will retreat as the disparity in overall strength will prevail. The other added, therefore, I suspect this attack is a diversion. Miles chuckled at this. Continue. Their true target is us. Thus, if we fortify our defenses here, we can remain undefeated, then counterattack and decisively defeat Kousha's forces, achieving complete unification of Cartlia. Excellent, excellent. Miles exclaimed thrice. Truly, you are the pride of our military strategists. Meanwhile, Kousha remained unaware that his plans had been so thoroughly anticipated by the enemy. The strength of the Red Alert soldiers was uncertain to Kousha, but their modern equipment suggested they were certainly not weaker than the special forces of his previous life. Not far from Miles' stronghold, a group of 8 Red Alert soldiers led by Jie stood ready, noting that the time was nearly upon them. The 8 alternated in stealth, swiftly neutralizing 4 guards without a sound. They then split into 2 groups. One entered through the front, while the other prepared to breach the rear. Jie signaled, leading 3 comrades inside, while another soldier named Zhao Gang guided the remaining 3 around the side of the building. Upon reaching the back in trance, Zhao Gang cleverly refrained from entering directly. Instead, he formed a human ladder with his hands, indicating they should climb to the 2nd floor. The 3 took a running leap, scaling the window, and then pulled Zhao Gang up after them. Before they could steady themselves, a cacophony erupted from the front hall, followed by gunfire. The sound of submachine guns. This is bad. Jie and the others are engaged. Forget them. Our mission is to decapitate the enemy leadership. Upon hearing this, the group exchanged determined glances and nodded resolutely. In the front hall, the rapid gunfire echoed. Tat 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 tat, as Jie and her team emptied their magazines. They watched as enemies fell in droves, lifeless and unblinking. A small leader in the rear gaped in disbelief. What the hell? How could so many be taken out by just 4 of them? Stepping over the fallen, Jie disdainfully surveyed the weapons strewn on the ground. Flintlock firearms, relics of a bygone era. The topic of weaponry led to a contemplation of the pirate world's firearms. A question Kousha had pondered without resolution. Perhaps it was a result of the skewed technological development in this world. Take firearms as an example. They were woefully outdated. Both the Navy and pirates relied heavily on flintlocks, regardless of whether they were standard issue or custom-made. Flintlocks required reloading after each shot, with a painfully slow firing rate that, in the past, Late-model flintlocks theoretically achieved 5 shots per minute, but realistically only managed 2 to 3, thus the prevalence of the firing squad tactic, which necessitated training and a unified formation to be effective. Moreover, in terms of ammunition, both guns and cannons still utilize solid projectiles, whose lethality relied more on penetration and ricochet rather than direct impact. Yet, amidst this industrial revolution-era weaponry, formidable creations such as the Peacekeepers existed, human weapons that integrated advanced technologies like human cloning, laser weaponry, artificial intelligence, and bionic technology, which were unprecedented even in Kousha's previous life. Although these technologies could not be widely disseminated due to the Celestial Dragon's influence, their simplified applications in civilian life could surely enhance quality of living and the everyday life depicted in One Piece. Technology lagged significantly, with weaponry barely reaching the Industrial Revolution standards, while daily life regressed several centuries, reminiscent of the medieval era. Returning to the present, Bai Jie and her team entered the hallway, where the ease of their previous stealth had vanished. Numerous individuals took cover in rooms or behind makeshift barriers. Despite their significant advantages in weaponry and military training, even a single flintlock bullet could prove perilous that a tense standoff ensued. Miles, seated at the conference table, listened to the chaotic gunfire outside coming to an abrupt halt, a smile creeping onto his lips, seemingly oblivious to the shift in the situation. It seems to have ended. Just as he spoke, hurried footsteps approached, followed by the sound of the doorknob turning. A soldier burst in, panic evident on his face. "Commander, it's bad," Miles interrupted. "Calm down. What is it?" "The enemy has launched an assault. Our forces are on the brink of collapse." Miles' expression froze. That weren't hundreds of men in ambush. How could we suffer such heavy casualties against just a handful of enemies? Four of them? What? The shock registered on Miles and his advisors' faces. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Miles acted decisively. "We retreat." Just as he prepared to rise, gunfire erupted outside. With a loud crash, the door was kicked open, revealing 2 fully armed Red Alert soldiers, with 2 more stationed at the entrance. Miles gazed at the newcomers, their bizarre attire and weapons. 2 ominous barrels aimed directly at him, evoking a surge of dread. Despite his trepidation, he maintained composure. "You must be sent by Kousha. However, I've never seen your kind before. Surely Kousha must have hired you from outside. Whatever he offered you, I will pay tenfold." Zhao Gang pointed his weapon at Miles, a derisive smile on his lips. "Money? Huh." With that, a gunshot rang out, marking the end of that night's events. Chapter 8. The power station. As dawn broke, a ray of light emerged on the horizon. The echoes of military training chants resounded in the air. "At ease, attention, eyes right, look ahead." In the distance, a row of houses appeared somewhat rudimentary. Alongside, a regiment of soldiers marched in disciplined unison. 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. For Kousha observed the unfolding scene before him, his mind racing with myriad thoughts. "Boss," a voice called from behind. Kousha, recognizing the voice, knew it was Kaibi. "Boss, the area around the base has been secured. I have stationed heavy troops to guard it. We will not allow any outsiders to enter." "Good. Well done. However, at your request, the perimeter needs to be broader, so I've cleared out some residential homes from a slightly farther distance. Have the corresponding compensations been distributed?" "Yes. Each household has received compensation based on their number of occupants." Kousha nodded in approval. As a man of the 21st century, the concept of prioritizing human welfare was ingrained in his very being. "That's excellent. Remember, we are the uprising army, and prioritizing human welfare is an essential condition for our existence." "Understood, boss." Rest assured, Kaibi, who had accompanied Kousha through thick and thin, wholeheartedly agreed. After running 2 laps with Kousha, news from the previous night began to trickle in. First, the Ferrari organization launched a comprehensive assault, forcing Myers to divert personnel for rescue. Subsequently, 8 Red Alert soldiers executed a decapitation strike against Myers. Despite the enemy's prior preparations, the Red Alert soldiers succeeded. Reports indicated that the enemy's death toll in Myers' stronghold reached an astounding 629. While our side suffered only 5 minor injuries and 1 serious injury. When this news reached the army, it caused an uproar and simultaneously boosted morale. Ferrari was left astounded, realizing that if they were in the same position, It would have been impossible for them to achieve such results. Their admiration for those 8 individuals, and for their leader Kousha, deepened profoundly. The task of capturing Myers' stronghold was inherently challenging. However, amidst the stalemate, news of Myers' demise spread rapidly, causing disarray within the enemy ranks and gradually shifting the advantage to Kousha's forces. Currently, Myers was left without a leader, with various subordinate commanders huddled in their respective strongholds. Kousha convened a brief meeting with Ferrari and Kaibi, while the Red Alert soldiers naturally attended to their wounds, as they were invaluable assets. Ferrari, with Myers dead, they are now without a leader. This is an opportune moment that we must seize the opportunity to capture the entire Crocodile quickly. The subsequent battles will be entrusted to you. Rest assured, leader, I will handle it. Ferrari confidently patted his chest. Kousha then turned his gaze towards Kaibi. Kaibi, after the war, I will rely on you for overall coordination. Crocodile is neither too big nor too small, with a population of over 1 million. You may need to work overtime, but don't worry, boss. I can manage. After the meeting concluded, Kousha hurried towards the Red Alert base. Upon reaching the entrance, several guards respectfully saluted him, to which Kousha nodded in acknowledgement. Red Queen, pull up the building list. As he entered the base, Kousha issued the command. Almost immediately, a virtual screen appeared before him, moving back and forth in the void as he advanced. Upon reaching the exclusive 18th floor for commanders, he began to read the only illuminated building. Power plant. Electricity is the sole means of sustaining base operations. Without it, you will find yourself at a standstill. Construction requirements: 800 energy points. Construction duration: 1 day. 8 hours. Kousha meticulously observed the surroundings of the base in the virtual image, contemplating for a moment before selecting a vacant plot nearby. This was crucial. Once constructed, relocating the building would be impossible, a detail reminiscent of the Red Alert game, necessitating utmost caution. Furthermore, dismantling a structure differed significantly from a game. In reality, it would be a monumental task, requiring several days and precautions against potential electrical leaks or explosive disasters. Gazing again at the power plant, he saw its icon rapidly dim, entering a countdown. After 2 hours in the gym on the top floor, during which he attempted to unleash the Conqueror's haki several times, yet met with failure, Kousha mused to himself. How strong am I, really? Since confronting reality, aside from honing his own skills, most battles had taken place in the rear, with occasional skirmishes against minor foes. Judging by the Red Alert soldiers' performance, ordinary people were no match for them. In terms of stamina, strength, and speed, they vastly outclassed the average individual. Kousha arrived at the main hall of the base just in time to see one of the Red Alert soldiers, Zhao Gang, preparing to step outside, and quickly greeted him. Zhao Gang. Zhao Gang turned back, promptly raising his right hand in a standard military salute. Commander, Zhao Gang, among your group aside from firearms, how do you fare in terms of strength? Zhao Gang pondered momentarily before responding. Commander, in a one-on-one scenario, we are evenly matched. During our usual sparring, the female soldiers often lack the upper hand, and it's not uncommon for them to be defeated. However, when it comes to life-and-death struggles, no one can guarantee victory that I see. Kousha thought carefully. They were all Red Alert soldiers of the same rank, with negligible differences in strength that I in that case. Would you accompany me for some practice? Absolutely, Zhao Gang readily agreed. Before long, the two arrived at the training room within the base. Kousha removed his military jacket, revealing only a military green tank top. The slight bulge of muscles on his arms and abdomen attested to his dedication over the past year. Let's go. Zhao Gang wasted no time and launched the first punch. Although he had never sparred with the commander before, his instincts as a soldier told him that Kousha was not weak. Zhao Gang's speed was exceptionally swift, the air around them crackling with the sound of his punch slicing through. Zhao Gang's fist closed in within an arm's length of Kousha. He made his move. With a firm grip, Kousha seized Zhao Gang's fist and executed a shoulder throw, sending him sprawling. Zhao Gang flipped twice in midair, landing and rolling to dissipate the impact, finally bracing himself against the ground to regain his stance. Crack, crack, two crisp sounds echoed. The floor splintered beneath them. Zhao Gang, slightly out of breath, looked back at Kousha, his eyes wide with astonishment. The commander was far stronger than he had anticipated. While Kousha maintained a calm exterior, turmoil brewed within him. That move, had it been the old him, he would have never withstood it. And that strength, gazing at the fractured floor, it was unmistakable. He could only attribute this to the super elixir. As the thought of the super elixir crossed his mind, Kousha's eyes narrowed, an invisible energy radiating outward from him. It was indeed the conqueror's haki, just as Zhao Gang steadied himself. Preparing to speak, Commander, he suddenly rolled his eyes and collapsed. Chapter 9. Eric returns Alabastan Empire. Cartelia. The battle unfolded with remarkable swiftness. After Myers' demise, the subordinate armies were left without direction, embroiled in disputes over who would succeed him. As the saying goes, take advantage of a crisis to seize power. Ferrari launched a fierce assault on an enemy stronghold. Initially, Myers' forces managed to mount some resistance, but they were outnumbered by Kousha's troops. And within a mere 2 hours, the enemy leader met his end. Upon witnessing their leader's death, the subordinates, who initially harbored loyalty, soon succumbed to despair. The first effector was quickly followed by the second and third. As the situation intensified, it rapidly spread throughout the entirety of Myers' army. Aside from 2 or 3 steadfast leaders who perished in battle, the remaining Myers forces surrendered en masse within just 2 days. Cartelia experienced a reunification not seen since the Alabastan Rebellion. That night, in the training room of the Red Alert base, sweat dripped steadily from Kousha's forehead onto the ground. The power plant had been completed. An electronic synthesized voice interrupted Kousha's actions. After a brief moment to collect himself, he opened a virtual interface and called forth the building list. Before his eyes, a flickering light appeared, and with a swipe of his finger, he navigated the options. The power plant's icon now shone steadily, signifying that further construction could commence, alongside a newly illuminated icon, or refinery. Processes collected resources into usable energy points. Construction requirements, 2,000 energy points. Construction duration, 3 days, 8 hours. Note, includes a mining vehicle. Kousha exhaled softly. Over 3 days, moreover, there was no sight of a barracks. In his previous gaming experience, he distinctly remembered that upon the completion of the power plant, both the ore refinery and barracks would be unlocked. Additionally, the power plant required 1 day and 8 hours to construct, and he had not given it much thought at the time. Now, seeing the ore refinery's construction time, which was significantly longer at 3 days and 8 hours, he couldn't help but wonder if subsequent buildings would require even more time. Red Queen, what is the reason behind this construction duration? Due to upgrades at the base, some unknown changes have occurred, and a specific situation remains for the commander to uncover. Clearly, even Hong Ho is unaware of the particulars, finding a vacant plot around the base. A gentle tap of a finger initiates a countdown for the ore refinery. Simultaneously, the icon for the power plant dims once more, as units on the same list cannot be constructed simultaneously. Over the next 3 days, Kousha undertakes a massive integration and screening of the troops. The reality of the integration is startling. The forces are a motley crew, comprising individuals from all walks of life. Elderly, children, women, and even pregnant women. This is the army of Myers, causing Kousha to instinctively place a hand to his forehead. As a modern individual educated in the 21st century, Kousha finds it difficult to accept such a situation. As the saying goes, it is not the number of soldiers that matters, but their quality. In the conference hall of the Red Alert base, Kousha occupies the main seat, with Xiaoga, a Ferrari, Kaibi, and 4 Red Alert soldiers led by GS seated at his side. Others are absent due to injuries. Familiar faces are present, though their names escape him, such as Ferrari's deputy, Kaibi's deputy, and Xiaogui's deputy, each with a few members, alongside empty seats designated for AI-like and AI-like's deputy. Xiaogui continues to oversee logistics, ensuring the troops are well supplied. Ferrari will be entering a recuperation phase during this time, yet cannot afford to relax, as soldier training must persist. Concurrently, I have decided to implement a restructuring of the entire army. Ferrari raises an eyebrow in mild disbelief, then sighs, very well. It is important to note that Ferrari has been fully responsible for military affairs, wielding unimaginable power. Now, with the prospect of restructuring, it signifies a division of power, inevitably causing him some discomfort. Ferrari, Please report on the current status of the army. Upon this, Ferrari rises and salutes. Our original forces numbered 120,000, and we have incorporated 180,000 from Meyer's troops after these 2 days of integration. Having removed the elderly, children, women, and injured soldiers, we currently stand at 200,000. Listening to Ferrari's report, Kousha furrows his brow and turns to Kaibi. And what of your end, Kaibi? Kaibi straightens. Currently, the population of Crocodile has been tallied at 9 million, with many vagrants and undocumented individuals making accurate counting difficult. A city of 2 million in Alabaston is certainly not small, yet the notion of commanding an army of 200,000 leaves Kousha somewhat incredulous. Influenced by his past life, where a population of 1.3 billion in Huaxia could only muster a few million troops, it is evident that technology plays a significant role in alleviating the labor force. Through our efforts over this period, we have successfully taken the first step. Crocodile will serve as our primary base, which is of utmost importance. The previous imperial system was fraught with issues and inadequacies. Thus, from today onward, we shall initiate a restructuring. The question of restructuring has been on Kousha's mind for some time. Informed by his past experiences, he has not only heard of pigs, but has seen them run. The separation of military and political power, ensuring mutual non-interference, is essential. Ferrari, Kaibi, and several other officials begin to murmur amongst themselves. It is vital to understand that previously, regardless of rank, each subordinate maintained their own loyal troops. If separation occurs, it signifies a loss of power. Even someone like Xiaoge, the logistics minister, has his own direct forces that in short. In Kousha's army, all are soldiers. This declaration serves as a spark, igniting fervent discussion among the majority who evidently oppose the notion. Report. Suddenly, a soldier's voice from outside interrupts the discourse. Kousha gestures for the soldier to continue, who then announces, Chief of Staff AI-like has returned. At this news, Kousha cannot help but rise, addressing those in the room. The meeting is postponed. Let us go see AI-like, the Chief of Staff of the rebel army, or rather, the Chief of Staff of Kousha's army, once a child king from the drought-stricken town of Shielian. Next to Ramu, he grew up alongside Kousha and others, co-founding the Shasha group that a year prior. When Kousha had just traversed into this chaotic era, AI-like's encouragement helped him gradually adapt to the turmoil. It was during this time of confusion that many orders were issued by AI-like, which ultimately ensured the survival of Kousha's forces. Unlike the original narrative, where the first encounter was the decisive battle between Kousha's army and the royal army. At this juncture, Kousha's army has yet to gain significant traction, with countless rebel factions emerging. After many conflicts, they have only secured a foothold in Crocodile. AI-like holds a position in Kousha's life akin to that of Kaibi. Transcending mere hierarchy, they are brothers. Chapter 10. Modernized institutional reform beneath the sunlight. A youth of modest stature and somewhat pallid complexion stands, his prominent eyebrows framing spirited eyes that occasionally reveal an air of scholarly refinement. Dressed in a worn uniform, his frame appears somewhat frail. This is none other than AI-like, one of Kousha's trusted aides. Kousha approaches AI-like, embracing him warmly. You rascal! All words coalesce into this single expression of reproach. AI-like, with an outstretched arm, helplessly reciprocates the embrace, smiling at those nearby. Boss! AI-like's outward appearance is deceiving, exuding a seemingly gentle and fragile aura. Yet internally, he possesses an old soul. Boss, I'm fine. You, now occupying high position, must refrain from taking such risks. Understood. AI-like glances at Kousha, sensing a subtle change, yet unable to pinpoint its nature. After lunch, the group reconvenes in the conference hall. Kousha turns to AI-like. Now that you're back, please share your intelligence. AI-like rises, his demeanor turning serious. During my visit to the royal city, I noticed some subtle changes. It appears as if unseen hands are silently manipulating events within the royal city. Moreover, Alabaston has not experienced rain for an extended period. It is indeed likely that someone has employed dance powder. I suspect this is part of conspiracy. All eyes turn to AI-like, for this matter is of great significance. Dance powder, also known as rain-calling powder, can produce a fog-like smoke that generates artificial rain. However, its use inevitably results in drought for neighboring countries downwind, potentially inciting warfare. which is why the world government forbids its manufacture and possession. Rumors circulate that the king himself has been seen igniting dance powder, yet I remain skeptical. The atmosphere grows tense. This is indeed a grave matter. The emergence of various rebel factions stem from the discovery of a shipment of dance powder destined for the capital in the port city of Konoha, exacerbating tensions between the regions and the capital, leading to the chaotic rise of the royal and rebel armies that plague Alabastan. However, all those involved in the investigation and witnesses have mysteriously perished, and the dance powder has vanished without a trace, giving rise to numerous rumors. The most prevalent rumor suggests that King Cobra clandestinely appropriated the dance powder to summon rain, fearing exposure, and subsequently ordered the assassination of the investigators and witnesses. No evidence remains. AI-like continues. What sort of person is King Cobra? I believe we all understand ignite dance powder for a momentary rainfall is something I cannot fathom. Well acquainted with the narrative, Kousha knows precisely what kind of ruler King Cobra is. In the original story, Cobra advocates that the kingdom is synonymous with the people, demonstrating compassion and always considering the welfare of his subjects while in power, thus earning their profound affection. Following the assistance of Luffy and others during the Alabastan incident, he humbly set aside his dignity as a monarch, bowing in gratitude to Luffy and his companions, an act that no other king could replicate. Yet Cobra accomplished in a time of chaos. Such a leader, in some sense, is entirely inept. Cobra embodies the virtues of benevolence, righteousness, propriety, and trustworthiness, yet find himself surrounded by individuals lacking wisdom and strategy, devoid of any formidable allies. Otherwise, he would not have remained oblivious to Old Shah's schemes until receiving communication from Vivi that in his current position. Kousha contemplates further, considering the path ahead for himself and his brothers and subordinates. I also believe the king would not engage in such actions, yet the present state of affairs is one of widespread rebellion. Kousha interrupts withholding the insider knowledge he possesses. The ultimate foe remains Old Shah. Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, a figure renowned throughout the Grand Line. Merely his name is enough to instill terror in the hearts of enemies, even if he reveals the truth. What change could it bring? The rebellion has commenced. The world is in disarray. The dance powder incident has transpired. Further discussion is futile. Exhales deeply and takes a seat. I am merely concerned for our nation. Oh, by the way, boss, I also encountered Sister Vivi. Kousha's heart trembles at this revelation, a shiver emanating from his very soul. It has been years since he last saw Vivi, and he wonders how she has fared. Sensing Kousha's unease, hesitates. What of her? She mentioned that her sixth sense indicates something is amiss in the entire nation, and after her investigation, she ultimately joined a mysterious organization known as Baroque Works. Upon hearing the words, Kousha trembled once more, not out of fear, but from concern. The Baroque workshop was a matter he was well acquainted with. Unlike others, if the plot were to unfold normally, without his intervention, it was highly probable that Vivi would remain unharmed. Yet, thoughts of King Cobra surfaced in Kousha's mind. It seemed imperative to meet this monarch and clarify who the true enemy was. Otherwise, the situation could easily devolve into a case of the clam and the snipe, where one party benefits from the conflict of the other. As for Vivi, I shall personally address this matter. Subconsciously, it appeared that Vivi's significance was greater than he had initially anticipated. Eric gazed at Kousha in astonishment. Perplexed, given Vivi's status as a princess, it should be unlikely that she would encounter any issues. Although rumors were rampant, primarily in areas outside the royal city, Cobra's authority remained formidable within the capital. Furthermore, Princess Vivi frequently assisted the impoverished, earning her considerable respect among the populace. Kousha composed himself, refraining from divulging what he knew. The time was not yet ripe. Should the information leak and attract the attention of Old Shah, all would be lost. Even sacrificing the entirety of Alabastan would yield no chances of success. Very well. Let us proceed with the meeting. Kousha surveyed the assembly of individuals. Regarding the next steps, we must implement reforms, separating military and administrative powers. Kaibi, my friend, now that Catalia is unified, we must swiftly restore civilian life. I appoint you as the mayor of Catalia. delegating authority to the 4 districts: East, West, South, and North. Eric, my brother, you shall continue to oversee military matters, with Ferrari in charge of execution. The remaining personnel will each fulfill their respective duties. Eric and Kaibi will remain. The others are dismissed. After a brief scattering, only Kousha, Kaibi, and Eric remained in the conference room. I have a detailed plan for the reforms. You two should examine it thoroughly. Kousha produced 2 booklets, casually flipping through a few pages while providing some introductions that AS for internal governance. Concepts of directors and communities emerged prominently. In military affairs, significant alterations were made, with ranks from captain to commander primarily centered on leadership abilities. Should one demonstrate commendable leadership skills and exceptional bravery, they would be awarded military ranks, ranging from soldier to general. Officers of the same rank would possess greater authority if they held a military title. This drew considerable attention from several Red Alert soldiers. Furthermore, all military training would be conducted by Zhao Gang, by Jia, and other Red Alert soldiers from captains to commanding generals, with full participation required, unless one could defeat Zhao Gang and Bai Jia. The discussions on related matters continued for 3 entire days before concluding. Chapter 11. Journey to the capital Albana. The ore refinery has been completed. Upon hearing the prompt from the artificial intelligence known as Hong Ho, Kousha returned to his office after testing the Conqueror's Hockey. Opening the construction menu, he observed that the power station and the ore refinery were both in a constant operational state, with an additional barracks now available. Barracks. The barracks serve as a facility for developing military strength and training, allowing for the recruitment of various troop types. The higher your technological advancements, the greater the variety of units the barracks can provide. Construction requirements: 5,000 energy points construction duration, 8 days and 8 hours remarks. The barracks can recruit various troop types and also produce conventional weapons. Conventional weapons? Kousha pondered, realizing he had never seen Bai Jia or Zhao Gang change magazines. After expressing his doubts, Hong Ho promptly provided an explanation. Due to the upgrades of the base vehicle, all Red Alert soldiers' weapons now employed high-tech automatic loading technology. What? Kousha was taken aback, confused by the jargon. Stop. Hong Ho, what are you saying? I am unsure of what I am stating. The introduction is simply like this. Then let us simplify. Due to the upgrades of the base vehicle, all Red Alert soldiers' weapons now utilize high-tech automatic loading technology. Can this be interpreted as infinite ammunition? It can be understood this way. However, loading requires a waiting time, akin to changing magazines, and conventional weapons. This refers to weapons prior to the base upgrade, which do not utilize automatic loading technology. In that case, it appears that the Red Alert soldiers' weapons are quite advanced. What, then, is the purpose of conventional weapons? Kousha contemplated for a moment before suddenly realizing. Judging by the construction duration of Red Alert buildings, it was likely that the recruitment of soldiers would also be indefinitely prolonged. Relying solely on the Red Alert base to establish his own faction would evidently be unfeasible. Thus, conventional weapons were intended for use by individuals other than the Red Alert soldiers. With a gentle tap on the holographic projection screen, the barracks began its countdown. Remembering that the ore refinery came with a mining vehicle, he proceeded to pull up the mining vehicle's attribute panel. Mining vehicle. A mining vehicle specifically for the base to collect energy points, lacking offensive capabilities but possessing formidable defense and rapid movement speed. It can collect 100 energy points per hour, working 10 hours a day. A mining vehicle is automatically included with each ore refinery constructed, while the standalone construction cost is 1,000 energy points. Special ability. Immune to mental control effects. Note. Can be upgraded. Note 2. Controlled by artificial intelligence, the enemy was not particularly remarkable. From the three-dimensional image, it resembled a box truck. The special ability seemed somewhat negligible, yet the upgrade note sparked Kousha's interest. It was known that the highest-grade mining vehicles in Red Alert possessed teleportation capabilities. Regarding upgrades, when inquiring with Hong Ho, the response was, upgrade conditions unknown. Glancing at the remaining energy points, he found a meager 2,200 left. The following morning, Kousha, Kaibi, and Eric gathered once more in the conference room. Kousha spoke directly. Today we prepare to depart. I will personally journey to the royal city of Albana to resolve the situation regarding Vivi. That is too dangerous, Eric interjected, sharing the same sentiment as Kaibi, who looked at Kousha with concern at "Oh, not worry. My current strength ensures that as long as I do not encounter anyone from the Baroque workshop, I shall not be hindered." Eric was aware of Kousha's prowess, having heard Kaibi speak of it. Within the entire Kousha rebellion, none could rival him. The two men remained silent, understanding that their concerns stemmed from a place of care for Kousha's safety. "Fear not. Very well." Seeing the two relent, Kousha continued. "Your tasks are equally weighty. Kaibi, you are responsible for consolidating Catalia. Those management regulations must not be flawed. Rest assured, boss." Kousha then turned his gaze to Eric. "The port city of canola flour is our next objective. Eric, the area is fraught with dangers. You must exercise utmost caution." Indeed, this had been a strategic plan established prior. Kaibi would guard the home front while Eric would advance on the port city of canola flour. And Kousha would seek out Vivi personally. Kousha reflected and reiterated his warnings that if you encounter anyone from the Baroque workshop, evade them if possible, that I will not repeat the general characteristics. Trust me, no matter how weak they may appear. Do not let your guard down. Observing the two nodding in agreement, Kousha declared, "Then it is settled." Watching Kousha exit the conference room, the two exchanged glances. Our leader has indeed gained much more resolve than before and can now chart the future course of the Kousha army. Indeed, moreover, he has developed greater ambition. Kousha exited the base building and proceeded directly to the ore refinery, accompanied by two red alert soldiers, one of whom was Zhao Gang, while the other was named Wang Tian. "Welcome, Commander." The mechanical, synthesized voice signified that the ore refinery was likewise under the full control of artificial intelligence. This place resembled a steel mill. However, the various virtual projections and data displays indicated its extraordinary nature. Exuding an air of sophistication, a mining vehicle stood parked nearby, devoid of a driver, featuring 4 seats arranged in 2 rows. Kousha took his place in the passenger seat, and an array of data appeared on the surrounding glass. Internal air quality, humidity, temperature, defense status, solar energy consumption, and tire pressure were all accompanied by the artificial intelligence voice of the mining vehicle. "Welcome, Commander. I am Mining Vehicle AI number 1. Once Zhao Gang and Wang Tian boarded the vehicle, Kousha calmly issued the command, "Prepare to depart." With a salute of the guards at the gates of Catalia, Kousha embarked on his journey to the capital of Alabastan. The mining vehicle came equipped with a detection radar, capable of scanning imagery within a 1,000-meter radius, though it was not suited for topographical mapping, merely detecting the presence of collectible energy points nearby. However, Kousha was a native of this land and was not prone to getting lost. Moreover, the mining vehicle operated on solar and thermal energy, alleviating any concerns regarding energy depletion. The vast, boundless desert stretched out like an endless sea, seemingly devoid of an endpoint. Occasionally, one might catch sight of a few wild-running ducks, camels, and other creatures of the wilderness. Finally, as dusk descends, the distant outline of the city comes into view, and a faint smile graces the face of Kousha. Art lies in the ability to construct a palace upon the tip of a needle, and to erect a city amidst the desert, a rarity even in past lives. Gazing at this city, its millennia-old silhouette, the magnificent palace atop, the circular high ground stands as a symbol of royal power. Who knows what secrets it harbors? The whereabouts of ancient weaponry, the gaze of Crocodile, the uprising of rebel forces. All these elements shroud the city in a delicate veil of mystery. Chapter 12. Ms. Golden Week at the Spider Bar. To avoid drawing attention with a mining vehicle, Kousha signaled to his companions as they reached the outskirts of the city. The three disembarked and made their way toward the urban expanse. Leaving the mining vehicle to fulfill its intended purpose, as they approached the city, the throngs of people increased, with the outer edges teeming with weary citizens. Their attire suggested a dismal standard of living, and the ramshackle homes indicated they were likely refugees from distant lands, all bearing the signs of prolonged, drought-induced fatigue. Venturing further into the city, the ambience transformed. The streets were lined with orderly tiles, and houses exhibited a sense of organization and planning. Kousha refrained from seeking an audience with King Cobra directly. After all, he was the leader of a rebel force, and being captured would spell disaster. After much contemplation, he realized that they needed an intermediary. Kousha could not help but think of Vivi, undoubtedly the best choice for this role. Finding an inn, they made their preparations and changed into casual attire. Kousha, along with Zhao Gang and Wang Tianqi, meandered through the streets until they stumbled upon a bar. The Spider Bar. This establishment had been thriving for at least 6 years, while other bars and gangs had fallen by the wayside. It stood the test of time, gaining considerable renown, and no one truly understood what this bar represented, but Kousha was well aware, attributing much of its success to Old Shah's charisma. Old Shah, an exceptional schemer and strategist, possessed a blend of intellect, martial prowess, and ambition that was formidable. This character was one of Kousha's favorites from his previous life, and he had devoted considerable study to the Baroque works under Old Shah's leadership. As they stepped inside the bar, the air was thick with the scent of smoke and alcohol. The neon lights overhead flickered, pulsing to the rhythm of loud drumming, amidst a cacophony of voices. Alluring women and exuberant young men. Even in the most inconspicuous corners, the clinking of glasses and raucous laughter filled the space. The trio attracted little attention as they casually took a seat. Kousha gestured, and a voluptuous waitress approached, swaying gracefully. "What would you like, gentlemen?" "3 glasses of rum." "Very well. Please hold on a moment." Sensing the trio's gaze did not linger on her, the waitress cast a fleeting glance before turning to head back to the bar. Her voice trailing off. "Unromantic," Zhao Gang remarked, surveying the surroundings before turning to Kousha. "Commander, does this bar hold any significance?" "Outside. Do not call me Commander. It might expose us." "Understood, boss," reflecting on some memories from his previous life. Kousha recalled that the Spider Bar itself was rather unremarkable in both manga and anime. It was merely mentioned in passing. The bar's proprietor was named Bala, codenamed Miss Doublefinger, a superhuman with the ability of the thorn fruit, and a high-ranking agent of Baroque works. His impressions primarily stemmed from a forum in his past life, where a user played word games under the guise of Bala S. Tavern, revealing a plethora of information about her. Bala was not one for violence. She preferred to run her establishment as its owner. Kousha briefed his companions on the general information about the Spider Bar, clarifying that it belonged to Baroque works, which was previously discussed on their journey. Zhao Gang and Wang Tianqi acknowledged their understanding. Though they had yet to engage in combat, the enemy's strength instilled a sense of helplessness, akin to the raw forces of nature that ordinary individuals could not contend with. "Remember, our primary objective is Vivi. She is of utmost importance." Kousha mused nostalgically about the girl from his past, who had always been fiercely independent with a touch of stubbornness, but he also thought of the dwindling remnants of the Sunasuna gang, who had followed him during the uprising. "Understood, boss." In the distance, the waitress returned, balancing 3 glasses of rum. "Your drinks." After delivering the beverages, she swiftly departed, perhaps sensing that Kousha and his companions were not likely to tip well. Once the waitress had retreated, Kousha continued, "Since this place is associated with Baroque works, the likelihood of Vivi appearing here is significantly high." As he spoke, another figure entered the bar, a youthful girl, appearing no taller than 5 feet. Entered. She sported dark red twin ponytails, large eyes, rosy cheeks, and a pink wide-brimmed hat adorned with a green ribbon. Dressed in a light blue floral shirt over a dark blue tank top emblazoned with the word golden. She wore a dark red skirt, blue and white striped socks, and red sneakers. In one hand, she held a rice cracker, while the other clutched what appeared to be a brush, her expression unreadable. Kousha felt a jolt of surprise at her appearance, but maintained his composure. Taking a sip from his drink while discreetly appraising the girl. Codename. Miss Golden Week. As for her true name, Kousha could not recall. His impression of her was vivid, not only for how she had bested Luffy, but also for how she had toyed with him. Miss Golden Week possessed the ability to manipulate others' emotions through a color palette, yet she was not a devil fruit user, which made her formidable. Most crucially, she was a high-ranking agent of Baroque works, one of its chief commanders. Fortunately, she was not malevolent. She cherished her companions and exhibited remarkable courage. After the disbandment of Baroque works, upon learning of her former partner's plight, she had boldly infiltrated a naval detention center to rescue them. Such a figure as Miss Golden Week evoked both admiration and trepidation in Kousha. Lost in thought, he suddenly noticed Miss Golden Week standing still, her eyes shifting toward him. Kousha's heart raced. He quickly averted his gaze. Despite having some power now, he dared not act recklessly in this place. Miss Golden Week slowly approached their table, the rice cracker still in her mouth. "Who are you looking for?" Come sit with your brother for a while. A teasing voice chimed in from beside her, clearly not a regular patron. Most of the patrons merely glanced her way before returning to their drinks, whispering to their friends. They understood the situation. Indeed, Miss Golden Week casually waved her brush, and in an instant, the man who had mocked her erupted into laughter, only to be overtaken by sorrow, his face contorting in despair, before bursting into maniacal laughter as he fled the bar. Who would have thought there were those unafraid of death? Don't underestimate this little girl. Statistics show that 73 people encountered the same fate last year. Really? Is that true? Let me tell you, those people were utterly bewildered by their own reactions. Goodness, this girl is truly eerie. Why do you think I dragged you along? It's downright terrifying. Best not to provoke her, perhaps due to Kousha's own heightened abilities or the effects of super serums. He found himself keenly attuned to the hushed conversations around him. He could discern nearly every word as Miss Golden Week inched closer to their table. Kousha's brow furrowed deeply. Chapter 13. Terrifying Ms. Golden Week. Kousha braced himself. Should anything seem amiss, he was prepared to unleash his conqueror's hockey. He could not afford to cause a scene here. The girl drew nearer to their table. You're in my spot. Her expression was impassive, yet her voice was cool, tinged with an enchanting quality unique to youth. Kousha sighed inwardly, relieved. Zhao Gang and Wang Tianqi remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding situation. Before Kousha could respond, Wang Tianqi interjected, thinking it unwise for their leader to handle this. Little sister, you see, there aren't any other seats available, and we arrived first. Zhao Gang glanced at the girl, adding, Are you here alone? It's quite dangerous to be wandering about at this hour. Kousha nearly spat out his drink in disbelief. This girl had a bounty of 29 million berries. What sort of danger could she possibly face? I'm waiting for someone. You need to move in. It is evident that Ms. Golden Week, despite her somewhat chilly demeanor, possesses a gentle disposition, seemingly indifferent to the events around her. Kousha subtly gestured, prompting Zhao Gang to shift slightly inward. Before long, a waiter proactively brought a cup of tea to Ms. Golden Week, clearly indicating her status as a regular patron. Little sister, it is truly perilous for you to be out here alone, and this place is not suitable for someone of your tender age. Wang Tian could not help but reiterate. You are so bothersome. Ms. Golden Week waved her wrist nonchalantly, her brush appearing to possess a will of its own, swirling gracefully without a single drop of excess ink splattering. Sad blue. Those who encounter blue pigment will feel an overwhelming sadness. Calm green. Those who come into contact with green pigment will be filled with a serene desire for tea. In a moment of distraction, Wang Tian silently ordered a cup of tea, gazing blankly at the vessel before him, his expression steeped in sorrow. Minutes passed, and the table remained shrouded in silence until Zhao Gang finally sensed the oddity and nudged Wang Tian with his foot. Wang Tian lifted his gaze to Zhao Gang, saying, Do not speak. I simply wish to enjoy my tea in tranquility. Zhao Gang was taken aback. This was utterly abnormal. This was not the Wang Tian he knew. It seemed he had been possessed. Kousha quickly nudged Zhao Gang, signaling him to refrain from any rash actions, then gestured towards Wang Tian. Only then did Zhao Gang notice two inconspicuous patterns that had mysteriously appeared on Wang Tian's person. Zhao Gang was baffled by their significance, but Kousha understood all too well. The ability to influence emotions through the hues of paint was astonishing, and even more outrageous was that this power was not derived from a devil fruit. Such an obsession with painting! Truly, it was no wonder that the infamous Ida deemed him a realist genius capable of manipulating other psyches. The world of pirates was indeed extraordinary. After a long pause, Kousha spoke in a measured tone. That little sister, could you assist this brother in breaking his spell? He means no harm. Ms. Golden Week fixed her gaze on Kousha, as if deep in thought. After a few moments, her expression softened, but he is so irritating, like an old hag. Perhaps she found amusement in the term old hag. How amusing, Ms. Golden Week chuckled lightly. Kousha furrowed his brow and urged softly, Little sister, please cease this play. But I suddenly wish to play, she declared. With that, Ms. Golden Week began to deftly maneuver her brush in the air, creating swirling arcs, dreamy seven-colored rainbow. With my brush, I sketched circle after circle of rainbows in the air. Those who behold the rainbow will transform into their ideal selves. That I want to see what your dreams are. Kousha sensed a shift. This was not merely directed at the three of them, but the entire bar was engulfed by the colors emanating from her brush. Prepared for the worst, Kousha focused intently, channeling a surge of spiritual energy that surged forth from within him. A resounding wave swept through his mind, and his conqueror's haki was unleashed, albeit ineffectively. Kousha inwardly scoffed. Trash haka. In the next moment, the patrons of the bar instinctively yearned to liberate themselves. A burly man suddenly rose, one foot planted on a table, a drink in hand as he downed it in one go. What am I doing? I'm the king of the mountain bandits. Aha! Another gentleman, appearing rather refined and bespectacled, proclaimed, I am the owner of this establishment. A rather peculiar-looking individual chimed in, have I finally become a celestial dragon? Huh. Witnessing the eclectic transformations of the bar's patrons into their idealized forms left Kousha with an overwhelming sense of dread. This ability, while lacking in tangible harm, was profoundly insulting. A loud shout startled Kousha, causing him to stumble. Turning around, he saw Zhao Gang standing atop a chair, fists raised triumphantly overhead. I have finally become someone like Admiral Tanya. Ha ha! At that moment, Wang Tian, seated across from him, spoke languidly. The SEAL team, this is where I truly belong. He then took a leisurely sip of tea. Kousha felt a surge of admiration for the red alert soldiers, realizing that soldiers who do not aspire to be generals are not worthy soldiers. Yet, an inexplicable sense of shame washed over him, but a sudden urge to vent bubbled within Kousha, intensifying to the point where he could no longer suppress it. His heart raced. What do I want to do? I can't take it anymore. Kousha sprang to his feet, leaping onto the table, and roared out, realizing his own recklessness. He was torn by a voice within urging him. Speak it out, and your dream will be realized. But what was my dream? Contemplating the suffering of this nation and recalling how a vast empire was oppressed by a warlord amidst this chaotic era. With so many formidable pirate crews that in that fleeting moment, Kousha grasped something profound. He knew what his dream was. He struggled against this psychological suggestion, fighting to keep silent. Ultimately, however, the overwhelming suggestion prevailed, and he felt as though he had achieved his dream. Had he truly accomplished it? I have finally liberated the Alabasta Kingdom, making my nation the strongest in the world. He bellowed, laughter resonating through the air. Ah! Kousha laughed maniacally at the ceiling. Suddenly, he sensed something was amiss, and a jolt of realization struck him. Oh no, I've fallen for it. A wave of escalating psychological suggestions surged once more, and without a moment to ponder, he instinctively shouted, Get lost! An energy storm radiated outward from Kousha's form. Conqueror's haki! In an instant, silence enveloped the bar, and everyone collapsed one by one. The psychological suggestion dissipated instantly, and Kousha exhaled in relief as he turned to Ms. Golden Week, finding her eyes glazed over. Reclining in her chair, unconscious, Kousha finally felt a sense of relief. Chapter 14. The Baroque works come to the fore when Kousha turned to Zhao Gang and Wang Tian. He saw both of them identical to Ms. Golden Week, their eyes glazed over as they succumbed to unconsciousness. The Kousha's gaze towards Ms. Golden Week grew menacing. Although this girl was not inherently malevolent, she was a senior agent of Baroque Works and one of its chief commanders, compelling Kousha to treat her with utmost caution. After enduring a year of hardships, Kousha was far from a tender-hearted individual. Anyone who posed a threat to his path must perish, just as he prepared to take decisive action. He heard rustling sound from outside the bar, accompanied by indistinct voices. Why is it so quiet in the bar today? Indeed, something feels off. Could Ms. Golden Week have done something outrageous again? She always doodles recklessly. The voices belonged to a man and a woman. Kousha dared not linger. If he stayed any longer, he feared he would not escape. He had no choice but to abandon his plan to eliminate Ms. Golden Week. Swiftly lifting Zhao Gang and Wang Tian, he leaped through the window, darting towards the inn where he was staying. Not far into his escape, he sensed a figure closely tailing him, forcing him to stow the two men in a discreet corner. Kousha evaded and maneuvered through the streets, circling several times before finally shaking off his pursuers. Once he confirmed he was no longer being followed, he returned to the location of Zhao Gang and Wang Tian, who were already stirring back to consciousness. On the other side, Within the spider bar, the sight of the collapsed patrons, all with eyes rolled back, was alarming. After a frantic search, they finally located Ms. Golden Week slumped at a nearby table. "Thank goodness Ms. Golden Week is unharmed," came a woman's voice, belonging to the individual who had been relentlessly pursuing Kousha. "Who dares to bully my partner? This is simply outrageous." "Did you fail to catch him earlier?" A man's voice interjected. "No, the other party's skills were formidable. Despite my fruit's abilities, I was unable to apprehend him. If Kousha were present, he would undoubtedly recognize the identities of the two speakers." The man wore a three-shaped topknot, of medium build, and appeared rather frail. He sported glasses and had thick lips. He was none other than Mr. 3, a Paramecia-type wax fruit user, a senior agent of Baroque Works, and one of its chief commanders. The other speaker was Miss Doublefinger, the manager of Spiderbar, also a senior agent and chief commander of Baroque Works. This matter must be reported up the chain. We shall await Miss Golden Week's awakening to discuss further. After tidying up the bar, Miss Doublefinger stretched and sighed. "This is so bothersome. I wonder who turned my bar into such a mess, resembling a scene of carnage. All the symptoms are identical. Do you not find it peculiar? Who possesses such power?" Mr. 3 responded. 2 hours later, Miss Golden Week finally began to regain consciousness, her eyes wide with terror, muttering incessantly, "So scary, so scary." "What are you saying?" Mississippi with gentle affection. Mississippi Shizuzi tenderly caressed Mississippi Golden Week's head. Upon recognizing the person before her, Mississippi Golden Week collapsed into Mississippi Shizuzi's embrace, sobbing softly. "Sister, that person just now was terrifying." Mississippi Shizuzi furrowed her brow. "Who exactly are you referring to? I shall avenge you," Mr. 3 declared fiercely. "I don't know either. 3 unfamiliar men came into the shop today, and they didn't seem like locals," Mississippi Golden Week timidly replied. "He simply shot me a glance, and I was so frightened that I couldn't comprehend anything else." After offering some comfort, Mississippi Shizuzi turned to Mr. 3 and said, "You keep an eye on the shop. Once the person wakes up, send them all out. I will take Mississippi Golden Week to report the situation." Mr. 3 nodded in agreement. In Alabasta, amidst the rain, one of Crocodile's bases at a tall woman with a striking mix of red and black eyes and a fair, wheat-toned complexion lay on the bed, preparing to rest. Codename, Miss All Sunday. The woman was none other than Nico Robin, who had a bounty of 79 million berries since childhood. Brub Robin answered the phone. "This is Miss All Sunday. I am Miss Shizuzi, currently with Miss Golden Week, that we have an important event to report. Please hold." Robin stood up, exited the room, and made her way to Crocodile's location in a private office. A man with slicked back hair sat quietly in his chair. As he turned, the chair spun 180 degrees, revealing his true visage. A long, horizontal scar adorned his face, and he wore an earring on his right ear, a cigar dangling from his mouth, a golden hook on his left hand, and a luxurious black fur coat draped over him, exuding the aura of an Italian mafia boss. This was Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Known as the Desert King, also referred to as Sand Crocodile, he was also the leader of the Baroque Works, codenamed Mr. Zero. "What is it?" Miss Shizuzi and Miss Golden Week claim to have an important event to report. Having experienced the myriad of life's challenges from a young age, Robin contemplated eavesdropping on the contents of the call. However, she understood Crocodile's power all too well, and such matters could not be concealed. Crocodile took the phone, inhaled deeply on his cigar, releasing a cloud of smoke. "What is it? Speak." Today, 3 men came into the shop. She recounted the events briefly, because it involved several key terms. "Admiral, liberate Alabasta, SEAL team. We dared not make any decisions on our own." The report was delivered to Crocodile in its entirety. "All right, I understand." He abruptly hung up the phone. After hearing the report, Crocodile lit another cigar, his golden-hooked arm gesturing helplessly. "Robin, what are your thoughts? The situation seems to exceed our expectations." The presence of those terms suggests a connection to the world government. The term Admiral is exclusive to the Navy, and SEAL team may also refer to some secret unit of the world government. As for the liberation of Alabasta, it is difficult to judge. It could either be rebels or the world government preparing to intervene. I lean toward the latter. Are you implying that our plans have been discovered? I do not know, but from the current perspective, it seems unlikely. The likelihood of the world government intervening is quite high. Do not forget, the Nefertari family was one of the 20 royal families that established the world government 800 years ago. Upon hearing this, Crocodile felt a shift within him. The very thing he dreaded had come to pass. He had been plotting here for 7 years, and there could be no room for error. It seemed the plan would need to be accelerated. Chapter 15. Kousha's aspirations. If you yearn for a glorious and magnificent life, then from this day forth, you must forge ahead with unwavering determination and steadfast belief, utilizing your own wisdom and perseverance to create the perfect empire that resides in your heart. Kousha rose early. The events of the previous night had profoundly impacted him. Where would the path of the revolutionaries lead? After being compelled to voice his ideals, Kousha found himself unable to find peace. With the advantage of the red alert-based vehicle, unifying the various rebel factions of Alabasta should not pose a challenge, especially since he had done so in the original narrative. The question remained, how to handle King Cobra's situation, and how would he face Vivi, the once beloved figure who now haunted his thoughts. As circumstances twist and turn, if that day truly arrives, would he cast aside the entire revolution upon expelling Crocodile? The answer was a resounding no. The secrets of the Red Alert base, though witnessed by many, were known solely to him. The power he wielded could not be relinquished. Thus, seizing this opportunity amidst the turmoil, the unification of Alabasta could only be achieved by him. Only by relying on himself and the Red Alert base could Alabasta embark on the path to becoming a great nation. The might of the Red Alert base was beyond what outsiders could fathom. Lightning storms, nuclear weapons, time-space transportation, spy satellites, and various advanced technologies. If that day were to come, even the so-called strongest creature, Kaido, would likely perish upon receiving a nuclear strike. And even if he survived, the nuclear radiation would be insurmountable for any mortal body. Contemplating these thoughts, Kousha's gaze grew resolute. In this moment, he underwent a profound transformation. The aura of a leader emerged from him. This was the essence of a sovereign. A life with purpose has direction. A life with planning is far more thrilling. Efforts may not always yield rewards, but striving is worthy of possession. Kousha silently reminded himself, sensing a subtle change within his body. Kousha experienced a moment of clarity, his eyes sharpening. An unseen energy surged forth in an overwhelming wave. "Boss, breakfast!" Just then, Zhao Gang and Wang Tian, who had just returned from outside, collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Kousha was speechless. The timing was uncanny. He assisted the two back to their beds, and indeed his instincts had proven correct. The Conqueror's haki had strengthened. Was this a result of his shifting beliefs? Indeed, without the qualities of a king, or perhaps the necessary conviction, even those endowed with the talent for Conqueror's haki would not awaken it. After finishing breakfast, Kousha waited for over half an hour before Zhao Gang and Wang Tian slowly regained consciousness. "Boss, you're here again." Zhao Gang cast a resentful glance at Kousha. This was not the first time he had been subjected to such an experiment. Wang Tian rubbed his forehead, trying to shake off the dizziness. After taking a few steps, he felt lightheaded. Zhao Gang remained still, feeling a bit weak all over. "Boss, this time, the power seems significantly greater than before." "There's residual damage." Kousha fell into deep thought, uncertain how the Red Alert base assessed the power dynamics of the pirate world. However, he distinctly recalled a note from when he checked his information at the Red Alert base. "Kousha, Red Alert Commander Haki. Conqueror's Haki, Beginner. Note, the highest-ranking officer of the Red Alert base. Remark, the commander supersedes all. Upon the commander's death, all Red Alert units and structures vanish." It appeared that his Conqueror's haki had indeed enhanced, leading to this change. Perhaps it was now at the intermediate level. However, considering the four Emperor's Shanks, who could not only stun, but also inflict damage upon surrounding objects, his current ability seemed insignificant. He decided he would inquire more thoroughly with Red after this. Having reached a conclusion, he turned his attention back to Zhao Gang and Wang Tian. "What do you think about last night's incident at the Spider Bar?" Recalling the embarrassing events of the previous night, both men flushed. They had been thoroughly outmaneuvered by a young girl and had even made foolish gestures. There was no need to think twice. That young girl had a bounty of 29 million berries. She was far from an ordinary opponent. Even Crocodile had fallen for her tricks, which was undeniably a bit of a bug, reflecting on his past life. He found it comical that Crocodile had donned the attire of Pirate King Roger, proclaiming himself as the Pirate King. Strangely, the power dynamics of the pirate world were often incomprehensible in his previous life. During the Marineford War, the moment Luffy awakened his conqueror's haki, a multitude of elite Marines fell. After much contemplation, he could only conclude that it was indeed befitting of one with the qualities of a king. "Commander, it is our inadequacy." Kousha waved his hand dismissively. "This is not a fault of combat. It was a complete overpowering. This is somewhat troublesome. If a single Miss Golden Week is so formidable, encountering other members of Baroque works would indeed leave us with no chance. Thus, we have but one solution. What is it? The development of the base must not be allowed to stagnate." Zhao Gang and Wang Tian were left speechless. For the next 3 days, the trio disguised themselves, mingling in various bars and dance halls. Yet they had not received a single piece of information regarding Vivi. Kousha felt a twinge of anxiety. Though he concealed it well, Vivi's identity was perilous. If Crocodile's objectives were fulfilled, Vivi would undoubtedly meet her demise. Given her status as the direct heir of Alabasta, Crocodile could not possibly be unaware of this. "If we do not receive any news in 2 more days, we shall withdraw. I wonder how things are on Eric's side." Just then, an uproar erupted outside. "Hurry, hurry! We must not let them escape." The voice drew ever closer to Kousha's room, and the 3 remained on high alert. In the next instant, the door burst open with a crash, revealing a squad of royal soldiers, around a dozen of them, each brandishing a firearm aimed at Kousha and his companions. 2 familiar figures appear before them. "Long time no see." Kousha gazed at the newcomers, his eyes filled with resignation. Peru, Gaka. Peru and Gaka, the 2 revered guardians of the kingdom of Alabasta, were celebrated as the strongest warriors of the realm, both serving as vice-commanders of the Royal Guard. Their statues were erected within the palace, a testament to their elevated status. Upon seeing Peru, Kousha understood how the Royal Guard managed to track him down, for Peru possessed formidable reconnaissance abilities. The 2 were well known to him, both being users of Zoan-type devil fruits. Given the robust nature associated with Zoan abilities, Kousha's half-hearted conqueror's haki would likely hold little weight against them. "Kousha, you rascal! It's been years, and you've stirred quite the commotion in Cartelia," Peru remarked. Chapter 16. The Underrated King Cobra. Peru, a Zoan-type bird fruit user with a falcon form, wielded one of the 5 globally recognized flying abilities, earning him the title of Falcon Peru. Gaka, a Zoan-type dog fruit user in the hyena form, could achieve remarkable speed and deliver devastating attacks in his transformed state. Due to Vivi, Kousha had grown quite familiar with both men, and they regarded Vivi as a younger sister, leading Kousha to address them as elder brothers, having been somewhat nurtured by them. Regardless of past lives or this existence, Kousha held deep admiration for them. Their unwavering sense of honor and responsibility towards their nation was commendable, and they were willing to sacrifice themselves for the kingdom. Although the 2 were at the pinnacle of combat prowess within Alabasta, they were ultimately inconsequential on the global stage. If memory served correctly, in his previous life, Peru had been swiftly defeated by Robin 2 years prior, let alone facing one of the 7 warlords. Crocodile. Peru, you flatter me. I merely wish to contribute to this nation." Kousha responded with a hint of exasperation. "Contribute? Causing a rebellion outside is your idea of contribution? How do you justify this to Vivi?" "To us," Peru interjected, halting Gaka. "Enough of that. We have pressing matters." He then turned his attention to Kousha. "The king is waiting for you. Come with us." Kousha exhaled deeply. "Very well. Flee?" Kousha had considered it, though he knew that despite their relative lack of global standing, he was currently no match for them. The trio was not restrained but quietly followed Peru and Gaka. Flanked by a dozen royal soldiers, they traversed the bustling streets, observing the throngs of people flowing like a tide beneath the glaring neon lights and the antique charm of the streets adorned with various banners. It was evident that the insurrection and rumors had not significantly impacted the royal city, that Cobra's charisma remained formidable. Gazing upon the grand circular highland ahead, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. It had been 7 years since his last visit. After approximately 10 minutes of walking, they arrived at a grand hall, a place Kousha recognized as the king's dining area, where he and Vivi had once indulged in stolen treats. At the entrance stood a familiar figure, easily recognizable despite the passage of time. His distinctive curly hair served as an unmistakable hallmark, and it also concealed his secret weapon, firearms hidden within each curl. This was the captain of the Royal Guard of Alabasta, who had once infiltrated the Baroque works alongside Vivi. "Kousha, long time no see." Kousha sighed. "Uncle Icolum, no need for pleasantries. The king awaits you inside. You may enter." Kousha nodded, signaling for Zhao Gang and Wang Tian to remain outside. Stepping through the door, he found the interior as plain, simplistic, and elegant as ever to a middle-aged man exuding a commanding presence, though appearing somewhat fatigued. With shoulder-length black hair interspersed with strands of white, was engrossed in a book. This was none other than the reigning king of Alabasta, Nefertali Cobra. Cobra set down his book and turned his gaze toward Kousha. "Ah, you've arrived, Your Majesty, King Cobra." Kousha began to compose himself, yet the term uncle remained unuttered. Once a child unrestrained by formality, he now thought, "It seems years have made us distant. You may still call me uncle." Kousha fell silent, at a loss for words in the presence of Cobra. The king was indeed ideal, loving his people above all, advocating that the kingdom was synonymous with its citizens. He was empathetic, always considering the welfare of his subjects before making decisions, earning him profound affection among the populace. "Please, take a seat. It has been years. You've grown. Unlike the mischievous child you once were, you've gained a measure of gallantry." The atmosphere grew somewhat oppressive. Although Cobra was benevolent and approachable, he radiated the undeniable aura of a king. "Your Majesty," Kousha was about to speak when Cobra gestured for silence. "What? Now that you've taken the helm of the rebellion, do you wish to disavow me as your uncle?" "Not at all, Your Majesty." "Still calling me that? Very well. Uncle it is." Cobra smiled contentedly as he poured a cup of tea for Kousha and filled his own. "In truth, I do not blame you for starting a rebellion, for I know that even if you had not, others would have that tea on me. It makes little difference." Cobra sipped his tea and continued, "From the moment you enter the royal city, Peru informed me that not forget his abilities. While he may be relatively unknown in terms of power, his reconnaissance skills are undoubtedly among the best in the world." Kousha pondered what Cobra truly meant. Perhaps he genuinely cared for his people, yet as a king, he must possess his own methods. "So, Uncle, have you summoned me here for a specific task? You have grown up alongside Vivi. I have watched you develop. I'm aware of the kind of person you are. For these past 3 days, Peru has been observing you, noting your attempts to gather information regarding Vivi." Cobra regarded Kousha thoughtfully, a smile playing upon his lips. "Indeed, it seems I cannot hide anything from you. Uncle, I actually came here on behalf of you. As for Vivi, she should be safe for the time being. My status is too sensitive. I sought Vivi's assistance to arrange this meeting with you." Cobra furrowed his brow slightly, sensing there was information he was unaware of. He had always been concerned for Vivi's safety. However, she insisted on helping. Thus he had sent Icolum along. Cobra studied Kousha with curiosity. "It seems you are in a rather unique situation." Kousha hesitated, torn over whether to divulge his knowledge. Vivi was not merely a remnant of the dwindling Sonda group. She was his childhood friend. And Kousha felt an instinctive urge to protect her. Should he disclose what he knew to Cobra? Considering the formidable strength of Crocodile, relying solely on himself would be futile. Perhaps enlightening Cobra on the delicate situation would facilitate subsequent arrangements. Noticing Kousha's contemplation, Cobra prompted, "Speak. What information do you possess? The ability to consolidate forces in Carterlia suggests you have some capability." Kousha lifted his teacup, took a sip, and steadied his nerves, feeling the commanding presence of Cobra slightly diminish. After a lengthy pause, he raised his gaze to meet Cobra's. "Are you familiar with Baroque works?" Cobra looked at Kousha with surprise. The information regarding Baroque works was highly obscure, had it not been for Icolum infiltrating alongside Vivi. Kousha would have remained entirely ignorant of the organization. Yet he knew little about its true nature. "Please elaborate." Baroque works possesses an exceptionally powerful background. Its leader, I believe you are familiar with him. Cobra lowered his head in contemplation. And after a long silence, he finally looked at Kousha. "Are you referring to the hero, Kousha gazed at Cobra in astonishment. Chapter 17. The Conspiracy of Crocodile. The very notion that Cobra could conceive of a hero surprised Kousha. In the original narrative of his past life, there was no such mention. After a moment of contemplation, he arrived at a realization. Cobra was not as simple as he appeared. The reason he seemed weak in the original text was due to Crocodile's intricate scheming, an elaborate 10-year plan, coupled with formidable strength, which placed him in an advantageous position, leaving Cobra with little recourse and thereby appearing rather mediocre. But one must ponder, throughout history, have any kings risen to power without complexity? Kousha cast a deep look at Cobra, suddenly experiencing an unfamiliar sensation. Do not regard me with such eyes. I am, after all, a king. This nation is undergoing some unknown events, and I am acutely aware of it. Otherwise, do you think I would permit Vivi to act recklessly? Cobra paused and added, moreover, I discreetly advised Icolum to accompany her. If what you say holds true, then they are indeed in grave danger. Kousha could not help but smile wryly. There is little immediate danger, uncle, but to speak frankly, even with the might of the entire nation, we may not stand a chance against that hero. Cobra's expression grew somber, an imperceptible aura of royalty seemingly lowering the temperature around them. After Kousha's thoughts became agile, he too felt a semblance of royal presence, enhanced by the conqueror's haki. A slight movement dispelled the chill entirely. Thus he remained unaffected. You know who this so-called hero is? Kousha nodded. You must have heard of him, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile. It is he. Cobra's countenance darkened. Well, if that were all, it would be one matter, but more crucially, he is the very architect of Alabastus drought. Are you certain? Absolutely. Cobra's heart fluctuated between light and shadow as he clenched his fists tightly. What had previously eluded him suddenly became crystal clear. The events of recent years intricately connected, revealing an enormous web of deceit. Observing Cobra's silence, lost in thought, Kousha resolved to elucidate the situation to prepare them for the future, preserving their strength for a potential confrontation with Crocodile. Once identity was established, everything would fall into place. Crocodile had been orchestrating his grand scheme for a long time, beginning 7 years ago. Not only did he exploit his devil fruit powers to plunge Alabasta into drought, but he also assumed the role of a superhero within the kingdom, manipulating public opinion and exonerating himself from suspicion of wrongdoing. The people hailed him as Alabasta's guardian deity, while the true protectors were Pel and Shaka. This was a case of faith substitution, a lethal tactic. Controlling the behavior of the populace is relatively easy, but manipulating their beliefs is a far more arduous task. The most vital element, the dance powder incident, had ensnared us all. This strategy won command. Firstly, it incited regional animosities within Alabasta, fostering a sense of inequality among the populace concerning their rights to survival, which could easily incite national unrest. Secondly, it rendered your benevolent actions appear hypocritical, leading to a crisis of credibility. Thirdly, it caused neighboring nations to overlook the insurrections within Alabasta, as dance powder would affect them too, being an illicit substance, thereby making Alabasta a target of scorn. I too was led to distrust you, uncle, because of this. Upon hearing Kousha's analysis, Cobra empathized and regarded Kousha with newfound admiration. Kousha, you truly deserve to lead the rebel forces. Today, you have impressed me profoundly. Do you believe we still have a chance? Kousha sighed in response. The tide has turned, the rebellion has begun, and the people's hearts have been lost. To stage a comeback from this abyss, one must undergo a rebirth. Kousha spoke plainly, even in his past life. Crocodile's plan had reached its later stages that time. Kousha had already unified all the rebel armies, awaiting a decisive battle with the royal forces, and if not for Luffy's intervention, it was evident that they would have been awaiting Crocodile's net to close around them. Currently, Kousha had only unified the territory of Kartaria, while the rest of the regions, save for the royal city, were still embroiled in rebellion, a situation that could not be changed. Even if the conflict between Kousha's rebels and the royal army were unlikely to erupt, how would they ultimately confront Crocodile? The so-called rebirth was merely gathering the nation's strength to confront Crocodile with all their might. Another option was to bide their time, waiting for Luffy to set sail 3 years hence. Though such thoughts were clearly not to be voiced, Cobra remained deep in contemplation, and after a long while, he slowly lifted his teacup, though it trembled slightly in his grasp. Crack! The teacup slipped from his hand and shattered upon the floor. Hearing the commotion, the guards, accompanied by Icolum, rushed in. "Your Majesty," Cobra waved his hand dismissively to, "I am fine. Merely a teacup has fallen. You may leave." Once everyone had exited, Cobra lifted the teapot once more. "Allow me." Kousha took the teapot and poured a cup for each of them. If Cobra had appeared middle-aged moments ago, he now seemed to have aged a decade, his face etched with worry. Had he been an ordinary strongman, Cobra would not have shown such vulnerability. However, he understood all too well that the Seven Warlords of the Sea were no trifling matter. Anyone encountering such a situation would likely feel a sense of helplessness. Having participated in numerous world meetings, Cobra was acutely aware that an opponent of the Seven Warlord caliber, willing to invest 7 years in such schemes, had motives that Kousha had articulated clearly. Moreover, unless the Seven Warlords inflicted overt harm upon the state, the world government was unlikely to intervene. Kousha felt a pang of concern for this king. It was impossible to claim he felt no emotion. More importantly, in 2 years, Cobra would fall victim to an assassination, and the blame would be absurdly placed upon the Revolutionary Army. Viewed from a divine perspective, it was utterly ludicrous, though such thoughts were not to be voiced. Cobra offered a bitter smile that I'd thought him merely an ordinary strongman. "Uncle, do not despair. Until the final moments, victory or defeat remains uncertain." Cobra rose and paced a few steps. If it were an ordinary person, the fear of a devil fruit user is well understood. It is indeed daunting. Cobra turned his gaze towards Kousha, as if struck by a sudden realization. The weariness in his demeanor dissipating. "That I have heard that you incapacitated everyone at the spider bar in an instant. Merely luck." "Luck?" Cobra chuckled suddenly, as if he had come to some understanding. "Since you are aware of certain matters, I have a request of you. Please, uncle, speak. Take good care of Vivi for me." Kousha looked at Cobra in surprise. "You need not regard me so. As of now, aside from the royal city of Alabasta, which remains under my control, the other regions are in revolt. The people's hearts have not yet completely turned against me. The next step may very well be directed at me, and with Crocodile's prowess, it would be exceedingly easy for him to deal with me. That it is far too dangerous for Vivi to remain here." Kousha hesitated. Would taking Vivi away provoke some butterfly effect that might alter her circumstances and ultimately affect the entire Alabasta? Yet, reflecting on his arrival, he wondered if some things had already begun to change imperceptibly. Vivi, if possible, Kousha preferred not to leave her in the Baroque works any longer. Chapter 18. Childhood Sweethearts, Princess Vivi. Cobra was not only a good monarch, but also a good father. "But I have not found Vivi. Have you forgotten? Icolum has been by Vivi's side. He will lead you to her." After a moment of contemplation, Kousha replied, "Do you truly trust me so?" "It is not a matter of trust in you, but trust in my own judgment." Kousha fell silent. "Very well, you may go. It has been a pleasure to see you today." Cobra waved his hand and turned away. Watching his uncle's retreating figure, Kousha bowed deeply. Cobra was a king worthy of respect. As Kousha reached the door, Cobra's voice echoed once more, "Be by the way, your father still believes in me. He tirelessly digs the earth day and night in search of water. I once sent someone to invite him to the royal city, but he declined. You should visit him when you have the chance." Kousha hesitated momentarily, remaining silent as he continued forward. Yet a glimmer of moisture flickered in his eyes, memories of his father gradually surfacing in his mind, that he recalled the time he traveled to the palace to question Cobra. His father having journeyed great distances to plead with King Cobra. By the time Kousha emerged, it was already afternoon. "You are out, Uncle Icolum. Let us go. I will take you to find Vivi." Seizing the opportunity, Kousha also instructed Zhao Gang and Wang Tian to return to the inn first. After Icolum changed into a different outfit, Kousha followed him as they made their way out of the circular palace, winding through the city. The Spider CF? Indeed, based on the information currently at hand, those associated with the Spider are fundamentally under the auspices of the Baroque Work Society. Vivi has already become an insider. And as for me, I am merely Vivi's subordinate. Vivi's ascension to an internal member was undoubtedly orchestrated by Crocodile. Otherwise, Kousha would dare to have his head twisted off. As this conversation unfolded, Icolum had already taken the lead into the SAF. Kousha followed closely behind, and sunlight streamed through the windows, casting a tranquil aura upon the walls, while the air was infused with the enticing aroma of coffee. "Vivi, look who has arrived." At that moment, the CAF was devoid of patrons, revealing a girl with flowing blue hair quietly seated in a corner. Standing approximately 1 meter 70 tall, she wore a cream-colored princess gown, the hem adorned with lace trimmings, embellished with exquisite aquamarine gemstones that sparkled under the light, rendering her exceptionally enchanting. That it was none other than the Princess of Alabasta, Nefertari Vivi. The last time they met seemed to be 6 years ago. Upon turning her head, Vivi first caught sight of Icolum, and then noticed a familiar figure, prompting her to gaze intently. "Kousha?" "Vivi," Kousha replied with a faint smile, though his heart quivered. In his previous life, Kousha was a reclusive individual, never having held a girl's hand, let alone having a girlfriend. For a homebody, 5 girls would suffice. As he observed Vivi calmly approaching, Kousha found himself rooted in place, only to be met with a sudden slap. Smack! The sound echoed throughout the CF. Kousha, taken aback, felt the sting of a slap on his face. This was not how the script was meant to unfold. And the next moment, he saw Vivi's formerly serene expression contort, her slender fingers pointing accusingly at him. "You traitor!" Tears streamed down Vivi's cheeks. In that instant, all of Kousha's emotions transformed into a surge of tenderness as he reached out to embrace Vivi. She struggled momentarily before collapsing into his arms, weeping. "Why did you betray us?" There didn't have to be any casualties. Kousha refrained from defending himself. At this juncture, any explanation would be futile. With 2 lifetimes of experience, he understood the ways of the world. When someone is enraged, no matter how eloquent your words, they will fall on deaf ears. Conversely, once the storm of emotions has passed, attempting to explain would yield little result. He gently patted Vivi's back. "I am sorry." The only response from Vivi was her soft sobs. Icolum stood silently to the side, merely serving as an unobtrusive presence. "Princess Vivi, Kousha has met with the king. The situation is not as you perceive it." Vivi gradually regained her composure and turned to Kousha. "Yes, that's so. Indeed. I have come to take you away. You cannot remain with the Baroque Work Society any longer." Vivi opened her mouth to protest, but was interrupted by Kousha's firm declaration. "This time, you will heed my counsel that I am the leader of the Shandia, and I will explain everything in due course." Vivi glanced at Icolum, who affirmed, "This is also the king's wish, Vivi. You need not worry." "Very well," Vivi acquiesced. With matters settled, Icolum suggested, "Let us return and bid farewell to the king tonight." Kousha gathered Zhao Gang and Wang Tian, and together with Vivi, Icolum made their way back to the circular palace. Seated around a table were Kousha, Vivi, Icolum, and Cobra. They recounted the events regarding Crocodile once more, and Vivi's anger was palpable. The reason for allowing Vivi to accompany Kousha to Katlia was twofold. First, for Vivi's safety. Second, to prevent unnecessary conflict between the royal army and the rebels. And third, to symbolize the alliance between the royal army and the rebels in their joint struggle against Crocodile. Listening to Cobra's words, Kousha sensed hidden meanings beneath the surface. That night, Kousha and Vivi shared a room, albeit dressed in their respective clothing, lying casually in the open-air chamber atop the terrace, gazing at the night sky. "We share a bond of pure friendship," Kousha remarked, as they recounted the events of the past few years. Upon hearing that the once vibrant Shandia had dwindled to only a few members, Vivi felt a wave of sadness wash over her. She also lamented the challenges Kousha faced in unifying Katlia, marveling at how much had transpired in just 6 years. Vivi began to share her own tale, expressing her belief that unseen forces were manipulating the nation from behind, detailing how she infiltrated the Baroque Work Society and gradually ascended to the rank of commander. Yet the information she had gathered felt superficial. Reflecting on it now seemed utterly laughable. As they conversed, they gradually drifted off to sleep. It was not until the following day that they stirred from their slumber, their gazes locking. Vivi reached out to touch the scar beneath Kousha's left eye. "Will this scar never fade? Why should it? It represents our bond and the honor of a man." Vivi chuckled softly. "Then you should keep it. Upon their emergence, Zhao Gang and Wang Tian had already finished their preparations and awaited them. In the distance, Cobra approached, accompanied by Icolum, Perlu, and Gaka. "Let Perlu accompany you," Cobra suggested. Observing Perlu's packed belongings, Kousha replied, "No need, uncle. You require manpower here more than we do. I have my own means." Cobra did not press the matter. After contemplating, Kousha added, "If possible, let Brother Perlu see us off. The power of the bird fruit should allow for swift travel. I also wish to visit my father." Perlu nodded in agreement. "All right. However, it seems we cannot accommodate so many passengers. I can fly with at most 2 people." Casting a wary glance at Zhao Gang and Wang Tian, Kousha thought, after all, he had watched Vivi grow up. What were these two thinking, wanting to ride along? Kousha understood Perlu's implication and suggested, "Perhaps you two should remain here and await orders." The duo fell silent. Chapter 19. Kousha's father, the majestic Dato. Life is insignificant, akin to a grain of golden sand in the desert. Hardly noticeable, yet life is also grand, like a radiant luminous pearl of the night, invaluable beyond measure. At this moment, Kousha and Vivi were gazing down upon the terrain of Alabasta, the vast desert, and the desolate sandy sea. After flying over the St. Dora River ahead, they would reach Yuba in another hour. This place had once been the trading hub of western Alabasta and a former oasis, now regrettably reduced to mere aridity. As Perlu flapped his wings, he engaged the two in conversation. Alabasta is primarily divided into eastern and western regions, separated by the river known as the St. Dora. The east comprises the royal city of Alyabarna, Kousha's stronghold Katlia, and the port city of Canola. The west includes the erstwhile trading center Yuba, the desiccated city of Aluma, and Alabasta's dream city, now the base of Crocodile, rain-based. As they drew closer to Yuba, the city's visage became clearer. The once thriving oasis had vanished, leaving behind only cracked earth and weathered buildings. Vivi felt a pang of nostalgia. I used to come here often as a child. It was surrounded by lush oases, bustling with merchants. Now, it has become this. "Everything will be all right," Kousha reassured her. Upon landing, Perlu set Kousha and Vivi down, transforming back into human form. There were scarcely any people in sight. The trio quickly donned disguises, covering their faces with cloth, leaving only their eyes exposed. Fortunately, the strong winds and sands in the area would prevent them from drawing attention. Their current predicament necessitated discretion. After wandering around, they encountered a few gaunt individuals. Their skin parched, clearly suffering from prolonged dehydration and malnutrition. Kousha's father was well known in this area. He had tirelessly dug for underground water for 6 long years without yielding any results. Yet he had not given up hope. After inquiring casually, locals kindly pointed the way, demonstrating the friendliness of Alabasta's people. "You mean Uncle Dato? He's just over there, 300 meters ahead. Turn right and climb over that sand dune," a middle-aged man indicated. Kousha, without hesitation, produced several hundred berries. The man shook his head in refusal and "Onid. What we lack is not berries." Upon hearing this, Kousha offered his water flask to the middle-aged man. "Thank you." The middle-aged man did not refuse this time. Instead, making a gesture of gratitude, 0.5 minutes later, the three climbed over a hill, their bodies drenched in sweat. The sky was devoid of clouds, with a blazing sun overhead and not a whisper of wind. In the distance, they spotted a figure, filthy and seated on a sand dune with a shovel in hand, seemingly resting. As they drew closer, the image of this inexpensive father, a stubborn old man much like himself, evoked in Kousha a sense of respect. Kousha's father, Dato, was inconspicuous in the original narrative, merely an ordinary villager, yet he harbored a relentless desire to save this nation, willing to contribute his share even in the direst moments of urban crisis. Upon nearing, Kousha realized that the so-called sand dune was but the earth excavated from a well, now resembling a small hill, beside which lay a deep pit, at least several dozen meters down, an endeavor accomplished solely by a man in his 60s. Unbeknownst to him, Kousha's nominal father appeared considerably more imposing. Dato gazed at the three, approaching him with a look of confusion. "Who are you?" Kousha dropped the rag he was holding. As Dato recognized Kousha's face, he was momentarily rendered speechless, his entire body trembling with emotion. "You little rascal, You still remember to come back," he exclaimed, picking up the shovel and swinging it towards Kousha. "What are you doing, old man?" At his nearly 60 years of age, Dado could hardly strike Kousha, who effortlessly caught the shovel. When he turned to look at Dado, he noticed the old man's face was streaked with tears. Dado dropped the shovel and began to scold Kousha, spitting words in a flurry. "How have I raised you? The king is such a good person. Look at what you've done. You ran off to join the rebels. It's just a bit of gossip. I assent it. At my age, what have I not seen? Why can't you see the truth?" Dado scolded for over 10 minutes while Kousha listened quietly, observing as Dado's throat grew dry from his tirade. Yet, inexplicably, Kousha felt a warmth in his heart. Though not a single kind word was spoken, there was warmth nonetheless. In his previous life, Kousha had been orphaned, never having experienced such feelings. Hastily, he reached for his water flask, only to remember he had given it to someone else. "I have some here." Wei Wei thoughtfully offered her flask. "Old man," Kousha had initially intended to call him father but stumbled and ended up calling him old man. "You should rest for a moment. Things aren't as you think. Just look, who asked this?" Kousha pointed to Wei Wei. Wei Wei removed her veil, feeling as though she were a daughter-in-law meeting her father-in-law, her cheeks flushing crimson. And she couldn't help but mutter, "What am I thinking?" "Hello, uncle." Upon hearing the term old man, Dado pretended to strike again. But when he turned to Wei Wei, he was left speechless in astonishment. "But why you Princess Wei Wei?" "It's me, uncle." Kousha noticed his father's expression had brightened considerably, which brought him joy. "Then let us not linger here any longer. Let us head home." "All right, uncle." Wei Wei took Dado's arm and moved forward, engaging him in conversation while casting a playful glance back at Kousha. Perlu, standing nearby, spoke up slowly. "Uncle Dado is truly a man worthy of respect." Kousha silently followed behind, observing Perlu. "Brother Perlu, am I really your biological son?" Perlu appeared deep in thought, pondering seriously. "Damn." Kousha was at a loss for words, merely expressing a sentiment and attempting a jest, yet he was met with silence. That evening, Kousha and the others did not leave. They gathered around a bonfire, gazing up at the starry sky. Kousha recounted the events of recent years, detailing the lives he had witnessed, the unification of Kateria, and how its citizens were liberated from the ravages of war. This time, Dado did not scold Kousha. Instead, he looked at him and said, "Your mother left early, and I couldn't keep you in check as a child. Now that you've grown, think of those around you when you take action. Take care of yourself so that you may do useful things in the future." Dado also shared his experiences from the past few years, revealing not only his efforts in digging wells, but also his attempts to mitigate the desertification of Yuba. Though they often ended in failure, the number of villagers willing to help dwindled, and nearly all the plants previously cultivated had perished. "Don't worry, I will resolve these matters in the future," Kousha declared. "You should focus on yourself, you rebel." In the face of his father's harsh words, Kousha merely smiled. Chapter 20. Return to Kateria in the dead of night. Kousha strolled alone under the starry sky, marveling at the diamonds twinkling on this grand stage, at times resembling neon lights, radiating boundless brilliance, an unstoppable display of splendor. "Hey, Kousha!" A sweet, playful voice suddenly called from behind, and without needing to turn around, he knew it was Wei Wei. "Why aren't you asleep?" "I can't sleep. There's chaos everywhere now that I truly hope to see no one get hurt. After all, they are all citizens." Kousha couldn't help but smile. "Wherever there are people, there are grievances. Where there are grievances, there's a world of intrigue. And where there's a world of intrigue, there will be death. Not to mention war." "Wei Wei, I understand your thoughts. You are a princess, bearing the grave responsibility of defending the nation. You have cherished peace since childhood and detest unnecessary warfare. Your strong character is coupled with a sense of duty. However, war results in death." Wei Wei fell silent, though she understood some truths. The two found a stone to sit upon. The shooting star traced a silver line across the night sky, as if seeking the most beautiful future in the world. "Look at that shooting star. It fades in an instant, and no matter how dazzling, it is merely the dust of history." Wei Wei slowly leaned on Kousha's shoulder. "But as long as we have tried, even if we fail in the end, at least we won't regret it in the future." Kousha looked at Wei Wei, who was simultaneously gazing at him. Oh, you agree. Kousha, however, felt indifferent. Reality was far crueler than fantasy, and Weiwei's thoughts were akin to mere illusions. Yet, she clearly understood this, yet still wished to act, simply not wanting anyone to suffer harm. Weiwei gradually rested her head on Kousha's shoulder. Kousha, can you promise me something? What is it? In the future, if there comes a day, don't harm my father. Kousha pulled Weiwei closer. Silly girl, what are you saying? Nothing, just saying it casually. A moment of silence fell over them as they entered a brief tranquility. Kousha was unsure whether to deem Weiwei foolish or wise. She saw through so much, yet still clung to such foolishness. But speaking of which, if they truly defeated Crocodile and unified all the rebels, it would indeed be a showdown between the king's army and the insurgents. Kousha, do you know? I once embarked on a brief adventure, a journey across the dark ocean in search of despair. Kousha listened quietly. After leaving Alabasta, I realized the vastness of the ocean, where numerous incredible yet vibrant islands lay, home to creatures I had never seen before in unexpected landscapes. The music of the waves sometimes calmed, as if imbued with a hint of melancholy, gently flowing away. At times, it surged fiercely, seeming to tear apart fragile thoughts. Laughing loudly, a smile flickered across Weiwei's cheeks. In the midst of a dark storm, I encountered a small boat. That boat indicated to me. Do you see those lights? Even when faced with darkness, that boat never lost its way. It was an incredible vessel. It danced across the towering waves, and even against the current and wind, it pressed onward. Then it would raise its finger and exclaim, "Look, there is light." Although history would soon deem this light an illusion, to me, it was real. Weiwei's voice grew fainter, and when Kousha turned to look, he found she had slowly fallen asleep, murmuring something inaudible. Kousha was fortunate to cradle Weiwei in his arms. The little girl slept soundly, even nudging closer to him. Time passed, and the horizon began to glow with the first light of dawn. The girl in his arms stirred slightly, then opened her large eyes. Remembering the events of the previous night, she felt warmth spread to her neck. Appearing exceedingly adorable, Weiwei's slight movement startled Kousha awake, and he suddenly opened his eyes. Their gazes locked. I'm sorry. I accidentally dozed off. Weiwei quickly extricated herself from Kousha's embrace and dashed towards a nearby house. Hey, don't run so fast. It's not like you've never slept before. But Weiwei only picked up her pace. Before long, the day had brightened significantly, and Kousha and the others could no longer linger. Old man, come with me. It's not safe here anymore. Weiwei chimed in. Yes, uncle, staying here alone is quite precarious, and digging for water is nearly impossible. Perlu also wished to add a word, acknowledging that Uncle Dado was indeed a man deserving of respect. Yet he thought, if the princess couldn't persuade him, what use was his own words? As expected, Dado shook his head. Sigh, I'm not going to. I believe I'll be able to find water, and there will be plenty of it. Seeing that persuasion was futile, Kousha refrained from further discussion and visited the few villagers nearby, asking them to keep an eye on the old man. Take care, old fellow. Hurry along now, he urged, waving goodbye. Kousha then climbed onto the back of Perlu, who had transformed into a magnificent bird. With a slight exertion, Perlu took off, soaring high into the sky within moments, slicing through the air that looked at the diminishing silhouette, his eyes glistening with moisture. Take care. To save time, they arrived at the border of Katlia that very afternoon, where distant views of some houses and city walls could be seen, particularly the towering 18-story building that dominated the skyline. Kousha explained, the tallest one is my secret base. Perlu cast a glance. Can that even be called a secret? Yet it certainly looks dazzling. After a while, Kousha requested, Perlu, please let us off here. I haven't had the chance to explore Katlia properly since its unification. Perlu flapped his wings a couple of times, returning to human form. I'll pass. I need to make haste. The king can't afford to be without eyes. Kousha offered no further thanks, but bid him farewell. Perlu swiftly took flight once more. Let us go, Vivi. Your identity is rather special, so keep your veil up. All right. Upon reaching the city gate, the patrolling soldiers casually inquired and then permitted their passage. This was unavoidable. The regulations were still not well established, and the old systems from the past were entirely inapplicable now. Kousha held Vivi's hand as they strolled along the street, Surrounding them were faces of varying ages, some aged, some youthful, some worldly wise, while carriages clattered and people flowed like a river. Nearby, the penetrating calls of vendors could be heard, occasionally accompanied by the distant whinny of a horse. Although Katlia had seen its share of turmoil recently, it was evident that life had returned to some semblance of normalcy after a few days' absence, dispelling the prior atmosphere of desolation. Just as Kousha was preparing to lead Vivi to the military camp, a commotion erupted ahead. "What do you think you're doing? Do you know who I am? That's not our concern. Orders came from above. Even if you're the king of heaven, if you've committed a crime, you'll answer for it." At the station, first 5 soldiers from the enforcement team, armed with an assortment of weapons, including revolvers and iron rods, were visible. Chapter 21. A sudden gunshot incident. Kousha glanced at Vivi beside him, feeling a touch of embarrassment. The enforcement officers who had once surrounded him in the royal city were all armed with rifles, specifically flintlock guns. Now, looking at this motley assortment, he couldn't help but wonder how Kaibi had arranged such a setup. In the world of pirates, firearm control was notably strict. Despite both pirates and the Navy possessing weapons, the Navy maintained standardized arms, while the pirates wielded a hodgepodge of weaponry, whose origins were often dubious, with ordinary citizens having almost none. Thus, for civilian organizations such as a rebel army, resources were scant, and merely gathering a uniformed enforcement team was quite an achievement. As he pondered this, a scuffle broke out among the crowd. Kousha furrowed his brow. Was someone resisting arrest? Bang! A gunshot rang out unexpectedly. Chaos ensued, but Kousha remained calm. Observing from a distance point, one of the enforcement officers was struck in the abdomen. The assailant, caught in the middle, was instantly knocked to the ground, his weapon snatched away by another. "Just wait, you little soldiers dare to treat me like this. Damn it, you, let me kill him." Another, seemingly their leader, shouted, "Don't be rash. The new laws have only been in effect for a few days. Don't be the first to stick your neck out. Just take him back." Seeing his subordinates fuming, the leader quickly added, "Xiao Luo, Xiao and I, you two hurry and take him to the medical room. See if he can be saved." The two hurriedly fashioned a makeshift stretcher from a piece of cloth and 2 wooden poles and began to carry the injured away. The leader turned to the last remaining squad member. "Let us take him back and see what the chief has to say. If it were up to me, I'd just kill him. People like this make me sick." Although he said this, the soldiers still followed the leader, escorting the prisoner towards the station. By now, most of the crowd had dispersed. Unlike the past, there were fewer thrill-seekers willing to risk their lives for a spectacle. Kousha's expression darkened. He had recently spent several days in meetings with Kaibi, and under the new law, resisting arrest was a grave offense, not to mention directly injuring an enforcement officer, which could warrant execution. Encountering such an incident so soon after his return ignited Kousha's fury. Sensing Kousha's displeasure, Vivi linked her arm with his. "Let us not make any decisions until we understand what's happening." Kousha nodded, guiding Vivi towards the military district. Due to time constraints, military and political operations had yet to fully separate and were still conducted in the same location, requiring further time to establish. Spotting figures ahead, Vivi's cheeks flushed, and she subconsciously released Kousha's hand. As they entered the military district, the soldiers on either side promptly saluted. "Commander," Kousha casually pointed to one and instructed, "Summon Minister Kaibi to the base conference room." "Yes." Kousha continued walking towards the Red Alert base with Vivi, where soldiers saluted them as they passed, and they encountered several units training in orderly formations. Vivi walked beside Kousha, somewhat astonished by the soldiers' impressive demeanor. Although their combat abilities were unknown, their spirit and appearance far surpassed those of the Royal Guard. "Kousha, are these your rebel forces? Who else could they be?" "Impressive. They rival the Royal Guard. Did you train them?" "Sort of." In no time, they reached the entrance of the base building, where security was tight, with guards every few steps. It was clear that this was a military stronghold. Vivi gazed at the grand structure before her, overwhelmed by its magnificence and scale. Upon entering, the familiar sound of synthesized electronic greetings echoed in her ears. "Welcome home, Commander." Kousha paid it no mind. The once spacious first and second floors of the base were now bustling with activity. Mainly administrative work was in progress, processing various information and data. Prior to the base's establishment, everything was recorded by hand in notebooks. Kousha had invested considerable effort to teach the staff how to use computer-like devices. Those who could access this area were trusted veterans. Individuals like Ferrari, Kaibi, Xiaogue, and Eric had been granted permissions to access the first and second floors on his behalf, as Kousha walked through. He was greeted by many, though he was not familiar with most, many being newly promoted. Vivi entered the elevator behind him, marveling at the scenes before her, finding it somewhat surreal. She had visited naval bases before, but none had such splendor. In the elevator, Kousha summoned a holographic projection, sliding and tapping on it, ultimately unlocking permissions for Vivi. Of course, this access only allowed her to move around the base building and operate some basic equipment. These were merely superficial privileges, appearing dazzling on the surface. The true core of the Red Alert base consisted of various high-tech structures and recruitment systems, which, aside from Commander Kousha, no one else could operate or be granted access. Even if permissions could be granted, Kousha would never disclose such information. It was his greatest secret. They finally reached the 18th floor. Vivi was particularly curious about this place, especially seeing Kousha manipulating the air around him. Although she noticed various blinking indicators, she had no idea what they represented. Having heard of various technologies, such as the sea train of the Water City and the scientific military forces of the German Kingdom, she was aware of the unmatched technological prowess possessed by such nations. As she wandered around, examining every corner, she couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration that I never expected such beautiful architecture to exist here. What do you think? It's splendid. If you like it, you can stay here. Vivi's face flushed. Who would want to live here? Kousha then familiarized Vivi with the basic operation of the facilities, such as the projector and gym. Feeling that the time was about right, and wanted to give Kaibi ample time to learn the details of the situation, Kousha trusted that Kaibi would not engage in any illegal activities. Let us go. Today's events have truly infuriated me. Let us find out what's going on. Kaibi had already been waiting in the conference room, having received reports of the day's shooting incident from his subordinates. The implications of this event were dire. Only a few days into the new policy, and someone was already stirring trouble. This is just asking for trouble. A bunch of useless fools, Kaibi grumbled. Just then, the door swung open. Upon seeing Vivi beside Kousha, Kaibi excitedly jumped up. Big brother, you brought Vivi back. Kaibi, it's been a while. Vivi smiled warmly. Ahem, let us keep it serious. We can catch up later. 3 individuals settled into their seats. Kousha turned to Kaibi and said, do not wear such a glum expression. This incident transpired under your supervision. Although it may not be directly tied to you, it is still your responsibility to provide an explanation to the public. Chapter 22. The origin of the incident. Kaibi could not help but smile sheepishly, inwardly cursing his subordinates for their incompetence. After collecting his thoughts, he slowly began to speak. The individual apprehended is named Joss, who forcibly engaged in relations with a woman named Winnie. Tragically, during their struggle, Winnie lost her life. Kousha furrowed his brow. This is utterly outrageous. Wei Wei could not contain her indignation. Kaibi continued, this is merely the catalyst for the events that unfolded. Winnie was a woman of humble origins residing in the southern city. Due to the war, both of her parents perished. From our investigations, it became clear that she was known for her kindness, and her neighbors held her in high regard. Upon learning of her demise, many came forward to report that multiple witnesses could attest to Joss's frequent harassment of Winnie. After taking a sip of water, Kaibi added, the Southern City Public Security Bureau acted swiftly upon receiving the reports and apprehended Joss. However, the bureau chief turned out to be Joss's father. Consequently, after a few days of detention, he was released. Many individuals who had benefited from Winnie's kindness were incensed upon hearing this and sought an explanation, yet they never even laid eyes on Joss. Eventually, in desperation, they escalated the matter to the Northern City Public Security Bureau. Upon learning of the situation, Captain Yuhu immediately led a team to arrest Joss, which culminated in today's incident. Kousha, upon hearing this, was filled with rage. Although he did not consider himself a paragon of virtue, he certainly was not a villain. Moreover, the chief of the Southern City Public Security Bureau was utterly incompetent. At the Northern City Public Security Bureau headquarters, in a confinement room, Joss glared at his inept son. repeatedly tapping his finger on Joss's forehead. "Are you foolish or what?" As he observed his son's nonchalant demeanor, his voice grew louder. "Are you really that dim-witted? This is a critical period for the reformation of Cartelia. Any minor issue could cost you your life." Joss, feeling helpless, replied, "Oh, come on, Dad. Are you serious? It's just one death. With your position as chief, you could easily contain this." Jobs, infuriated, took a couple of sips of tea. "Are you really that stupid?" If this matter had not spread, it could have been suppressed, but now it has reached the northern city and may very well have circulated throughout all of Cartelia. How can it be contained now? How did I end up with such a fool for a son? "Dad, how can you say that?" Joss replied, looking aggrieved. "When you had me detained, it was to make a statement to the outside world. But look at you. The moment you were released, you flaunted yourself outside that I told you to stay home for a few days, and it would have blown over. But look at what you've done. In broad daylight, shooting at law enforcement officers. This could lead to a death sentence. Dad, it's not as serious as you make it out to be. The guy isn't dead. It was just an accident." Jobs, exasperated, struggled to catch his breath. "From this day forth, you are not to leave this place. If I can't go, then I want to." Jobs, now 36, had joined Kousha's army 6 months prior. Being a native of Cartelia, he was familiar with the area and had earned considerable merit, which led to Kaibi promoting him. Although Kaibi was younger, Jobs did not underestimate him and approached his duties diligently. Reflecting on the fact that his son was only 16, Jobs felt a pang of sorrow. He had but this one child. After an hour of incessant lecturing in the confinement room, Jobs resolved to find a solution. Upon exiting, he headed straight for the office of the Northern City Bureau Chief. "How is old Joe faring? Have you seen your son?" A plump middle-aged man named Mark inquired. He was of similar age to Jobs, but had been with Kousha's army since its inception, thus earning the status of an elder. "Oh, let us not even discuss it, that you're well aware of my son's situation. I'm not trying to criticize you, Joe, but your son's actions may prove difficult to navigate." Jobs inhaled deeply and implored, "Old Mark, I beg for your assistance. If you can help me this time, my entire family will be grateful, and I will repay you with my life." Mark quickly interrupted. "Joe, let us not go there. Given our shared experiences in battle, I will assist you, but this matter is indeed quite complicated. Regardless, I appreciate it." Mark continued, "This incident has escalated far too much. Shooting at law enforcement officers in public has caught the attention of Minister Kaibi, and it may be impossible to conceal. What are we to do?" Jobs felt a surge of panic. "Here is the plan. You return home, that I have some connections in the eastern and western districts. I will speak to them that if I can persuade them, we will jointly plead for leniency. You must also put on a show of cooperation, especially your son." "Thank you. If we can save my son's life, I will be at your service for anything in the future." Shortly after Jobs departed, Captain Yu entered the room. "Chief, do you truly intend to assist him? Is he worth your effort?" It was evident that Captain Yu was a person of strong principles. "Xiao Yu, we don't understand. Helping someone is one thing, but whether we can resolve the matter is another. Given the nature of Kousha's leadership, it is highly likely that Joss will not survive this." Yu nodded silently in agreement. Meanwhile, Kousha and Kaibi had concluded their meeting and were nearing noon, heading out for lunch with Weiwei. Kousha served Weiwei a portion of food and turned to Kaibi. "Kaibi, this matter involves a bureau chief, so I entrust its resolution entirely to you. Do not hold back. We must establish the proper ethos. Remember, in times of chaos, harsh measures are necessary." "Understood, brother. Furthermore, Weiwei's identity is rather sensitive. Only our Shasha group should be privy to it." Kaibi nodded in acknowledgement. After lunch, Kousha took Weiwei on a tour of the military camp, outlining some of the new regulations. Following this, Kaibi rushed to the hospital to visit the injured law enforcement officer. At this time, the hospital was merely a slightly better maintained small building, as the medical conditions in the world of pirates were exceedingly limited. Although skilled medical practitioners existed, a comprehensive healthcare system was virtually non-existent. Fortunately, the officer's injuries were not life-threatening. Otherwise, survival under the current conditions would have been highly unlikely. Kaibi provided some instructions on ensuring the patient received proper care. Then, he promptly redirected his course towards the Northern City Police Department, accompanied by 2 Red Alert soldiers and several newly trained warriors. Upon arriving at the Northern City Police Department, he was met by the 4 bureau chiefs, all of whom Kaibi had personally promoted. Kaibi quickly deduced the situation and smiled wryly. Chapter 23. Wei Wei and the Shasha group. Without acknowledging the individuals before him, Kaibi strode straight into the conference room, flanked by the 2 red alert soldiers. During this period, Kaibi had been preoccupied with matters concerning Cartelia. He was now not only the mayor of Cartelia, but also the political minister of the entire Kousha army, leaving him quite overwhelmed. His responsibilities extended beyond the establishment of the 4 police bureaus. He was also involved in daily organization, discipline, promotions, and appointments. Upon entering the conference room, Kaibi took his seat at the head of the table, waiting for the others to settle before speaking. Well, it seems you have all matured during this time. I've been too busy to oversee things, and I entrusted the positions of the 4 bureau chiefs to you due to your relative seniority, stability, and familiarity with Cartelia. At this point, Kaibi could no longer contain his frustration and banged the table forcefully. Bang! The others exchanged apprehensive glances, hesitant to speak. Though Kaibi was younger, none dared to underestimate him. He had taken as many lives as they had. Having held a leadership position for an extended period, Kaibi possessed a unique presence and methods. Yet, what kind of affairs have you been managing? The son of a bureau chief engages in sexual assault, and law enforcement officers are shot at .d. You comprehend the gravity of these offenses. Each of these is a capital crime. There is a saying by our leader Kousha, in times of chaos, severe punishment is necessary. The room fell silent. Job's eyes reddened, and he suddenly knelt. Chief, it is all my fault. I failed as a father. I implore you to spare his life, considering my past contributions. The remaining 3 bureau chiefs quickly echoed. Indeed, Minister, Jobs has served honorably in the past. We too cannot bear to see him suffer. For our sake, please grant leniency for his son. Seeing Jobs' demeanor, which seemed to age him a decade, stirred the hearts of those present, as they had fought alongside him and shared in the bloodshed. Kaibi sighed inwardly. He too wished to extend mercy, but such leniency would be perilous, especially as the news had already spread like wildfire throughout the city. If word got out that Joss was spared, the prestige and reputation established by Kousha's army would be utterly obliterated. Even without Kousha's words, Kaibi understood the gravity of the situation. After contemplating, he sighed and remarked, "This matter has escalated beyond my control. You all must be aware of its seriousness, as rumors have already spread wildly outside." I could see that moment. Jobs bowed deeply once again, saying nothing more. "I implore you, Minister." Kaibi pondered for a long while before devising a plan. That I do have a strategy, albeit one fraught with peril. Jobs seemed to grasp a glimmer of hope. "Please, share it." Kaibi continued, "Such matters must certainly be publicly adjudicated. However, if you can persuade the onlookers to plead for Joss, there may yet be a sliver of hope for him." Jobs, after a brief moment of thought, acquiesced, deeming it a makeshift solution. The other 3 directors exchanged glances, internally acknowledging the cleverness of the plan. As the saying goes, those in power are often blinded, while bystanders see clearly. If it were to be made public, it would be tantamount to a death sentence. Ensnared in his predicament, Jobs was solely focused on rescuing his son, almost resorting to desperate measures. If Joss's misdeeds were the sole incident, they might have dismissed it, but should further heinous acts come to light, there would be no salvation. "I will grant you some time. Move about as you wish, but the execution will take place by tomorrow morning at the latest." With that, Kaibi strode away. "Thank you, Minister." Jobs expressed his gratitude from afar. Kousha wandered about with Vivi, browsing and purchasing a few garments until nightfall, before returning to the headquarters. The vast base was now deserted, exuding an air of emptiness. Vivi had initially been reluctant to return to the base with Kousha, for they had both matured since their earlier days. Kousha, having lived 2 lives, was no longer the naive boy from his past. He firmly took Vivi back to the 18th floor of the base, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Just 14 years of age, Vivi bore the weight of the Empire's future on her slender shoulders. Kousha, not yet 18, had already risen to the rank of a military leader. He couldn't help but reflect on the past, recalling the ancient adage that spoke of early maturity, akin to the marriage ages in the world of pirates. In the original work, Vivi was urged into marriage at 18 by Cobra. Charlotte Bryn, the 35th daughter of the 4 Emperor Big Mom, was betrothed at 15 and wed Sanji by 16. To Scarlet became engaged at 16 and bore Rebecca by 19. Oh, the unfortunate old society. As Kousha lay beside Vivi in the open-air bedroom, gazing at the star-studded sky, he lost track of time. Eventually, Vivi fell asleep unnoticed. Kousha opened one eye, gently wrapped his arms around her waist, and, lifting her in a princess carry, brought her into the inner room. He held her quietly, gradually succumbing to slumber himself. Kousha acknowledged that his feelings for Vivi were far from insincere. However, he was not a beast, just a teenager in modern times. Struggling to accept such emotions, perhaps it was best to simply nurture these feelings for now, as a slight thrill coursed through him. The next day, at the Red Alert Direct Troops Training Center, the soldiers there were meticulously trained by the Red Alert Army, distinctly different from other miscellaneous troops. Their weapons and uniforms were all in order, though the downside was their limited numbers and an exceedingly strict elimination system. At ease, stand at attention, right face, forward march. The soldiers advanced in perfect unison, counting in rhythm. The chief instructor, one of the Red Alert soldiers, noted that only 400 soldiers had been trained due to their limited numbers. 2 remained with Cobra for assistance, while the others were tasked with protecting Eric. Kousha, Kaibi, and Ferrari lagged behind in the ranks, while the girl, Little Turtle, was allowed to sleep in, given her logistical role, unneeded on the front lines. Kaibi, panting heavily, expressed his frustration. I find it unfair. Why must I run here daily while Little Turtle sleeps in? I'm a civilian. According to regulations, I won't have many opportunities to see battle in the future. Ferrari chuckled. Haha, why complain? That's just how it is for you, being a man. Kousha interjected. Humph. A couple of amateurs. If not for you 2 deadweights, I would have already finished this, Kaibi and Ferrari retorted in unison. Scram. Kousha laughed and dashed off. During idle moments, Kousha, Kaibi, Ferrari, Little Turtle, and Eric shared a camaraderie that transcended hierarchy, engaging in playful banter, as they were the best of friends, alongside Vivi, the last remaining members of the former Sand Pirates. Chapter 24. Chaos at the execution ground. After leaving, Kousha approached the Red Alert soldier. Commander, he saluted with precision. The soldier's name was Luo Phone. Kousha gestured towards the 4 platoons of soldiers, asking, How? Is their training progressing? Not bad. Thankfully, most have seen combat, though they struggle with coordination, and many of the fundamental elements remain unmastered. Get to the point. Kousha interjected. Certainly. The crux is that they still have some distance to cover before reaching the mobilization level. With another month of training, they may reach that standard. Continue the training, Kousha commanded. The term mobilization troops refers to the lowest tier in Red Alert, akin to militia, not even qualifying as regular forces. Turning away, Kousha couldn't help but twitch his lips. Could it be that my former subordinates were incapable of even reaching the mobilization standard? No wonder only 8 Red Alert soldiers managed to take down Myers' stronghold. Upon returning to the top level of the base, Kousha found Vivi already awake, dressed in a brand new light blue dress that accentuated her delicate figure, her features resembling those of a porcelain doll. Kousha found himself momentarily entranced, though devoid of any indecent intentions. He simply admired her beauty. Do I look good? Vivi asked, twirling in place. So, how do you expect me to compliment you? The moment the words left his mouth, Kousha regretted them. Lamenting his lack of romantic experience, he quickly corrected himself. Can you spin around again for me to take a better look? Vivi paused, then complied, spinning once more. Have you seen enough? Kousha suddenly shut his eyes. Vivi's expression darkened. Do you think I'm ugly? Why are you closing your eyes? Kousha's mind raced to formulate an appropriate response, recalling various comedic sketches and internet phrases from his past life. After a long pause, he finally blurted, I'm afraid to open my eyes. I want to feel the moment with my eyes closed. Vivi was speechless. What nonsense is this? Opening my eyes could easily enchant you. Initially harboring her own mischievous thoughts, her face turned crimson upon hearing his words. Just as she was at a loss for words, a series of ringing interrupted them. Ding, 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 ding. The internal base phone rang, as they lacked modern mobile technology. The phone resembled a walkie-talkie. Big brother, Joss is being taken to the execution ground. Do you wish to attend? It was Kaibi's voice. Yes, I'll be there shortly. Though Kaibi was the officer in charge, the matter affected military discipline. And Kousha felt it necessary to step in and rally the spirits of the people. Vivi did not accompany him to the execution ground, content to find little turtle to play with instead. It was perhaps best for a girl to avoid such grim scenes. Despite Vivi's likely previous encounters with them, I could see this moment. The execution ground was already packed to capacity, due to Jobs' frantic pleas for mercy. Word of the situation had spread far and wide. Tragically, not only did Joss fail to earn the public's forgiveness, but numerous other scandals also emerged, igniting a fervor among the populace. Those who had previously dared not voice their anger now clamored for justice. And the situation became increasingly chaotic. As Kousha and Kaibi arrived on the scene, they were met with this tumultuous spectacle that Kaibi's expression grew cold. How could it have escalated to this? This is rapidly turning into a public outcry, a matter beyond my control. The principle of not disturbing the populace was a steadfast rule within the military. Kousha ascended the platform with deliberate steps. The two fully armed red alert soldiers sensed his presence and stood at attention, while the other two continued training the soldiers. An air of authority emanated from him, creating an unspoken pressure that enveloped the crowd. This was the aura of a ruler. Upon seeing Kousha, the crowd gradually quieted. I have heard all your words since the inception of my Kousha army. What have I fought for? In pursuit of a morsel of sustenance, we stand for the people. Prior to the uprising, we too were but humble citizens. Yet today, what have I witnessed? Speak to me. Kousha's gaze swept over the rebel forces and then over the common folk. Silence enveloped the scene. All were rendered mute by his formidable presence. I decree that from this moment forth, any citizen who has experienced an affront at the hands of my army, regardless of the nature of the grievance, shall be dealt with without leniency. Kousha fixed his penetrating stare upon the crowd for a prolonged moment. No one dared to utter a word, the populace gripped by fear, for he was indeed one of the insurgents. Big brother, is this truly permissible? Finally, a small girl voiced her concern. Kousha approached her slowly, playfully pinching her small nose. Of course. The girl pointed at a soldier guarding the execution grounds, exclaiming him, I shall never forget. My mother was taken by him. Upon hearing this, the soldier fell into a flurry of panic. Chief, do not heed her fabrications. I am innocent. Kousha raised an eyebrow and replied, Rest assured, if your claims are unfounded, I shall ensure your safety. He then turned to a nearby guard, commanding, Take him away for interrogation. Unexpectedly, the guard drew a pistol, aiming it at the surroundings, spinning around. Chief, do not force my hand. A gunshot rang out, and the soldier collapsed, a gaping wound appearing on his forehead, blood oozing forth. Shockwaves rippled through the crowd. The chief is serious. Immediately, many began to point fingers, fortunate that the majority of the soldiers were honorable. With only a few being swiftly subdued, additional citizens fell to their knees, pleading, Please grant us justice. My son was unjustly imprisoned and perished without explanation. Recently, soldiers burst into my home and robbed us, even assaulting me before my husband. Suddenly, gunfire erupted among the citizens, and several innocents fell, creating chaos. Clearly, someone was instigating turmoil. Kousha's expression darkened. What audacity! Without further contemplation, he focused his gaze, exuding an overwhelming presence. The aura of a conqueror swept through the crowd, rendering friend and foe alike, guards, soldiers, enforcers, and citizens, unconscious in an instant. Even his companions, Kaibi and the Red Alert soldiers, succumbed to the effect. Observing the multitude sprawled on the ground, Kousha mused, It truly proves effective. He waved his hand, instructing, Return and summon reinforcements. Only the direct units of the Red Alert soldiers. Noting the lack of response, he turned back in exasperation, and I almost overlooked that. Kousha hastily retraced his steps to call for assistance. When he re-emerged, he was accompanied not only by 2 Red Alert soldiers, but also by 400 trained armed forces. Chapter 25. The new unit of Red Alert having gained control of the situation. The few civilians who had fired weapons were apprehended one by one. A mere glance at the firearms made Kousha's expression turn icy. They were all military issued. After approximately half an hour, 2 Red Alert soldiers regained consciousness. An hour later, Kaibi awoke as well. Evidently, recovery times varied based on individual physical condition. Kaibai swayed as he approached Kousha, saying, "Brother, could you please give a heads up next time you unleash that overwhelming presence? Time is of the essence. Please be cautious next time." After a moment's hesitation, he added, "Brother, this incident seems rather significant. It could lead to turmoil within the military that if certain matters are not addressed, discord is inevitable." Kousha replied coldly, reflecting on the entire affair. "It is clear I must take decisive action." Kaibai, realizing the gravity of the situation, glanced at Jobs. "Damn it, we've been played." He cursed internally. Jobs was not unaware of the impending doom. He merely wished to gamble everything, as everyone has their share of transgressions, though varying in magnitude. There's a saying, the law does not punish the masses once the situation escalates, with so many involved. How will one decide whether to act or not? Taking action may undermine the morale of the troops, potentially leading to unrest. Moreover, what would others think if those who followed you faced such dire consequences? However, Jobs underestimated Kousha's resolve. Hailing from the 21st century, Kousha understood that even in the face of minor upheavals, one must not lose the people's trust. The subsequent handling of the aftermath would be entrusted to you. A fierce determination surfaced on Kaibai's face. To play tricks right under my nose. Do they truly think I am incapable of violence? The following days were spent either appeasing the citizens or apprehending wrongdoers. Jobs and Jobs were executed on the same day that a thorough purge swept through the military and government, with a rebellion of 100 and 1,000 swiftly quelled, yielding no significant turmoil. Perhaps a few miscreants slipped through the cracks, but such is the nature of things. One could only hope that this incident would instill a sense of caution against future violations. Following this upheaval, the populace rejoiced. Kousha's military discipline and laws were rigorously enforced, and their reputation swiftly spread throughout the region. During this period, a voice prompt from the Red Alert system was received. The barracks had been completed. Not only were new units unlocked in technological buildings, but military defenses and special forces also saw the emergence of new units. Kousha entered the commander's office, observing the ethereal interface, and the Red Alert screen reappeared. Barracks. The barracks serve as the foundation for developing military strength and training. It allows for the recruitment of various troop types, as your technological advancements increase. The barracks will offer a wider array of units. Construction requirements: 5,000 energy points. Construction duration: 8 days and 8 hours. Note: the barracks not only facilitate the recruitment of various troops, but can also manufacture conventional weapons. With a flick of his hand, he exited to the menu list. Technological buildings, military defenses, special forces, super tanks, super warships, super aircraft. Technological buildings. 2 new structures were unlocked. Tank Factory. The Tank Factory is your site for military development and training, allowing for the production of various armored units. As your technological capabilities grow, the Tank Factory will provide a greater variety of vehicles. Construction requirements: 5,000 energy points. Construction duration: 8 days and 8 hours. Note: the Tank Factory not only facilitates the recruitment of various armored vehicles, but can also manufacture conventional weapons. Regarding the Air Command Center, a mere glance was enough to extinguish any desire to pursue it, as the staggering requirement of 10,000 energy points and over half a month's construction time deterred Kousha. Progress must be made step by step. Upon accessing the special forces and military defenses, he was finally able to discern the offerings. Firstly, the special forces unlocked 3 troop types. Special Soldier, a well-trained regular unit. Recruitment requirements: 200 energy points. Recruitment duration: 8 hours. Note 1. Upon reaching a certain number of recruits, a commander will be randomly assigned. Note 2. When a recruitment count first reaches 10, a unique high-ranking officer of this unit will be automatically recruited to his surprise. The lowest tier of troops was the Special Soldier. Could this be an error? Upon inquiring with the Red Alert system, he was informed that indeed, Special Soldiers constituted the current lowest tier, including Zhao Gang, Wang Tian, Bai Jie, and others, all belonging to this level. Engineer. Essential for the development of bases, nations, and livelihoods. Engineers are indispensable. Recruitment requirements: 500 energy points. Recruitment duration: 20 hours. Note 1. Upon reaching a certain number of recruits, a commander will be randomly assigned. Note 2. When a recruitment count first reaches 10, A unique high-ranking officer of this unit will be automatically recruited. Note 3. Engineers come in various specializations, such as construction engineers, road engineers, bridge engineers, mechanical engineers, communication engineers, etc., each with their own expertise. Finally, he clicked on the last option, military dog. Agile in movement and ferocious in attack, capable of swiftly dispatching enemies, while their keen sense of smell renders enemy disguised as feudal. Recruitment requirements, 200 energy points. Recruitment duration, 8 hours. Note 1. Upon reaching a certain number of recruits, a high-ranking dog will be randomly assigned. Note 2. When the recruitment count first reaches 10, a unique dog king will be automatically recruited. Upon seeing the military dog, Kousha could only remark, in this day and age, it seems that dogs have surpassed humans. Finally, I turned to the list of military defenses and unlocked 2 units. Walls. While a wall may not be able to withstand an enemy assault, it undoubtedly serves the purpose of delaying their advance, preventing an unimpeded incursion. Additionally, walls facilitate the strategic placement of your defensive systems. Construction requirements. 100 energy points per kilometer construction duration. 4 hours per kilometer remarks. Upgradable. There's little to say about the wall. Its meaning is quite literal. The note regarding its upgradability bears a similar explanation to that of the mining vehicle's upgrade. The conditions for upgrading remain unknown. Patriot Missile, an air defense system capable of effectively deterring enemy aerial units from rampaging through our airspace unchecked. Construction requirements. 1,000 energy points construction duration. 1 day and 16 hours remarks 1. Upgradable remarks 2. When not in combat. It remains concealed underground. This contraption appears somewhat redundant, as I have not heard of any aerial forces within the pirate world, aside from a few unique fruits and formidable pirates capable of brief flights. I wonder if the moonwalk counts? Chapter 26. Physique and hockey. Gazing at my virtual image displaying just over 10,000 energy points, I surveyed the dazzling array of menu options. How impoverished I felt. Air Command Center. The Air Command Center is where you develop military strength and train your air force, allowing the production of various aerial units. As your technological advancements increase, so too does the variety of aerial units available from the Air Command Center. This structure is equipped with a small radar system, revealing explored areas on the map. Most aerial units require the Air Command Center's command to operate. Construction requirements. 10,000 energy points construction duration. 16 days and 16 hours remarks. The Air Command Center is an extremely vital technological structure. If it is destroyed, all aerial units will lose radar capabilities and sever their connection to the base. Looking at the staggering price of 10,000 energy points for the Air Command Center, I certainly had no intention of considering it, although I longed for a plane to fly. With a sigh, I designated a suitable location for the construction of the tank factory, initiating yet another lengthy countdown of 8 days. With a click, my energy points dwindled to 5,000. I decided not to prioritize military defenses for the time being, as I lacked energy points. However, my advanced combat capabilities were severely lacking. Encountering a capable adversary would spell disaster for me. Ultimately, I recruited 10 special soldiers, 10 military dogs, and 2 engineers, reducing my energy points to a mere 3-digit figure. Here, I discovered an inconvenient aspect. When recruiting special soldier units at the barracks, military dogs and engineers could not be recruited simultaneously. This was reminiscent of the Red Alert game from my previous life, but this was reality. How frustrating. I also wondered what tier the highest level special soldier units and the Dog King occupied. After completing a series of operations at the Red Alert base, I glanced at the time. It was already 11 a.m. I called for an afternoon meeting, primarily focused on the strategic deployment regarding the canola flowers. Kousha then returned to a matter of personal concern. Red Alert. Open my profile information. Before Kousha's eyes appeared a cursor panel, with a 3D miniature of himself slowly rotating 360 degrees on the right side of the screen. Kousha, Supreme Commander of the Red Alert Base Hockey. Conqueror's Hockey, Beginner. Physique. Possesses a healthy physique remarks. The commander supersedes all. Should the commander perish, all Red Alert units and structure shall vanish. Noticing the addition of a physique attribute, Kousha posed a question to Red Alert. Physique refers to an individual's physical condition, an external manifestation of one's strength, speed, endurance, agility, and flexibility during activity. Possessing physique signifies that the commander's strength, Speed, endurance, agility, and flexibility far exceed that of an ordinary person, accompanied by a personal understanding of how to harness these attributes, thus reflecting one's potential. Everyone possesses a physique, yet 99 of individuals exhibit relatively weak physiques. For example, Zhao Gang and Bai Jie possess physiques only slightly superior to the average person, lacking a unique independent physique. Only when the physique reaches a certain level is it detectable. Kousha couldn't help but think of the super potion. Had it indeed unlocked its potential? Red alert, will I develop a physique without consuming the super potion? Commander, please note that everyone possesses a physique. Those who have not triggered their potential will find that, regardless of their training, they will only develop a muscular or robust body, merely surpassing ordinary individuals by a level, and most achieving the levels of Zhao Gang and Bai Jie. This is the limit of human potential. So one cannot merely train relentlessly. One must remain adaptable and flexible. That is an appropriate understanding. Kousha found himself at a loss for words. Wasn't this akin to enlightenment? Much like a gifted martial artist who reaches a level in just 3 years that others take decades to attain. When one's strength, speed, endurance, agility, and flexibility reach a plateau, relentless training becomes less meaningful. What is paramount is the cultivation of a mind that if one can transcend this mental barrier, new insights into the application of strength will arise. Kousha couldn't help but recall the pirate protagonists, Luffy and Zoro, who began their training from a young age. Zoro, a true training fanatic, had defeated everyone at the dojo, yet he had never triumphed against Kana, having faced her 2,001 times without a single victory. Under normal circumstances, even with a gap, it shouldn't result in 2,001 defeats, right? It seemed that at that time, they had already diverged in terms of understanding. While Zoro merely focused on arduous training. Later, Zoro gained new insights into his abilities only through repeated brushes with death, allowing him to turn the tide in battle. Kousha began to grasp the essence of physique. He then turned his attention to the Conqueror's Haki. Beginner level? Surely, there must be higher tiers. Kousha inquired with red alert, and an electronic synthesized voice immediately responded, Conqueror's Haki. Beginner, this indicates a nascent understanding of Conqueror's Haki, lacking the ability to master it proficiently, resulting in sporadic manifestations. Is that all? Due to the absence of stronger individuals within the Red Alert Corps, Red Alert was unable to monitor the next stage. I have already reached a level where my every release is guaranteed to succeed, yet I remain a beginner. Commander, please strive to enhance your training. Kousha was speechless. He had no idea what level of precision and control like Rayleigh possessed over his Conqueror's Haki. After lingering for a while, he noticed it was noon, yet Vivi had not returned. If only I had 2 transponder snails. Exiting the Red Alert base, he made his way directly to the cafeteria. In the pirate world, aside from transponder snails, there was no other means of real-time communication. Transponder snails were not common commodities. Aside from the Navy's wholesale supply, powerful nations and pirates had some, but in the lower echelons of society. Many had likely never seen one. Thus, for a penniless revolutionary like Kousha, such a notion was even more distant. At 2 p.m., within the conference room of the Red Alert base, Kousha sat at the head of the table alongside Kaibi, Ferrari, Turtle, and Vivi. Rising, Kousha adopted a serious demeanor. This time, we traveled to the capital, Albana, to meet with the king and prepare to forge an alliance. Kousha then recounted Crocodile's sinister plot in detail. Kaibi, Ferrari, and Turtle gasped in shock. One of the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile. These 2 names are renowned worldwide, leaving no room for doubt in their astonishment. Thus, the previous plans necessitated adjustments. Kousha pointed at the map before them. Rain Base is Crocodile's stronghold, situated directly west of Albana, separated by the Santora River. Therefore, we must first occupy the southern port city of Canola Flowers. Facing this AS for Crocodile's abilities, there is little need for elaboration. Ultimately, he shall be our greatest foe. We must prepare early. First, before engaging in a decisive battle with Crocodile, we must unify Canola Flowers, consolidating all available forces. Second, as a port city, Canola Flowers sees countless merchants and pirates passing through daily. We need to seek external assistance. This was unavoidable. Kousha understood better than anyone that with their current strength, defeating Crocodile was utterly impossible. Chapter 27. The eve of departure the following morning, after a morning workout. Kousha held another meeting, ensuring all arrangements were in place. For instance, all management positions must be filled with both a primary and secondary role. Kaibi will continue as the mayor of Catralia, fully overseeing administrative matters. With the authority to directly mobilize the military in special circumstances, Ferrari will serve as the supreme commander of Catralia. Though his title is high, his military rank is painfully low, better left unmentioned. Little Turtle, the position of the logistics queen remains unshakable. As for Vivi, Kousha is still contemplating whether to take her to the rapeseed flower fields, as it is not exactly his territory and carries a higher degree of risk. After the meeting concluded, Kousha, accompanied by a few others, proceeded to the barracks established at the Red Alert base, where all military personnel are currently preparing to move into the camp. The barracks at the Red Alert base cover an extensive area and consist of not just a single camp, but a comprehensive complex that includes office buildings, dormitories, dining halls, training grounds, and more. Truly a complete setup. To the outermost perimeter of the barracks, there's a surrounding wall. Initially, Kaibi and the others were puzzled about the purpose of the wall, but upon entering, they discovered its hidden depths. However, after experiencing the earlier incident with the base vehicles, they had grown somewhat accustomed to such surprises, especially considering that even more absurd occurrences are not uncommon in the pirate world. After a thorough tour, Kousha dismissed everyone and made his way alone to the most crucial department within the barracks, situated 100 meters underground. Aside from the internal personnel of Red Alert, no one else is permitted entry. "Welcome, Commander, to the armory," greeted the voice of the Red Queen as Kousha stepped out of the elevator. "Display armory information." Armory. The armory is a warehouse for the production, manufacture, and storage of various weapons and military equipment. Note: the armory is the core of the barracks. Inside the armory, the temperature is comfortably regulated, and the walls are constructed of pure white metal. Each corridor is adorned with electronic screens displaying a plethora of chaotic data. In this vast space, countless mechanical arms stand motionless. The rows of intelligent, automated equipment, even for someone accustomed to cinematic spectacles, left Kousha somewhat awestruck, a visual experience beyond even what science fiction films can deliver. This place is a veritable hub of advanced military technology. Kousha deftly opened the menu of the armory, and before him appeared a virtual screen filled with various types of equipment, complete with cursor images and descriptions that changed as his fingers moved. He casually clicked on one. Special AK-47. Price 30 energy points. Note: can be produced in bulk with no usage restrictions. With a swipe of his finger, he continued. Special heavy machine gun. Price 30 energy points. Note: can be produced in bulk with no usage restrictions. Another swipe. Special grenade. Price 10 energy points. Note: can be produced in bulk with no usage restrictions. Special AK-47 magazine. Price 3 energy points. Note: exclusive ammunition for the special AK-47. Further down the list were many black and white images lacking explanations or any accompanying information. After flipping through several pages, he found not only conventional weapons, but also a hodgepodge of equipment, such as goggles, bulletproof vests, military daggers, silencers, and military walkie-talkies. The abundance of quality military gear was staggering, but alas, his energy points amounted to only 3 digits. Thus, Kousha resolved to wait another day. That night, Kousha pondered deeply and ultimately decided not to bring Vivi to the rapeseed flower fields. After all, it was crowded and chaotic, unlike Cartlia, which was his domain. Leaving Vivi behind would allow her to learn about management, and he intended for Bai Jie to accompany her to gain some understanding of military affairs, considering Vivi was his designated wife. Even if it had not yet been explicitly stated as for his relationship with Vivi's father, Cobra, that could be addressed later. The following morning, at 6 o'clock, in the training grounds of the barracks, 1293, 1294, 1295, Kousha was seen performing push-ups with 2 fingers, his determination evident. "Goodness, boss, you are truly something else," Kaibi exclaimed, wide-eyed. 198, 199, 200. Ferrari rose to his feet. "It's not that the boss is abnormal. It's that you're just pathetic." "Seriously? You, with your measly 200, dare to call others pathetic?" Kaibi retorted, "At least I can do more than some people." Kaibi had no response. Kousha stood up, wiping the sweat from his brow. Though his upper body was not overly muscular, It radiated explosive power. "I'm preparing to depart today." Kaibi stared at Kousha in such a hurry. "It's not urgency. It's a matter of time. Eric has been gone for quite a while. And there hasn't been a word from him. I genuinely fear something might have happened." "Don't worry, boss. With Eric's cunning mind, he'll be fine," Ferrari chimed in from the side. After breakfast, Kousha discreetly exchanged a few grenades with his energy points at the armory. He also exchanged for several walkie-talkies, keeping a few for himself to later hand to Eric, while distributing the rest among Kaibi and the others. Briefly explaining their operation, suggesting they inquire with Baijia if they encountered difficulties, he returned to the mineral refining plant, where the AI mining vehicles were already on standby, accompanied by 3 fully armed red alert soldiers. Likely the newly recruited special forces from the day before. Kousha couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. They were well equipped while he, as a commander, had nothing. "Commander," the 3 saluted in unison. Kousha waved his hand dismissively as he was about to leave. Vivi approached him to say her goodbyes. In a fleeting moment, she lightly kissed Kousha on the lips before blushing and dashing away. Kousha touched his mouth, momentarily dazed, then broke into a silly grin as he climbed aboard the mining vehicle. "Welcome, Commander, I am the AI of the mining vehicle, number 1. Let us set off." During this time, the mining vehicle traversed back and forth between the city and the outskirts, garnering the attention of many citizens. However, they did not give it much thought. After all, this world was inherently strange, with exaggerated fruits like the devil fruits and the rumored sea trains of Water 7. A small mining vehicle, while initially intriguing, soon became a commonplace sight on the journey. Gazing at the expansive desert landscape, Kousha found himself pondering a question. What exactly does the mining vehicle collect? Energy points. Yet, the endless expanse of desert revealed nothing particularly unique. Reflecting on his past life, he could not help but speculate. The reason for the prosperity of desert nations in modern society is singular. The possession of oil as a strategic resource. Could it truly be oil? Kousha's thoughts wandered further, recalling that Alabasta possessed historical texts documenting the ultimate weapon, Pluton, one of the 3 ancient weapons bearing the name of a deity, reputed to be capable of obliterating an island with a single shot. This had inevitably attracted the attention of Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Truly, a case of the innocent suffering for possessing a treasure. Kousha, however, held little interest in the so-called Pluton. All he needed was time. The Red Alert base harbored nuclear-level weaponry, and just the thought of it filled him with excitement. Chapter 28. Crocodile's planned 3 years in advance. Meanwhile, Kousha, having arrived at the rapeseed flower fields, quickly contacted the special forces accompanying Eric via walkie-talkie. Eric was currently at an abandoned dock, and from the tone of his voice over the walkie-talkie, it seemed he was in a precarious situation. In the bustling streets filled with vibrant neon lights and a cacophony of sounds, the atmosphere was alive with laughter and chatter. Unlike other cities in Alabasta, the rapeseed flower fields, being a port city, boasted a massive daily influx of people. Passing pirates required rest, while traders needed to conduct business. It appeared that the city had not been greatly affected by the dancing powder phenomenon, due to its proximity to the sea. Drought conditions were not as severe here compared to other places, leading many from other cities to flock to this area, significantly expanding the city's scale. Kousha and his 3 companions weaved through the streets until they arrived at a dilapidated dock. Prompting a frown from Kousha, "Is it really this dire?" Standing at the entrance was a soldier, gripping a specially modified AK-47, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Kousha vaguely recalled his name and called out, "Xiao Wu." Xiao Wu turned, visibly excited, and hurried over. "Commander!" Kousha observed the disheveled appearance of the soldier and helped him straighten his attire. "Where's Eric?" "Inside." "Very well. You should take a break. Let them take over the defense duties," he said, gesturing to the 3 behind him. Consequently, 2 remained on guard while the rest entered the interior of the dock. What was referred to as a dock was, in reality, a rundown warehouse. Upon entering, they found Eric sitting alone on a stone platform, tending to his wounds. "Eric," at the sound of his name, Eric turned to look. "Big brother, what on earth happened? How did it come to this?" Eric offered a wry smile. "It's a long story. It turned out that shortly after Eric's arrival, Leveraging the strength of the two Special Forces soldiers, he had gathered about 20 to 30 lackeys, regardless of their capabilities. Simply to have some help, he had gathered some intelligence regarding the rapeseed flower fields and eventually set his sights on a small bar, which, despite its low foot traffic, could provide at least a place to stay. Initially, everything progressed smoothly, but unexpectedly, two individuals with devil fruit powers appeared, leading to a significant setback for Eric. Not only did all his lackeys perish, but one of the Special Forces soldiers sacrificed himself to cover Eric's escape. "We will avenge him," Kousha declared. Having long prepared himself psychologically for the possibility of casualties among the Red Alert troops, he understood that war inevitably leads to loss. Soldiers are human too, as for the devil fruit users. Kousha furrowed his brow slightly. Given his current capabilities, facing an ability user was indeed quite challenging. The use of Conqueror's Haki against someone as seemingly weak as Ms. Golden Week was certainly advantageous. But if the opponent were even slightly stronger, he feared his skills would prove ineffective. Let us delve deeper into the ability users. There are primarily two individuals to consider. The first is a man clad in a trench coat, sporting an explosive hairstyle whose casual tosses of objects result in detonation. Even a mere booger could explode. This absurdity left both Eric and Kousha speechless. The second is a woman wielding an umbrella, tall and with striking golden short hair. Moreover, she possesses considerable beauty. Kousha sighed, acknowledging that escaping from the clutches of these two would indeed be a stroke of fortune. Does the boss know about them? The man is a paramecia-type user of the explosion fruit. Any part of his body can explode, including the boogers he flicks. Even the air he exhales can serve as an explosive, while he remains immune to gunpowder and explosive attacks. The woman is a paramecia-type user of the lightweight fruit. She can freely manipulate her weight between 1 kilogram and 10,000 kilograms. Eric couldn't help but curse under his breath, lamenting the absurdity of such abilities, which defy reason. Furthermore, they are members of the Baroque works, and their strength is merely average. If they were to encounter someone more formidable, it's likely they would never see you again. Eric felt a sense of disbelief. "Brother, I'm not trying to be pessimistic, but what is the point in fighting? We haven't even met the main players, and we're already being dealt with." Kousha chuckled, giving Eric's shoulder a reassuring pat. "Enough with the pessimism. There will always be a way. The world is vast and full of wonders. Our purpose in coming here is to seek powerful allies. As for the recruitment system of the Red Alert base, Kousha chose not to disclose it, for it remained his greatest secret. In 2 days, 10 elite soldiers would be recruited, and he was curious about what kind of existence the highest-ranking officer among them would be. In Alabasta, at one of Crocodile's hideouts, known as Rain Base, a place also referred to as Dream City Rain Base, where the kingdom's largest casino, the Rain Banquet, is located, Crocodile not only mingles with the elite here, but also expands his notoriety while cultivating economic and political partners. Such is the strategy of a nation's schemer. Crocodile sat in an office, flanked by 2 men in formal attire, seemingly engaged in discussion. Knock, knock, knock. "Come in." Robin entered with graceful steps, exuding an air of maturity. Her alluring figure capturing the attention of the 2 formally dressed men, who couldn't help but feel a surge of desire. Hey, she's not someone you can entertain such thoughts about." Crocodile's voice was icy. The 2 men barely began to speak when a swirl of sand floated over, gradually forming into a human shape, none other than Crocodile himself. The 2 men were now mere husks, for some. Even a fleeting thought is unacceptable. Crocodile turned to Robin. "You agree, right?" Robin glanced at the 2 lifeless figures and replied, "Thank you, President." Internally, she scoffed, thinking anyone could pretend. If they had the capability, they would eliminate all outside threats. Crocodile resumed his seat. "Now, what is it? Have the preparations for the plan been finalized? Then let us proceed. If the world government truly intervenes, the sooner we act, the better. If not, we'll simply consider this an early harvest. Also, I've heard that Vivi has been transferred by Cobra. Let us deal with that as well. The royal family only needs 1 king." "Understood," Robin replied, preparing to exit. "Wait a moment." Robin paused. "How is the interpretation of the inscriptions on the stone tablet progressing?" "It requires a bit more time. I'll grant you that time. Well. This country will be our starting point. Robin nodded and exited the room, her mind filled with cold laughter. Can a nation built on plunder truly endure? At this moment, Kousha remained oblivious, unaware that a momentary lapse in the capital, Alyabarna, had caused Crocodile's original plan for 3 years hence to be expedited, with Kousha unwittingly serving as the catalyst for a butterfly effect that would impact the entirety of the Alabasta kingdom. Chapter 29. Ace and Smoker in this moment of perseverance. The next moment holds hope. Success is only attainable through tenacity. Kousha mused the following day at dawn. The dock at Rapeseed Flower was bustling with activity. Most fishing boats were moored here, and the fishermen seemed to have never left their vessels. They bathed, ate, and slept aboard, completing a day's work while scraping by on meager earnings. We're setting sail. We're setting sail. The sounds of the ship's horn mingled with the shouts of the people. Kousha did not bring anyone along. He hurried towards the heart of Rapeseed Flower, seeking a breakfast shop that, in his memory, had always received good reviews. Indeed, upon entering, he found the place lively. With one table left by the window, he ordered breakfast and purchased the latest newspaper, spending over 500 berries. The news within was a mixed bag, from the upcoming auction of a new fishman in the Sabaody archipelago, to a certain pirate crew's capture, to rumors of a close relationship between Garp and Sengoku, and the Navy's impending new recruit selection. The most prominent headline, bold and striking, proclaimed the bounty on Ace. Poor Ace, captain of the Spade Pirates, bounty of 100 million berries, user of the Flame fruit. Mast Ace, crew member of the Spade Pirates, bounty of 63 million berries. Myhole, crew member of the Spade Pirates, bounty of 54 million berries. After reading the newspaper, Kousha couldn't help but admire how much stronger Ace's beginnings were compared to Luffy's. If he could recruit Ace as a subordinate, it would undoubtedly yield tremendous results. A rumble of motorcycle engines grew louder as a rugged man, his chest exposed, entered, yet he went unnoticed. The diverse crowd at Rapeseed Flower had rendered them immune to any eccentricity. Boss, 1 bun, or rather, 3 buns and 3 bowls of porridge. Sure thing, with so many people, find a seat yourself. The man scanned the room and spotted Kousha alone in the corner by the window, striding over confidently. Hey, young man, mind if I share this table? Kousha turned to glance, noting the silver short hair and the large coat emblazoned with the word justice on the back, along with protective goggles hanging around his neck. None other than Smoker. Accompanying him was a striking girl, whom Kousha instantly recognized as Tashigi, looking particularly refreshing with her glasses and a long sword hanging at her waist. This triggered a memory in Kousha. He too possessed a sword, but after several attempts, he had forgotten how to wield it. Hey, can I borrow your newspaper for a moment? Be my guest, Kousha replied without lifting his head. Lost in thought, Smoker, undeterred, took the newspaper with a swift motion. Glancing through it before tossing it to Tashigi, he was surprised to see Ace's bounty had increased again after not paying attention for a while. Calculating the time, he figured Ace should be arriving soon. Major, it's because Ace recently destroyed 2 Navy ships, Tashigi informed. Smoker grunted but remained silent. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside, accompanied by the sounds of clattering objects falling to the ground. Damn it, do they not realize where they are? How dare they dine and dash here? Catch him. He is eating without paying. Kousha initially paid little attention, but upon seeing a familiar figure dart past the window, he lost his appetite. In a flash, Smoker transformed into a plume of smoke and sped out, leaving Kousha with no choice but to follow, trailing behind and inhaling his smoke, after pursuing for nearly an hour. Even with Kousha's current physical condition, he found himself breathless. They had ventured far from the town, arriving at a desolate area, where he finally caught up with the two. Only Ace and Smoker remained. Tashigi had likely been left far behind. Kousha believed Ace was merely out for a free meal. Hey, Smoke Man, is this never-ending? Just because I'm running doesn't mean I can't defeat you. Stop boasting. If it weren't for special circumstances, I would have already subdued you on the spot. At this moment, Ace, embodying the fearless spirit of a young calf unafraid of tigers, exuded an air of arrogance akin to that of a grandiose figure. Upon hearing a remark, he was instantly consumed by fury, transforming into a blazing inferno as he charged forth. Smoker, undaunted, morphed into a billowing cloud of smoke and pursued him in the midst of it all. A space of several meters was filled solely with smoke and fire, while Kousha stood at a distance, obscured by the chaos. Unable to discern anything clearly, he could only marvel at the prowess of natural devil fruit users. Even without fully harnessing their abilities, their mere existence rendered them nearly invincible against ordinary folk. The two elemental beings were engrossed in their clash, and Kousha seized the opportunity to sit down and rest. It was an extraordinary stroke of luck to encounter both Smoker and Ace simultaneously. In his previous life, he had read novels where authors would dare not pen such coincidences. Suddenly, Kousha slapped his thigh, nearly forgetting a crucial point. External assistance. Wasn't he that precisely what this was? Smoker, without a doubt, would act upon hearing about the Alabasta incident. With his independent nature and reputation as a mad dog of the Navy, he would surely involve himself. AS for Ace. Kousha was less certain. While he firmly believed Ace was inherently good-natured, he was the type of pirate who would not initiate conflict against others. However, whether he would intervene in matters concerning a formidable adversary remained uncertain. Observing the diminishing intensity of the two's confrontation, it was evident that neither could gain the upper hand, rendering their struggle rather pointless. Seizing the moment, Kousha dashed forward, disregarding whether he could persuade Ace. For opportunities must be seized. Captain Ace, Commander Smoker, might we pause for a moment? The two, having lost the desire to continue their battle, naturally halted at the suggestion. Oh, it's you, kid? Who are you? Kousha. Both wielders of natural devil fruit powers radiated an air of dominance, with Ace as the leader and Smoker as the rebellious thorn within the Navy. Fortunately, Kousha was not to be underestimated, commanding a formidable force of hundreds of thousands at last. He had a moment to scrutinize Ace. A figure of immense popularity, with black hair and a sprinkle of freckles adorning his cheeks, he donned an orange cowboy hat, its brim adorned with both a smile and a frown as badges. Additionally, a skull pendant hung from his neck, complemented by a red bead necklace, while the letters ASC, with the S crossed out, were tattooed on his left arm. Kousha understood that this was a tribute to his sworn brother, Sabo, symbolizing a commitment to care for his younger sibling, as Sabo had been the only one among the trio with an understanding of etiquette and decorum. After Sabo's disappearance, Ace had adopted Sabo's gentler, more courteous demeanor. Finally, there were his signature shorts. Chapter 30. Turning Point. Smoker frowned slightly, for he was aware of the current turmoil in Alabasta. The rebel leader? His impression of the insurgents was not favorable, though it was not his place to meddle in the affairs of another nation. Ace, unfamiliar with Kousha's name, displayed little reaction and had taken a seat cross-legged. Kousha knit his brows, perplexed by the situation at hand. The term rebel army could indeed lead to misunderstandings. In truth, I have come here seeking your assistance, Commander. This nation is in dire need of help. Noticing Smoker's indifference and silence, Kousha sighed that a true man must know when to yield. Even the most arrogant individuals like Doflamingo must bow when necessary. Things are not as you perceive. There are complexities that require elucidation. Please grant me the opportunity to explain, and if you remain unwilling after that, I shall respect your decision. After a moment of contemplation, Smoker replied, Very well. I shall grant you a chance. I happen to be pursuing that fellow for my own reasons. If you can persuade him to engage in a meaningful discussion, I will oblige you by listening, with no alternative. Kousha turned to Ace and approached slowly. Hey, brother. Ace remained unresponsive. Hey, brother. Kousha called out twice without eliciting any reaction from Ace, who sat quietly, seemingly lost in thought. Moving a couple of steps closer, Kousha was met with the sound of snoring that a wave of exasperation washed over him. Had he caught Cap's habit of dozing off unexpectedly? It seemed Ace had stirred slightly, his eyes fluttering open as he yawned. My apologies, I inadvertently fell asleep. What were you saying? Regarding Ace, one could liken him to a person who reciprocates kindness tenfold. He was the kind of individual who would fight fiercely for his brothers. Kousha gathered his thoughts. Brother, at such a young age, you possess remarkable strength, truly a martial prodigy seldom seen in a century. If given an opportunity, you would undoubtedly soar to great heights. As the saying goes, if I do not enter hell, who will? How about we share a drink tonight? My treat. Initially, Ace relished the flattery, but as Kousha's words grew increasingly peculiar, he found himself struggling to comprehend. You are quite the character. Who do you consider your brother? Kousha gestured towards Smoker nearby and replied earnestly, See that fellow? He has been pursuing you, claiming he has matters to discuss. Being relentlessly pursued by a natural user must be uncomfortable. Why not join me for a drink tonight to resolve this issue? After careful consideration, Ace nodded in agreement. All right then, Kousha, pleased with the outcome, turned to Smoker and declared, Commander Smoker, Ace has consented. I shall take the lead. Tonight at the Hero Tavern. Smoker pulled out a cigar and remarked, Ace, consider yourself fortunate today. With that, he transformed into a plume of smoke and departed. Humph. Who's afraid of whom? Ace dismissed the comment nonchalantly, then abruptly turned to Kousha. By the way, will you do Kousha, Navy, Pirate? Kousha was at a loss for words. Realizing that Ace was entirely unaware of his affiliations, yet had agreed to share a drink. Truly, he was oblivious. Kousha briefly explained his situation, but refrained from labeling himself a rebel, opting for insurgent instead to avoid unnecessary complications. Ace walked ahead slowly, articulating, I harbor a disdain for the Navy and abhor dealings with them. I chose the pirate life for the vastness of the sea, and though I do not affect them, they incessantly seek to curtail my freedom, which is utterly detestable. That Ace's previous carefree demeanor shifted dramatically, his sharp gaze contrasting sharply with moments prior. Kousha caught up with him, stating, While I am not fond of the Navy, I also harbor reservations about pirates. Not all within the Navy are virtuous, nor are all pirates malevolent. If only there were more individuals like you in this world. Kousha remained silent. That in truth, he held no particular fondness for pirates. Although some were indeed noble, they were a minority. Perhaps Ace was genuinely kind-hearted, yet the rampant brutality of most pirates instilled fear and sorrow among the populace, for the sake of their so-called dreams. Many innocents wept and suffered, all while this reckless behavior was absurdly dubbed adventure. The very identity of a pirate was inherently sinful, independent of one's inherent goodness. It was only upon parting ways with Ace that Kousha remembered something. Hastily calling out, Hey Ace, don't forget tonight. The Hero Tavern. Ace raised his right hand in acknowledgement, signaling his understanding. On the way back, Kousha pondered what business Smoker could have with Ace. Could it be under Cap's orders? Lost in thought, he ultimately decided to set it aside. Commander! Kousha's gaze sharpened as he recognized his Special Forces soldier, Xiao Wu, concerned for Kousha's prolonged absence since he had left in the morning. Eric had dispatched someone to search for him. Upon Kousha's return, Eric and the others had prepared a meal. Big brother, you're back. You seem to be in good spirits. Big brother, Kousha laughed heartily. Indeed, today has been quite favorable. I must head out again tonight. If all goes well, our chances of opposing Crocodile will increase to at least 50%. Upon hearing this, Eric was taken aback. Such prowess made him feel somewhat inadequate. He opened his mouth to inquire, What is the matter? Kousha, however, did not dwell on it. He knew Eric's abilities were formidable, yet his perspective remained limited. When confronting a formidable adversary like Crocodile, relying solely on cunning would be utterly futile. Strategy holds value only when the combatants possess comparable strength, as for Ace and Smoker. Even if they united their forces, Kousha believed that winning this war would be no simple task at this moment. Ace had yet to reach the true core of the Grand Line, was not yet the captain of Whitebeard's 2nd Division 3 years hence, and had not mastered any of the 3 types of hockey. Smoker was in the same boat. In light of facing a renowned veteran like Crocodile, exercising extreme caution was far from excessive. Even a 50% chance of victory might be considered overly optimistic. There was another reason, a possibility. Kousha had pondered the significant discrepancies in Crocodile's portrayal in the original narrative. One could speculate on how many years Crocodile had spent in the Desert Kingdom without engaging a worthy opponent, certainly not less than a decade and a half. Spending his days in a novice village defeating weaklings while underestimating the world's heroes was a grave miscalculation. As Luffy had jolted him awake, he had undergone a rapid resurgence, even surpassing his former self. Chapter 31. The Warlord of the Sea appointment scroll. Though the starting point may be the same, diverging choices at critical junctures can lead to vastly different outcomes. Kousha mused in the Hero's Tavern. The establishment was brightly lit yet devoid of excessive noise. The music, while vibrant, flowed like a refreshing waterfall. The red wine, alluringly seductive, beckoned with its charm. The gentle waitstaff and dashing bartenders served as the most delightful embellishments of the venue. Kousha had arrived early to secure a booth, knowing that by nightfall, finding a seat would be nearly impossible. The tavern featured daily musical performances from diverse music enthusiasts, a hallmark of its allure. An hour later, Smoker entered, 2 cigars clenched between his teeth, casting a glance at Kousha as he strode over. "Hey kid, where's Ace? You didn't forget to notify him, did you?" "How could I?" Kousha replied, feeling a twinge of frustration as he wondered why Ace had yet to arrive. Was he truly this unreliable? Had he inherited Garp's whimsical nature? It seemed both Luffy and Ace shared this carefree disposition. After waiting for another 10 minutes, a shadowy figure emerged from a dim corner, shaking its head as if trying to rouse itself. As the figure stepped into the light, it was none other than Ace. "Sorry, I overslept again." "Ha!" Kousha shot him an exasperated glance and snapped his fingers in the air that a server approached. "Good evening, Sir. Point 3 cups of Mirage." "Please, certainly, sir." Once the server departed, Kousha explained, "Mirage is a newly crafted drink. You can't find it elsewhere." Smoker showed little reaction, while Ace's face lit up with excitement, winking at Kousha as if to say, "Not bad." "I have little fondness for vile pirates," Smoker declared unabashedly, "and I have no love for hypocritical marines." Ace retorted, equally unyielding, "Could you both refrain from bickering? We have serious matters to discuss today." Kousha thought to himself, exasperated by their incessant squabbling. Fortunately, the server returned with 3 cups of Mirage, alleviating the tension. Kousha raised his cup. "To both of you." Ace clinked his glass against Kousha's without hesitation, embodying the boldness of a pirate. Smoker, despite his disdain for pirates, reluctantly joined in the toast, acknowledging that Kousha was a suitable intermediary for his mission. After consuming 2 cups, sensing a more relaxed atmosphere, Kousha addressed Ace, "Since you just arrived, you may be unaware of certain matters. Please listen closely. Ever since the emergence of the hero in Alabasta, through the subsequent dance powder incident, and now the rebellion, it has all been part of a grand conspiracy. Someone is orchestrating everything from the shadows." Smoker frowned, realizing that if this were true, the mastermind behind it all possessed formidable influence. And this individual is none other than Crocodile, one of the current warlords of the sea. At this revelation, both Ace and Smoker's expressions changed, fully aware of Crocodile's legendary status and far-reaching influence. He had remained elusive for many years, yet here he was, hidden in plain sight. However, while they acknowledged Crocodile's renown, neither believed themselves to be inferior. Both were natural types. After all, who feared whom? Crocodile's scheme had been meticulously planned over many years. The first step involved portraying himself as a superhero within the kingdom, manipulating public opinion. The second step was the infamous dance powder incident, which not only incited rebellion, but also tarnished King Cobra's reputation. These initial maneuvers had taken a full 7 years. Initially, the two believed Crocodile's setup was manageable. But upon hearing the time frame, they felt a chill. 7 years had solidified his image deeply. Who could fathom the extent of his clandestine influence? They exchanged silent glances, astonished. Crocodile had flawlessly executed these 2 steps. Now, the third phase was underway. The decisive battle between the rebel army and the royal forces, aimed at depleting the latter's strength, ultimately leading to his ascension to the throne. Wait, if you already know this, why would you engage in battle against the royal forces? Smoker interjected. Kousha had entertained a similar thought, yet when he considered the original narrative, he realized that King Cobra must have been aware of the impending conflict. The reason it still transpired was due to Crocodile's control over the royal city. Given Crocodile's capabilities, seizing control of the capital would be child's play. Once an army surrounded the city, even the rebels would find it difficult to resist. Smoker's brow furrowed at the implication that as for the ulterior motives behind Crocodile's actions. Kousha chose not to elaborate further. Discussing the ancient weapon Pluton could provoke the world government, jeopardizing Alabasta's territorial sovereignty. Approximately 10 minutes later, Smoker spoke again. "Phew. I think I understand now that I will personally investigate this matter. If it proves true, I shall confront him myself." Ace downed a cup of wine in one go. I get it now. Don't worry. I'll lend a hand. It's just a guy with the sand fruit ability. I'm curious to see if the warlords of the sea are truly as formidable as they say. Kousha felt a surge of joy and ordered more drinks and snacks. Kousha brother, you truly understand me. Smoker flicked away an extinguished cigar. Though I harbor no affection for pirates, duty calls, and I must proceed with this mission. You can have this. That he then turned back to Kousha. This wasn't meant for your eyes, but considering it will soon be public knowledge, it matters little, I suppose. Yes, he spoke. Smoker produced a scroll that was clearly no ordinary piece of paper. Ace glanced over, intrigued. What's this? So mysterious. As Smoker gently unfurled the scroll, they saw it bore the seal of the world government. The appointment scroll for the warlords of the sea. Ace's eyes widened upon seeing the scroll, his expression shifting from shock to exuberance as he erupted into laughter. What does this mean? It signifies that I've reached the level of a warlord of the sea, the legendary power of the great pirates. Smoker observed Ace's exuberant demeanor with annoyance. Are you pleased? If so, sign it already. Smoker's task was to invite Ace to join the warlords of the sea. This was essentially gilded recognition. Smoker himself lacked the qualifications. But due to his natural smoke fruit abilities, he had been specially promoted for this assignment, a means to cultivate his ascent. That, on the other hand, Ace was a newcomer, making Smoker's visit all the more appropriate. After his initial elation, Ace fell into deep thought, then lifted his gaze to Smoker. That I refuse. Chapter 32. The mysterious red alert officer. Smoker stared incredulously at Ace, as if he had misheard. Refusing to join the warlords of the sea? You must be out of your mind. There are only 7 slots available. Do you have any idea how many are vying for them? Joining the warlords means gaining the world government's recognition and a blind eye to their actions. And you dare to refuse? Kid, do you even realize what you're saying? Smoker's tone turned harsh. This was an assignment from above, a recognition of one's strength. The previous appointments to the warlords had all been vice admirals. Secondly, it is quite disheartening to see that you do not show any respect. That is rather excessive. As for Kousha, it comes as no surprise that I recall from the original work that Ace had indeed declined the invitation to join the Shichibukai. At that time, I was merely watching the anime and did not ponder deeply on it. However, Kousha's perspective has changed. He now possesses a more discerning eye. Although Ace is a natural type devil fruit user with the Mera Mera no Mi ability, he is still a fledgling in this vast world of pirates. While natural type abilities are formidable, they do have their limitations. The Ace of now is not the same as the Ace who will emerge 3 years later. And he does not have the backing of Whitebeard. He is not yet worthy of such a title, and there are countless aspiring pirates who would seek to usurp the position of the Shichibukai. As a mere young novice, he would attract the attention of many, becoming a target for those seeking glory. The intentions of the world government are indeed insidious. They must have sought to cultivate Ace due to his connection with Garp. However, Ace has resolutely refused to join the Marines. The ocean is vast, and capturing an individual is not as simple as it seems, which is why they now aim to pull Ace into the Shichibukai, attempting to use him as a pawn to weaken the pirate faction, lest he becomes a future source of trouble. Alas, Ace's ambition is to become the pirate king. I refuse. Ace replied calmly. Smoker's expression darkened at this. The next time we meet, we shall be enemies. With that, he prepared to leave, only to be stopped by Kousha. Don't be in such a hurry to depart. Since you've come, let us drink heartily, Kousha said, winking at Ace. Ace, not quite understanding Kousha's intent, found his boisterous personality quite agreeable. Moreover, Ace was not one to be overly concerned with social standings, and he provocatively raised his glass towards Smoker. You're right. Since we're all here, let us share a drink. Did you not say that we would only be enemies next time? Or perhaps you were too afraid. Smoker could not withstand such provocation and downed his drink in one go. Excellent. Ha! Ace laughed heartily, clinking glasses with Lo Feng and downing his drink as well. Kousha found himself somewhat helpless. The effects of the alcohol were beginning to take hold, and he was already feeling a bit dizzy after just a few rounds. The trio continued to drink, one cup after another. It is indeed true that those who indulge in drink tend to share a common trait. They become excessively talkative, or perhaps it is simply that drunken men tend to bond quickly. Ace placed a hand on Kousha's shoulder. Hick, Kousha brother, let me tell you I have a younger brother who says his dream is to become the pirate king. Ha, is that not amusing? I am the true pirate king. Smoker, feeling a bit tipsy himself, seemed to be experiencing this level of intoxication for the first time. Drinking was strictly prohibited at Marine headquarters. Who is your brother? I'll make sure to crush him in his cradle before he can cause any trouble. I cannot say. I cannot say. Perhaps we will meet in the future. Ace waved his hand dismissively. The three eventually parted ways in the deep of night. In the following 2 days, Kousha and his companions thoroughly investigated all the factions in Rapeseed Flower. The landscape was indeed a kaleidoscope of various groups and warlords, numbering in the dozens. Kousha planned to seize the opportunity to strike, while Rapeseed Flower was leaderless, as for those with abilities. If it came down to it, they would have to resort to close combat and employ a strategy of overwhelming numbers. Kousha and his team created a comprehensive map of Rapeseed Flower and sent Xiao back with it. Along with a message, inform Ferrari to prepare and assemble the troops for an assault on Rapeseed Flower. On this very day, an event unfolded in Kateria that left the entire army, including Ferrari and KB, utterly astonished. The secret unit of the boss was hastily gathered. During this time, Ferrari had become somewhat familiar with the elite soldiers of the Red Alert troops, and had come to understand that they were instructors training the soldiers, while he merely led them into battle. Having realized this, he no longer harbored much animosity. Ferrari was about to inquire about something when he was interrupted by Baijia. Stay out of our business, or it will be quite dire. This only piqued Ferrari's curiosity further. What was going on? Driven by intrigue, he sought out KB, who was equally curious, and they prepared to go and see for themselves. In the barracks, Baijia and 10 other elite soldiers stood in perfect formation, not daring to breathe. Before them stood a soldier approximately 6 feet tall, clad in military attire that was distinctly different from that of Baijia and the others. While it bore the same dark green color, it appeared to be of superior quality. The uniform did little to conceal the soldier's muscular physique. Facing the sunlight, he furrowed his brow and smirked, presenting an unremarkable appearance with slightly tanned skin. Beneath his thick eyebrows, a pair of cold, piercing eyes reflected a chilling aura. His prominent nose complemented an unusually large mouth, as if he regarded Baijia and the others as mere lambs awaiting slaughter. The atmosphere was so oppressive that it sent shivers down their spines, as Baijia and the others resembled frightened little rabbits, awaiting the man's next command. As KB and Ferrari arrived, they were greeted by this disconcerting scene. They were well acquainted with these elite soldiers, each of whom possessed extraordinary capabilities, rendering them nearly invincible within the military. Even someone as formidable as Ferrari would struggle to last more than 10 moves against them. KB could not help but ask, "Who is that? Is he one of us? Do you know him?" Ferrari shook his head vigorously. "I have no idea. He must be another expert the boss found. We must clarify this." KB slowly approached, first offering a simple salute. "Comrade, may I ask who you are?" The man returned the salute before speaking. "I am KB, the current instructor for them," he said, gesturing towards Baijia and the others. Upon seeing KB, they quickly affirmed, "He is indeed our instructor. Did I permit you to speak? Where is your discipline? What has happened to your military conduct?" The man's voice boomed like thunder. KB, standing nearby, felt his head spin. KB chuckled nervously. "Ahem. Please continue. I won't interrupt." However, as he turned to leave, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the man's epaulets, causing his heart to sink. Chapter 33. Military Hierarchy and the Capture of Vivi's Duo as a core member of Kousha's army. KB had a clearer understanding of the various symbols on the epaulets than most. The authority to bestow these ranks lay solely with Kousha, and no one else had the power to interfere. Thus, it was evident how significant the rank represented. The man's epaulets bore 2 sprigs of pine, with a shining gold star between them, gleaming brilliantly. It was the insignia of a major general. When Ferrari saw KB slowly returning, he hurried over. "What is the verdict? What is going on? I suggest you avoid provoking him. I'm leaving now, as I have many matters to attend to." Ferrari found KB's demeanor baffling. "What is going on? Why the sudden anxiety?" "Oh, by the way, just a heads up, he holds the rank of Major General." Watching KB retreat, Ferrari's mouth fell agape as he swallowed hard. At a Major General, that must be the highest rank currently within Kousha's army. Kousha's army operates under 2 distinct systems. One, military rank system. Soldier, squad leader, platoon leader, company commander, battalion commander, regiment commander, brigade commander, division commander, corps commander. This system primarily focuses on leadership. Without regard for individual combat prowess. Point 2. Military rank system. Junior officer, captain, lieutenant, second lieutenant, senior officer, colonel, lieutenant colonel, major, general officer, general, lieutenant general, major general. The rank system is built upon the military rank system, emphasizing individual combat capabilities. Only those at the rank of platoon leader or above are granted military ranks. If one possesses great combat power but has only reached the rank of squad leader, they will remain merely a squad leader within Kousha's army, regardless of their strength. Conversely, if someone is qualified to be a regiment commander or even a division commander but only holds the rank of second lieutenant, they will be limited to that rank. To attain a higher military rank, one must first improve their military position. Each rank corresponds directly to a military position, and individual strength can only exceed expectations. Never diminish that in the future, Alabasta will not be solely represented by the Red Alert Corps. Selections will also be made from the civilian world. This approach aims to prevent individuals with great power from becoming arrogant and unmanageable, as well as to avert the tragic consequences of reckless command leading to unnecessary casualties. The foundation lies in military positions, and everything is built upon that premise. This philosophy may not be applicable elsewhere, but it suits the Red Alert Corps perfectly. Kousha had once pondered deeply why all the soldiers in the Red Alert Corps, despite being the lowest tier of special forces, were all junior officers. What does this signify? Please describe each Red Alert special soldier, who possess at least the rank of squad leader and at most the rank of deputy battalion commander, not to mention the other troops that may follow in the future. Naturally, this has led to many amusing and absurd situations, such as when an enemy faces off against a company commander, who, despite being a mere lieutenant in rank, displays the prowess of a general, an utterly bewildering experience. Furthermore, the aforementioned brigadier general corresponds to a minimum rank of division commander, leaving no room for Ferrari to remain complacent. Suddenly, a voice resonated nearby. "You bring me shame. Why has your strength not progressed even an inch? Has all your training gone to waste, or have you grown too accustomed to the role of instructor during this time? Do you even deserve to be here?" The words were harsh, yet the 11 individuals listened intently. For to Jia and her companions, this figure represented their ideals. To receive his guidance felt akin to being in paradise. This was the faith of special soldiers. Ferrari, however, felt his face flush with embarrassment, sensing that the criticism was indirectly aimed at him, for he could hardly compare to Jia and the others. This only deepened his curiosity about who this person could be, as he appeared quite formidable. He observed how obediently Jia and the others listened, that if he joined in the training, perhaps he could achieve significant improvement. Yet the subsequent words nearly caused Ferrari to choke on his own disbelief. For the next few days, "I shall personally train you, that we shall commence armed cross-country runs until you are utterly exhausted." Terrified, Ferrari instinctively recoiled, muttering, "What kind of madness is this?" He watched as the 11 individuals donned their gear and set off. Ferrari quietly retreated to his office, his eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Why am I so weak? He felt an ominous premonition that he might drift further away from his aspirations, his innate talent unworthy of his current high status. The longer he remained among the special soldiers, the more pronounced this feeling became that he had not been idle. He worked diligently every day, yet his progress was minimal. In politics, he could not rival Kaibi. In strategy, he was overshadowed by AI-like. Meanwhile, a man and a woman, one tall and one small, appeared on the streets of Kartlia. "Are we really going to capture Miss Wednesday? I actually quite like her. I wonder why the higher-ups want to apprehend her. Isn't she one of us?" The speaker was a little girl, one hand clutching a rice cracker and the other wielding a paintbrush. She was none other than Miss Golden Week, one of the chief commanders of the Baroque Works. The other individual, her partner, sported a 3-shaped topknot and had a medium build that seemed frail. This was Mr. 3, also a chief commander of Baroque Works, and a user of the superhuman wax fruit. Who knows? Let us just focus on completing the mission. All right, the two seemed to dismiss the so-called rebel army of Kartlia. Indeed, according to the original narrative, not only Kartlia, but the entirety of Alabasta belonged to an unbeatable combination. The pair spent the entire day inquiring about the whereabouts of Miss Wednesday, but to no avail. That night, within the confines of an inn, Miss Golden Week remarked, This isn't going to work. Miss Wednesday. She stuffed a handful of rice crackers in her mouth. What should we do? Mr. 3 replied with a cunning grin. Tomorrow, we'll storm the military camp. The boss here must know something. Miss Goldenweek hesitated. I feel like that might not be a good idea. Do you have any alternatives? No. Then we shall proceed as I suggest. All right. The following morning. The pair arrived early at the entrance of a military camp, rumored to be the only one in the area. Mr. 3 fashioned a pair of wax candelabras for them. Miss Goldenweek found the white too unattractive and meticulously painted over it with colors. The duo strolled confidently towards the military camp. Halt! Don't move! What are you doing? Two soldiers on guard immediately raised their weapons, confronting the oddly dressed pair. I'm here to inquire about your boss. Quickly summon him. Upon hearing this, the soldiers swiftly blew their whistles, and soon, two squads of patrolling soldiers rushed over, weapons drawn, aiming directly at Mr. 3 and his companion. Warning, warning, this is a military-restricted area. Entry is prohibited. Warning, warning, this is a military-restricted area. Entry is prohibited. Seeing the two remain unfazed, the soldiers opened fire decisively, their AK-47s unleashing a relentless barrage, causing Mr. 3's expression to shift dramatically. The rapid gunfire forced Mr. 3 and Miss Goldenweek to retreat. In the past, during the era of flintlock guns in the pirate world, sporadic shots would scarcely affect Mr. 3's wax armor. However, the continuous gunfire was unprecedented, and he stared in shock as the once impenetrable armor shattered into fragments. Seizing a fleeting opportunity between bursts, Mr. 3 charged forward, swiftly incapacitating several soldiers. Meanwhile, Miss Goldenweek took advantage of the chaos, her paintbrush dancing in the air. Unfortunately, her colors needed contact to take effect. Only her dreamy 7-color rainbow technique could be utilized. Dreamy 7-color rainbow. Those who behold the rainbow will transform into their dream selves. In a moment, pandemonium erupted as the surrounding soldiers began to imagine themselves in fantastical forms. Minutes later, after dispatching the guards at the entrance, the two exchanged glances, realizing that if two squads had posed such a challenge, perhaps it was time to reconsider their approach. Mr. 3, this place seems quite perilous. Then should we retreat? The two individuals had yet to complete their conversation when, from a distance, several squads of soldiers charged toward them, sending chills down their spines. Among them were special forces, and suddenly, a dark object was hurled from afar, landing at their feet. Though Mr. 3 and Miss Goldenweek had no inkling of what it was, an instinctive sense of danger compelled them to turn and flee. However, after just a few steps, a thunderous explosion erupted behind them, the intense heat melting nearly a third of their waxen armor. Mr. Point 3 hastily leapt from his armor and turned to glance at Miss Goldenweek, only to find her unconscious from the shockwave generated by the blast. Startled to the core, Mr. 3 could not afford to linger for her. He turned in the blink of an eye, he was struck by a barrage of bullets from behind. Fortunately, as a user of the wax fruit, he managed to survive. Otherwise, he would have perished on the spot. It is essential to note that although the powers granted by devil fruits are formidable, the vast majority of their wielders cannot simply rely on these abilities to evade gunfire. If that were the case, it would be comical to see the world's Navy soldiers hunting down fruit users, each armed with firearms. This incident resulted in the deaths of 6 soldiers, 2 severely injured, and 12 lightly wounded, creating a highly adverse impact. Mr. 3 successfully escaped while Miss Goldenweek was captured. The rapid-fire AK-47 made its debut, and the authority to access the armory was granted not only to Commander Kousha, but also to officers of the Red Alert Legion of general rank and above. Otherwise, Kousha would be overwhelmed with responsibilities. Due to the limited number of energy points, only the patrol teams were equipped with these firearms in the following days. After receiving military orders from Kousha, Ferrari prepared the army for deployment. Just before setting off, a mysterious major appeared alongside several special troops. Ferrari welcomed him warmly, feeling a sense of ease and joy with such a formidable ally by his side. During their exchange, Ferrari learned that this major's surname was Lee. 2 days later, news of Kousha's army attacking the Rapeflower region spread, instilling widespread panic. The Rapeflower faction, fragmented due to its numerous powers, was primarily led by the Baroque works. Among them was Mr. Five, a superhuman with a bomb fruit ability, and Miss Valentine's Day, who possessed the wait fruit. Besides these two, there was hardly any significant resistance. Mr. Five, due to his fruit powers, was impervious to any explosions or gunfire. And he was swiftly dealt with by Major L.I.A.S. for Miss Valentine's Day. She managed to escape into the sky using her powers. With the defeat of these two, the Rapeflower faction crumbled like a house of cards. Collectively, they boasted over 100,000 troops, yet they could not muster even a semblance of resistance. It was unclear whether Kousha's army was too powerful or the Rapeflower faction too weak. Kousha promptly assigned Kaibi as the mayor of the Rapeflower region, while Ferrariera commanded the military to collaborate with Kaibi. Kousha, in a hurry, returned to the base at Kartlia, for the vehicle factory was now completed, and there was no time to waste. Meanwhile, at the detention center where Miss Golden Week was held, Vivi visited daily. Being of similar ages and former members of Baroque Works, they held mutual affection. Miss Golden Week, you know what you must be told if you continue to stay with Baroque Works. A grim fate awaits you, Vivi implored earnestly. But I have so many friends there, Miss Golden Week, who greatly valued her companions and was quite audacious, had immediately set out to rescue them upon learning of their plight after the disbandment of Baroque Works, bravely infiltrating the Naval Detention Center. This was also what Kousha admired about her, that if you join us, you can plead for your friends when we capture them, can't you? If they have not been captured, it means they are safe. Is that really possible? Of course, rest assured, I will advocate for you. All right, thank you. On the other side, as Kousha returned to Kartlia, he was greeted by a throng of people. One individual at the forefront looked familiar. Likely the assistant who often accompanied Kaibi, probably the vice mayor. Commander, Kousha gestured, and the vice mayor fell in step with him, providing an update on recent events in Kartlia, while introducing himself. The man named Simon, in his 20s, had been by Kaibi's side, known for his cautious demeanor and occasionally offering insights that impressed others, thus earning his position as vice mayor. When Kaibi headed to Rapeflower, he entrusted Simon with the governance of Kartlia. Kousha patted Simon on the shoulder, complimenting him, which left Simon flabbergasted. As Kousha made his way to the military camp, the expanded distance took him a bit longer than before, and it was only after several minutes that he arrived in front of the Red Alert Base's headquarters. Welcome back, Commander. The synthetic electronic voice felt oddly nostalgic despite only being away for 10 days. Chapter 35. Li Yunlong and Dahe upon entering his office, which boasted advanced technology. Kousha held a cup of tea and spoke softly. The space allowed for operations via virtual screens and voice commands that he noticed the technology list displayed. Power plant, buildable, or refinery, buildable. Barracks, buildable. Vehicle factory, buildable. Air command, not built. Repair factory, not built. The items marked as buildable had already been constructed and could be rebuilt. The repair factory was a new structure unlocked upon the completion of the vehicle factory. Repair factory. It can quickly restore your damaged mechanical units. Construction requirements: 800 energy points. Construction duration: 1 day, 8 hours. Note: the establishment of the repair factory signifies an opportunity for territorial expansion. Glancing at his current energy points, 10,095, he hesitated for a moment before deciding to construct the air command first. The countdown for the air command began. 16 days, 15 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. The vehicle factory unlocked the list of super vehicles. Upon clicking, he found only 2 vehicles available for construction. The mining vehicle, specifically designed for energy point collection, it possessed no offensive capabilities, but its defense was exceptionally robust, and it moved at high speed. It could collect 100 energy points per hour. Working 10 hours a day. Construction requirements: 1,000 energy points. Construction duration: 1 day, 16 hours. Special ability: immune to mind control. Note 1. Upgradable. Note 2. AI controlled. Kousha was left speechless, but the next option caught his attention as it finally provided a stylish mode of transport. The multifunctional infantry vehicle, boasting agile speed, equipped with a lightweight machine gun, it should not be underestimated due to its versatility. Construction requirements: 600 energy points. Construction duration: 1 day. Special ability: the attached weapon features a tracking system. Note: AI controlled. Looking at the price of 600 energy points, he realized he would need to postpone that decision until tomorrow. At this moment, Kousha finally relaxed. understanding that the development of the base could not afford a delay even for a day. It then struck him that the recruitment of 10 special soldiers, 10 military dogs, and 2 engineers had been completed. He had briefly met the major named Li, whose shining insignia on his shoulder had excited Kousha, as a strong presence was necessary to oversee the rape flower region. Thus, he had only given the major a cursory reception before rushing back. This was a general officer. Kousha eagerly instructed Red to access the character panel of this individual. Li Yunlong, Major, a super soldier emerging from the flames of war. Rank, Major, signifying everything, revered by special soldiers, possessing the authority to command all conventional forces, including those in the Red Alert Army, with the commander holding the power to dismiss, aura. In battles involving Major Li Yunlong, all special soldiers units will be filled with fighting spirit. Physique, possesses a robust physique. Dominance, wields initial stage armed hockey. Traits, firearms when using his exclusive weaponry. He can anticipate enemy movements. Note, unique, cannot be recruited, the highest commander of Red Alert Special Soldiers. Exclusive Weapon 1. Li Yunlong's daggers, named Chun Qing and Crescimoon. Exclusive Weapon 2. Li Yunlong's sidearm, a silver pistol. Upon seeing this name, Kousha found it peculiar. Li Yunlong. How amusing. I have a friend named Chu Yunfei. However, Kousha was quite satisfied with Li Yunlong's overall attributes. He was practically a beacon of brilliance. Unable to contain his excitement, he opened the panel for one of the dogs. Dahe, Major the King of Dogs, endowed with human-like wisdom. Rank, Major, signifying everything, revered by police dogs. Possessing the authority to command all military dogs, including those in the Red Alert Army, with the commander holding the power to dismiss, aura. In the battles involving General Dahe, all military dogs are imbued with an indomitable spirit. Mental immunity, resistant to all forms of mental control and negative influences. Physical condition, possessing a robust physique. Dominance, exhibiting rudimentary armament hockey and observation hockey. Trait, acute sense of smell, enhanced observation hockey, indicating an elevation in rank. Note, unique in nature, non-recruitable, the supreme commander of the Red Alert military dogs. Upon seeing this regal canine, Kousha could not help but feel that humans pale in comparison. Both are of the rank of Major General, yet the disparity between man and dog is so pronounced. Moreover, you are a dog, yet astonishingly possess both armament and observation hockey. How absurd! Even more outrageous is the sheer power of your unique trait. Kousha also noted another point. The physical condition. His own physique, that of Li Yunlong, and that of Dahe are entirely different. He merely possesses a healthy physique, whereas Li Yunlong and Dahe exhibit extraordinary strength. What accounts for this discrepancy? Kousha posed his inquiry to Hong Ho. The physique refers to an individual's physical quality and strength. For instance, in a confrontation between the commander and Li Yunlong, landing 10 hits on Li Yunlong may barely inflict harm. But a single hit from Li Yunlong could be fatal. This implies that as the gap in physique widens, striking another may feel akin to mere tickling, failing to penetrate defenses. This is how the commander can be understood. Kousha was at a loss for words. After a while, he opened the character panels of the 2 engineers. Gale, architectural engineer and engineer in the field of construction, possessing unique insights into architecture. Calvin, road engineer and engineer in the field of road construction, endowed with distinctive perspectives on roadways. Upon seeing this, Kousha chuckled. How succinct. The road engineer reminded him of the saying, to get rich, one must first build roads. He continued to idly operate in the office for a while before changing into a different outfit and heading towards the vehicle factory. Cabby, AI-like, and Ferrari all went to the rapeseed flowers, leaving Kousha with few people to converse with. It then dawned on him. Where is Wei Wei? After inquiring a bit, he learned that Wei Wei had been frequently visiting the prison lately, as a few days ago. Members of the Baroque Working Society had come and captured a girl. Kousha did not dwell on it. He decided to check the barracks, as he was quite eager to meet Dahe, the King of Dogs, as well as the 2 engineers. Before long, Kousha arrived at the barracks, twisting and turning. Several soldiers on guard were not special forces. Commander, they saluted in perfect unison. From a distance, Kousha could hear the commotion within the barracks, accompanied by the barking of military dogs, yet he seemed to discern their words. You are all too weak. Not even as good as a dog. Do you not feel ashamed? As Kousha approached, his eyes nearly bulged. A large, formidable dog was growling there. With piercing eyes, its appearance reminiscent of a wolf, erect ears, and a sturdy build, its coat varied between soft and coarse, shining with oil, and its limbs robust and powerful, exuding an aura of immense, explosive strength. Chapter 36. The Expertise of Engineers and the Vehicle Factory. Not far behind Dahe lay 10 other military dogs strikingly similar to him. Previously, when Bai Jie and others stood in a row and were reprimanded by Li Yunlong, they held no grievances. With Li Yunlong gone, a new dog emerged, incessantly barking. Bai Jie and others bore no discontent. Rather, they listened intently, as if they could comprehend what was being said. The surrounding soldiers looked bewildered. What on earth is this? The current troops have relocated entirely to the barracks, with training squads visible everywhere, and the training system developed by Bai Jie and the other special forces is beginning to take root. Commander, woof woof! As Kousha drew near, he was met with salutes from Bai Jie and the others, as well as from a dog. Dahe was also clad in camouflage, with gleaming golden stars on his shoulders, a dog bearing the rank of Major General. It was a sight that elicited both laughter and incredulity. After Dahe finished instructing Bai Jie and the others, Kousha exchanged a few casual words, mainly offering some motivational platitudes to the soldiers gathered nearby. The crowd responded with continuous applause, leading Kousha to ponder whether he should hold a collective meeting. Just then, 2 men in suits and ties approached, appearing to be around 30 years of age. They were likely the 2 engineers. Neither bore military ranks, nor seemed particularly powerful, but the uniqueness of their engineering expertise commanded respect, even from the special forces. Commander, Kousha waved his hand. Let's converse as we walk. Leading the way towards the vehicle factory, Dahe promptly followed suit. Throughout the journey, the 2 engineers spoke incessantly, while Kousha listened attentively. Commander, roads are the fundamental infrastructure of cities and essential for the livelihood of citizens. They are crucial to the organic activities of the entire city. A smooth road network is a vital factor in transforming urban landscapes. Good transportation and infrastructure conditions significantly propel the economic and social development of a region. According to the mechanics of roads, urban roads are primarily divided into rigid and flexible pavements that I suggest. As soon as he finished, the other engineer began to speak without pause that we can plan for newly constructed, renovated, or expanded buildings to ensure quality in terms of safety, practicality, durability, and environmental protection. Architecture is an intricate system that reflects the spirit of a city. Kousha patiently absorbed the explanations from the 2 engineers. Though he did not grasp all the details, as a person from the 21st century, he was generally aware of urban landscapes. Rest assured, I will personally speak to the mayor on your behalf. As long as it is within our capabilities, feel free to unleash your talents. The 2 engineers were overjoyed at his words, saluting before hastily departing. Kousha could not help but marvel. Products from the base are indeed top-notch. There is no doubt about their professionalism. The vehicle factory bore significant similarities to the barracks that IT sprawled over an extensive area, and to construct it, a considerable number of residents had to be relocated. Many citizens had moved to the outskirts. The previous city walls had all but been dismantled, and Kousha had erected a perimeter fence using red alerts materials. Behind the vehicle factory lay an expanse of desert, which was also considered for future military vehicle drills. The interior of the vehicle factory integrated office buildings, dormitories, canteens, training grounds, and more. After taking a tour, Kousha entered the so-called workshop of the vehicle factory. This was the true vehicle factory. Unlike the munitions factory hidden underground, this one was prominently displayed. From the outside, it appeared unremarkable, yet was rich with potential. Welcome, Commander, to the vehicle factory. As Kousha stepped inside, the synthesized voice of Hong Ho echoed. The entire vehicle factory was imbued with a dreamlike sense of technology. Light streamed through the metallic grid above, casting dappled shadows on the ground and walls, creating a strong spatial and visual impact. Each light arrangement was meticulously designed, delineating different areas and enriching the visual experience with a sense of spatial rhythm. Not far away, rows of intelligent automated equipment came into view. This was also a cutting-edge military manufacturing base, As Kousha accessed the information on the vehicle factory, a virtual image flashed before him, moving in tandem with his own movements. Vehicle factory. Workshop. The vehicle factory serves as a warehouse for the production and manufacture of various war machines. Note: the core strength of the vehicle factory derives from machinery. Kousha's fingers slid back and forth, eventually locating items available for purchase with energy points, specifically vehicles with no usage restrictions, accessible to all. It is essential to note that whether mining vehicles or multifunctional infantry vehicles, all are driven by artificial intelligence, leaving no room for manual control. Conversely, items produced by the munitions factory or workshop are not only cost-effective but also universally usable. The only distinction is that, akin to the past, manual driving is required, while certain specialized items cannot be produced. For instance, constructing a manually driven mining vehicle is utterly impossible, as the workshop lacks that option. However, the products manufactured here and those from the vehicle factory are worlds apart. After all, the difference between manual operation and artificial intelligence technology spans centuries. Kousha casually opened several panels. Grade Bear Tank. Price 350 energy points. Operation requirement: professional level tank driving skills. Note: the most basic combat tank. Kousha was speechless upon seeing the requirement for driving skills, realizing that this was something the average person could not operate. With a swipe of his finger, he continued. Truck. Price 50 energy points. Operation requirement: K-level driving skills. Another swipe. Excavator. Price 50 energy points. Operation requirement: W-level driving skills. A final swipe. All-terrain vehicle. Price 200 energy points. Operation requirement: Y-level driving skills. Upon seeing this, Kousha's eyes lit up. What a good find! He glanced at his energy points and thought, I'll deal with this tomorrow, continuously perusing the array of options available. It truly was a cornucopia of choices, yet only a solitary Gray Bear tank was designated for combat use. Kousha inquired with the Red Queen and was promptly provided with an explanation. Combat vehicles require the commander to unlock more advanced technology, which put Kousha at ease. Throughout the afternoon, Kousha neglected to eat, remaining in the workshop until nightfall, while Dahe, feeling utterly bored, departed early. Upon Kousha's return to the barracks, he found several formations seated in place, occasionally punctuated by the resounding strains of military songs. A smile crept upon Kousha's lips. Once they surmounted the challenges posed by Crocodile, the future of Alabasta would undoubtedly astonish the world. Chapter 37. The surrender of Miss Golden Week. In the ensuing 2 days, Kousha devised a new plan for Kitlea. Centering around the Red Alert base, he aimed to continually relocate the surrounding populace, transforming the area into a heavy military base. Coincidentally, Gale, the construction engineer, would oversee the suitability of new accommodations for the residents, which would be of a simple design. Calvin, the road engineer, would be responsible for the connectivity of roads, though this too would merely involve basic repairs. Both housing and road construction would not commence until the planning was fully realized. As for funds and personnel, Kousha had already communicated with the mayor of Kitlea, Simon, assuring him that assistance will be provided as needed. In the days to come, Kousha would also supply excavators, bulldozers, trucks, and the like. However, the consumption of energy points was quite substantial. Not only did various construction vehicles require them, but so did firearms and ammunition, all needing to be exchanged for energy points. The utility of a solitary mining vehicle had become exceedingly limited. During this time, Kousha scarcely had the chance to spend quality moments with Vivi, often collapsing into sleep from sheer exhaustion. Since her arrival, Vivi had been equally industrious, training with Baigia and others every morning and engaging with the local populace in the afternoons, absorbing the new ideologies of the place. Resembling a university student in her demeanor. One morning, as they sat for breakfast, Kousha sensed something amiss. Vivi repeatedly hesitated to voice her thoughts, a pattern that was becoming familiar. Vivi, startled, she exclaimed as if caught in a reverie. If you have something to say, just say it directly. After regaining her composure, Vivi softly replied, Could I ask you for a favor? Speak freely. Given our rapport, there's no need for hesitation. Vivi playfully stuck out her tongue, chuckling lightly. It's just that Mr. 3 from the Baroque Works and Miss Golden Week attempted to capture me previously, and I can't help but think. Kousha, taking a bite of his food, nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, I recall that incident. You nearly captured Miss Golden Week. Miss Golden Week isn't inherently malicious. She's my age. Perhaps we could grant her leniency, allowing her to redeem herself? Kousha sighed. While Miss Golden Week might not be exceptionally formidable, her abilities were not to be underestimated. The color she painted could induce psychological suggestions in the original narrative. Miss Golden Week leveraged this talent to commandeer a warship, successfully evading naval pursuit with a bounty of 29 million berries on her head. However, without her paintbrush, she was no different from an ordinary girl that you've barely known her. Your understanding is quite limited. Vivi swayed Kousha's arm. Must you resort to such antics? Kousha remarked, exasperated. All right, I shall meet her personally before making any decisions. He stood up, and Vivi hastily attempted to follow. Kousha playfully poked her forehead. You need not accompany me. Vivi huffed, skipping away. Kousha strode towards the barracks, receiving respectful salutes from several soldiers along the way. Nearby, he noticed Xiaowu and Baijia engaged in training. Xiaowu trotted over swiftly. Commander, please bring that girl who caused a ruckus here while back to the conference room. The barracks indeed had a conference room. Xiaowu scratched his head. Which girl? Kousha suddenly recalled that Xiaowu had returned with him and was unaware of the events that transpired that day. He summoned Baijia again and reiterated his instructions. Kousha made his way to the conference room, and shortly after, a soldier entered bearing a cup of tea. About 10 minutes later, a knock echoed through the door. Come in, Commander. The girl has arrived, the Baijia's voice announced as she entered with a small girl in tow. It was indeed Miss Golden Week. All right, you may leave now. Baijia cast a curious glance at Kousha and then at Miss Golden Week, her expression tinged with intrigue. Kousha, sensing her amusement, quipped, What are you thinking? Baijia chuckled lightly as she exited, closing the door with a thud. Miss Golden Week regarded the man before her, whose presence left a profound impression in this unfamiliar environment. Her petite frame of merely 1.50 meters trembled slightly. Though typically composed and at ease, even in the face of combat, she was now the complete opposite. Kousha sighed. After all, she was still just a girl. The incident had resulted in the deaths of several soldiers. And under normal circumstances, Miss Golden Week would not have survived. Please, have a seat. There is no need to be anxious. I can stand. Kousha, momentarily speechless, raised his voice slightly. If I say sit, then sit. Your timidity might lead others to believe I've wronged you. Oh, I'm so sorry. As Miss Golden Week cautiously took a seat, Kousha continued. Let us properly introduce ourselves. What is your name? Miss Golden Week, did I mean your real name? Marianu. Very well, Mariana, do you wish to live or die? After a moment of contemplation, Marianu replied, Of course I want to live. She stifled a sob as she spoke. Then I offer you a chance. Join me. Mariana did not hesitate. Yes, but may I propose a condition? You lack the standing to impose conditions, though you may express your thoughts. If in the future any of my companions are captured, I hope you can spare them as well, considering your own precarious situation. You wish for others? I can agree to this. If any of your companions are captured and do not pose a significant threat to me, I will consider allowing them to redeem themselves. Thank you. Very well. In that case, take some time to familiarize yourself with this environment that I will arrange for someone to keep an eye on you. Kousha shouted toward the outside. Die. In a moment, a shadow of a dog darted in. Startling Marianu, woof woof, Kousha pointed to Dahe, informing Marianu, This creature will accompany you for the time being. It will leave once you feel secure with us. Given Marianu's capabilities, should she acquire her paintbrush, she could easily turn the tables. Ordinary special forces would be no match for her. Since Dahe was idling, it was a fitting arrangement. Chapter 38. Conflicting views. Mariana gazed at Dahe, suppressing her fear as she nodded. Just before exiting, Kousha's voice echoed again. Marianu, I hope you refrain from foolishness. This is your chance for a new beginning. A tremor ran through Marianu at the mention of her name, one that had not been uttered in ages. A new beginning? Perhaps it was indeed time to start anew. Kousha's leniency towards Marianu was not without reason. He saw potential in her to sway other members of the Baroque works to his side. However, as the Red Alert base expanded, those individuals would become increasingly expendable. The crux lay in Marianu's unique ability to induce psychological suggestions through her artwork. If all went well, the entire Alabasta Empire would soon witness significant reforms. with the transportation system being of utmost importance. While it would be ideal for citizens to uphold the law, drawing parallels to the 21st century, Kousha found it laughable. Therefore, if Marianu could sketch vehicle routes and sidewalks, the psychological influence she imbued could create a harmonious and friendly city. How to utilize her talents in the future would be determined in due course. In the following days, both Kitlea and the rapeseed flower region entered a phase of stable development. Kousha refrained from further expansion. Any such endeavor would necessitate traveling via ship from the port city of rapeseed flower to the Western Territories, which were, without a doubt, under Crocodile's control. Moreover, he lacked any warships. Upon glancing at the construction countdown for the empty command post, there remains just 1 week. Kousha has constructed 2 mining vehicles. Attention, Commander, a mineral refinery can accommodate a maximum of 2 mining vehicles. If further construction of mining vehicles is desired, please expand the mineral refinery. Unfortunately, it is not possible to construct a mineral refinery while simultaneously building the empty command post, as both belong to the category of technological buildings. Only one can be constructed at a time within the same category, similar to the Special Forces barracks, where simultaneous recruitment is not permitted. Opening the Special Forces menu reveals only 3 solitary units: Special Soldiers, Military Dogs, and Engineers. Although 2 engineers have already been recruited, the intention was to recruit 8 more, totaling 10, to see what kind of exceptional engineer might emerge. However, upon reflection, it seems futile, even if an engineer were to be produced. It would not be particularly beneficial at this time, that IT is not yet a period for vigorous development. It is prudent to conserve energy points for future preparations. In Alabaston, the port city of canola flour, the disciplined Kousha army has refrained from disturbing the populace. KB promptly enacted relevant policies, reallocating personnel from the military to form a temporary enforcement team. Various factions in the area have been systematically cleared. Although the streets appear desolate, they have gradually regained some vitality after days of simmering unrest. Observant individuals may notice that numerous bars, dance halls, and other entertainment venues have shuttered their doors. The emergence of a new faction has not significantly altered the lives of ordinary citizens. The only distinction being that this new force seems more orderly than its predecessor, a port city. It is never short of people, with a steady influx of pirate merchants arriving daily. The sudden appearance of numerous enforcement teams in Canola Flour, a city that had previously been lawless for the past 2 years, has naturally incited considerable discontent, particularly among pirates. What of free meals? What of purchasing goods without payment? Even public executions have occurred. The swift intervention of the enforcement team has caused most pirates to cease their activities immediately. Many pirates are mere mortals. Even those with some skill cannot withstand a volley of bullets from the enforcement team. On rare occasions, if a particularly powerful pirate emerges that the enforcement team cannot handle, Li Yunlong personally intervenes, swiftly resolving the situation. This has solidified the enforcement team's reputation among the populace. Today, following the defeat of the Canola Flour faction, numerous individuals have been captured and taken prisoner. Disagreements have arisen between KB and Eric regarding the treatment of these captives. KB believes they should not be executed, while Eric contends they must be. Both possess their own justifications. It is the first time differing political views have emerged between KB and Eric. At this moment, a multitude of captives kneels in orderly rows at the dock, bound together by ropes, all representing the vanquished factions of Canola Flour. Eric leads the charge, wielding a revolver. Ferrari stands nearby, feeling somewhat uneasy. While war is war, he hesitates at the thought of executing prisoners. Eric, HM? Eric glances at Ferrari, puzzled. I isn't this a bit excessive. What? Are we soldiers now, or do you believe they should be spared? No, I simply feel. Ferrari attempts to express further thoughts, but is interrupted. Eric leans closer to Ferrari. Enough, brother. Do not speak further. You should address the families who have suffered at their hands. Fine, Ferrari concedes. Glancing at the time, he raises the revolver above his head, signaling for the execution to commence. Wait, a familiar voice calls from a distance. It is KB. KB approaches swiftly, sweat glistening on his brow, clearly having run to reach them. Eric, what are you doing? Did we not agree to discuss this? Eric chuckles at KB's words. KB, you were never like this before. Or has becoming mayor softened your heart after all the lives you've spared? No, I have never changed. But this is different. They are prisoners, tens of thousands of prisoners. And what of it? To me, they are uncertain variables. They hail from dozens of factions. Can you truly guarantee their loyalty? KB falls silent, but we cannot execute them all. Most of them are merely trying to make a living. Eric scoffs at this. Trying to make a living. Do you know how many of them were once pirates? How many have committed murder and plunder? I say, better to kill the wrong than to let one slip away. KB, taken aback, stammers. Why, you said what? I said better to kill the wrong than to let one escape. Regardless of their past, anyone who joins a faction deserves to die. Eric pauses before continuing, and KB, focus on being a good mayor. Govern your territory and leave the fighting to us, all right? KB finds himself a loss for words. Indeed, the military representation lies with Eric, Ferrari, and others, while his duty is governance. Very well. Eric, grant me 2 more days. I will consult the boss. Eric regards KB with surprise, suddenly seeming to grasp something profound. KB, have you not yet realized? KB, confused, asks, realized what? Do you think the boss appointed you as mayor to govern while I remained in the military for no reason? KB instinctively inquires, why? Because you are stable and suited for governance, while I am ruthless and fit for military service that I would willingly risk my life for intelligence in Alabasta. After a moment of contemplation, KB replies, regardless, I hope you can wait 2 days. With that, KB departs without another word. However, once KB has distanced himself, a gunshot rings out from the dock, followed by scenes reminiscent of hell on earth. Accompanied by anguished cries, KB shuts his eyes and shakes his head. Disparate political views indeed. Chapter 39. The Awakening of Chief of Staff Eric at the temporary garrison in Canola Flower. A red alert soldier reports the day's events to Major Li Yunlong. General, will you not intervene in the situation over there? Li Yunlong lights a cigarette, taking a deep drag. Our mission is to train soldiers capable of entering the battlefield. As for everything else, it is not currently our concern. Let us focus on our own duties. Understood. The soldier replies that at some point. Li Yunlong produces a gleaming dagger that in truth, I hold a degree of admiration for that lad named Eric. He is decisive and ruthless in his actions, a promising talent. War requires an awareness of its brutal nature. This is no child's play that is a pity his physique is somewhat lacking. As the number of trained red alert soldiers increases, the prestige of these special forces has also risen, with many soldiers dreaming of joining their ranks and becoming part of the elite. Kousha has considered this as well. However, suitable candidates have yet to emerge. Perhaps the training period has been too brief, or the timing is simply not right. After all, in a powerful empire, the military plays a crucial role. The Red Alert soldiers are formidable, far surpassing ordinary individuals, yet relying solely on the recruitment of Red Alert soldiers will not suffice for long-term success. Given the lengthy construction times, over 8 days for a barracks, capable of recruiting only 3 special soldiers a day, one can expect to recruit merely 90 soldiers a month, totaling just over 1,000 in a year. To assemble a 10,000-strong army would require at least a decade, and this figure pertains only to the weakest units within the Red Alert Corps. When considering the recruitment time for engineers, the duration for other units will only increase. The Empire requires development, and so does the Red Alert base. The number of engineers must not be underestimated. Perhaps constructing additional barracks could be contemplated. But the Red Alert base also requires technological advancement. Considering the construction time for the empty command post, along with the exorbitant cost of 10,000 energy points, one mining vehicle would need to work continuously for 10 days to cover the expense. Relying solely on these special soldiers seems unlikely to yield any significant breakthrough in this lifetime. The energy points required in the future may reach astronomical figures. The Empire not only lacks foundational talents, but also significantly lacks high-level combat prowess. The following morning, the dock of Canola Flower is stained crimson with blood. Tens of thousands of lives have been extinguished in a single stroke by Eric, creating a significant impact that even graced the headlines of the day's newspapers. Eric has become a figure of dread in Canola Flower, feared by all. While this massacre stemmed from Alabastan's internal strife, it remains a matter of intense scrutiny. Dasky even reported directly to the naval headquarters, only to receive the response, "Focus on your own affairs." Do not involve yourself in their civil unrest. Clearly, the Navy is disinclined to meddle, as numerous nations face turmoil each year. Such matters bear no relation to justice. If one were to concern themselves with these issues daily, they might as well abandon the fight against piracy altogether. I could see this moment. KB sits in his office, feeling somewhat despondent as he strives to minimize the fallout among the citizens of Canola Flower. He senses that Eric has indeed changed. Could it be that the expansion of territory has inflated his ego? Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking at the door draws KB from his thoughts. Enter, upon seeing the visitor. KB was taken aback. What? You don't wish to see me? The newcomer was none other than Eric, dressed casually. Make yourself comfortable. Eric slowly took a seat. Are you still upset with me? KB shook his head. After all, Eric had been his brother since childhood. What could they do? It was merely a disagreement in political views. Just by looking at your face, I can tell you're still angry that I'm not. TCH, look at you. Do you really think I wanted to do that? I had no other choice. KB, upon hearing this, became displeased. Then tell me, why was there no choice? Eric adjusted himself comfortably in the armchair. This matter, even if you report it to the boss, would be futile. Didn't you hear the boss say something before? What was it? Kindness does not govern soldiers. Is this your excuse for indiscriminate killing? Eric chuckled lightly. I'm not that foolish. Hence, you're unfit to command troops. Have you forgotten our objective? KB pondered for a moment. Are you referring to Crocodile? Exactly. Our ultimate enemy is Crocodile. His strength has been made abundantly clear by the boss. Who knows when the decisive battle will occur? These remnants of dozens of factions are unstable factors. If we do not resolve this soon, the longer we delay, the harder it will be to manage. Once conflict arises, can you guarantee that these opportunists won't stab us in the back? KB found himself momentarily speechless. Moreover, do you know how many among them are mere pawns of Crocodile's force? Noticing KB's silence, Eric continued, Thus, it is better to cut through the chaos swiftly, better to kill the wrong person than let one escape. KB helplessly shrugged. Then you should wait for the boss's message before acting. Eric snorted. That's why I say you're unfit to lead troops. Just locating these individuals took a full 7 days. The boss is far away, and even a round trip would take at least a day. If those people rise in rebellion, even if they are bound, they could cause unpredictable losses to our forces. Moreover, the boss isn't present and lacks knowledge about the situation. That if we act with the intention of leaving these people behind, we are dealing with dozens of factions, a mix of good and bad. This is not like the situation with Miles and Carclay, where only Miles's faction remained. Once Miles fell, the battle concluded. KB was persuaded by Eric's arguments. Indeed, this was not the time for righteousness. If the boss made a wrong decision, should we obey or not? If we comply, these individuals could become a long-term threat. That if we refuse, we would be disobeying orders. If the boss agrees to eliminate these people, what will the citizens think when they learn of this? Some decisions cannot wait for the boss to make. We must assist him in making choices, and someone must bear the burden, and that person can only be me. After all, I am the chief of staff. Eric finished his words with a smile, but to KB, it felt exceptionally bitter. In that instant, KB comprehended everything. Indeed, such is the nature of grand undertakings. Who among them did not emerge from a sea of corpses? In that moment, KB felt a tinge of shame for having previously doubted this brother. Eric's actions far surpass his own. That I'm sorry. I misjudged you. Eric glanced dismissively. Tage, spare me the sarcasm. Who told us we were brothers? The two clasped hands tightly. For the liberation of Alabasta. Chapter 40. The tragic Mr. 3 in the Technology Center since Mr. 3's failed attempt to capture Vivi alongside Miss Golden Week. He had been on the run, avoiding direct contact with Baroque Works. That he understood that due to his failure, he would surely face pursuit, as this was an unspoken rule within Baroque Works. Thus, he took a detour to the Spider Saf, the headquarters of Baroque Works located in the capital, Alyabarna. He dared not show himself and instead followed other commanders, ultimately hitching a ride on the giant sea turtle, Binge, which served as the exclusive transport for Baroque Works chief commanders. He arrived at the Rain-based casino, Rain Feast. When Crocodile learned of Mr. 3's arrival, he could not help but snort coldly. A useless failure who hasn't completed his task still has the audacity to come to headquarters. Mr. 3, accompanied by 2 guards, made his way to the backyard. Upon catching sight of Crocodile's visage, Mr. 3 found himself momentarily speechless. What he beheld was one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile, leaving him utterly astonished. Baroque Works maintained a stringent confidentiality policy. All personnel operated under code names rather than real names. Once Mr. 3 regained his composure, he finally grasped the gravity of the monumental secret he had stumbled upon. Or Mr. Crocodile chuckled lightly. You know the consequences of failing your mission that I didn't expect you to find your way here. I am merely allowing you to die. With clarity, a chill ran through Mr. 3's heart, and he hurriedly pleaded, I am loyal to the organization. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come here. I beg you, Mr. Zero, grant me one more chance. Crocodile effortlessly grasped Mr. 3 by the neck, lifting him slightly. You should have died for failing your mission. You learned my identity prematurely. Do you really think you can survive this? Besides, all of you will die eventually. Mr. 3's complexion turned ashen as he felt the moisture within his body evaporating rapidly. He hastily employed his fruit powers to resist, but the effect was negligible. The two were simply not of the same caliber. As the moisture continued to drain from his body, Mr. 3 gradually gave up the fight. Noticing his silence, Crocodile tossed him aside into a nearby mud pit, where a massive crocodile, measuring a full 30 meters, leaped out and swallowed Mr. 3 whole. As Mr. 3 gazed into the cavernous maw of the giant crocodile, a surge of survival instinct arose once more in that fleeting moment before being consumed. He enveloped himself in a wax ball. During this period, the entirety of Alabasta seemed to have entered a brief state of peace, as if all turmoil had ceased. Yet, everyone understood that this tranquility was merely the calm before the storm. The progress of rebuilding Cartlay was excruciatingly slow. Although engineers supervised the work, skilled laborers knowledgeable in construction were exceedingly scarce. In modern terms, one might refer to them as contractors. Undertakings related to road construction and civil infrastructure were not something the Red Alert base could assist with. Kousha occasionally contemplated halting this project. However, with a population exceeding 100,000 in the city and having recently achieved liberation, it was essential to provide people with work to prevent unrest, as suggested by Mayor Simon. To this end, Kousha expended considerable energy points to acquire trucks, cranes, bulldozers, and other machinery. Regarding subsequent training and qualifications for operating these machines, Kousha convened a meeting to address the matter and deployed a dozen Special Forces soldiers to serve as instructors. The remainder of the tasks was left to Mayor Simon to manage. It is worth noting that, following recent recruitment efforts, the ranks of the Red Alert Special Forces had swelled to nearly 50 men. The addition of a mining vehicle had eased the energy point situation somewhat, but it was still insufficient to withstand the current rate of consumption. Even with 2 mining vehicles, the daily yield was merely 2,000 points, amounting to 20,000 points over 10 days. During this time, the expenditure on weapon and ammunition manufacturing alone had approached 10,000 points, sufficient to arm a few hundred soldiers. Gazing at the remaining 550 energy points, Kousha opted to conserve them, awaiting the completion of the Air Command Center to proceed with the next phase. The initial cost of 10,000 energy points for the Air Command Center had indeed caused Kousha considerable distress. That evening, Kousha received a notification from the Red Queen. Commander, please be advised that the Air Command Center has been completed. Kousha looked up and noticed Vivi was absent. Vivi had been frequently visiting the little turtle these days, often staying there under the guise of studying. Opening the technology building menu, Kousha's gaze skipped over the maintenance workshop and moved downward. Indeed, he spotted a brand new building icon. Technology Center, Combat Laboratory. Hundreds of high-tech talents converge here, where immense technological advancements will be born. The terror of the Technology Center is an existence beyond your imagination. Construction requirements: 22,500 energy points construction time. 30 days. Note 1. The establishment of the Technology Center signifies a revolutionary turning point for the Red Alert base. Note 2. The inaugural completion of the Technology Center will yield a unique hero-level character. Upon witnessing the emergence of the Technology Center, Kousha was nearly overwhelmed with excitement, on the verge of jumping for joy. The Technology Center was a core edifice in Red Alert. and upon reading the subsequent notes, he was ecstatic to realize that the first completion of the Technology Center would yield a hero-level character. Kousha nearly gasped for breath. The three heroic figures of Red Alert 3 are Tanya, Natasha, and Yukiko. I wonder if it might be one of them. Due to the Air Command unit being equipped with a small radar, several radar-related units have been unlocked. Additionally, the list of super aircraft has been made available. Upon opening it, there was only one bare unit inside. Nighthawk helicopter. The Nighthawk aircraft is designed to evade detection, making it exceptionally effective for gathering enemy intelligence. Construction requirements: 1,000 energy points. Construction duration: 1 day and 16 hours. Note 1. The Nighthawk aircraft's evasion capabilities include Kin Bunchika Hakai. It serves as an excellent means of transportation. Although it is merely a small radar, it proves highly effective within the confines of Alabasta. However, at greater distances, it may lose radar functionality and disconnect from the Air Command unit. In the Special Forces section, a new aerial unit has also been unlocked. Rocket Paratrooper. This specialized unit is equipped with exclusive nano-armor and boasts considerable agility. Physical condition: possesses a healthy physique. Hockey: has attained beginner-level Kin Bunchiko Hockey. Recruitment requirements: 1,200 energy points. Recruitment duration: 2 days. Note 1. Upon reaching a certain number of recruits, a commander will be randomly recruited. Note 2. When the recruitment count first reaches 10, a unique high-ranking officer of this troop type will be automatically recruited. Note 3. This is a specialized soldier unit, operating as a distinct faction. Upon examining the data of the Rocket Paratrooper, I felt an overwhelming sense of power. Could this be a means of mass-producing Kin Bunchika Masters? Although it is merely at the beginner level, the recruitment requirements and duration seem excessively high compared to that of special soldiers. Chapter 41. The conspiracy of Crocodile begins to unfold. After taking a sip of water and resting for a moment, Kousha returned to the commander's office. He finally flipped to the military defense list, which also revealed 2 newly unlocked units. Prism Tower, a high-grade defensive structure that employs mirrored focusing to unleash massive beams of energy against foes. Construction requirements: 3,000 energy points. Construction duration: 5 days. Note 1. Immune to light and electrical energy attacks. Note 2. The Prism Tower can activate its lighting system at night. After reviewing the introduction of the Prism Tower, Kousha noted that aside from its high cost, it could also function as a streetlight. With a swipe of his finger, he proceeded to the next unit. Giant Cannon, an ultra-defensive weapon capable of effectively safeguarding the base against enemy ground and naval assaults. Although it proves somewhat vulnerable against aerial units and requires accompanying anti-aircraft weapons. Construction requirements: 4,000 energy points. Construction duration: 6 days and 12 hours. The introduction of the Giant Cannon and Prism Tower has significantly enhanced the nation's defensive capabilities. If energy points are sufficient, placing them at the port of Rapeseed would make any approaching enemy think twice. Observing the remaining 26,550 energy points, he ultimately clicked to construct the Technology Center. Regardless of which heroic figure appears, it is undoubtedly a worthwhile investment. Commander, please be advised that continued construction will lead to insufficient base power. The power station has reached its limit. Kousha, left with no choice, had to prioritize the construction of the power station. Power station. Power is the sole means of maintaining base operations. Without it, progress will be halted. Construction requirements: 800 energy points. Construction duration: 1 day and 8 hours. Looking at the time, another long day of waiting lay ahead. During this period, Kousha engaged in physical training and tinkered with various firearms. Fortunately, the original Kousha possessed a considerable understanding of weaponry, allowing him to handle conventional firearms from the pirate world with ease. His efforts in manipulating various firearms yielded fruitful results. For instance, the handgun currently in Kousha's possession is a custom Desert Eagle. In the past, a handgun was an essential sidearm in combat, serving as the best emergency weapon when primary ammunition ran out or when there was no time to reload. Providing a brief respite by temporarily pushing back the enemy. As for the knife left by the original Kousha, he found it but, after several attempts, felt no connection to it, as few from the 21st century are adept with blades. Ultimately, he resigned himself to focusing on firearms, simple, convenient, and practical. Kousha considered that while firearms are primarily ranged weapons, their value diminishes significantly at close quarters. Yet, given that this is the pirate world, skilled marksmen certainly exist. Of course, while immersed in firearm practice, physical conditioning could not be neglected. That on the following day, the power station was finally completed. Kousha eagerly initiated the construction of the technology center, regardless of the outcome. The emergence of a heroic unit would be a sure gain. That afternoon, dreadful news arrived. Many witnessed a large bird plummeting near Cartelia, the impact audible from afar, by the time Kousha learned of the incident. The giant bird had transformed into a human form and was transported to the medical facility. As Kousha arrived in a multifunctional infantry vehicle, he heard a familiar voice weeping from a distance. Entering the ward, it was none other than Vivi, and lying on the hospital bed was Perlu, covered in blood and bearing numerous wounds, clearly in critical condition. "Perlu? What happened? Wake up, please! Don't die!" Vivi cried beside him, her eyes brimming with tears. Kousha hurriedly called for a soldier. "Quickly, go find Dr. Bozing. Speed is essential." Dr. Bozing is one of the few highly skilled doctors in Alabasta. At this moment, Kousha's face darkened with concern. It was evident that something had gone awry in the royal city of Albana. Perlu, being a Zoan fruit user, had fought desperately to escape. Who but the high-ranking officials of Baroque Works could have injured Perlu? What exactly transpired? According to the original plot, Crocodile was not set to make his move for another 3 years. Could it be that my presence has generated a butterfly effect? Kousha pondered silently. Before long, Dr. Bozing arrived and immediately began administering first aid and bandaging Perlu. Kousha embraced Vivi, reassuring her, "Don't worry, he will be fine." Vivi had grown up under Perlu's watchful eye, akin to a big brother, and Kousha understood their bond well. Fortunately, Perlu was a Zoan fruit user. Had he been an ordinary person, such severe injuries would have been fatal long ago. Dr. Bozing confirmed that within a few days, Perlu would awaken. That it was not until 3 days later that Perlu finally stirred. Throughout these 3 days, Kousha and Vivi visited daily, awaiting Perlu's awakening to uncover the events that transpired. However, not a single one of the spies Kousha had sent to the royal city returned. Something significant had clearly occurred. Perlu slowly recounted the sequence of events. It turned out that due to prolonged drought, although Cobra's reputation suffered, the royal city remained a stronghold, and the citizens continued to place their faith in him. However, the critical issue arose with the appearance of Mr. Two, the character known as Bon Clay, who enjoyed donning swan ballet attire, a paramecia-type user capable of impersonating anyone he had touched, including their face, body, and voice. He also possessed the ability to store memories, allowing him to replicate anyone he had previously encountered. Bon Clay directly impersonated the king, spreading rumors and appearing in the square as Cobra, declaring that he had stolen the nation's reign and inciting his subordinates to wreak havoc upon the city and assault its citizens. Consequently, everyone believed it to be the king's conspiracy. Even Perlu and the king's trusted aides could hardly believe that their sovereign had descended to such depths. One day, a shoeshine boy named Kaba inadvertently discovered Mr. Two inciting chaos while masquerading as the king. He risked his life to report this to the guard, and only then did Ikaram, Perlu, and others learn that King Cobra had been replaced. However, by this time, the royal city had already descended into chaos, and it was too late. The legendary hero finally made his appearance, instantly garnering the support of countless citizens. Perlu, Jaga, and others, recognizing the dire situation, fought valiantly against the chaos. In this confrontation, Jago went missing, Ikaram vanished, the king was lost, and the guards suffered heavy casualties. Only Perlu managed to escape. As for the 2 red alert soldiers, Zhao Gang and Wang Tian, their fates seem equally grim. This was the last thing Kousha wanted to witness. Chapter 42. Preparations before battle. In Alabasta, the royal city of Albana, Crocodile stood triumphantly upon the circular high ground, surveying the city below. Having laid his plans 7 years prior, he had consistently played the role of a superhero, earning the adoration of the populace. Following his orchestrated chaos with the dance powder incident, Alabasta had fractured. Now he was poised to complete the final step, utterly destroying the reputation of King Cobra. Crocodile finally had the opportunity to swallow the Alabasta empire whole. Some might wonder why Crocodile did not simply seize power through armed conflict. Given Crocodile's abilities, along with the strength of Baroque works, he could easily have taken control of Alabasta by force. Why then, did he not? Firstly, Alabasta stands as an ally of the world government, brazenly engaging in treasonous acts. And the world government will not remain passive in the face of such audacity. Secondly, Crocodile seeks legitimacy, a regime recognized by the world government. He must cleanse his past, shedding the titles of pirate or warlord of the sea, in order to govern the nation more effectively. Thirdly, the ambitions of Sir Crocodile extend far beyond the borders of Alabasta. He requires a stable regime to comprehend the ultimate weapon, Pluton. Nico Robin gazed upon Crocodile's retreating figure, unable to deny the brilliance of this scheme. Moreover, the selection of this nation is nothing short of exquisite. Alabasta's geographical position lies at the onset of the Grand Line, with the world government and navy headquarters situated far beyond the reach of common men. Alabasta's desert terrain aligns perfectly with Crocodile's abilities, rendering it a veritable land bestowed by the heavens. Standing beside Nico Robin is another figure, tall and muscular, clad in attire reminiscent of a Shaolin monk. Adorned with serpent patterns on either side of his chest, and a bald head emblazoned with the character 1, this is Das Bonez, codenamed Mr. 1, a blade-wielding man who has consumed the dice fruit. Hailing from the West Blue, he was once a notorious assassin known as Das Bonez the Butcher. Due to his formidable strength and the powers granted by the Devil Fruit, he was recruited by Crocodile into the Baroque Works as one of its elite agents. Recently, Mr. Zero convened a meeting of Baroque Works, where Das Bonez and his fellow elite agents learned that their leader, Mr. Zero, is none other than Crocodile, a figure of the warlords of the sea. Until then, Nico Robin had been issuing orders in Crocodile's stead. Upon discovering Mr. Zero's true identity, all were filled with dread, yet Das Bonez felt an inexplicable fervor and admiration for Crocodile. Subsequently, Das Bonez, along with the others, executed Crocodile's ultimate command to obliterate and supplant the idealized kingdom of Alabasta. Bonez, how goes the task? Bonez stepped forward and replied, "The royal guard has been decimated, and those who disobeyed have been slain. As for Cobra and his associates, they are currently detained. The enforcement forces, including the Royal Army, number nearly 600,000, and consolidating them will require considerable time. Thankfully, the boss has usurped Cobra's position, otherwise it would be a headache." The mere thought of such numbers sent shivers down Bonez's spine. It wasn't fear of the 600,000 troops, for even with the abilities granted by the dice fruit, he would be exhausted by mere attrition tactics. A nation boasting an army of 600,000 is exceedingly rare in the world of pirates, and aside from a handful of devil fruit users and rare paramecia abilities, any adversary would have to weigh their options carefully. Yet Crocodile is not among those who would hesitate. Crocodile chuckled softly, spare the obedient, and eliminate the defiant. Meanwhile, in the capital, Kousha urgently summoned Chief of Staff Eric and Supreme Commander Ferrari from the fields of Canola. Fortunately, the current state of Canola is stable, with previous factions having been annihilated. KB, having taken command in a moment of crisis, manages both military and political affairs without significant issues. Regarding the recruitment of special forces for the Red Alert base, Kousha has not been idle that he swiftly dispatched messages to Ace and Smoker, only to find them seemingly missing, their whereabouts unknown. At this juncture, Kousha ceased to conserve energy points. Once he amassed 1,200 points, he would immediately recruit the rocket-flying troops. One would take 2 days to recruit, and 10 would require a minimum of 20 days, thus allowing for the addition of a new senior officer. Given the current circumstances, once Crocodile secures Alabasta, a final showdown is inevitable. Time is of the essence. Thus far, Kousha remains perplexed as to why Crocodile's plans have accelerated. Glancing at the countdown for the construction of the Technology Center, 26 days, 23 hours, 52 minutes, and 41 seconds. Time. Ding-dong, ding-ding-dong that a series of chimes rang out. Kousha answered, "Report, Commander. Everyone has arrived." Understood. Kousha hung up the exclusive phone on the 18th floor and hurried towards the conference room. Inside, a considerable number of attendees had gathered, led by Eric, Ferrari, and a small turtle, totaling several dozen, including Vivi. With the consolidation of the troops, all had gained deputies, such as vice commanders and vice chiefs of staff. Without wasting words, Kousha unveiled a virtual map of Alabasta. Originally non-existent, it had emerged following the completion of the Air Command's construction, which equipped them with small radar detection technology that I shall not elaborate further. I trust you all grasp the situation that a significant incident has transpired in the royal city. King Cobra and others have vanished, replaced by the aforementioned Crocodile. It will not be long before we face the final battle that will determine the future of Alabasta. Aside from the leaders, the remaining attendees began to murmur nervously. The name of a man often casts a long shadow. Even though many were already aware of the ultimate enemy, the imminent onset of war rendered them hesitant to meet each other's gazes. Kousha held no animosity towards them, for he believed that these comrades were adequately prepared. He signaled for silence, and then stated, based on the intelligence at hand, the royal army exceeds 500,000. It is foreseeable that once Crocodile completes his consolidation, we will have no time to spare. In the ensuing days, Kousha's rebel forces were constantly mobilizing troops. Removing those assigned to maintain order, their combat-ready numbers barely reached 250,000, according to intelligence from Perlu, a high-ranking member of the kingdom. Even after accounting for the royal guard and those stabilizing the empire, the royal army would still number at least 500,000, 0.2 to 1, Kousha murmured, feeling the weight of pressure. Privately, Kousha had deliberated strategies with Eric. The overall combat strength of the rebel forces was inherently inferior to that of the royal army. Could one expect a peasant uprising to contend with a professional army trained over years? Those were Eric's exact words. Kousha felt a headache coming on. He had already sent multiple messages to Ace and Smoker, yet received no favorable news. The lower-tier combat strength fell short, and the upper tier was also far from sufficient. Having spent a considerable amount of time in this world, Kousha had matured significantly. Even with Ace and Smoker's involvement, he could not claim victory in this war. Crocodile had spent years honing his skills here, and while his power may have waned, one must consider the caliber of adversaries he had previously faced. Douglas Bullet, a former crew member of the Roger Pirates, one of the current emperors of the sea. Whitebeard, such formidable beings, even if Crocodile's strength had diminished, are not ones that Ace and Smoker could contend with at this moment. This problem is exceedingly challenging. During this time, Kousha's head felt ready to burst. The only asset he could rely on was the Red Alert Base's vehicles, yet the enemy offered no respite for development. He opened a recruitment panel. Rocket flying troops. 107 Duchess 3 more needed to recruit a full 10. In recent days, Kousha had frequently convened meetings, and the atmosphere felt heavy with tension. After one such meeting, Eric discreetly approached Kousha. "Brother, I believe I have stumbled upon something." "What is it?" Kousha inquired, puzzled. What was King Cobra's intention in sending Vivi over? Listening to Eric's words, Kousha fell into deep contemplation. After a lengthy silence, Kousha finally raised his head. If it were merely to protect Vivi, there would have been no need to send her here. Uncle Ikaram, Brother Perlu, or Brother Gaka could all have been entrusted to escort her away from this land to the East Blue, where it is calm and sufficiently safe. Eric interjected. "Indeed, but the king specifically entrusted Sister Vivi to you, and you are a member of the rebel forces. Furthermore, the leader Kousha's brow furrowed deeper as a realization dawned upon him. Thus, the king may have anticipated that something would happen to him, although he could not foresee the specifics. It would not hinder him from making contingency preparations. Eric's reasoning became clear, and he promptly added, "This contingency is Sister Vivi. Her status as a princess of the Alabasta Empire holds significant weight. Even if the king has encountered misfortune, Sister Vivi's reputation within the empire remains formidable." Kousha's excitement surged instantly. Therefore, if she appears on the battlefield during the final confrontation, the royal army, numbering in the tens of thousands, may not turn against us in a dramatic fashion, but they will undoubtedly waver, leading to instability in their morale. As the thoughts of Kousha flowed freely, he recalled the events of his past life, wherein, during the final battle, the clash between the royal army and the rebel forces culminated in a tragic love-hate relationship. It was Vivi who intervened, compelling the royal army to halt their aggression, thus averting significant losses. Now, with clarity of thought, Kousha found himself deeply admiring Cobra. Indeed, age brings wisdom. "Eric, you are truly my steadfast brother. You embody the essence of our army's chief strategist. Eric beamed with joy, firmly grasping Kousha's hand. Boss, we shall liberate this nation. Of course, following their exchange, Kousha felt a surge of optimism. He hastily sought out Vivi to share his deductions. In recent times, Vivi had grown somewhat taciturn. Burdened by the grievous injury of her brother Perlu, the mysterious disappearance of her father, and the impending crisis facing the Empire, which threatened untold sacrifice. Vivi was indeed a remarkably perceptive girl. She did not rush to rescue anyone, instead choosing to absorb knowledge and learn how to fortify her nation. The more she learned, the more aware she became of her own insignificance, realizing that the pursuit of knowledge is an endless journey. She hoped to contribute in any way she could, understanding that war inevitably demands sacrifice. She had always believed herself prepared, yet in this moment, she came to the stark realization that she was far from ready. She wished for the safety of every citizen. Upon hearing Kousha's deductions, Vivi's expression softened considerably. Is this truly a contingency plan devised by my father? If so, I am willing to head to the front lines to prevent further casualties. Kousha did not dissuade her. This was a critical juncture, and if Vivi did not step forward, it was likely that the royal army would falter without even needing Crocodile's intervention. At that point, everything would be lost, and, as the direct heir, Vivi would undoubtedly face peril. As for the notion of conqueror's hockey, Kousha had pondered it as well. Even if the royal army encircled him tightly. Setting aside the question of how many could be intimidated by such power, he doubted his own capability to wield it effectively. Should the royal army fight at even half strength, they would still number in the hundreds of thousands. Not to mention the agents from the Baroque works. Thus, the concept of conqueror's hockey bore little relevance in this battle. Leader, the sound of Vivi addressing him startled Kousha. It was a title from the Shasha Corps, one he had not heard in years. Given their childhood bond, they had never formally used such titles. He turned to see Vivi, her head bowed, her body trembling slightly, as if she were on the verge of tears. Kousha stepped closer, placing his hands gently on her shoulders and lifting her chin to meet his gaze. When he finally saw her face, it was stained with tears. With a heavy heart, he enveloped her in an embrace. I do not wish to approach this as a princess, nor merely as a friend from childhood, but as the vice captain of the Shasha Corps. I implore you, I do not want anyone to die. It is the citizens who form the backbone of our nation. The Alabasta Kingdom is built upon the sacrifices of its people, yet you must do everything in your power to defeat Crocodile and liberate our homeland. Vivi gradually fell asleep amidst her tears, utterly exhausted yet remarkably resilient. Since receiving news of Perlu's grave injury, she had maintained a tense composure. The revelation of her father's disappearance had shifted her mindset. Compounded by the Empire's disintegration, to withstand such turmoil for days without succumbing to despair was no small feat. What brought Kousha solace was that, through these experiences, Vivi had come to understand that war inevitably demands sacrifices, and that the strength of a nation requires the blood and valor of countless heroes. Truly, the old adage from his past life rang true. In prosperity, the people suffer. In demise, the people suffer. Chapter 44. The seeds of the Shasha Corps. Achieving great things does not depend on the quantity of strength, but rather on the duration of perseverance. That a great person is distinguished by their resolve to achieve their goals, even when others falter in the face of adversity. As dawn gently unfurled its veil, yet another vibrant morning emerged. A Nighthawk helicopter landed smoothly atop the base's main building. Clad in a military green commander's uniform and sporting sunglasses, Kousha exuded an air of coolness. Beside him, Vivi donned a light blue dress. Her azure hair cascaded down to her waist, her natural beauty outshining any cosmetic enhancements. Welcome, Commander. I am Nighthawk's AI. Unit 1, we are ready for departure. Their destination was Canola Fields. And Kousha sensed that the decisive battle was imminent. Reports from reconnaissance soldiers indicated that Alabasta was undergoing a military purge and reorganization. Before the confrontation, Kousha needed to relay some crucial information while allowing Vivi a moment of respite. It was Vivi's first experience aboard a helicopter, and she was filled with wonder at such an aerial marvel. Though Kousha had lived 2 lives, it was also his inaugural helicopter ride. He felt excitement, but refrained from displaying it before Vivi out of pride. As the helicopter ascended, the landscape of Crocodile shrank beneath them. Vivi's mood appeared to lift. Perhaps she had reconciled some thoughts. Rest assured, everything will be all right. Indeed, the journey unfolded swiftly, and mere hours later, they arrived at the canola fields. The Nighthawk helicopter landed boldly in the vicinity of Kaibi's office. Despite its stealth capabilities, the daylight exposed it to the eyes of many citizens. Yet Kousha paid this no mind. At such a critical juncture, there was little room for concern. As Kousha disembarked, 2 red alert soldiers saluted him. "Commander," Kousha nodded in acknowledgement. "Where is Kaibi?" "Report, Commander. Minister Kaibi is currently in a meeting." Kousha strode directly toward Kaibi's office, with Vivi trailing behind. Surveying her surroundings, in truth, little had changed here. It was the people and their operational protocols that had evolved. Soon after, Kaibi emerged from the door. "Brother," Kousha embraced Kaibi warmly. "Sister Vivi." Kaibi opened his arms for an embrace with Vivi, but suddenly hesitated, his arms awkwardly suspended in the air. "Come on." Vivi laughed lightly, indifferent to the momentary awkwardness as she shared a brief hug with Kaibi. Kaibi sheepishly scratched his head, chuckling softly. Hee, feigning anger. Kousha frowned. This better not become a habit. Vivi quickly approached Kousha, wrapping her arms around his. "Don't be angry. Kaibi is not a stranger." After seeing Kousha's stern expression, she playfully maneuvered his face toward hers. "Please," Kousha, with a sigh of resignation, brushed away Vivi's hands and lightly tapped her forehead. "You're not a child anymore." Vivi flashed a cheeky smile. Hee. "I know." Once the atmosphere lightened, Kaibi adopted a more serious demeanor. "Boss, what's going on? Why the sudden visit? I heard preparations for war are underway." "Yes, indeed, I've come to brief you." Upon hearing this, Kaibi stood up and closed the door. "What do you need to convey?" "The first matter. With the imminent battle, our previous attempts to contact Pirate Ace and Navy Smoker have yielded no results. Increase your efforts to reach out. Once you establish contact, promptly inform them of my presence in Crocodile." "Understood. I will send everyone out immediately." Kousha took a moment to gather his thoughts, during which Vivi prepared 2 cups of tea, offering them to Kousha and Kaibi. After taking a sip, Kousha continued, "We cannot be overly confident of victory. Our strategy is to fight to the bitter end. If the base vehicles can be relocated, I would not mind retreating to a deserted island for a few years. As for Vivi, even if I wish to keep her from danger, she would likely refuse to back down, and her presence is crucial." Kaibi looked at Kousha with a smile. "Brother, rest assured, since the moment I joined you in rebellion, I have accepted life and death with equanimity. None of my men will ever surrender. That is not my intention. That I, Eric, Ferrari, Vivi, and Little Turtle cannot afford to abandon the front lines. If we are defeated, death is almost certain, with little hope of escape. But you are different. The canola fields are near the coast, and you can leave at any moment." Kousha paused before adding, "Should you receive news of our defeat, you must leave immediately, forsaking everything here." Kaibi gazed at Kousha in disbelief, his expression a mix of emotions. "Brother, what are you saying? Am I truly the kind of person who would do that?" He thumped his chest emphatically. "If it comes to that, what meaning will my life hold?" Kousha smiled, a joyful and heartfelt grin. In his previous life, he had few friends and even fewer trustworthy companions. To his surprise, in this new existence, those around him were willing to risk their lives for him. "Kaibi, I merely wish to leave a seed for Shasha, to at least prove that we once existed. Brother, do not jest. I will not depart. Even if it costs me my life, I shall die here." Kousha rose and placed a reassuring hand on Kaibi's shoulder. "Do not act impulsively. I believe you'll make the right choice. Now, enough talk. Today, I primarily wish to observe you." He then turned to Vivi and said, "Let us depart, brother." Just as they reached the door, Kousha turned back and added, "By the way, I will be bringing back Major General Yunlong with me. We currently lack elite combat power, as for the canola flower situation. I trust no one will dare to cause trouble anymore." Not long after Kousha left, Kaibi summoned his personal guards. "Mayor, issue orders. From this day forth, the entire city is under martial law. The enforcement team will double in numbers, and any lawbreakers will be executed without mercy." Yes. That evening, Kousha and Vivi returned to Crocodile. They checked the recruitment progress for the rocket flying soldiers. Rocket flying soldiers. 109 countdown. 12 hours, 59 minutes, 41 seconds. The progress of the rocket-flying soldiers offered Kousha a modicum of solace. Once the recruitment of 10 flying soldiers was completed, another officer at least of the rank of commander could be added to their ranks. Chapter 45. Supreme Commander of the Rocket-Flying Soldiers, Tony. The next day, as the voice of the Red Queen echoed in his ears, "Commander, please be advised that the recruitment of rocket-flying soldiers is complete." Kousha eagerly entered the office, activated the 3D virtual interface, and with a few swipes of his finger in the air, finally located the list of rocket-flying soldiers at the very top. There was indeed a line of golden text, "Commander of the Rocket-Flying Soldiers." He promptly opened the panel. Tony, Vice Admiral, he is an inventor, an adventurer, a dandy, and perhaps a madman. The Vice Admiral rank speaks volumes. He possesses great honor and status, revered by officers below the rank of Vice Admiral, and commands all forces beneath that rank, with the authority to dismiss commanders. Aura. In battles involving Vice Admiral Tony, all units below the Vice Admiral rank will be filled with fighting spirit, including troops joining the Red Alert Legion. Mental immunity. Immune to all forms of mental control and negative influences. Physicality. Possesses an astonishing physique. Hockey. Wields intermediate armed hockey and basic observation hockey. Traits. Completely merges with Nanomecha. Note 1. Unique. Cannot be recruited. Supreme Commander of the Rocket-Flying Soldiers. Note 2. Tony is not only a formidable Vice Admiral, but also a member of the Technology Center. Upon reviewing Tony's basic information, Kousha did not immediately perceive the extent of his power. Instead, a sense of familiarity washed over him, reminiscent of Iron Man, particularly given the similarity in names. Though in his past life, Iron Man's full name was Tony Stark. However, it seemed that Tony's armor was even more formidable, being nano-level and fully integrated with his body, leaving Kousha to wonder what it might look like. Kousha was uncertain about how the Red Alert base classified the strength of officers at the commander rank. If it were on par with the Vice Admirals of the World Government Navy, it could pose significant danger. After some time spent honing his skills, Kousha had inquired multiple times with Li Yunlong about the application of armed hockey and had begun to glimpse an understanding, albeit still feeling as though he were missing something. Regarding the classification of armed and observation hockey, Kousha again consulted the Red Queen, who revealed that the Red Alert base seemed to have its own theoretical framework for classifying abilities within the pirate world, as evidenced by their previous explanation of Conqueror's hockey. The Red Queen quickly provided an answer. Basic armed hockey, due to a lack of mastery, can only be distributed to specific parts of the body and, once distributed, is difficult to transfer to other areas within a few seconds. Intermediate armed hockey, on the other hand, can be freely distributed to any location, covering a larger and broader range. After her explanation, the Red Queen also noted that the tier classification is not absolute. Individuals possess varying talents and levels of control. The Red Alert base merely provided a system of categorization based on the current environment. A generalization of a dividing line.it does not imply that an individual with intermediate hockey will always triumph over one with basic hockey. The degree of disparity depends on personal capability, as many factors, including poison and assassination, can lead to different outcomes. Some may be novices, while others may have far surpassed the basic level. Yet the Red Alert base still offered an initial assessment for both levels, indicating that the latter was approaching the intermediate tier. Moreover, some individuals, although not reaching the intermediate level, might use their armed hockey in small areas with such freedom that it creates the illusion of having attained the intermediate level. Even more astonishing, there are those whose armed hockey can cover a vast majority of their body, exceeding the intermediate classification, yet the Red Alert base still assessed them as intermediate. Conversely, the observation hockey is more rigidly defined. Basic observation hockey merely allows one to sense the presence of others. If an enemy moves, one must re-establish that awareness. The further away one is, the more mental energy it consumes, and overexertion can lead to fainting or dizziness. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of 3 knocks pulled Kousha from his thoughts. He assumed it was Vivi returning, as the only individuals permitted on the 18th floor were Kousha and Vivi. However, upon opening the door, he found a stranger before him, a figure with faint Western features, half of his face adorned with stubble. "Report, Commander, Vice Admiral Tony has come to report." He saluted sharply, his voice resonant and strong. Kousha, puzzled by how he had gained access to the 18th floor, heard the timely voice of the Red Queen. Commander, please note that all Red Alert-based structures grant free access to officers of Vice Admiral rank and above. The commander may alter these permissions. Kousha waved his hand, inviting Tony inside. As for modifying permissions, he thought it best to leave it as is. The Red Alert base must have its reasons for such regulations. Commander truly enjoys a life of luxury. Tony's first words upon entering nearly caused Kousha to choke. The Red Alert personnel, including the recently appointed Major General Yunlong, had all treated him with utmost respect. Yet here was Tony, unabashedly striding in and casually plopping down in a chair by the window. What manner of person is this Tony? It seemed Tony could read Kousha's thoughts as he chuckled lightly, stood up, and produced a cigarette from seemingly nowhere, offering it to Kousha before hastily vacating the chair for him. Commander, do not mind me. This is merely my nature. Please do not take it to heart. When it comes to work, I am quite serious. He struck a mock-serious pose. Kousha was at a loss for words. Tony's demeanor was that of an overly familiar individual. Seizing the opportunity, Kousha once again sought Tony's guidance on the application of armed hockey. After an afternoon of intensive learning, Kousha finally felt a breakthrough. His fists suddenly felt solid, yet before he could unleash a strike, that rigid sensation dissipated. At this moment, in Kartlia, news of an impending large-scale war had spread, prompting many citizens to hastily depart for the canola flower fields. Eager to escape the turmoil in an instant, the entirety of Kartlia appeared significantly emptier. Perhaps this is for the best. It spares more lives from needless sacrifice. Kousha mused. In the following days, he continued preparations for battle, producing 4 additional grizzly tanks. Unfortunately, only the Red Alert soldiers were qualified to operate them. The remaining energy points were exchanged for weapons, grenades, AK-47s, and magazines. One day, while dining with Vivi, Eric rushed in, visibly flustered. Not good. Brother, we've received word from Wangcheng. Alabasta has mobilized. A staggering 550,000 troops are marching toward Kartlia. Chapter 46. Eve of the Great War in Alabasta. The capital city of Alabasta, Crocodile gazed upon the vast army advancing toward the horizon. An uncontainable smile gracing his face. After all these years, he had finally achieved legitimacy. The cadres of the Baroque works were all present, their spirits soaring as they anticipated the glory that awaited them after this battle. Only Nico Robin bore a troubled expression, not out of concern for their victory, but for the crisis that would inevitably follow this conflict. When the rabbit dies, the hounds are cooked. When the birds are hunted, the bow is hidden. Once the public comprehended that Crocodile was the mastermind behind it all, it was likely that they had already found themselves on the death list. This secret must never be exposed. It is the very foundation of Crocodile's strategy for governance. One cannot help but commend Robin, who, amidst the chaos, possesses such intellect, a trait undoubtedly honed through years of evasion. Were Crocodile aware of this, he would surely admire Robin's acumen. In the original narrative, Crocodile's purging plan was shrouded in secrecy. Had it not been for Crocodile's familiarity with this plot, it might have remained completely undetected. The so-called purging plan was a necessary measure, given that the time for ascension to kingship was imminent, and all past transgressions must be meticulously cleansed. Robin, you shall remain in Alabasta. Bon Clay will stay to assist you. We cannot afford to leave our home unguarded. Understood. Robin's form quivered. Indeed. Yet, she could only acquiesce, realizing that Crocodile was wary of her, acknowledging her usefulness in interpreting historical texts while simultaneously fearing her potential flight. The pretense of Bon Clay's assistance was, in truth, a guise for surveillance. Do not disappoint me. With that, Crocodile transformed into a swirling cloud of sand and drifted away, followed closely by the various operatives of Baroque works. Miss Doublefinger, Miss Valentine, Miss Merry Christmas, and Mr. Ford. In Alabasta, the city of dreams, rain-based in the sandy river of the casino's back courtyard, the belly of a colossal crocodile writhed uncomfortably. With a loud splat, the gigantic creature appeared to find relief. Its tail swishing back and forth at a white, egg-like wax shell gradually slid towards the shore. That it was Mr. 3, the wax fruit user. In that fateful moment, when he was tossed into the crocodile's maw by Crocodile. He had enveloped himself in wax, not expecting to emerge alive. Mr. 3 crawled ashore, panting heavily, looking extremely feeble. I had no idea Mr. Zero was actually one of the 7 warlords of the It seems I can no longer linger in Alabasta, or I shall surely meet my end. After recuperating, Mr. 3 disguised himself and departed Rainbase, making his way through Yuba until he arrived in Alumar. Although Alumar had become one of the drought-stricken cities, it still boasted several vessels, for this land was blessed by Rainbase, where the affluent thrived. For someone of Mr. 3's abilities, commandeering a ship would be a trivial task. Yes, he was about to leave the Sandora River. Mr. Point 3 hesitated. Don't be foolish. Leave this place, and you shall be free. I beg you, my body, my mind, let me go. Mr. 3 muttered to himself. Yet, he found himself unable to maneuver the ship's helm, as if his hands had betrayed him. The echo of Crocodile's words resonated in his mind. All of you will inevitably meet your demise. Memories of Miss Golden Week flooded back to him, her touch bringing color to the wax figures he had created. And he couldn't help but smile at the thought that she seemed to be the only one who appreciated his creations. Focus, my head. What are you thinking? Be rational. Mr. 3 repeatedly struck his head, yet his hands involuntarily turned the helm, steering the vessel towards the blooming rapeseed fields. Miss Golden Week, I am coming to rescue you. In Alabasta, Catlia, Kousha had just concluded a battle meeting, and they were now at a critical juncture. Upon stepping outside, he encountered Perlu, who appeared to have nearly recovered from his injuries. Kousha, what's the matter? Why aren't you resting? I heard that Crocodile has dispatched the royal army towards this direction. Indeed. In that case, I wish to sneak back to the royal city and uncover the truth. Kousha hesitated. Alabasta was now firmly under Crocodile's control. Sensing Kousha's reluctance, Perlu replied, I have considered this carefully, with Crocodile mobilizing his entire force. Alabasta's defenses must be weakened, presenting the best opportunity. If the king is still alive, there is a significant chance to rescue him. Kousha pondered. A striking figure appeared, a woman with flowing blue hair. Instantly recognizable. Kousha! Vivi remained silent, gazing at him, her tears held back, clearly distressed about her father's fate. With a sigh, Kousha conceded, very well. Additionally, I shall assign 2 flying soldiers to accompany you. Perlu cast a grateful glance at Kousha. Thank you. Kousha merely shook his head and waved his hand, a bitter smile on his lips. After Perlu departed, Vivi rushed into Kousha's embrace, expressed her gratitude, and then hurried away. Kousha was left speechless. It seemed Vivi was more perceptive than he had anticipated. For a fleeting moment, he found himself wishing that Cobra did not survive. Should Cobra perish, it would undoubtedly serve Kousha's interests far more than not. Lost in thought, Eric approached from the side. Brother, you heard everything. Yes. Kousha preferred not to dwell on this matter and walked on. Brother, in times like these, one should not indulge in sentimentality. Even if he is Vivi's father, a person of great ambition must not be burdened by trifles. Kousha felt a surge of irritation. Were Vivi not in the picture, he would have unhesitatingly let Cobra perish and taken his place. Yet, there are no what-ifs. Since you have dispatched someone to follow, what I mean is, Eric made a slicing gesture across his throat. Find an opportunity and eliminate Cobra. Kousha scrutinized Eric, realizing that this brother was far more ruthless than he had imagined, possessing a singular drive to achieve his goals at any cost. This reminded him of a certain individual, the Marine Admiral Akainu. Chapter 47. The official appearance of Crocodile. In the original narrative, Crocodile's schemes faced the protagonists led by Luffy and were overwhelmingly defeated, leaving a profound impression. Don Quixote Doflamingo usurped the throne of Dressrosa, ruling for a decade, ultimately dismantled by Luffy and his allies. Doflamingo once remarked, only the victors are just at Crocodile's war, now boldly conducted in the open. Faced no resistance from the populace, eliciting a faint smile from him. As he prepared to assault Catlia, he felt no pressure. Even upon receiving intelligence that Kousha's rebel forces seemingly possessed new weaponry, he dismissed it. However, to some extent, Kousha's abilities were commendable. Uniting the rebel forces of two cities demonstrated an imperial ambition. The battle horn had sounded. The combined forces numbered nearly 800,000, a staggering figure in the pirate world. In the original story, the so-called largest-scale Marineford War involved merely over 200,000 participants. Among the high-ranking officers accompanying him were Major General Yunlong, Colonel Tony, and the remaining 8 rocket soldiers, alongside a grand army of over 200. Eric and Ferrari were responsible for coordinating the various military factions. And let us not forget the Major General, the formidable Dahe, flanked by 8 military dogs. Meanwhile, Vivi lurked in the shadows. During this time, Miss Golden Week had been exceptionally well-behaved, having gained Dahe's initial trust, thus being placed under the watchful eyes of 2 military dogs. From an aerial perspective, it resembled a swarm of ants on the march. For Kousha, this was his first participation in such a grand-scale conflict, and his expression was gravely serious. Despite being in the desert, Kousha could still feel the ground tremble from a considerable distance. Crocodile, a name known far and wide, was now before Kousha for the first time. This once-renowned warlord of the sea possessed the powers of the sand fruit, rendering him nearly invincible in the desert. Kousha had not intended to bring such a large number of troops, for in this terrain, Crocodile's natural abilities would render any excess manpower futile. Yet Kousha needed expendable forces, even if they could deplete 1% of Crocodile's stamina. It would yield a 1% chance of victory. Kousha had no choice, will the old sand dare to show himself. However, he was cautious not to draw too near. One could never predict when this cunning foe might strike. And Kousha certainly could not withstand an assault from the wily Crocodile. Having grown accustomed to calling him Old Sand his past life, the unexpected utterance caused Crocodile in the distance to falter momentarily. "Oh, you know me?" Crocodile appeared taken aback, shaking his golden hook. His identity was known only to those within Baroque works, and even they had only recently learned of it. "I know more than you can imagine. The esteemed warlord of the sea, Crocodile." The words of Kousha instantly ignited a stir. There was not a soul present who was unaware of the significance behind that name. This was the location. The first half of the Grand Line, where the renowned title of the Seven Warlords of the Sea echoed across the waves. It was a symbol of power, a testament to strength. Only 7 individuals in the entire world bore such a prestigious title. Given that, why not surrender to me? I perceive you as an astute individual. The empire is on the brink of reconstruction, and now is the time to employ capable hands. Let us forge a future together. However, to Kousha, Crocodile's words rang true, for Crocodile possessed such ambitions. Otherwise, with his formidable power, he could easily annihilate Alabasta without such elaborate schemes, gradually winning hearts and minds. Unfortunately, at this moment, Kousha was a time traveler, equipped with a base vehicle and secrets of his own, destined to walk his own path. Kousha chuckled softly. Then his expression hardened, his voice rising significantly. "I am not only aware that you are Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, but I also know that everything in Alabasta has been orchestrated by you. The dance powder incident was driven by your machinations, and you framed the king for it. Now, you have instigated war, attempting to incite the rebel forces to turn against the royal army." Before he could finish his statement, whispers began to circulate among the royal army, a cacophony that caused Crocodile's countenance to darken. "You seek death." A figure surged forth, accompanied by the cutting edge of a sandstorm, causing Kousha's face to pale. Should he be struck, death would be certain. Midway through the sandstorm, a flash of light darted past Kousha. A figure, faster than the storm, suddenly emerged, veering sharply to collide solidly with Crocodile. It was Tony. With a resounding crash, Crocodile was sent crashing to the ground, creating a cloud of dust as he sank into the sand, leaving behind a massive crater. The scene erupted in chaos. The transition from Crocodile's strike to his downfall occurred in the blink of an eye. One moment he was a whirlwind of sand blades, and the next he was launched away by a streak of light. This moment, Tony was clad in layers of armor, evoking an image reminiscent of Iron Man. Kousha intended to expose Crocodile's conspiracy, shaking the very foundations of his army's morale. If word reached back home, it would surely sow discord among the populace. He believed that with Cobra's prestige, the damage to his reputation would only be temporary. Once Crocodile's schemes were revealed, it would have some impact. Regrettably, he barely managed to speak half of it before being interrupted. Kousha's heart raced. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though death was imminent. "Commander, are you all right?" It was Tony's voice, his entire body encased in armor, the metal shifting as if it were alive. Tony made a gesture of resignation. "Is this guy really that weak?" "He is not nearly as formidable as you claimed." After waiting for a moment without any movement from the crater, Kousha grew suspicious. Could he truly be so inept? Or had over 20 years without battle diminished his power so drastically? For a moment, everyone was left in a state of confusion. Just this, amidst the astonishment of all, Kousha was the first to respond. How could this man be defeated by a single blow? Tony's speed had caught Crocodile completely off guard. Taking full advantage of the element of surprise, Kousha furrowed his brow and warned, "Tony, do not let your guard down." Indeed, the situation was as he suspected. Crocodile lay motionless in the pit, yet a sly grin crept across his lips. A trickle of blood seeping forth. How careless! Ha! Crocodile laughed, surprised to discover a strong adversary capable of wielding Conqueror's Haki here. Chapter 48. Crocodile's counterattack at this moment. Upon seeing Crocodile's silence, Kousha gestured urgently to Vivi. Vivi appeared somewhat tense, removing her mask, clad in a flowing white dress, her starry eyes shimmering with a hint of coolness, her blue hair cascading down to her waist, exuding an ethereal elegance. "I am Nefertari Vivi." With a single statement, tears streamed down her face, her eyes reddening. Vivi held a megaphone, her voice resonating loudly enough for many to hear. "Soldiers of the royal army, do not be deceived. That man is one of the 7 warlords of the sea. A pirate. He has impersonated the king." Vivi continued to cry out. Her reputation rivaled that of King Cobra, perhaps even surpassing that of her father among the people. Everyone listened intently, especially the rebels. Many high-ranking officers were already well aware of the situation, having made considerable preparations before the battle. Nevertheless, many rebel soldiers could not help but shed tears. Upon hearing Vivi's words, the royal army's response varied. Some believed, some were bewildered, and others remained skeptical, each with their own thoughts. Crocodile's subordinates were not all fools. As soon as Vivi spoke halfway, they ordered a charge. In an instant, chaos erupted within the royal army, as Crocodile's infiltrators initiated their offensive, pushing those soldiers who were still confused or trusted Vivi from behind, forcing them to advance. Seeing this, the main commander, Eric, felt a surge of joy, promptly issuing military orders. "Defend fiercely, and anyone from the royal army who approaches must be slain." When the royal army clashed with the rebel forces, the situation spiraled completely out of control, descending into utter chaos. The sound of gunfire erupted like a storm. In a mere moment, the royal army suffered countless casualties. Upon hearing Eric's orders, Vivi's heart ached. She could not help but shout, "Eric!" Dropping the megaphone, she rushed toward Eric, and upon seeing him, she tackled him to the ground, immediately following up with a punch aimed at him. Eric did not evade. He was knocked down, wiping a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth. "Vivi, if this brings you some solace, then continue." "Deputy leader. Am I still your deputy leader? What orders did you just give?" "Ah!" Vivi glared furiously at Eric, shaking him by the collar. "Enough. Please get up. I still have to continue commanding the troops." Eric replied coolly. Seeing that Vivi remained unfazed, Eric's temper flared, and he flipped Vivi over, pinning her shoulder down. "You foolish woman, do you know what you are saying?" As he spoke, he shook her shoulders. "Do you think this is just a game? The royal army's men are dying. They are people. Are we not people too? If the royal army breaches our defenses, we will lose everything. Do you understand? Brother Kousha may show you leniency, but we, as his brothers, cannot afford to make the same mistakes. If it weren't for Brother Kousha, the unification of Catalia and the rapeseed flowers would still be a distant dream. You know how long this war would continue. How many lives would be lost?" Vivi's face was stained with tears. Eric released his grip on Vivi, slowly rising, and coldly remarked, "If the leader of the rebel forces were not Brother Kousha, you, the so-called heir to the empire, would have been killed long ago. Those who followed Peru would not be allies, but assassins. You should be grateful that the rebel forces are united under Brother Kousha." Upon hearing this, Vivi momentarily fell into a daze. Instructor Baijia, Chief of Staff, take Vivi back first. Upon hearing this, Vivi was about to say something when a swift blow struck the nape of her neck, rendering her unconscious. The assailant was Kousha, who had witnessed the unfolding event from a distance and rushed over. Baijia, I leave Vivi to you. Her state of mind is rather unstable at the moment. At this juncture, Vivi's role had become evident. Remaining here was far too perilous, a situation Kousha wished to avoid. Understood, Commander. Baijia, accompanied by Wei Wei, boarded a multi-functional infantry vehicle and soon vanished into the throngs of people at this moment. The battlefield had entered a state of intense conflict. Although many within the Kingdom Army harbored doubts and even sympathized with Wei Wei, the orders from Eric compelled them to engage in battle. Thus, they had no choice but to fight. The only distinction was that the morale of the Kingdom Army was now wavering, lacking the initial fervor. Despite this, the formidable Kousha had exchanged for thousands of weapons and several tanks, which barely held off the Kingdom Army's assault. The casualties were equally grim, as the Kingdom Army's weaponry was overall superior to that of the rebels. Equipped with standardized flintlock guns, while the rebels possessed a fair number of firearms, many still wielded knives, clubs, and other makeshift weapons. The rocket troops provided support wherever needed, rushing to assist where resistance faltered. Li Yunlong, Dahe, and others fought amidst the chaos, leaving destruction in their wake, drenched in blood, yet surrounded by the Kingdom Army. Tony did not dare to act recklessly, keeping a vigilant eye on the deep pit, closely monitoring Crocodile. As per Kousha's strict orders that eye in the pit, Crocodile lay flat, panting with disbelief that an obscure individual had managed to injure him. His expression darkened with resentment. It had been ages since he had suffered a wound. And this was nothing short of humiliation that he reminisced about his youth. When he had carved a name for himself across the seas 19 years prior, he had been a witness to the execution of Pirate King Joel D. Roger in Logetown, at the age of 20, he had engaged in numerous duels with Douglas Bullet, a former crew member of Roger's, without a clear victor. His fame soared from that point onward. That same year, he faced Whitebeard and suffered a devastating defeat. In the subsequent years, he remained relatively inactive, yet was invited by the world government to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Eventually, he set his sights on the Alabasta Kingdom, and before long, he was hailed as a hero, launching his grand scheme. Reflecting on the first half of his life, he could undeniably call it glorious. It had been nearly 20 years since he had sustained any injury, albeit a minor one. He had just overheard Wei Wei's words and the murmurs of fear within the Kingdom Army. He did not require the obedience of all. A mere fraction would suffice. With that in mind, he declared, "You all shall perish." This was the voice of Crocodile. Tony remained on high alert. Suddenly, a plume of sand surged forth, slowly materializing at the edge of the pit, as several rebels charged with their blades drawn. In an instant, a sandstorm erupted around Crocodile, scattering in all directions. The rebels had no time to react before the storm swept through them, resulting in their instantaneous demise. Chapter 49. The terror of a natural element. Crocodile coldly regarded Tony from a distance, acknowledging that this individual possessed considerable strength, capable of inflicting harm upon him. Such prowess would be commendable in the New World. "Kid, you're quite impressive. Would you care to join me? I promise you a position beneath no one but above thousands." Crocodile proposed, his interest piqued by this promising talent, as his own subordinates were lacking in exceptional ability. Although Bonclay was loyal, his strength was currently insufficient, requiring further development. Tony made a disdainful expression. "You can't be serious. You think you can recruit me? A mere warlord of the sea? Hardly a worthy match." Crocodile chuckled lightly, not responding further. In his hand, a tornado had somehow manifested, swirling incessantly around him, creating a barely perceivable vortex. Kousha's eyes widened in terror at this sight. "Stop him!" he shouted, but alas, it was too late. The tornado expanded rapidly, and within mere breaths, Crocodile was enveloped by a colossal whirlwind. The winds intensified, and the tornado grew larger, drawing in vast quantities of sand, forming a gigantic cyclone that seemed to reach the heavens. It evoked a sense of apocalyptic dread. In that moment, both Kousha and the rebels, as well as the Kingdom Army, were left in utter shock, their jaws nearly dropping. Even Kousha, who had witnessed such abilities in anime during his previous life, was taken aback by the reality unfolding before him. My goodness, Commander, this is outrageous. Is this truly our enemy? Can a mere human wield such power? Tony, who had previously appeared indifferent, was now equally frightened. Haven't I mentioned numerous times in meetings? Once a tornado forms, it becomes a natural disaster, Kousha thought, at a loss for a solution. At that moment, the massive tornado kicked up a blinding storm of sand, obscuring the sun and rendering visibility nearly non-existent. Crocodile on the opposite side of the cyclone was now entirely indistinguishable. The swirling sandstorm caused the eyes of those caught within to squint painfully. The cataclysmic tornado began to advance slowly, its speed increasing dramatically within mere seconds, heading directly towards Kousha and his party. Witnessing this, Kousha's expression darkened. This was beyond what mere human strength could contend with. Was there truly any chance of victory in this battle? A question loomed in Kousha's mind. Commander, retreat, Tony called out, activating his observation haki and armament haki in full. With a whoosh, he propelled himself toward Crocodile's position. Crocodile remained vigilant, observing the man who had wounded him, feeling a hint of nostalgia for the New World. This time, Tony's rapid charge did not yield the same powerful effect as before. Crocodile raised his golden hook to intercept the blow. With a resounding crash, a wave of force erupted from it too, creating a vacuum amidst the sandstorm, only to be swiftly covered again by the swirling sands. The impact forced Crocodile to stagger back several meters, his lower half sinking into the sand. However, this was merely a result of the momentum. It had no actual effect on Crocodile, who appeared to be at a disadvantage. You are nothing but mediocre, Tony taunted. Yet the very next second, Tony would pay dearly for his arrogance. Crocodile sneered, "Don't get too cocky, kid." In an instant, the surrounding sands began to converge towards Crocodile's palm. Tony sensed an ominous shift. The next moment, countless grains of sand danced wildly in his hands, appearing exceedingly volatile, encased in his nanotech armor. Tony could only hear the sound of sand striking against him, triggering alarms within his armor. Alert! Alert! Undergoing immense energy impact. Beep, beep. Oh no, 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 Tony exclaimed, unable to suppress his panic, before the alarm could finish its warning. Tony's nanotech armor flickered erratically, its electronic particles in disarray, the entire suit's molecular structure becoming agitated, as numerous nanocells sustained devastating blows. This was no ordinary nanotech armor. Quickly, Tony enveloped his leg in armament haki and forcefully kicked toward Crocodile, accompanied by a burst of propulsion as he felt a momentary slack in his grip and hastily withdrew. Looking back at Crocodile, he was astonished to see him transformed into a sand sculpture, shattered into pieces by the kick. Gazing at his own hands, Tony realized that the nanotech armor had completely failed, revealing his original arms. One hand felt parched, as if deprived of moisture, rendering it powerless and effectively useless. A wave of dread washed over Tony. He could no longer afford to be careless. In the distance, Kousha had the strength to evade the massive tornado, but that did not guarantee the same for the others. Both the Kingdom Army and the rebels were indiscriminately swept into the vortex. Their fates uncertain. The once densely packed forces, locked in fierce combat, were suddenly scattered by the tornado, leaving a vast emptiness as if no one had ever been there. In this moment, not only was the Kingdom Army's morale shaken, but the rebels were also affected, if it were not for the presence of Major General Li Yunlong and Tony, whose aura bolstered the Red Alert troops, providing them with a boost in morale. And with the Red Alert forces leading the way, stabilizing the various factions, it is likely that they would have all fled in panic. Kousha glanced towards Tony's situation. Feeling anxious, he pondered the evaluation of Red Alert's strength. Uncertain of Tony's standing among the pirates, it was crucial to devise a plan. Kousha raised his hand and swiftly eliminated several soldiers from the kingdom who attempted to launch a surprise attack on him. In such chaotic circumstances, the efficacy of firearms had diminished significantly. Scanning his surroundings, Kousha finally spotted Li Yunlong and Dahe, who were ensnared deep within enemy lines, battling fiercely against a dense throng of foes. Their feet treading upon a carpet of corpses, The adage a multitude of ants can take down an elephant was vividly exemplified here. Surrounding them were several suspected cadres of the Baroque works. Endowed with devil fruit abilities, Kousha recognized two of them. Their presence served to restrain Li Yunlong and Dahe, rendering them helpless. Above them, what had once been 8 rocket-flying soldiers had dwindled to 4. And although Kousha longed to rescue the man and the dog from the crowd, he found himself at an impasse. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Kousha's mind. If he could allow Tony to take action, eliminating a few of the Baroque works cadres should pose no challenge. However, Crocodile needed to be distracted. He glanced at Dahe and Li Yunlong. If they could buy even a moment of time, it would suffice for Tony. Within mere seconds, Kousha had devised a strategy. Chapter 50. Heavy losses since the day of the uprising. I have faced daily challenges and failures, rather than successes. Kousha's musings, a chilling wind swept through, stirring the scorched banners as the endless sea of sand echoed with the sounds of battle and cries that in every conflict, death is inevitable. What could have been a friendly coexistence devolved into opposition due to differing agendas, dragging countless young souls, filled with exuberance and vitality, into the flames of war, leading them down a path of no return. The soldiers charged forth, drenched in blood. As one fell, another took their place. A soldier, his body ravaged, shouted defiantly as he collapsed. Liberate Alabasta. Kousha moved rapidly towards Li Yunlong and Dahe, only to find the enemy numbers had noticeably increased, and several soldiers who had accompanied him are now absent. In mere moments, the 4 rocket-flying soldiers had dwindled to just 1, a sight that pained Kousha deeply. The throng ahead was impenetrable. There was no way to advance further. An idea struck him. He still possessed the Conqueror's haki. Though he had previously employed it at the outset of the battle, its effect had been minimal, knocking down thousands indiscriminately, both friend and foe alike. After a couple of uses, his energy had dwindled sharply, rendering him hesitant to use it again. With a steely gaze, he fixed his eyes on the scene. Yunlong and Dahe felt a tremor, instinctively glancing towards Kousha, only to quickly regain their composure. The soldiers encircling Li Yunlong and Dahe were in dire straits, with bodies collapsing in layers, the chaos spreading outward as countless soldiers succumbed. Their eyes rolling back in unconsciousness, a large swath of enemies fell in an instant. The slightly more formidable cadres of Baroque works also paused momentarily, their actions interrupted. Seizing the opportunity, Li Yunlong and Dahe retreated to Kousha's side. Unbeknownst to Kousha, this release of Conqueror's haki was not centered on himself, but rather on the point where his gaze fell, creating a ripple effect. This spectacle was witnessed by many, particularly the rebels, who felt their morale surge in the distance. Crocodile, momentarily taken aback by Kousha's display of haki, transformed into a wisp of sand to evade Tony's assault. Crocodile regarded Kousha with a complex expression, muttering regardless of whether Kousha could hear him. "Hey, young man, I had considered recruiting you, but it seems you cannot be spared." At that moment, Kousha had already relayed his plan to Li Yunlong and Dahe. They needed to hold Crocodile at bay just long enough for Tony to eliminate the Baroque works cadres. Tony, spotting Li Yunlong, signaling him, quickly comprehended the intent and turned towards the nearby cadres of Baroque works. Crocodile, momentarily distracted by Kousha's demonstration of haki, noticed Tony attempting to flee and transformed into a swirl of sand. Following closely behind, Dahe, with remarkable speed, sensed Crocodile's approach as he morphed into sand. Channeling his haki into his teeth, he lunged at Crocodile, biting fiercely into his leg, tearing away a chunk of flesh. Crocodile, feeling the sudden pain, was momentarily stunned. How could a dog manage to bite him? A dog imbued with haki. Crocodile couldn't help but find the situation ludicrous. Even if the dog wielded haki, being bitten by a mere dog felt like an affront. Crocodile reached out towards the empty air beside him, an action that appeared random to onlookers but sent a wave of dread through Dahe. With a basic level of observation haki, Dahe's innate animal instincts had allowed him to predict Crocodile's movement. Yet he was still caught. Crocodile possessed formidable observation haki. In that fleeting moment, a surge of sand energy coalesced in Crocodile's hand. Li Yunlong, desperate to assist, realized it was too late by the time he arrived. Dahe was half-dashed deflated. Yunlong dared not approach too closely, instead drawing his sidearm and channeling all his haki into the bullet. Bang! Crocodile flung the nearly lifeless Dahe aside, vanishing into thin air as he elementalized. Faced with Dahe and Tony, both of whom possessed haki, Crocodile refrained from overestimating his prowess. He was reluctant to suffer a setback. He had not anticipated that a mere rebel force concealed several individuals with haki. Watching as the Yunlong rescued Dahe, Crocodile made no move to stop them, nor did he pursue Tony further. A sinister smirk crept across Crocodile's face. The grand cleansing plan had only just begun. Not only did he intend to eliminate those who knew of his dark side, but he also sought to deplete the strength of both the rebels and the kingdom's army, thus facilitating his control over the kingdom. As Tony plunged into the midst of several cadres, 3 or 4 were severely injured, clearly outmatched. 2 Devil Fruit users managed to escape by utilizing their powers. The encounter was as swift and decisive as Crocodile's handling of Dahe. The remaining cadres, terrified, dared not continue the fight, and Tony did not pursue, instead returning to Kousha's side. Eric, as the overall commander of this battle, had 4 tanks providing intermittent support on the battlefield, but the clash proved even more brutal than anticipated. As the rebel forces continued to suffer losses, their defenses began to crumble, forcing an inevitable retreat. Continuing the fight would render them leaderless and ineffective. Tony, Kousha, and Li Yunlong led their troops in a strategic withdrawal. Crocodile, instead of pursuing, dissipated into a cloud of fine sand, heading towards the retreating cadres of Baroque works. Thus ended the initial confrontation with Crocodile. Chapter 51. The Rescue of Mr. 3, the appearance of Smoker in the front lines of the Alabasta Empire. In Carteria, the atmosphere was grim. Everyone bore the marks of battle. The once mighty army of 250,000 had dwindled to fewer than 100,000 returning soldiers. Additionally, Dahe was gravely injured and had been sent back for medical attention. Li Yunlong was wrapped in bandages, bearing gunshot, stab, and sword wounds, totaling dozens. Yet his mastery of basic haki had spared him from fatal injuries, allowing him to remain in the fight, bolstered by his exceptional physique. Tony, with most of his nanotechnology armor severely damaged and one hand drained of moisture, faced an impossible recovery in the near term. All 8 rocket-flying soldiers had perished, as had all 8 military dogs. Of the originally 50-plus elite Red Alert soldiers, 36 had fallen. This battle had inflicted devastating losses upon the rebel forces. News from the front had spread throughout Carteria. Now, apart from the soldiers, 90% of the population had fled. Marianu sat silently in her room, her demeanor somber. She had once been known as Miss Golden Week. The war had claimed hundreds of thousands of lives, leaving Mariana deeply shaken. Though she had engaged in fights, completed tasks, and committed wrongdoings, this conflict felt overwhelmingly absurd in comparison. Yet, none of these were what she truly desired. Her greatest aspiration was to become a painter. Miss Golden Week. Miss Golden Week. Mariana wondered if she was hearing things. Why was someone calling her codename? When the voice rang out again, she realized she had not misheard. It was familiar and somewhat lewd. She opened her door to find a well-known figure standing before her. "It's you, Mr. 3. Hush! I'm here to rescue you." Mariana was taken aback. "Rescue me? But I don't need rescuing. I'm fine here, at least for now." Mr. 3 first stealthily entered the room and then secured the door. "You truly know nothing. Do you even realize who Mr. 0 is? It is Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea." Observing Miss Golden Week in a state of bewilderment, Mr. 3 continued, "I have uncovered a shocking secret, and I am aware that." Thus, Mr. 3 recounted his tale. Do you comprehend? Once he succeeds, in order to suppress his dark side from being exposed, all of us from the so-called Baroque works must perish. It was then that Marianu recognized the gravity of the situation. Seeing Miss Golden Week seemingly come to her senses, she hastily said, "Miss Golden Week, out of respect for our past partnership, I have come to rescue you. Let us depart swiftly." Mariana nodded and responded, "By the way, my true name is Marianu. Please refrain from calling me Miss Golden Week in the future." Mr. 3 nodded in acknowledgement. "Then let me be frank as well. My true name is Galdino." Mariana muttered softly. "Galdino. I shall remember that." "Very well, Miss Golden Week." "Oh no, Marianu. Let us hasten." "No. Does this mean that Miss Shandian's sister and Miss Valentine's sister are also in peril? At such a time, do you still care about them? No. They're our comrades. We cannot abandon them. After a fierce debate, Galdino relented. The two did not bother to gather their belongings. As soon as they stepped outside, they were startled. There stood two women and two military dogs. It was Vivi and Baija, accompanied by the guard dogs watching over Mariano. Galdino pointed at Vivi. You are Miss Wednesday. Vivi smiled faintly. Indeed. It is I. Mariano. Felt a wave of unease. Sister Vivi, did you hear everything? Vivi nodded. You intend to stop us? Vivi shook her head again. At that moment, her demeanor had become somewhat frayed. The casualties among the royal army and the rebels weighed heavily on her heart. Compounded by thoughts of her father, whose fate remained uncertain, the thought inexplicably surfaced. Even if I must die, I wish to see my father once more. I will not only allow you to leave, but will accompany you as well. Both Galdino and Mariano gasped in astonishment. However, I have conditions. I wish to rescue my companions first, and then travel to Alabasta with you to save my father. As soon as Vivi finished speaking, Galdino began to shout in protest. I say, Miss Wednesday, that place is currently Crocodile's stronghold. Before Galdino could finish, Mariano readily agreed. Baija interjected. Princess Vivi, you cannot go. My mission is to ensure your safety. Vivi replied with determination. Either kill me or let me go. Sister, then let us depart, Mariano stated. Vivi nodded and stepped out alongside Mariano. Galdino sighed in exasperation. Hey, wait a moment. Have you considered my opinion? I am a master strategist, after all. Baija glanced at Vivi's retreating figure and then at the two military dogs. Accompanying you, the two dogs followed without looking back. At this moment, in the Alabasta Empire, the capital city of Alyabarna, Smoker conducted his investigation, first visiting Alyabarna, then Yuba, and finally arriving at Rainbase. The more he delved into the affairs of Alabasta, the more alarmed he became. With Crocodile's analysis coupled with the current visible situation, it was evident that Crocodile was orchestrating a grand scheme, a game of chess on a national scale. As events became clearer, the enormity of Crocodile's crimes caused Smoker to clench his fists, ultimately reaching the capital city of Alyabarna. Lighting two cigars, his expression darkened as he made his way toward the royal city. Upon learning that Crocodile had already led his forces southward, Smoker realized it was getting late. He hurried toward the royal city to check if any royal family members had survived. Encountering soldiers who attempted to block his path, they could not even graze Smoker, who, in the form of the Smoke Man, passed directly through them. Along the way, he encountered a bald man with a scar running from below his hairline down to his cheekbone on the right side of his face. Smoker recognized him. He was Bonus, the user of the Chop Chop fruit, with a bounty of 75 million berry. Bonus appeared grave, having unexpectedly encountered a natural-type devil fruit user from the Navy. This was an unwinnable battle. Bonus, lacking knowledge of hockey, stood no chance. Meanwhile, from a distance, Robin caught sight of Smoker and immediately fled, showing no interest in fighting. Years of evading danger had instilled a natural reflex in her. Fortunately, King Cobra had not perished. He was imprisoned alongside Icolum, Perlu, and Gaka. Smoker dealt with several capable subordinates left behind by Crocodile, then greeted them before mounting his motorcycle and heading south. Smoker was well aware of Crocodile's formidable strength. If he arrived too late, even if he rescued King Cobra, Alabasta would be lost, and many lives would be at stake, with the authority of a nation being usurped by a pirate. His sense of justice would not allow it. Chapter 52. Cobra's dance powder assistants Vivi, Galdino, Mariano, Baija, and two military dogs. The group had somehow procured several camels to traverse the desert. Due to Crocodile's actions, a sandstorm now swept across the entirety of Alabasta. The winds and sand forced them to squint against the elements. Occasionally, they could glimpse corpses partially buried in the sand, only fragments of limbs exposed. Continuing onward, they stood atop a sand dune. Before them lay a stretch of red sand, stained with blood. This was evidently a section of the battlefield from earlier. Countless severed limbs and dismembered bodies lay before them, almost inducing nausea. Vivi, witnessing this scene, closed her eyes as tears streamed down her cheeks. This was a conflict manipulated by others, and these deaths were entirely meaningless. She recognized that this could not be attributed to Eric. The true culprit was Crocodile. After 3 more hours of travel, the 2 military dogs suddenly began to bark furiously, prompting Baijia to rush to investigate. The group followed the dogs and soon arrived at the sandpit, where the barking grew louder. There is something beneath. Baijia pointed to the sandpit. Galdino trembled involuntarily, his speech faltering. Could it be that so many have perished here? Sensing Vivi's gaze, Galdino hesitated to speak further, for at that moment, Vivi's eyes radiated a chilling intensity. The group began to dig, and before long, they unearthed several corpses. Just a glance was enough to send a chill through the hearts of Galdino, Marianu, and Vivi. To Mr. 4, Miss Christmas, Mr. 6, and several others were now unrecognizable. All members of the Baroque works. Galdino's heart sank, his lips trembling. You see, I told you so. His cleansing plan has commenced. The battle hasn't even concluded yet. The 2 military dogs ran to another spot, digging frantically, and Baijia hurried over. Come quickly, there are survivors here. The group rushed over. Miss Shandian, Miss Valentine's Day. Mariana dashed forward to embrace one of them. Sister, Baijia remarked, they still have a pulse. Let us hasten. One dog carried a person while the other continued forward. Fortunately, the military dogs from the Red Alert base were quite robust, and carrying a person was no trouble at all by the time they reached the royal city of Alyabarna. Dawn was breaking as they deliberated on how to infiltrate the city. A large bird descended from the sky, instantly transforming into a human form. It was Perlu, the user of the bird fruit. The title of Falcon Perlu was well earned, as he possessed unique skills in reconnaissance, spotting Vivi amidst the crowd from a distance. Undoubtedly aided by his familiarity with her, Vivi, upon seeing Perlu, could not help but leap into his arms. Brother Perlu, I thought you all had perished. Perlu looked at the princess he had watched grow up, akin to a younger sister. Fear not. Everyone is safe that a naval officer named Smoker rescued us. Let us head inside. I'm certain the king will be overjoyed. After arranging for the relevant personnel, Vivi followed Perlu toward the palace. Baijia trailed closely behind with the 2 military dogs. Perlu observed Vivi with a furrowed brow. Princess, what about them? Upon learning that her father was safe, Vivi felt a surge of relief and replied, They are my protectors. They are unharmed. Upon hearing Weiwei's remarks, Perlu chose not to intervene further. When Weiwei encountered Cobra, she was struck by how her father's hair had grown increasingly white. After exchanging a brief embrace, Weiwei proceeded to introduce this juncture. Cobra quickly inquired, I have heard that conflict has erupted over there. What is the situation? Weiwei recounted the information she possessed, causing Cobra's brow to furrow. This is untenable. Crocodile possesses the powers of a Logia-type devil fruit. No matter how hard you strive, your chances of success remain dismally low. Despite being informed that a previous naval commander with the ability of the smoke fruit was en route to assist, Cobra remained skeptical. Having frequently participated in world conferences, Cobra possessed a unique perspective. He began to pace anxiously, pondering their next steps. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Upon hearing this, Perlu promptly entered from outside the hall. Your Majesty, you must immediately go to the vault, retrieve the dance powder, and fly to the battlefield at Kataria to ignite it. Your Majesty, this? Just obey. This is our sole opportunity to defeat Crocodile. Perlu hesitated momentarily, realizing that this also presented an opportunity to eradicate the rebel forces. Should they manage to vanquish Crocodile, it would indeed serve a dual purpose. Sensing Perlu's thoughts, Cobra cautioned, do not act impulsively. When confronting the 7 warlords of the sea, one must never let their guard down. Reluctantly, Perlu acquiesced. Very well. Weiwei, perceptive as she was, immediately grasped the implications of this exchange. Brother Perlu, allow me to accompany you. She then turned to Baijia. Sister Baijia, you should remain here. Trust in me. Baijia wished to protest, but was silenced by Weiwei's gaze, leaving her to watch as Weiwei followed Perlu away. Once everyone had departed, Ikolum entered the room. Your Highness, I believe this course of action lacks prudence. Although Kousha is a child of rebellion, he is still a rebel. Cobra fixed Ikolum with a stern look. How long have you been by my side? Do you not understand this fundamental principle? Whether it is I or Kousha who ultimately reunifies Alabasta, it is still a civil war, as long as it strengthens the nation. I would even consider relinquishing my throne. The prerequisite is that Crocodile must die. Otherwise, one misstep, and we risk having our nation usurped by outsiders. His intentions are not merely for the nation's prosperity. Do you comprehend? Ikelam bowed deeply to Cobra. In truth, Cobra harbored another thought. With Weiwei present, Kousha would not dare to act against him. One could only wonder how Ikelam would react upon discovering Cobra's mindset. Alabasta, the frontline camp at Kateria. Kousha suggested for the third time that Eric take Ferrari and the Little Turtle to evacuate and seek out Kaibi to leave Alabasta together. After yet another refusal, Kousha felt resigned. In this lifetime, having such brothers and friends left him with no regrets. Kousha did not wish to flee. However, the Red Alert base was right here. Where could he possibly go if he abandoned the base? What could he achieve elsewhere? Although the potential of the super serum had granted him the qualifications to become a top-tier powerhouse, where would he find a place to belong? Become a pirate? Ridiculous. Join the Navy. He had no desire to be a pawn of the Celestial Dragons, disguising himself. After finally discovering something he wished to pursue, rebuilding Alabasta, could he simply abandon it? What would be the meaning of living again? This time, Kousha's answer was resolute. He would never give up. Chapter 53. The invincible Crocodile. The war drums sounded once more. Despite enduring a fierce battle, the royal army still boasted nearly 300,000 soldiers. Most of those remaining were eager to fight. Previously, due to issues of morale, there had been inexplicable casualties. Some had come to their senses and fled under cover of night. Ultimately, only 300,000 remained willing to follow Crocodile. Crocodile's purging plan not only aimed to eliminate those in the military still harboring thoughts of the royal family, but also to eradicate the rebel forces, personally executing those officials aware of his dark secrets. This nation would become his absolute dominion. As the two armies faced off once more, the morale of the rebel forces had significantly dwindled. Their ranks had shrunk to less than 100,000, many of whom were injured. What do you say? I see potential in you. Join my ranks, and I shall guarantee you a position just below me. Crocodile spoke ominously. I could see this moment. Crocodile held a flicker of respect for Kousha. He had never encountered anyone in the Alabasta Empire who could command the haki of conqueror like Kousha had, managing to gather 3, albeit one was a dog. This organizational ability was not something an ordinary person could achieve. Furthermore, this individual possessed the haki of conqueror, and thus he could not be allowed to remain. Kousha, however, did not buy into Crocodile's deceitful words and waved his hand. 4 tanks aimed at Crocodile's position. Whoosh, whoosh, observing the incoming shells. Crocodile did not underestimate their power. He had witnessed the destructive capability of those tanks just the day before. Unlike the Navy's shells, which passed harmlessly through his elemental form, the explosions created by these shells generated shockwaves that could prove fatal if he let his guard down even for a moment. Crocodile evaded, but that did not spare the surrounding soldiers from the onslaught. Boom, boom. A series of explosions erupted, and dozens of soldiers fell to the ground in an instant. Crocodile smiled slightly and ordered a charge. Eric understood that they could not afford to confront Crocodile head-on. They had to retreat and prepare a defensive stance, soldier against soldier, commander against commander. This time, Crocodile focused solely on eliminating Kousha. This man had to die. Transformed into sand, Crocodile closed the distance to Kousha in mere moments. Meanwhile, Tony, now employing his armament haki, charged at Crocodile. Crocodile regarded Tony with a smile, his body swiftly shifting into a sandy form. Simultaneously, Tony's haki-infused fist collided with the old sand's head, shattering it into granules that dispersed into the air, indicating that it had struck nothing but air. Yet Crocodile had already appeared behind Tony. Tony, refusing to show any signs of carelessness, instinctively raised his hand to block. Boom! Tony's body jolted violently as sand surged outward, creating a wave that rippled across the ground, causing it to sink several meters. Tony was flung several dozen meters away, leaving a long trail in his wake. Although Crocodile was not renowned for his physical combat skills, his observation haki clearly surpassed Tony's by leaps and bounds. Moreover, his armament haki seemed equally formidable, as he and Tony fought to a standstill despite Tony's intermediate mastery of armament haki. Kousha! Tony could not restrain himself from calling out. Currently, the only individuals capable of resisting Crocodile were Tony and Li Yunlong. Li Yunlong, undeterred, first drew his pistol and fired a shot. Then, daggers appeared in his hands, one in a forward grip and the other in a reverse grip, as he lunged toward Crocodile. Crocodile cast a dismissive glance at Li Yunlong. While this individual possessed commendable strength, he paled in comparison to the one who had come before. Li Yunlong felt a powerful gust of wind approaching. Instinctively sensing danger, he angled his body to evade the fatal blow while simultaneously thrusting the daggers in opposing directions. The next moment, a tragic scene unfolded before Kousha's eyes. Li Yunlong was impaled through the chest by Crocodile's golden hook. Lifted off the ground and left hanging in the in that instant. As Li Yunlong was pierced through the chest, he unleashed all his might in a strike that merely grazed Crocodile's clothing, leaving behind a faint trace of blood. Kousha's pupils dilated, his mind blank. He could only stare at Li Yunlong. Rendered speechless, Kousha's thoughts spiraled into chaos. Do not die. Do not die. I am sorry. For the first time since his arrival in this world, Kousha experienced profound anguish and regret. Knowing full well that none of the Seven Warlords were easy adversaries, he pondered, what have I done? As a transmigrator, with a red alert base at his disposal, he could have simply bided his time and awaited his opportunity. Worst case, he could have followed the original plot and waited 3 years. Whether or not Luffy could defeat Crocodile, the red alert base would undoubtedly dominate the world in 3 years. Ha! You boy possess some courage, but alas, an ant will forever remain an ant. Upon hearing Crocodile's taunts, Kousha was consumed with rage. Ah! A surge of energy radiated from Kousha, enveloping Crocodile. Boom! Crocodile momentarily faltered, and the next second, a figure charged toward him. By the time Crocodile regained his composure, the person hanging from his hook had vanished. Observing Kousha's furious demeanor, Crocodile remained unfazed as he advanced toward Kousha, remarking, I must admit, you have grown. Your haki of conqueror has improved to the point where it momentarily stilled my senses. Upon witnessing Crocodile advancing toward Kousha, Tony set down Li Yunlong and, despite the agony coursing through his body, charged once more at Crocodile. The moment their paths crossed, Tony inwardly lamented, for the ground beneath them began to sink ominously. A sinking feeling washed over him. Quicksand. Tony had no time to react before he and Crocodile were engulfed by the sandy abyss, disappearing from sight. In the next instant, a wisp of sand lingered not far from Kousha. Crocodile couldn't help but exclaim in resignation, why must you choose the path of doom? If I were to get serious, not even an admiral of the Navy would stand a chance. Clearly, Crocodile felt a genuine regret for Tony. Moments later, the sand pit was leveled, leaving no trace of the battle that had just transpired. Being buried alive in such a manner rendered one utterly helpless. It was not merely a matter of insufficient strength to escape, but rather the inability to exert any energy at all. Even if one were to survive for a while, the absence of air would inevitably lead to suffocation. Crocodile turned his gaze toward Kousha, seemingly the only individual in Alabasta worthy of being considered a rival. Although he was merely slightly stronger than an ordinary person, even possessing Conqueror's haki, there was something peculiar about him. Crocodile had conducted investigations and observed that while it was not unusual for someone to rally a crew, having such remarkable subordinates was rare. This individual possessed the qualities of a true leader. Chapter 54. The arrival of reinforcements. The sky remained shrouded in swirling sand, visibility reduced to nothing. The dust storm engulfed all of Alabasta. Step by step, Crocodile approached Kousha, rarely finding anyone he respected. This young man was a notable exception. Aware that he could not possibly contend with Crocodile, Kousha sat motionless on the ground, lost in thought, armed only with a unique desert eagle. Yet, lacking the ability to wield haki, he doubted its efficacy in this dire situation. Crocodile now stood before Kousha, raising his gleaming golden hook. Kousha slowly closed his eyes, contemplating the possibility of a quiet end. However, even with his eyes shut, he sensed Crocodile's movements, an awakening of sorts dawning upon him. Was this the emergence of observation haki? A flicker of hope ignited within him, in a bid to confirm this newfound insight. Kousha swiftly sidestepped. Crocodile missed his mark, gazing at Kousha in astonishment. "You little brat, I underestimated you'd to grasp observation hockey in your final moments is quite an accomplishment." Crocodile raised his golden hook once more, lunging at Kousha. Kousha closed his eyes again, evading to the side. "How does the saying go? I predicted your prediction of my prediction." Crocodile's hook swung toward the direction Kousha had evaded. Farewell. Just as he thought his demise was imminent, a thunderous roar echoed from afar. "Crocodile!" A plume of white smoke surged forward like a powerful wave. Crocodile quickly defended himself. The clash of metal rang out as Crocodile's golden hook met Smoker's sea prism stone weapon. Crocodile staggered back, taken aback by the impact. Hey. Are you all right, kid?" Smoker glanced toward Kousha. After departing from the royal city, Smoker had heard the sounds of battle from a distance. Sensing an opportunity, he abandoned his motorcycle and, utilizing the powers of his smoke fruit, hastened to the scene, arriving just in time. Kousha, realizing he was still alive, could only exclaim, "You arrived far too early." He uttered a quick reassurance, "I'm fine," before rushing to Li Yunlong's side, anxiously patting his face. Yunlong lay there, bloodied, a gaping wound on his chest stark against his pale complexion, evidently poisoned by Crocodile's hook. Yunlong. Li Yunlong. Wake up, are you still with us?" Li Yunlong groggily opened his eyes. "Commander, I'm all right," but within the next moment he succumbed to unconsciousness, the result of severe blood loss. There was still hope for him. After tending to the wound briefly, Kousha turned his attention to Smoker and Crocodile. "Ha! Navy brat, are you intending to meddle in my affairs?" Crocodile regarded Smoker with an air of disdain. He was unfamiliar with him, but the Navy uniform was unmistakable. At this moment, Smoker's status was too lowly to command any respect. Smoker stared at Crocodile with grave intensity. "I am fully aware of your misdeeds. Do you think I would turn a blind eye? As one of the Seven Warlords, the Navy is not permitted to lay a hand on me." Crocodile's smile was laced with malice. He was not intimidated by Smoker, but rather recognized that this was not the opportune moment for a confrontation with the Navy. While eliminating Smoker would be simple, the aftermath could prove troublesome. The Smoker's frustration boiled over. Did he really have to watch Crocodile slaughter the innocent before him? What kind of justice was that? As he observed Crocodile's contemptuous gaze directed at him, Smoker felt his rage intensify. You think your status as a warlord makes you untouchable, bastard?" Smoker charged at Crocodile, weapon raised. The sound of metal clashing reverberating in the air. Crocodile's expression darkened. It was infuriating that this low-ranking Navy officer dared to confront him. Moreover, Smoker was a Logia user wielding a sea prism stone weapon, truly a troublesome adversary. Just then, another voice rang out from a distance. Wow. Did I arrive too late? This place is quite lively." A figure donned in an orange cowboy hat, adorned with a red beaded necklace, and sporting his signature shorts, stepped forward. It was Portgas Dace, flames dancing across his body. Crocodile deflected Smoker's attack, casting a dark glare at Ace, who was engulfed in flames. It was evident that he was a newly emerged pirate, also a Logia user. "Are you here to oppose me as well?" "Huh. It seems that way." Ace chuckled, glancing around. "Apologies for being late. I got caught up." Kousha retorted. "As long as you're here, that is all that matters. No need to worry about collecting my corpse." Upon hearing this, Crocodile realized that these individuals were all summoned by Kousha to confront him. He gazed incredulously at the young man nearby. "You little brat. Quite impressive to gather such a formidable crew to fight for you. It appears you must meet your end today." Crocodile's expression shifted unpredictably as he looked at Kousha. A mix of irritation and amusement crossing his face that he never anticipated that this young man could rally such a force against him in such a short time. 2 hockey users, a hockey hound, and 2 Logia users. This was no small feat given more time. Who knew what kind of turmoil could ensue? Suddenly, Crocodile burst into laughter. "Very well. None of you shall escape today." As soon as the words left his mouth, he unleashed his powers, summoning a tempest of sand that caused the very ground to tremble. From above, one would witness a colossal sinkhole slowly forming, engulfing everyone within, while visibility plummeted. Simultaneously, Smoker and Ace launched their attacks. A torrent of flames, and smoke hurtling toward Crocodile. Yet, in the heat of battle, Ace quickly realized the predicament they faced. Wait a minute. We're both Logia users. How do we fight him? This suspicion was soon confirmed. After only a few exchanges, Crocodile discerned the truth. The rookie pirate lacked mastery of hockey and could not touch him, while the seemingly formidable Navy officer could only contend with him due to his sea prism stone weapon. In other words, both were utterly weak. Despite their formidable devil fruit abilities, they could not reach his true form. Crocodile couldn't help but chuckle at the irony. Powerful hockey users were not so easily found, especially not in a place like this. He had been misled by the recent influx of hockey users and assumed that all of Kousha's allies would possess it. Chapter 55. The counterattack begins if one falters before victory. They often embrace failure. Yet if one persists through adversity, they frequently discover new success. Kousha's musings. Crocodile couldn't help but smile at the two inexperienced youngsters. In the distance, chaos unfolded in Kousha as three figures were locked in a fierce struggle. One moment, flames soared skyward. The next, swirling smoke enveloped the scene, followed by gusts of yellow sand. Indeed, the more one frets, the more the worst comes to pass. Kousha had often pondered that even with the combined assistance of Ace and Smoker, their chances of victory would merely hover around 50%, and now it seemed that his suspicions were confirmed. The Logia-type devil fruit was undoubtedly the most formidable among the devil fruits, for it granted the ability to become intangible, which inherently signified the absence of a physical form, in the absence of hockey and sea stone. This rendered one virtually invincible. Moreover, Crocodile's mastery over his fruit was unparalleled, far surpassing what Ace and Smoker could muster. That moment, Crocodile did not even spare a glance at Ace, leaving one to imagine the immense pressure weighing upon Smoker. A legendary figure who had once traversed the New World certainly could not be lacking in hockey. Despite wielding a sea stone weapon, Smoker found himself utterly helpless. Each of Smoker's attacks was deftly evaded by Crocodile, either through timely dodges or by being deflected by the latter's hook. Conversely, every strike that landed on Smoker resulted in fresh wounds. He understood that this was the manifestation of hockey, a means to inflict harm upon Logia users, yet he had yet to grasp its essence himself. Ace watched in exasperation, realizing that no matter what technique he employed, his adversary remained indifferent. Since embarking on his maritime journey, Ace had never encountered such a predicament, leaving him feeling utterly powerless. Kousha felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. How could they possibly secure a victory? Just then, something suddenly dripped onto Kousha's face. Initially dismissing it as a mere illusion, he soon recognized the second and third drops, leading to the realization it was raining. Time rewound to a short while prior. Vivi rode upon Peru, who had transformed into his avian form, soaring through the skies. Thanks to Peru's keen observational skills, she soon spotted the combatants in the distance. After setting Vivi down, Peru was reluctant to ignite the dance powder, for if Kousha perished, then eliminating Crocodile would be his true desire. However, he understood the king's concerns. If their plan faltered, the consequences would be dire. With a heavy sigh, he handed a substantial pouch of dance powder to Vivi, who promptly moved to ignite it. Thoughts of Kousha, who had spent these days by her side, flooded her mind, their first encounter, and the myriad moments that followed. Kousha had transformed into a leader, and not just any leader, but one of a rebellion. A melancholy settled within Vivi. Should they emerge victorious this time, how would their future interactions unfold? Caught between her father and the one she had come to care for? On another front, Smoker bore numerous wounds. Had he not adeptly utilized his Logia abilities to evade fatal blows, he might have already met his end. Smoker had always believed himself formidable as a Logia user, and while he held the rank of a mere captain, he considered himself superior to the majority of commanders. It was only now that he grasped the vast chasm of disparity. The warlords of the sea were emblematic of true power, and he was utterly outmatched. Ace stood nearby, a sense of dread creeping upon him. This was an insurmountable battle that, in terms of physical prowess, fruit abilities, and combat experience, they were being utterly overwhelmed. Initially, Smoker had managed to play a role in restraining their opponent, but now he could do nothing but watch helplessly as he collapsed. Gasping for breath, his body stained with blood, Uncertain of how many injuries he had sustained, he had never anticipated that Crocodile, renowned for his fruit abilities, would also wield haki. Meanwhile, Crocodile appeared relatively unscathed, with only a few rips in his clothing. As Crocodile advanced towards Rofang, Ace repeatedly interposed himself, yet Crocodile paid him no mind. His singular focus was to eliminate Kousha, for this individual possessed an extraordinary capacity for organization, managing to rally so many against him. Were it not for the desert terrain and his experiences in the New World, he could very well have been defeated. Kousha sighed, realizing he had reached this critical juncture, and the raindrops began to intensify. It was perplexing that rain would fall at such a moment. Crocodile, too, glanced upwards, his brow furrowed. However, he dismissed it, prioritizing the immediate threat before him. He raised his hook once more towards Kousha. "Oh no, you foolish sand. Look this way." Crocodile froze momentarily as a figure collided with him. Bang! A tremendous sound erupted as the old sand was sent flying several meters, skidding along the ground before coming to a halt, kneeling and spitting out blood. This infuriated Crocodile. How could he constantly be interrupted? The figure before him had struck him twice, an unforgivable act. Did they only know how to ambush upon recognizing the newcomer? Kousha erupted with joy. "Tony, you're alive. This is wonderful." Tony limped forward a few steps before replying. Commander, I am on the brink of death." Kousha was at a loss for words. Even now he was cracking jokes. Tony had been buried beneath the sands, a fate that seemed certain, yet one must not forget his uniqueness. His nanotechnology. Although damaged, it had not been entirely destroyed, after numerous attempts to activate its flight function. He ultimately concentrated all remaining nanocells into his feet, allowing him to rise anew, albeit with his nanotechnology nearly depleted, needing at least 6 months for full recovery. As the rain intensified, thunder rumbled ominously in the sky, heralding a torrential downpour. The surrounding dust gradually dissipated, and the once murky world regained clarity. Kousha could not help but smile. This was indeed a timely downpour. Crocodile observed the sudden rainfall with a sense of foreboding. No one understood the implications of the dance powder better than he did. Someone had ignited it, and it was infuriating. He cast a glance towards the direction of Alabasta. Rain would not hinder the abilities of devil fruit users, as it was fundamentally different from seawater. However, Crocodile's abilities were unique. When the sand fruit user encountered water, the sand ceased to function as sand. While he could still become intangible, the effectiveness was significantly diminished. Chapter 56. The Wrath of Crocodile. At this moment, it was not only Crocodile who felt a headache. Smoker was also affected, as his smoke fruit abilities were similarly compromised, though he could still become intangible. The relentless downpour would soon overwhelm him. Ace, on the other hand, was the least affected, as his fiery attacks could unleash explosive damage in an instant. "Ace, Tony, seize this opportunity. Let us take him down. Count me in." Smoker, trembling, managed to rise. Crocodile regarded the trio with a glint of menace in his eyes. "Ah, ha! Do you truly believe that this will suffice to defeat me? Even without my fruit abilities, I am not a mere insect that you can compare yourselves to." The rain continued to pour, and the battle with Crocodile was on the verge of erupting. Tony's presence added immense pressure. Although his nanotechnology was no longer operational, he possessed formidable haki of his own, which made Crocodile wary. Simultaneously, the rain's impact had severely diminished Crocodile's abilities. His once fluid form was now sluggish and less effective. At this moment, Crocodile finally felt the force of Ace's first massive fireball. Boom! A colossal fireball struck Crocodile, leaving him in a state of disarray, and for the first time, he experienced the sensation of burning. The rain had rendered his intangible form stiff, preventing him from dispersing into sand swiftly. And even when he did become intangible, he could easily be captured. The rain did not have the same effect as seawater. It did not nullify abilities, but it dealt a significant blow to his powers. Everyone beheld the dawn of victory. Kousha, cradling Li Yunlong's body, rushed towards the location of Eric, intent on delivering him for immediate medical attention. Eric was fervently shouting into the intercom, "Hold the line. Brothers, hold on." At that moment, Eric's loyal guards had already been dispatched, and they were out of troops. Yet, looking into the distance, the king's forces remained countless. Just then, a series of beeps resonated, accompanied by crackling sounds. Kousha glanced at his waist. It was his intercom, emitting intermittent noises clearly affected by the thunderstorm. "Commander here, please respond. Commander here, please respond," Kousha repeated several times until a fragmented voice finally emerged. "Report from Natasha." A garbled string of words followed. But Kousha could not decipher a single word before the signal vanished. "Hello. Hello. Damn it." Kousha was rendered speechless, no longer entangled in confusion. When Kousha returned, the situation had reached a stalemate. With a sigh, he pondered whether it was truly impossible to defeat Crocodile at this stage. Although Crocodile bore numerous wounds, including burns from Ace's flames and injuries from Smoker's weapon, the most troublesome opponent remained Tony, who engaged Crocodile head-on. Conversely, Tony and Smoker had reached their limits. Especially Tony, despite his fierce demeanor, was merely holding on due to previous injuries, aware that he was the only one capable of restraining Crocodile, while Ace and Smoker were merely providing support. Only Ace appeared relatively unscathed, his fiery form glistening with sweat, and a shallow scar gracing his chest, indicative of the perilous nature of their struggle. "You little brats have enraged me," Crocodile exclaimed, clearly taken aback to find himself subdued by two fledgling fighters and one accomplished hockey user. It was a source of pride for him. Crocodile's fury reached its zenith, as being restrained by mere children was a rarity, even 20 years ago in the New World, with a swift movement. He evaded Tony's subsequent attack, disregarding Ace's flaming projectile, channeling his hockey and lunging at Smoker with his golden hook. Smoker's pupils dilated. Realizing he could not evade, he raised his weapon defensively. The sound of metal shattering filled the air as Crocodile's hook effortlessly pierced through Smoker's left rib. Smoker coughed up blood, clearly gravely injured. Before Crocodile could catch his breath, he was struck by Ace's fireball, resulting in an explosion, immediately followed by a heavy blow from Tony, infused with hockey. Left with no choice, Crocodile summoned his hockey. Lifting his hook to defend himself, a metallic crack echoed through the air. This time, Crocodile's hook shattered, sending him flying several meters away, landing half-kneeling on the ground. Although he managed to block the attack, the broken hook meant that Tony landed a solid hit, causing him significant injury. Simultaneously, as Crocodile was sent hurtling away, he retaliated with his severed arm, thrusting it forcefully into Tony's back. Crocodile furrowed his brow, intermittently coughing up blood, his form appearing utterly disheveled. He glanced at Tony, who lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Since their entrapment in the desert, Tony had not rested for a moment, and even during the subsequent 2,000 meters away in the sky. A Nighthawk helicopter glided slowly through the thunderstorm. A tall woman sat by the door in the cabin, clad in a light green military uniform, her golden short hair framing her face. Her long legs, adorned in black thigh-high stockings, met a pair of black military boots, presenting an image of both elegance and solemnity. The features of her face were unremarkable. Her small eyes, narrow forehead, and decent nose were overshadowed by a disproportionately large chin and mouth. With slightly thick lips that curled up at the corners, exuding a calm and self-assured demeanor, radiating a certain confident power, it was the kind of charm that left one perplexed, wondering why she was so endearing. Ah, indeed. Yet, when she spoke, her voice was soft and richly varied, as if her entire appearance demanded such a tone. It seemed only fitting that she conducted herself in this manner. Beside her, several Red Alert Special Forces soldiers gazed at her with admiration, their expressions nearly begging to worship her. The whirring of the rotor blades echoed in the air. Finally, the dazed Kousha came to his senses, exhaling in relief upon recognizing the Nighthawk helicopter. A striking woman in military attire leapt from the aircraft, followed closely by several Red Alert soldiers, who descended via rope. Reporting to Commander, Natasha Volkova. Here for duty, a solemn voice declared. Kousha stared in astonishment at the woman before him. Natasha, one of the 3 legendary heroes of Red Alert. A glance revealed her epaulets adorned with golden pine branches and 3 gleaming stars, radiating brilliance. She was indeed a 3-star general, the highest rank in the Red Alert forces. In that instant, the tension in Kousha's heart finally eased. After days of toil and the tumult of emotional highs and lows, his vision blurred, and he fainted. Chapter 58. On Old Shah's Machinations. Non-text. Old Shah established the Baroque Work Society for the purpose of intelligence theft. He executed a personal hero show involving the dancing powder incident, all while idealizing warfare. His perfect plan manipulated both sides of the conflict like puppets, with strategies intricately intertwined to the headquarters in the rain. Let us first examine the nature of the bases of the outstanding individuals following the Great Route. That red-haired Shanks has a base in a cave on a certain island, which is closed off. Moonlight Moria's base is a ship resembling an island, also closed. Hawkeye Mihawk has no known base. Empress Hancock resides on the daughter island of Amazon Lily, which is semi-closed. Men are forbidden entry. Blackbeard has no known base. The details of other personnel remain obscure. Only Whitebeard possesses a range of islands under his influence, yet their base locations are unknown. Only Old Shah's base operates as a casino. While other notable figures isolate themselves or quietly cultivate their combat power, Old Shah, however, utilizes the casino for a purpose that requires no elaboration. Simply consider the type of individuals who frequent such establishments. Old Shah's tactical layout. 1. The hero's solo performance. That he consistently plays the role of a superhero, revered as the Guardian of Alabasta. Yet the true Guardians are Bellamy, the Falcon, and Jackal the Wolf. With Old Shah's strength, does he truly need to masquerade as a hero? It is a means of winning the people's hearts. Old Shah's tactical layout. 2. The dancing powder incident. This maneuver was executed with perfection, leading not only to civil strife within Alabasta, but also tarnishing the reputation of King Cobra, even inciting dissatisfaction among foreign nations. The impact of the dancing powder extended to neighboring countries. As for Cobra's reputation, the sea merchants are likely well aware. Truly, it is about prioritizing the people to gain complete control over a nation. Unification following chaos is the simplest approach, for with Old Shah's capabilities, he would have no possibility of defeat in the Desert Kingdom. Old Shah's tactical layout. 3. The Utopian Plan. The Baroque Work Society's operatives kidnapped the king in Albana, subsequently allowing Von Clay to impersonate him. Committing acts of violence to attract rebels, the operatives then infiltrated both the rebel and royal armies, executing their roles commendably. As misunderstandings escalated, Kousha uttered the words, "Let us end this nation," after the Alabasta incident. The first encounter between Vivi and Kousha was disrupted by the Baroque Work Society. When Vivi and Kousha raised the white flag, shots were fired at Kousha, perpetuating the animosity between both parties. Had it not been for Luffy's interference, the coup would have been foolproof. Old Shah's tactical layout for the Great Purge. This purge commenced prior to the announcement of the Utopian Plan. What task was assigned to Mr. 3? To eliminate the failed Mr. 5 and Valentine's Day. Initially, Mr. 2, Von Clay, was tasked to kill Mr. 3 merely because Old Shah deemed Mr. 3, disguised as Sanji, had submitted an inaccurate report. However, Von Clay also failed to locate Mr. 3. Why did Old Shah not dispatch a top operative or handle Von Clay himself? Von Clay was useful, as they relied on his ability to disguise for critical operations within the Utopian Plan. Why did Old Shah initiate this fitness movement without alerting many combatants? It was due to the company's discipline. Failure of a mission resulted in death. As previously stated, since Von Clay was valuable. He survived his failure. As for the useless ones, they were purged under the guise of company discipline, leaving others without complaint. What a level of intellect! How early did this plan commence? Thus, the company founded by Old Shah served merely as fodder in his schemes. Consider how many business owners possess the awareness to use their thriving enterprises as pawns for personal gain. Such audacity requires immense courage. Furthermore, during the Utopian Plan's presentation, Old Shah revealed himself before high-ranking operatives and even disclosed information about the ultimate weapon. It can be asserted that Old Shah's rebellion was solely about the process. Given Old Shah's abilities and the combat prowess of his employees, he could have seized power in Alabasta through force. Yet, he chose not to. Doflamingo, seeking to reclaim his ancestral homeland of Dressrosa, first employed cunning to threaten King Riku, then used the powers of the devil fruit to manipulate actions, causing harm to his soldiers and citizens, even inciting arson in towns, leading the populace to scorn his tyrannical actions. Ultimately, Doflamingo seized the opportunity to overthrow his regime, becoming the new king, while the Riku royal family fell from grace, met with public disdain. This is the true nature of a nation. Years of meticulous planning. Was it merely for the sake of acquiring the ultimate weapon? Personally, I feel it falls short, and without relevant descriptive material, one can only speculate. The above is purely my personal conjecture. Please refrain from criticism. Chapter 59. The poison on the golden hook. Whenever I gaze at the brilliant night sky and the stillness of the night, I feel it brimming with countless dreams, reminding myself that life is akin to a competition. Failure to strive guarantees defeat. Kousha's musings. When Kousha woke once more, it was already the morning of the third day. He had been transferred to the urban area of Crocodile. Presently, the finest medical facility in Crocodile surrounded him, heavily guarded and personally overseen by General Natasha. General Natasha? Natasha Volkova. This was the first person Kousha encountered upon awakening. Kousha was entirely unprepared for Natasha's appearance. Initially, Crocodile had led the kingdom's army in a battle before leaving Crocodile to establish a temporary camp outside the city, with no time to return to the base to check on the construction progress. The Science Center Combat Laboratory was completed, and Natasha immediately contacted Kousha via intercom, but due to weather conditions, the transmission was intermittent and unclear. Subsequently, Natasha personally arrived aboard the Night Hawk helicopter. Kousha, filled with surprise, sat up, inadvertently aggravating his chest injury. Cough, cough, Commander, please refrain from moving too much. You are a mere centimeter away from losing your life, almost puncturing your heart, Natasha remarked, her tone casual, yet her voice delightful, tinged with a hint of charm. What exactly happened that day? That day, I had just awakened from the technology center, having heard that the commander was engaged in fierce combat at the front lines, where the situation was dire. Consequently, I acquired a walkie-talkie, but the signal was exceedingly poor. Natasha recounted the events of that time. Learning of the dire circumstances on the battlefield, Natasha rushed to the scene and, in a moment of peril, saved Kousha's life. Upon encountering Kousha, he immediately lost consciousness. With the demise of Crocodile and Natasha's unexpected appearance, the royal army began to falter. Many obstinate soldiers were swiftly dealt with by the leisurely Natasha. Ultimately, an immense surge of energy erupted from Natasha, causing waves of enemies to fall, their gazes vacant, collapsing one after another. At that point, the final battle came to an end, after Natasha finished her tale. Kousha sought additional information that Ace's injuries were the most severe. Fortunately, they were primarily due to excessive blood loss, which had stabilized, allowing him to survive the critical phase. Smoker had been taken by Dashiji, reportedly returning to the Navy headquarters for treatment. As the magnitude of the events necessitated a report, Yunlong sustained grave injuries, having been pierced through the body without timely first aid, and remained in a state of unconsciousness. According to Natasha, if Li Yunlong could not transcend his limits, his survival was unlikely. Tony was the least injured. Despite having confronted Crocodile directly, Kousha still preferred the name from his previous life. Yet, Tony was among the strongest, and Crocodile could do little against him in the short term. Thus, Ace and Smoker bore the brunt of the consequences. Eric, exhausted from overexertion, had sustained a gunshot wound to the shoulder due to several enemy advances. Ferrari, in an effort to protect Eric, had taken several bullets to his back and was now in a precarious state, teetering between life and death. Originally, the rebel forces numbered 250,000, but now only a scant few thousand remained. The Royal Army, once 550,000 strong, was reduced to just over 100,000. This battle was exceedingly brutal. Many bodies could not be identified, buried beneath the yellow sands. It had depleted the Alabasta Empire's resources accumulated over the years. The losses in supplies unknown, and countless innocents had perished under Crocodile's nefarious scheme, leaving their families shattered. Another distressing matter for Kousha was that Tony, Li Yunlong, Ace, and others had all been poisoned. Kousha lamented his lack of foresight. By the time he traversed, the pirates had evolved significantly, making it nearly impossible to remember Crocodile's past use of poison. Through this battle, Kousha recognized certain issues. The strength of Red Alert units could not merely be quantified by data panels. Numerous unforeseen factors could yield irreversible consequences. For instance, No matter how formidable Tony was, if he fell victim to treachery, he too could perish. He could see this moment. Tony, Ace, and Li Yunlong were in such a predicament, despite their victory. Ace, being a natural type ability user, was poisoned, and without a timely antidote, their survival was merely a matter of time. That afternoon, Natasha reappeared. The tall Natasha entered, a hint of teasing and playfulness in her demeanor. Would you prefer to hear a bad news or a good news? Let's hear the bad news first, Kousha responded. The toxin affecting Tony can still be suppressed due to his robust physique, but the toxins in Li Yunlong and Ace may be beyond control due to their severe poisoning and insufficient strength to resist it. If an antidote is not found promptly, Natasha did not need to finish her sentence. Kousha understood the implication. And the good news? Kousha inquired. The western regions, including Rainy Lands and Aluma, have expressed their willingness to submit. Natasha replied. Kousha was speechless. What significance did this hold? With the strength of the Red Alert Army, capturing several major cities was hardly an issue, and he paid little heed to it. His mind was solely occupied with the matter of the antidote. He asked, what about Crocodile? Does he possess the antidote? Kousha clarified, fearing Natasha might not understand who Crocodile was. At this point, Natasha's expression darkened slightly. His fate remains uncertain, alive or dead. No one has seen him. Natasha had disembarked from the plane and had kept a watchful eye on Kousha, neglecting to monitor Crocodile. By the time they searched for his body, it had vanished. Natasha was utterly confident in her sniper rifle. She had aimed for Crocodile's head, and survival was nearly impossible. Kousha realized she had underestimated him. Natural types could elementalize and shift their bodies. A wave of frustration washed over him. Having experienced this crisis, if Crocodile regained his former strength from his ventures in the New World, the repercussions could be endless. That Crocodile's demise severed the lead to the antidote. Kousha pondered deeply, recalling that in his previous life, Luffy had also been poisoned. How had he found a cure? This segment of the plot was quite distant, and the intricate details eluded him. He racked his brain, recalling individuals connected to Crocodile. Suddenly, he struck his forehead in realization, aggravating his wound and causing him pain. Nico, Robin, go quickly, find Robin. She knows the antidote. Natasha paused. I'll go immediately. Natasha understood the gravity of the situation. If the antidote issue was not resolved, Ace's fate was of little concern, but Tony and Li Yunlong were comrades, lying on the hospital bed. Kousha could only vaguely hear Natasha's commanding voice from outside. Send word to seal all ports capable of maritime travel. Only allow entry, not exit. Any intruder shall be dealt with ruthlessly. Several soldiers saluted respectfully before hastily departing. Thus, the entire Alabasta finally returned to a state of peace. Chapter 60. Natasha and the rift generator. Time flows like water, and the years pass swiftly. After a day of recuperation, Kousha regained much of his energy and vitality. He checked on Eric and Ferrari. Their physical conditions were significantly poorer than his, and the doctor indicated it would take another 2 to 3 days for them to regain consciousness. Upon returning to the streets of Kartlia, they appeared considerably desolate, with few people to be seen. The military camp had entirely relocated to the Red Alert barracks. Entering the barracks, 2 sentries saluted in unison. Commander, due to the prior training of the Red Alert soldiers, they had come to address Kousha as commander, and this nomenclature had become entrenched among the military personnel. Inside the barracks, the previously boisterous training chants had dwindled to sporadic echoes. This was to be expected. Of the over 200,000 troops, only a few thousand remained, the majority of whom were injured at AS for the Royal Army. They had mostly fled back to Albana, where their families resided. The conspiracy orchestrated by Crocodile was, of course, impossible to conceal. Within a mere 3 days, it had spread throughout Alabasta. Crocodile, once a celebrated hero, had now fallen from grace, becoming a target of public ire. King Cobra's reputation gradually improved, yet his authority had significantly diminished. Whether in Kartlia and Kanola, governed by Kousha, or among the remnants of Crocodile's forces in the western regions. Upon returning to the base building, a familiar electronic synthesized voice greeted him. Welcome home, Commander. As Kousha moved forward, he commanded, display Natasha's profile. A virtual screen materialized before him. Natasha Volkova, Heroic unit, one of the most formidable units of the Red Alert Army. A legendary sniper with ultra-long-range strike capabilities, exhibiting extraordinary amphibious combat prowess and a godlike single-soldier operational ability. Revered by all Red Alert units. Endowed with the authority to command all Red Alert forces, the commander possesses the right to dismiss her. General. The rank speaks for itself, embodying high honor and status. Earning the respect of all officers below the rank of general and holding command over all forces below the general rank, including those that have joined the Red Alert Army. The commander possesses the right to dismiss her. Aura. In battles involving General Natasha, all Red Alert units will be imbued with fighting spirit. Mental immunity. Immune to all forms of mental control and negative influences. Physique. Possesses a transcendent physique. Haki. Wields advanced armed haki. Ultimate observation haki. And advanced conqueror's haki. Trait 1. Long-range strike utilizes a unique weapon in sniper combat, possessing an extraordinarily extended attack range. Trait 2. Stealth in sniper combat. Her presence cannot be perceived. Unique weapon. Natasha possesses a meticulously modified exclusive weapon, indestructible and unusable by others. Should Natasha perish, it will vanish. Note 1. Unique. Cannot be recruited. Note 2. Do not be deceived by her identity as a sniper. Having reviewed Natasha's character profile, Kousha could not help but gasp in astonishment. The notion of a transcendent physique, regardless of its strength, was unfathomable. Yet those 3 types of haki were strikingly impressive, and the 2 traits were the hallmark of a born sniper. Without exceptional skill, one would undoubtedly fall to Natasha.as for the notes. Kousha merely chuckled. A sniper's identity? Just observing those 3 types of haki. Even if she were not a sniper, no one would dare to underestimate her. The completion of the Technology Center, Combat Laboratory, should have unlocked numerous advanced technologies, right? Open the technology building. Kousha scanned the list, discovering no new constructions had appeared. In his recollection, the establishment of the Technology Center bore epoch-making significance. Red Queen, what is going on? Commander, please take note. The prerequisites have not been met. Please construct a repair facility first, as it is an exclusive structure essential for expanding the base. It suddenly dawned on Kousha that, in the pursuit of rapid development, he had prioritized the construction of the Air Command over the repair facility, primarily to acquire a transport aircraft sooner. However, what does the repair facility have to do with expanding the base? Could it be that the absence of new buildings is due to the lack of a constructed repair facility? Display the information for the repair facility. A 3D virtual pop-up materialized before Kousha. Repair facility. The repair facility can swiftly restore your damaged mechanical units. Construction requirements. 800 energy points. Construction duration. 1 day and 8 hours. Note. The completion of the repair facility signifies that you have the opportunity to expand your territory. Upon seeing the note regarding the repair facility, Kousha pondered. It seems that territorial expansion must precede other advancements, or perhaps the current territory is insufficient to support the construction of more advanced structures. With no other option, he clicked to commence the construction of the repair facility, immediately triggering a countdown. Countdown. 1 day, 4 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Countdown. 1 day, 4 hours, 59 minutes, 58 seconds. Kousha manually opened the next list. Military defense. Military defense. The Rift Generator has been unlocked. Rift Generator. Capable of emitting interference waves within a certain range, rendering all enemy reconnaissance methods ineffective, including observation haki. Construction requirements. 45,000 energy points. Construction duration. 60 days. Note 1. The effect diminishes with distance. Closer proximity enhances its efficacy. Note 2. Extremely power-hungry. Just by reading the introduction, Kousha sighed deeply. This was a piece of black technology capable of neutralizing observation haki. Yet, with a construction requirement of 45,000 energy points, he could only look on in despair. Only a few days had passed since the conclusion of the recent campaign, and energy points had only just begun to recover. Having barely reached 10,000 points, he needed to reserve some for weapon and ammunition exchanges, which also constituted a considerable expense. Although this technology appeared promising, it was simply unaffordable, as Kousha contemplated what else could be constructed. The alert from Red echoed again. Commander, please take note. Power levels have reached a critical threshold. Continuing construction will result in a total blackout. Commander, please take note. Power levels have reached a critical threshold. Continuing construction will result in a total blackout. The repeated alerts left Kousha with a headache. Have I constructed anything significant? Is it truly that power-consuming? He recalled having just completed the power station. Commander, please take note. The more advanced the building, the greater the power consumption. Please expedite the construction of a power station. With no choice but to remember this, Kousha resolved to build a power station as soon as the repair facility was completed. As the number of buildings increased, the strain on the power system grew, necessitating caution. Kousha tapped his fingers restlessly on the table. What would he do if a blackout occurred unexpectedly? Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he scrawled 3 characters on a blank sheet of paper. Ainala. Chapter 61. Lockdown at noon. Kousha dined with Little Turtle. Since Little Turtle had been overseeing logistics, her tireless efforts had taken a toll, causing her to lose quite a bit of weight from her once chubby form. Kousha-ji, she said. Yes, Farafura. Will he be all right? As she spoke, a few tears fell from her eyes. This time, she did not refer to him as Ferrari, but by his original name. It was evident that Little Turtle was genuinely worried. However, there was little Kousha could do. In battle, unforeseen events were always a possibility, and Ferrari had sustained multiple injuries. Rest assured, he will be fine. His health is robust. And I have secured the best doctors? Little Turtle responded softly. Kousha seemed to recall something. You two? Are you together? Kousha-ji, what nonsense are you talking about? Humph. Little Turtle's face flushed crimson as she dashed away. Even Kousha, unfamiliar with matters of romance, understood the implication, but he had not anticipated that Little Turtle and Ferrari would be involved. He hoped fervently that he would pull through, returning to the 18th floor of the base. He opened the Special Forces list that a new type of soldier had been unlocked, and it was a formidable one. Just the description alone conveyed its significance. Spy. Super agent espionage is an indispensable aspect of warfare. Spies excel in disguise, infiltrating enemy lines to provide the commander with vital intelligence and secrets. Recruitment requirements: 1,500 energy points. Recruitment duration: 2 days and 12 hours. Physical fitness: must possess a robust physique. Hockey: must have at least basic armed hockey or basic observation hockey. Intelligence network: spies have the ability to establish intelligence networks. Perhaps someone close to you is a spy. Disguise technique: intensive training and years of experience in espionage allow spies to mimic any friendly or enemy unit, enabling them to stroll confidently into heavily fortified enemy bases. Sabotage: spies undergo specialized training to disrupt enemy logistics and infrastructure behind enemy lines, whether incapacitating a base entirely or crippling production facilities. They possess the capability to alter the course of battles entirely. Bribery: spies carry some money with them, allowing them to bribe enemies. With an instinct for psychological insight and ample funds, even the most loyal adversaries find it challenging to resist such temptation. Note 1. Spies are exceptionally vulnerable once exposed. They are not equipped with any weapons, and disguise is their greatest protection. Note 2. The operational expenses of spies will be reimbursed from public funds. Note 3. Upon reaching a certain recruitment threshold, a commander will be randomly recruited. Note 4. When the recruitment number first reaches 10, a unique highest-ranking officer of this unit will be automatically recruited. Note 5. Special Forces units operate independently. This was Kousha's first encounter with a soldier boasting 5 notes. Even Natasha did not enjoy such privileges. The characteristics of spies were decidedly clear. Infiltrating enemy territory to establish their intelligence networks was an exceedingly rare opportunity. Kousha was tempted to recruit 10 immediately. Ultimately, reason triumphed over impulse. The immediate priority was to restore civilian life, as Alabaston had only recently emerged from the ravages of war. Engineers were absolutely crucial. Having already recruited 2 engineers, he decided to recruit 8 more. Engineer: whether developing a base, a nation, or improving civilian life, engineers are indispensable. Recruitment requirements: 500 energy points. Recruitment duration: 20 hours. Note 1. Upon reaching a certain recruitment threshold, a commander will be randomly recruited. Note 2. When the recruitment number first reaches 10, a unique highest-ranking officer of this unit will be automatically recruited. Note 3. Engineer recruitment is diverse and randomly generated. Flipping to the super tank list, a new unit had also been unlocked. Rhino Tank, an upgraded version of the Grizzly Tank, a main battle tank. Recruitment requirements, 500 energy points. Recruitment duration, 20 hours. Note, controlled by artificial intelligence to AS for the final super aircraft, Kousha took a glance, hoping for something new. To his disappointment, there was nothing. Perhaps it was due to the absence of the repair facility or the need to expand the base first. Alabastan is divided into eastern and western regions. The eastern part, as previously mentioned, includes the capital, Albana, Katerlia, and the port city of Yoka. To depart from the eastern region of Alabastan, one must pass through the port city of Yokewa. When Kaibi received the news of the blockade in Yokewa, he immediately dispatched all available personnel. As of today, the blockade in Yokewa had persisted for 3 days, yet no leads on Robin had been found. However, Kousha refused to give up. After all, it concerned the lives of Tony, Li Yunlong, and Oace. The blockade had naturally incited considerable unrest. Yokewa, being a port city, had remained a hub for merchants, pirates, and passers-by, despite the instability in the country over the years. Even stricter measures were in place, as entering the interior from Yokewa was prohibited, leading to widespread dissatisfaction. Numerous rioters congregated at the docks, and even pirates committed acts of violence in public. This prompted intervention from law enforcement. Most individuals were forced to retreat under the full armored presence of the law enforcement personnel, with several pirates being killed on the spot. Notably, a few obstinate pirates remained, resulting in injuries to several law enforcement officers. The troublemakers were 2 members of the Spade Pirates, namely Ace's crewmates, Masked Dias, with a bounty of 63 million berries, and Mihal, with a bounty of 54 million berries. Leading this group, they were followed by dozens of others, their bounties still prominently displayed on the wanted list. Unfortunately for them, they had stumbled into a dire situation. While Kousha's elite forces were sustaining injuries, a far more formidable Natasha emerged, with overwhelming strength. She apprehended the entire group, allowing none to approach. The Spade Pirates' reputation had surged recently, leaving no one daring to provoke them. Where on earth did this formidable individual come from? After the incident, no one dared to cause trouble. In a secluded corner, a pair of blue-black eyes quietly observed everything. The skin was a warm wheat tone, unmistakably belonging to Nico Robin. That day in the royal city, upon encountering Smoker, Robin, aware of her inferiority, promptly fled in a bid to conceal her identity and fearing capture by Crocodile. Robin exercised utmost caution. However, she was taken aback to learn that Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, had actually been defeated. The moment the news reached her ears, without a moment's hesitation, Robin hastened towards the canola flower dock, unwilling to waste a second. Yet before she could board the ship, she was informed that the entire dock had been sealed off. Entry allowed, but exit forbidden. Chapter 62. Nico Robin in the Alabasta Empire, at the port city of Canola Flower. The night enveloped a narrow alley. Robin treaded cautiously, the alley shrouded in darkness and silence. Even the sound of her own breath was palpable. Coming to a halt, a bead of cold sweat formed on her forehead, a palpable sense of foreboding stemming from her instinctive awareness of danger, or what could be described as a woman's sixth sense. Slowly turning her head, the alley remained eerily still, devoid of any presence. She let out a sigh of relief. However, the moment she turned, her hair stood on end. Not far away, a shadowy figure emerged silently, its features obscured. Robin had not sensed its arrival at all. Having lingered on the edge of peril for years, she immediately recognized that this person exuded an extreme level of danger. One thought raced through her mind: run. Yet, just as she took a step, a woman's voice echoed, "I advise you to behave, or I cannot guarantee the consequences." This voice was laced with a seductive charm, gentle yet assertive, carrying an undeniable authority. Robin retracted her foot and turned to face the approaching figure. "The commander wishes to see you." The following morning, Robin accompanied the woman aboard a machine known as the Night Hawk helicopter. Arriving at Kartlia. Having remained undercover for years, it was Robin's first encounter with such advanced technology in Alabasta. As soon as they disembarked, 2 red alert soldiers approached, fully armed and wielding what appeared to be firearms, likely the much-anticipated repeating rifles. "Have you met General Natasha?" The two soldiers intoned with deep respect, saluting. Robin regarded them keenly. Their demeanor radiated an aura of lethal efficiency, a testament to their long-standing military experience, from the soldier's address to the woman. It became clear that her name was Natasha, holding the rank of general, a formidable figure within the military, indeed. Before long, a vehicle rolled up, an all-terrain infantry vehicle. Robin observed it with curiosity. "Please, get in," Natasha interjected. Interrupting Robin's thoughts as soon as they were inside, a synthesized electronic voice announced, "All-terrain infantry vehicle, AI Unit 2 at your service." Natasha waved her hand to the military office building. The reason for not heading to the Red Alert headquarters was that only those held in utmost trust were permitted entry there. As the vehicle rumbled to life, Robin took a closer look. This autonomous machine was a first for her. Inside, various indicators flickered, accompanied by a 3D topographical map. As Robin scrutinized the map, she was astonished. It laid out the entire geography of Kartlia in striking clarity, essentially a miniature navigation system. Silently seated within the vehicle, she gazed at the peculiar architecture passing by, some towering 7 or 8 stories, others merely 1 or 2, with a particularly striking 10-story building standing out. She couldn't help but steal a few glances, marveling at how anyone could construct such grand edifices. The atmosphere inside the vehicle was profoundly quiet, prompting Robin to inquire, "Could you enlighten me on the purpose of my summons?" "You will find out upon arrival," Natasha replied succinctly that a few minutes later, they arrived at their destination. Robin followed Natasha to the entrance of an office. "Commander, I've brought Robin," Natasha announced. "Come in." Upon entering, Robin beheld an exceptionally young man with short, chestnut hair, a scar running across his left eye. Even though she had never seen him, her background and intelligence allowed her to recognize him instantly. It was Kousha, the leader of the rebels. At that moment, Kousha was engaged in conversation with a shorter individual. "Little Turtle, delegate certain tasks to your subordinates. Do not try to oversee everything personally. Understood, Brother Kousha, that I know you're concerned. Rest assured, Ferrari is fine. The doctor assures me he is past the critical phase. It's merely a matter of time before he awakens." "Very well. Go check on him." Kousha waved him off, once Little Turtle exited. Kousha sighed softly. "Women, they are like water, gentle as water." Turning his attention back to Robin, he noted her striking appearance, more alluring than the Robin from his previous life as anime. A mature femininity radiated from her, reminiscent of a neighborly older sister, and her complexion was not as dark as he had imagined. He found himself reflecting on a line. Little white shoes and long legs, the runaway, Demon Robin. Observing her height, she stood at least 10 centimeters taller than him. Kousha lingered on Robin for a moment longer, intrigued by her identity, as she was once one of the protagonists in the pirate saga. "Robin, is it? Please, make yourself comfortable." With that, Kousha settled into his office chair, finding a relaxed posture. The commanding aura he exuded had intensified, especially after their recent victory over Crocodile, his confidence soaring. The most formidable challenge had been overcome. Robin gradually sat across from Kousha, maintaining an outward calm while internally grappling with unease. After all, who could remain tranquil when their fate lay in another's hands? This realization left her feeling restless. At that moment, a female soldier knocked and entered, presenting a teapot. Kousha leisurely poured 2 cups, seemingly aware of Robin's apprehension. "And no need to be tense. Have a cup of tea to calm your nerves." Perhaps it was the tea's soothing effect, or Kousha's gentle demeanor, but after Robin sipped from a cup, her tension eased somewhat. Only then did Kousha address the matter at hand. "The reason I summoned you is devoid of malice. Crocodile's hook is poisoned, and my subordinates require an antidote. I hope you can assist." Robin exhaled, recognizing that this task was not beyond her capabilities. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, "I can procure the antidote. But I hope you will agree to one condition." Kousha chuckled lightly. "Feel free to express your request. Please allow me to leave Alabastus swiftly." Kousha was taken aback by the simplicity of her request. Without a second thought, he readily acquiesced. "No problem." Having traversed this world for some time and experiencing a myriad of events, He had adapted to the realities around him. Regarding Robin, in the past, he might have entertained other thoughts. But at this moment, his curiosity stemmed solely from her being one of the protagonists in the world of pirates. Chapter 63. The surrender of the Western rebels. Today, I encountered the once revered goddess. Nico Robin, in my previous life, I would have been utterly captivated by her. Yet now I have found true love. Though I was once a nobody, in this life, I refuse to be a scoundrel. Kousha jotted down these thoughts. Kousha did not harbor any grand ambitions to recruit Robin. His primary concern was to save lives. Should Robin choose to ally with him, that would be ideal, and he would promote her based on her capabilities. That if she lacked the requisite skills, that would be no matter. He was not one to fawn over anyone in this world. Everything is predicated on strength. Though Robin possesses the powers of a devil fruit user and the ability to decipher the poneglyphs, what of it? In terms of raw power, she might not even surpass the likes of Li Yunlong. As for the so-called poneglyphs, Kousha dismissed their significance. They held no relevance to him. Furthermore, whether or not he could unlock the secrets of ancient weaponry was another matter entirely, but could they withstand the might of Red Alert technology? After conversing with Robin, the repair factory was nearing completion. Returning to the Red Alert base, he immediately opened the technology building interface. Indeed, with the repair factory's completion, two new technological structures emerged. Shipyard Factory. The Shipyard Factory is where you develop naval warships. Capable of producing various naval units, as your technological advancements increase, the Shipyard Factory will provide an even greater array of warships. You have the ability to construct all naval units or repair damaged vessels here. Construction requirements: 5,000 energy points. Construction duration: 8 days and 8 hours. The emergence of the Shipyard Factory made Kousha's fists involuntarily clench. In this world, warships are the foundation upon which a nation's strength is measured. With a swipe of his finger, the ore refinery appears. It can refine various ores into usable energy points, such as gold and diamonds. Construction requirements: 5,000 energy points. Construction duration: 8 days and 8 hours. Similar to the ore refinery, this provides yet another means of acquiring energy points. Since the shipyard must be constructed near the water's edge, the ore refinery must be built first. Preparation for construction is underway. Commander, please be advised that power is insufficient. Each structure will consume operational power before construction commences, but a virtual screen displays a plethora of data. Combat Laboratory consumes 30 power. Command Center consumes 20 power. Barracks consumes 7 power. Vehicle Factory consumes 10 power. Or refinery consumes 5 power. Goodness, is the Combat Laboratory that power-hungry? Kousha had not considered this before. Reluctantly, he clicked to construct the power plant once more. There are no changes among the special soldiers, only a countdown for the engineer. The new unit in the super tank finally allows Kousha to comprehend the concept of an expanded base. Base Vehicle Division, a crucial unit for the Red Alert base. With the base vehicle, one can establish a sub-base in any flat terrain. Construction requirements: 3,000 energy points. Construction duration: 5 days. Note: AI controlled. Kousha, suppressing his excitement, ordered 2 of these vehicles, realizing their immense utility. With a swipe of his finger, the superfighter aircraft finally presented a combat-ready unit. Invader Fighter, a type of combat aircraft, possessing high infiltration and ambush capabilities. After a single attack, it returns to the command center, primarily used to strike significant ground units and heavily injured retreating forces. Construction requirements: 3,000 energy points. Construction duration: 5 days. Note: AI controlled. Kousha observed this fighter, feeling it to be rather ordinary. Time flowed like water, and 2 days swiftly passed. Early one morning, Kousha joyfully acquired the antidote. After confirming that Ace, Li Yunlong, and Tony had all been cured, Kousha's spirits soared as he prepared to personally escort Robin to the canola flower dock. Before departing, the power plant was completed, and the ore refinery was set into its countdown. By that afternoon, they had arrived at the canola flower, with Natasha providing protection throughout the journey to, as Natasha put it. The safety of the commander is paramount. Until safety could be guaranteed, close protection was essential. From a distance, KB rushed towards them, followed by 2 squads of fully armed soldiers, along with several unfamiliar faces. Likely newly promoted officers. The two brothers embraced warmly. "Big brother," KB exclaimed, his eyes slightly red, 1,000 words trapped within him, yet he found himself unable to speak. Kousha patted KB on the shoulder, saying, "All right, let's have a good gathering tonight." The group accompanied Kousha in escorting Robin to the port. Throughout the journey, Robin displayed no desire to remain. Perhaps, in her eyes, no place felt safe. Before meeting Luffy, no one had ever provided her with a sense of security. Kousha, naturally, would not indulge in excessive sympathy. He had no time to be tested repeatedly by Robin. Moreover, her identity had been exposed, and the world government would not turn a blind eye. Currently, Alabasta could not withstand another great war. Robin boarded a merchant ship to leave, glancing back one last time. She never dreamed that when she returned, everything would have changed dramatically. That night, Kousha and KB drank heartily, and Kousha met several of KB's newly promoted talents. "Big brother, I can't believe we actually won." "Of course. Huh." They clinked their glasses together. It was only then that KB inquired about Natasha. He had seen her during the day, and her military rank left him astonished. "Isn't she a general? I was already amazed to encounter a rear admiral, and I heard there was a vice admiral during the last battle. Now, we have a general. Does Alabasta even have such a figure?" Kousha understood KB's astonishment, but could not provide an explanation. He had previously clarified the capabilities of a general during meetings, leaving no room for disbelief. The secret of Red Alert recruitment could not be disclosed. So he answered vaguely. Thankfully, KB was inebriated and did not press further. Another night passed without incident. The next day, KB brought good news. The two major uprising leaders from the western region of Alabasta, Yuba and Eruma, were willing to surrender. This was both unexpected yet entirely logical. With Crocodile's defeat and subsequent exposure, everyone was taken aback. The warlords of the sea were like deities to them. If even such figures could fall, who would dare to cling to life? Moreover, they had no further reason to continue their rebellion. Chapter 64. The unfortunate Crocodile. The western region primarily consists of 3 cities: Eruma, Yuba, and Rainy District. Rainy District was once Crocodile's stronghold and was minimally affected. After his departure, no one dared to proclaim sovereignty over it. While Eruma and Yuba had also faced varying degrees of impact, they had once thrived. Due to drought, many citizens had become wanderers. Yet even so, over 1 million still endured hardship in these areas as Barus unified the region amid chaos, creating a new port for survival despite its rudimentary nature. Yuba's Casper maintained the central business district amid turmoil, decisively aligning himself with Crocodile to safeguard 1 million citizens. Both demonstrated commendable capabilities, managing to ensure stability in their respective territories. Kousha, without pretense, agreed to their surrender regardless of the motives, allowing them to continue governing their regions. That AS for disarming them. The time was not yet right. Katarina and Canola Flower had a plethora of messes to address at present. In the meantime, Canola Flower lifted its blockade 3 days after Robin's departure, returning to normalcy. Traders once again frequented the area, yet they could not entirely evade the rampant piracy. The pirates in this world were particularly audacious. Small groups of a few dozen would band together, declaring themselves as minor pirates. Those with even rudimentary firearms would dare to call themselves great pirates, brazenly robbing at the port. Due to the previous battle with Crocodile, many soldiers have been redeployed, resulting in a decline in control during this period, emboldening some audacious individuals. In the brief time since the blockade was lifted, there had already been 13 incidents related to piracy. Kousha was furious. During such extraordinary times, cold-blooded measures were necessary to instill fear in all. KB, upon hearing this, felt helpless. After all, it was already remarkable that no major chaos had ensued following Kousha's troop redeployment. In the ensuing days, Kousha ordered a crackdown. Natasha personally led the team. While it felt akin to using a cannon to swat a mosquito, there was truly no one else available. Natasha's approach was anything but gentle. Anyone who committed an offense, regardless of the nature, was summarily executed on the spot. If they were an outsider. Several unknowns, possibly pirates, were killed on the scene. Everyone settled down, no longer daring to act recklessly before the law enforcement team. Subsequently, Natasha personally executed a pirate with a bounty exceeding 60 million, but this incident spread like wildfire, instilling terror. No outsider dared to treat the locals of Canola Flower with anything less than utmost courtesy. For a time, Alabasta's citizens walking the streets of Canola Flower felt somewhat bewildered by the attention. Meanwhile, on a merchant ship that had departed from Canola Flower not long ago, a sailor patrolling the deck discovered an unfamiliar face, seemingly unconscious, which immediately alerted everyone on board. The old captain approached, scrutinizing the individual. A left hand with a broken hook, a long scar across the face, and a bloody hole in the shoulder. Appearing utterly disheveled, he was still breathing. What to do? Should he save him or cast him adrift? He certainly did not seem like a good person. The old captain observed the clamor among the crew. Yet justice prevailed over rationality. Point one cannot stand idly by in the face of death. The old captain not only sought help to bandage the wounds, but also provided the best food on the ship and procured a new set of clothes. When Crocodile awakened, this was the scene before him. You are awake. A girl witnessed Crocodile rising and hurriedly rushed out to summon the old captain. By the time the old captain arrived, Crocodile had already stepped out of the door and onto the deck. Glancing back to see the faint silhouette of Alabasta lingering in the distance. You are awake, he remarked, his expression impassive as memories of the past flooded back. In that critical moment, he had managed to shift his body just in time, resulting in Natasha's sniper rifle merely grazing his shoulder. Had it been a fraction of a second later, the outcome would have been dire. The mere thought sent chills down his spine, for he had not anticipated that little brat would have a backup plan. Crocodile turned to the old captain, inquiring, "Where is this ship headed?" "We are bound for Drum Island," the captain replied. "Medical resources are abundant there, but we typically procure herbs from that location to sell in Alabasta, which is currently in urgent need of them, that we hope to make a profit while we're at it." Crocodile frowned at this revelation. Drum Island was one of the allied nations, and his true identity was likely compromised, making it unwise for him to make an appearance. "Turn the ship around." The old captain was taken aback. "What?" "I said turn around. Regardless of the circumstances, we saved you. You cannot jest like this." The old captain's displeasure was evident. Crocodile scoffed coldly. "Had it not been for your intervention, you would all be dead by now." The old captain's temper flared. Launching into a tirade without realizing the imminent danger, the cloud of sand began to rise slowly from Crocodile, hurtling toward the old captain. Hey, you can't kill these people." Crocodile immediately turned at the sound of voice that a figure stood at the railing, gazing out at the sea, tall and clad in a white vest and deep blue shirt, draped in a navy coat emblazoned with the word justice. A pair of sunglasses perched atop his forehead, and his hair styled in curls. It was none other than Admiral Akiji. Crocodile's expression darkened as he regarded Akiji. At this moment, should the Admiral decide to act, his prospects would be bleak. "Are you going to make a move against me?" Akiji scratched his head, appearing somewhat perplexed. "Make a move? What was I about to say? Oh dear, I've forgotten." Crocodile felt a vain throb on his forehead. Was this man truly jesting? "You are one of the Seven Warlords. How could I possibly attack you? These individuals are innocent, and you cannot harm them. You must leave this place immediately on the spare boat." Akiji clearly did not regard Crocodile with any semblance of respect. Had it not been for his status as a warlord, he would have dragged Crocodile back to the underwater prison without hesitation. Crocodile glared at Akiji, but ultimately suppressed his anger, swaying slightly before making his way toward the stern of the ship. They rowed until Akiji was out of sight. Then Crocodile cast a complex glance in the direction of Alabasta. Meanwhile, Akiji watched Crocodile's retreating figure with curiosity, pondering how one of the formidable Seven Warlords could find himself in such a predicament. Suddenly, the phone bug rang. "Admiral Akiji, return for a meeting regarding the Seven Warlords." A voice with a hint of authority commanded. "Understood. I was hoping to take a vacation." Akiji sighed. After hanging up, he cast one last contemplative glance at the direction where Crocodile had vanished. Chapter 65. The Versatile Engineer. Major Liang Hui. As dawn broke, a ray of sunlight fell upon Kousha's face. This was one of the rare occasions he allowed himself to sleep in. Knock, knock, knock. Kousha rubbed his head and blinked his sleep-laden eyes. Checking the time. 10 in the morning, da-da. He stretched lazily and dressed in a matter of seconds. "Come in." Natasha stepped through the door, holding the latest newspaper. Few had the privilege to enter Kousha's room so casually. Natasha certainly ranked among the elite, embodying an ease that contrasted sharply with others, like Kaibi, who maintained decorum. Kousha took the newspaper from her. Breaking news. The long-missing warlord Crocodile has resurfaced in Alabasta. A major development. Alabasta is in turmoil, suspected to be part of Crocodile's scheme. Breaking news. Breaking news. Crocodile has suffered defeat, his fate unknown. Rising pirate star Ace has a bounty of 150 million, extremely dangerous. Codename, Fire Fist. Crocodile's actions have had significant repercussions, and the world government is contemplating whether to terminate its contract with him as a warlord. Is this true? Port Gasti, Ace has refused to join the Seven Warlords, leaving the Navy with no face. The romantic entanglement of Garp and Sengoku, world nobles, the celestial dragons, have paid a handsome sum for a beautiful mermaid. Kousha skimmed through the headlines, noting that a pirate's bounty surpassing 100 million typically constituted major news. However, this time it barely made the front page. Setting the paper aside, Kousha nonchalantly picked up a cup of water and took a few sips that a week had passed since arriving at the canola flower fields, during which he had imparted numerous modern concepts from the 21st century to Kaibi, such as the rule of law, the idea that to become prosperous one must first build roads, and reforms in commercial taxation. Kaibi was left bewildered, struggling to grasp these notions, feeling as though he might resign in exasperation. There was a plethora of pressing matters at hand, from selecting law enforcement teams to community arrangements, appointing heads of public security, and gauging public sentiment, all while maintaining stability among the populace. "Brother, you might as well work me to death," Kaibi exclaimed, patting his head, feeling the stress take its toll. Some tasks required delegation. Attempting to handle everything personally would undoubtedly lead to exhaustion, especially since Kateria had been effectively managed. After casually offering a few more instructions, Kousha and Natasha boarded the Night Hawk helicopter back to Kateria. Upon his return, Kousha promptly headed to the Red Alert base. The ore refining machine had been constructed but was not yet in use. He planned to revisit it once he amassed a considerable amount of gold and diamonds. The completion of the ore refining machine unlocked a technological structure that, regardless of its feasibility, filled Kousha with exhilaration. Nuclear power station, nuclear reactor, and advanced superpower plant that not only provides more electricity, but also conserves more space. Construction requirements: 250,000 energy points. Construction duration: 416 days and 16 hours. Note 1. The nuclear power station emits nuclear radiation. Prolonged exposure will result in irreversible effects on the individual. Note 2. If the nuclear reactor is damaged, it will inflict catastrophic damage on surrounding structures, the environment, and units. Note 3. The nuclear power station is essential for the development of nuclear weapons. The prospect of a nuclear power station dazzled Kousha's eyes. Yet the staggering cost and duration left him feeling despondent, as he currently possessed only 14,850 energy points at this rate. Its construction seemed a distant dream. The dockyard factory could be built, but its location away from the water made it less than ideal. Considering the perpetual energy shortages, Kousha decided to construct another power plant. With a swipe of his finger, he flipped to the Special Forces directory. 10 engineers had been gathered, and above them appeared a golden highlight. Liang Hui, Major, a versatile engineer with advanced skills across various fields. Rank: the military rank speaks volumes. He commands great honor and status, revered by officers below the rank of major, and possesses the authority to command all units beneath the rank of major. Aura: under Liang Hui's supervision, all engineering departments will be filled with zeal, resulting in significantly enhanced efficiency. Mental immunity: immune to all forms of mental control and negative influences. Physicality: possesses a robust physique. Hockey: beginner-level observation hockey. Traits: genius, with an extraordinary capacity for research and learning, able to grasp concepts with minimal exposure and apply them adeptly. Note 1. Unique: cannot be recruited, recognized as the leader among engineers. Note 2. Liang Hui is not only a formidable major, but also the head of the Technology Center. Upon reviewing Liang Hui's profile, Kousha's initial impression was a frailty, yet he knew better than to underestimate him. Liang Hui was perfectly suited for development and construction. Given ample time, he could very well be a one-man army capable of rivaling nations. Continuing to scroll through, Kousha found no new units he proceeded to recruit. Special Forces, 10 individuals, 2,000 energy points. Military Dogs, 10, 2,000 energy points. Engineers, 15, 7, 500 energy points. In an instant, Kousha's resources were nearly depleted. The priority now was to restore the populace's livelihood, not to expand the military. That afternoon, Kousha visited Ferrari, who remained in a deep coma. He then proceeded to Eric's hospital room, where Eric had regained consciousness. Thankfully, the bullet wounds were not severe, and there was no critical damage. He merely needed to recuperate. At that moment, Eric's complexion had improved significantly, and he held a newspaper. Upon seeing Kousha enter, he attempted to rise. "Brother," Kousha gently pressed Eric back down. "All right, just lie back." After exchanging a few pleasantries, the conversation shifted to business. "Brother, I'm aware of the news outside. Currently, it's just the royal city of Alyabarna. What are your plans?" At this, Kousha fell silent, having been evading this question for days. Noticing Kousha's reticence, Kaibi pressed on. "Brother, unification of Alabasta is imperative. I know. What are you waiting for? Seize the moment with vigor, for as the adage goes, first comes strength, then decline, and finally depletion. This is the lesson you imparted to me. But Wei, how many brothers have we sacrificed to reach this juncture? Once Cobra's reputation begins to revive, our situation will become precarious." Kousha is also aware that this issue must be addressed. He nodded and said, "Do not worry. Focus on your recovery, and I shall handle matters." However, at the instant Kousha departed, Eric could not contain the tears that welled in his eyes. Eric and Kousha had grown up together. Practically inseparable, that he had observed the changes in Kousha closely. Reflecting on the past year, one would think that despite any transformations, they could not be so drastic. Moreover, those inexplicably powerful individuals, how could they possibly acquiesce to the commands of someone weaker? Eric harbored deep suspicions that Kousha might have fallen under someone else's control. Chapter 66. The technology center in any realm, the insurrections of a nation rarely attract significant attention, not even in the 21st century. At the very least, Kousha had previously shown little interest in the wars of foreign lands. He had merely heard whispers, such as the current state of Alabastan. Lost in thought, Kousha found himself at the door of Ace's room. Accompanied by Natasha, Ace's physical condition was unparalleled. As he approached the entrance, he could hear the raucous noise from within. "Sister, I assure you, I am perfectly fine. Look," Ace declared, not in the least bit angered, and proceeded to perform a somersault right there. He stifled a pained laugh. "Ha ha." Kousha pushed the door open and stepped inside. "Commander," a woman in her 20s greeted him hastily. "It's nothing. You may leave now." Once she had vacated the room, Ace could no longer suppress his cries of pain. Clutching his ribs, "Ouch." Kousha couldn't help but chuckle at "Ha. Serves you right for pretending." After a while, Ace finally regained his composure. It was evident that although Ace could walk, he still required rest to recover from his injuries. Upon noticing Natasha behind Kousha, Ace paid her no mind, perceiving her as an ordinary person. Furthermore, during Natasha's confrontation with Crocodile, very few had witnessed the event, and most were oblivious to who had taken Crocodile down. "Kousha, I cannot linger any longer. I came here alone, thinking it would be a swift affair. Yet here I am, delayed for so long, and why comrades must be anxious." Kousha made no attempt to dissuade him. He was well aware that Ace's companions had been captured. Had they not been Ace's allies, they would likely have been crushed by Natasha already. After some contemplation, Kousha replied, "Very well. Rest for today, that I will attend to some matters. And tomorrow morning, I shall accompany you to the canola flowers." Ace joyfully embraced Kousha in gratitude, feeling as if being left here to recuperate was akin to imprisonment. Unbearable. Subsequently, Kousha made his way to Li Yunlong's sick room, where there was utter silence. According to Natasha, if Li Yunlong could not surpass his own limits, there might be no hope for him. Given the current medical standards in Alabastan, there were no alternative remedies. As for Tony, his injuries were not severe. However, he had suffered significant losses of nanocells within his body. To restore him to peak condition would take at least 6 months. Upon hearing that Liang Hui had arrived at the technology center, Kousha hurried over in the evening. After dining, Kousha stood before the technology center alongside Natasha. The center, illuminated against the night sky, resembled a modern beacon of light, its grand architecture showcasing a formidable presence that added vibrancy to the economic landscape of Ingza district. It was an intelligent building that integrated office spaces and research facilities. The 16-story structure reached an impressive height of 60 meters. Upon entering the technology center, the voice of the Red Queen greeted him. "Welcome, Commander, to the technology center." Inside, the center featured dining, leisure, conference, and research areas, among others. Kousha took the elevator straight to the 16th floor. There, he found Major General Liang Hui at the helm, surrounded by Tony, Gale, Calvin, and other engineers, who formed a circle around him. Liang Hui appeared to be lecturing, passionately discussing something as the others listened with the attentiveness of young students. Although Kousha could comprehend the individual words, the collective discourse left him bewildered. He chose not to interrupt until the small seminar concluded after 30 minutes. Only then did the attendees notice Kousha and Natasha, promptly offering their greetings, salutations. "Commander," salutations, Major General Natasha. Kousha waved his hand dismissively. A few minutes later, everyone departed, leaving only Tony and Liang Hui. Kousha then scrutinized Major General Liang Hui. Despite his rank being only that of Major General, Tony seemed to act like a younger brother, eagerly rushing to prepare tea. Liang Hui wore silver-framed glasses perched upon a high nose, behind which lay eyes that bore the weight of many experiences, etched with deep lines of wisdom and fatigue. Major General Liang Hui, "Greetings, Commander." "Greetings, Major General Natasha." Liang Hui greeted. "Tea has been a long time," Natasha replied. Kousha waved dismissively. "No need for such formality in private. We should maintain the necessary decorum." Nevertheless, Natasha casually selected a seat. Clearly less interested in the technology center, her passion lying in sniping. Sniping. At that moment, Tony brought over 3 cups of tea, handing one to Kousha, another to Liang Hui, and when he reached Natasha, he seemed oddly hesitant. Hee, Tony chuckled awkwardly. Natasha shot him a glance. "What is wrong with you? Are you unwell?" Kousha found this curious. Tony had previously been quite the smooth talker, always eager to flirt, yet now he appeared timid. Liang Hui seemed to notice Kousha's confusion and explained, Commander, you may not know this, but Tony has often caused disruptions in military discipline and has been reprimanded by several generals. He has been left with some psychological scars." Kousha looked at Tony in disbelief. "You're something else." Regarding the Red Alert Corps, Kousha had inquired with the Red Queen. Her explanation was that the individuals in the Red Alert Corps were clones, each possessing their own distinct memories and personalities. Aside from their recruitment by the Red Alert base, they bore no significant differences from individuals in the pirate world, sharing similar perceptions. Kousha could not help but marvel at this, noting it was akin to being a creator surpassing the creator. Observing Tony and Natasha engaged in hushed conversation, Kousha and Liang Hui approached the floor-to-ceiling windows. "Liang Hui, the development plan for Kateria is entrusted to you. We have just emerged from a battle, and this place is in dire need of revitalization. Rest assured, Commander, I cannot speak for other matters, but in this regard, I am unrivaled. Very well, I shall ensure all aspects are addressed so you may proceed with your endeavors unimpeded." Kousha and Liang Hui conversed until the late hours of the night before finally returning. Although officers of the rank of colonel and above had their designated quarters at the Red Alert base, they were accustomed to remaining with their troops. Upon returning, Kousha summoned his character panel, and indeed, there were changes. Kousha, Supreme Commander of the Red Alert Base Dominance. Conqueror's Hockey, Intermediate. Observation Hockey Beginner. Physique, possesses a healthy physique firearms. Basic firearms combat remarks. The commander supersedes all. Should the commander perish, all Red Alert units and structures shall vanish. There is little difference from before, save for the addition of Observation Hockey, which he had previously comprehended during his confrontation with Crocodile. The other addition was Firearms, prompting Kousha to draw his sidearm, feeling a notable smoothness in handling, though not drastically altered. Chapter 67. Developing Subbases. Naval units emerged the following morning. As dawn broke, Kousha rose early to train alongside the troops engaged in morning exercises. Currently, the ranks of Kousha's insurgents numbered a mere 50,000, with 10,000 still stationed at the canola flowers due to the strategic importance of the location in that place. The most exquisite equipment is configured, belonging solely to the specially designed arsenal of Red Alert. With merely 500 units dispatched just recently, Natasha imposes a burden on Kousha that is 5 times greater than that of others. Euphemistically stating, it is for the commander's physique to enhance sooner and to grasp the mastery of armed color hockey at an earlier stage. Regarding the mastery of armed color hockey, Natasha had previously been queried, and the prerequisite for comprehension is a robust physique, at least akin to that of Li Yunlong, to have any chance of achieving it. Kousha noted the pivotal term. Only upon reaching a certain level of physique does one merely have the opportunity, which elucidates why so few individuals in the early stages of the pirate world could grasp hockey. In a place as tranquil as the East Sea, how many can resolutely commit to daily training sessions? At the very least, the author finds himself incapable of such dedication upon entering the Grand Line. Neglecting training could very well lead to one's demise. During this period, all military matters have been entrusted to Tony, and there has been no dissent. The Red Alert soldiers regard Tony with admiration in their eyes. After completing a morning of drills, Kousha sought out Vice Admiral Tony and Major General Yang Hui, delineating some subsequent matters, such as transforming the inner city of Catalia into a fortified military base. As the primary base of Red Alert is located here and must be diligently safeguarded. Fortunately, many had previously evacuated, which facilitated matters considerably. Subsequently, Kousha, accompanied by Natasha, arrived at the vehicle factory, where they found the previously constructed base vehicles. 2 in total, neatly aligned. They appeared no different from the former primary base vehicles. Welcome, Commander, to base vehicle number 2, and welcome Major General Natasha to board vehicle number 2. Upon boarding, a familiar voice resonated. It seems the Major General possesses even more authority than Kousha had anticipated. Aside from the construction rights of base development, Natasha holds all other permissions. The equipment within the sub-base vehicle is notably more sophisticated than that in other combat vehicles. Moreover, through the construction capabilities of the sub-base vehicle, direct communication with the main base's construction functions is possible, akin to remote control via computer. After familiarizing himself with the setup, Kousha ultimately sought out Ace. Embarking on the journey to Canola Flower, Ace was immensely curious about the base vehicle, having never before encountered such a steel behemoth. Technology? Do you understand technology? It's akin to the technology of a maritime train. Right? Quite close, he exclaimed, marveling at human ingenuity in crafting such wonders. Ace looked around, his fascination palpable. Kousha refrained from divulging the truth to Ace. The speed of the base vehicle was astonishingly slow, and it wasn't until 2 days later that the silhouette of Canola Flower came into view. Upon learning that his bounty had reached 150 million, Ace could not contain his laughter. Ha! Smoker truly knows how to please. I adore this gift. Kousha was left speechless, wondering if Ace believed this was a compliment. When Ace discovered that most of his crew had been captured and imprisoned at Canola Flower, he remained unfazed. Through his recent experiences in battles against Crocodile, Ace had come to a clear understanding of the gap between himself and true powerhouses. Thus, he felt no urgency to ask Kousha for assistance in rescuing them, believing it better for them to endure some hardship and realize that there are always greater mountains and stronger individuals beyond their kin. After settling Ace, Kousha conducted an inspection around Canola Flower for 2 days, ultimately identifying a location not far from Canola Flower, adjacent to the sea, perfect for naval development. Inside the sub-base vehicle, he gazed at the vibrant 3D projections. Unfold. With a thunderous sound, a structure identical to the main base emerged. Kousha felt as though he had merely dozed off, and the base had already taken shape, standing atop the 18th floor terrace. He surveyed the surroundings. The west lay Canola Flower, shrouded in a haze due to the winds and sands. Glancing toward the west, the St. Dora River was now quite close. The southern side of the base opened to a vast expanse of ocean, while the north was dominated by an endless desert. Previously, several power stations had been constructed in Catalia, alleviating immediate concerns regarding electricity. Kousha also noticed that as the number of red alert buildings increased, the more energy-intensive structures consumed even greater amounts of electricity. Fracture generator, capable of emitting interference waves within a certain range, rendering all enemy reconnaissance methods ineffective, including observation hockey. Construction requirements: 45,000 energy points. Construction duration: 60 days. Note 1. The effect diminishes with distance. The closer the target, the stronger the effect. Note 2. Extremely energy-consuming. For instance, Kousha had inquired about this device with Red Queen. Given the current energy levels, constructing it would likely deplete the reserves instantaneously. As the sub-base vehicle was near the sea, the dockyard factory was now ready for construction. Countdown: 8 days, 7 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Countdown: 8 days, 7 hours, 59 minutes, 58 seconds. In the ensuing month, Kousha gradually developed construction within the sub-base. Barracks, vehicle factories, or refining plants, and power stations. He attempted to construct an additional or refining plant to boost energy point yield, only to be informed that each sub-base could only accommodate one such facility. The rationale was that extensive resource extraction would lead to depletion. A steady stream is necessary for sustainability. Well, that seemed quite reasonable. Interspersed with these developments were the recruitment of rocket troopers, special forces, engineers, military dogs, and the never-before-constructed Rhino tanks. Another advantage of the sub-base was that its recruitment panel operated independently from the main base, allowing simultaneous construction, albeit with energy points running low, having not exceeded 3,000 for quite some time. The completion of the dockyard factory brought Kousha immense joy for several days, as the super battleship finally unlocked new units, and he finally had a navy. The super battleship unlocked 3 units in total. Dolphin, an intelligent marine creature, a formidable unit in naval combat, capable of attacking targets using sonar waves. Recruitment requirements: 2,000 energy points. Recruitment duration: 3 days, 8 hours. Feature 1. Detection: can detect and pinpoint any life form within 1,000 meters. Feature 2. Anti-parasitic, immune to any parasitic attacks. Feature 3. Area damage: the Dolphin sonar attack inflicts area damage, allowing simultaneous strikes on multiple units. Note: the Dolphin sonar attack possesses penetrative qualities. Caution is advised to avoid inadvertently harming one's own vessels. Kousha was nearly ecstatic, exclaiming in astonishment. Just envisioning a swarm of dolphins in the waters surrounding Alabasta was exhilarating. Although the Dolphin's attack power is moderate, their detection abilities for escorting or spotting enemies make them an excellent choice. Chapter 68. The Advanced Li Yunlong Major General Life is a series of ups and downs, storms and calms, twists and turns, and hardships and tribulations, which is an immutable fact. Reflecting upon these unchangeable truths, must we only complain? Is it not possible to shift our perspective and alter our mindset? Kousha mused. Kousha had previously pondered whether the upgraded red alert base would yield dolphins, giant squids, and similar creatures, for in reality, humanity reigned supreme. To his surprise, they indeed appeared. Thus, he scrolled down to the introduction panel of the destroyer. Destroyer. The destroyer is equipped with various weapons for air defense, anti-submarine warfare, and surface combat, capable of undertaking offensive assault tasks within naval fleets, as well as air defense and anti-submarine escort missions. Furthermore, it can provide support in landing and anti-landing operations, rendering the destroyer one of the most versatile vessels in naval fleets. Recruitment requirements: 4,000 energy points. Recruitment duration: 6 days, 16 hours. Feature 1. Detection: can detect and pinpoint any mechanical submarine within 1,000 meters. Feature 2. ASW platform, equipped with an unmanned combat drone. Note: controlled by artificial intelligence. Needless to say, this is a true naval warship. Based solely on functionality, it would undoubtedly surpass the military vessels of the pirate world. Looking at the final unit, armored transport ship, possesses immense transport capacity and formidable defensive capabilities. Recruitment requirements: 1,500 energy points. Recruitment duration: 2 days, 12 hours. Note: controlled by artificial intelligence. Seemingly unremarkable, merely a cargo ship. Simultaneously, the dockyard factory also unlocks special units for naval operations, the SEAL Team. SEAL Team, elite combat personnel, selected from the entire military, each a master warrior, emerging as kings from the battlefield. Physique, possessing a healthy physique hockey, possessing basic armed color hockey recruitment requirements. 1. 200 energy points recruitment duration. 2 days. Note 1. Upon reaching a certain recruitment threshold, a commander will be randomly recruited. Note 2. When the recruitment number first reaches 10, an automatic recruitment of a unique highest-ranking officer of that unit will occur. Note 3. The Special Forces unit is self-contained. Kousha discovered that the Navy SEALs and the rocket troopers bear striking similarities, differing only in their aerial and ground combat focuses, respectively. Once the dock factory is completed, the list of technological buildings will only have the nuclear power plant remaining to be constructed, and the prospect of 250,000 energy points is indeed daunting. The construction of a nuclear power plant is somewhat exceptional. As per the Red Queen's indication, once the nuclear power plant begins construction, both the main base and the sub-base will enter a cool-down phase regarding technological buildings, while military defenses can still be constructed. The base will fall into a prolonged stagnation period exceeding a year, during which any units within military defenses are extremely energy-intensive, such as the beacon tower, giant cannon, and rift generator. The construction of these defensive structures raises the question of how many power plants will be needed and how many can realistically be built. Kousha is unwilling to squander over a year without any development. He cannot help but think of Eneru again. Red Queen, if external forces were used to charge the power plants, would they be able to function continuously? Yes, but the required power is extraordinarily vast, and intermittent charging is necessary. What if someone like Eneru were to charge the base? The Red Queen is unaware of who Eneru is, prompting Kousha to explain Eneru's fruit abilities. With the Red Queen's confirmation, Kousha cannot help but place greater importance on Eneru. The units recruited in Red Alert possess limited knowledge, only aware of the surface-level realities of the pirate world, such as the 4 Emperors, 7 Warlords, Navy, and world government. They are oblivious to certain clandestine matters, much like Kousha would not know of Eneru had he not been a traveler, aside from the power issues. Kousha has also identified other concerns. To date, he has not encountered any truly formidable units within Red Alert, such as the Beacon Tank, Apocalypse Tank, or Phantom Tank, nor any advanced soldier types AS for superweapons, nuclear bombs, or lightning storms. He has no information whatsoever. When questioned, the Red Queen knows nothing either. Kousha finds himself with no choice but to proceed step by step. On this day, good news comes in succession. Ferrari has awakened but still requires rest. Yunlong has also regained consciousness. His character panel is visible even at the sub-dash base. Yunlong, Elite Major General, a super soldier king emerging from the flames of war. Major General, his rank speaks volumes, revered by special soldiers, possessing the authority to command all conventional troops, including those joining the Red Alert forces, with the commander holding the power to dismiss. Aura, in battles involving Major General Li Yunlong, all special soldier units will be filled with fighting spirit. Physique, he possesses a robust physique. Hockey, he has attained initial stage armament hockey, high-level armament hockey, and has comprehended initial stage observation hockey. Life enhancement. Vitality has been augmented. Defense enhancement. Defensive capabilities have been fortified. Traits. When using firearms, accuracy is increased. Note, he possesses uniqueness and cannot be recruited. He is the supreme commander of Red Alert's special soldiers. Exclusive Weapon 1. Li Yunlong's dagger, named Chun Xing and New Moon. Exclusive Weapon 2. Li Yunlong's sidearm, a silver pistol. The Major General has transformed into an elite Major General, with his armament hockey upgraded and initial stage observation hockey comprehended. In addition to life and defense enhancements, though the specifics of the improvements remain untested for now, besides the news of several commanders' injuries healing, another piece of information arrives from Kaibi. News from Alabasta indicates that someone will soon come to Canola Flower. Although Alabasta is currently in a state of peace, 2 regimes have emerged. Both Cobra and Kousha are averse to such a situation, as it bodes ill for the nation as a whole. Having delayed for so long, Kousha understands that the time for inaction has finally passed. Concluding a month of leisurely living, Kousha returns to Canola Flower. This moment, Canola Flower is bustling with activity. The extensive road construction is not only underway in Carteria, but is also active in Canola Flower. albeit at a considerably slower pace due to the lack of specialized machinery. Nevertheless, the roads in Canola Flower are now quite clean and smooth, with numerous houses showing signs of demolition. Everything appears to be thriving. After holding a brief private meeting with Kaibi, Ace soon arrives, looking well recovered from his injuries, having aided in the defeat of Crocodile. Ace's pirate crew faced no repercussions and had been released 3 days prior, free to do as they please as long as they don't break the law. Ace's first words are, "I must leave. I've overstayed my welcome here." Chapter 69. The Departing Ace. Farewell, Vivi. Regarding Ace's strength, as a user of the Flame fruit, he is undeniably powerful, possessing the potential to reach the pinnacle solely based on his fruit abilities. Kousha would wholeheartedly welcome Ace into his ranks. Both of them simultaneously begin to speak, leading to an awkward shared smile. Kousha states, "You go first." Kousha, why not join me as a pirate? Let us venture into the new world together and embark on adventures. Kousha remains silent for a moment before finally raising his hands in resignation. Look at this mess I've got. How could I possibly leave? Besides, I could never become a pirate. What a pity. However, it has been a pleasure getting to know you, and I appreciate your hospitality during this time. Throughout this period, Ace has not only recognized his own strength, but has also developed a genuine admiration for Kousha's leadership abilities. The ideals of equality and governance by law have made him contemplate the possibility of living here indefinitely, devoid of any haughty arrogance. Save for those he is familiar with, he is passionate about the welfare of the populace and the development of infrastructure. Perhaps he could make a good king. This is Ace's line of thought. Kousha has yet to voice his desire for Ace to join, as Ace preemptively invites Kousha, clearly signaling his refusal. His dream is to become the Pirate King. Ace departs after lingering in Alabasta for nearly 3 months. A crew member observes Captain Ace leaning against the ship's railing, gazing at the increasingly distant Alabasta. "Captain, why invite Kousha to join our crew? I feel he's not one of us, and besides, he seems quite weak. If it were that woman, I would think otherwise." Ace chuckles and replies, "I'm afraid he would speak first, and I wouldn't be able to resist agreeing." After a moment, Ace realizes something. "Wait, did you say woman? What woman?" "Just an exceedingly powerful woman." 2 days later, the so-called royal envoy arrives, as Kousha steps outside. He sees a familiar figure, the royal guard captain, Icolum. Beside him stands a captivating silhouette, Vivi. Behind Vivi are the white-clad figures and 2 military dogs. Since defeating Crocodile, Vivi returned to the royal city to report her experiences to her father. Kousha, due to Vivi's presence, has delayed taking further action. Icolum gazes at Kousha with a complex expression, recalling the once mischievous lad. Now, Kousha is unrecognizable, having claimed 5 out of the 6 major cities in Alabasta. He is practically equivalent to the king, albeit without breaking that metaphorical window. Those familiar with Kousha understand the reasons behind this transformation. Leader Kousha, Uncle Icolum, he responds with a chuckle. "I dare not take such a title. I have come accompanying Princess Vivi, as directed by the king." Kousha is uncertain how to face Vivi. Although he had anticipated this situation, the reality proved challenging. He senses the palpable distance between them. Vivi and Kousha exchange a brief glance, a silent greeting. Kousha personally receives Vivi and Icolum, but when Vivi spots Natasha not far away, her figure momentarily stiffens, though she conceals it well. And no one notices that why father wishes to see you, Vivi states directly, suppressing her inner turmoil. "Very well." Kousha, equally decisive, allowed Vivi to breathe a sigh of relief. As long as discussions could be held, the specter of another war could be averted. The current state of Alabastan could scarcely withstand another conflict. While there were no formidable generals in Kabura, the number of soldiers who had fled back home was certainly no fewer than 100,000. Over the following 2 days, Kousha personally guided Icolum and Vivi through fields of rapeseed flowers before arriving at Catalia. Except for the enclosed Red Alert base, everything else was open for exploration. Under the collaboration of Liang Hui and Mayor Simon, Catalia underwent radical transformations. It was a true reconstruction, effectively separating the city from the Red Alert base. The extensive roadworks here starkly contrasted with the vibrant rapeseed fields, the surfaces unmistakably resembling asphalt roads from a past era. Several low-rise residential buildings were already taking shape. That it was evident that relying solely on the Red Alert troops was insufficient, thanks to the efforts of Mayor Simon and Liang Hui. Multiple engineering projects were initiated. Numerous merchants, recognizing the potential for profit, flocked to Catalia, eagerly recruiting laborers, which plunged the entire area into a bustling frenzy. Some even went so far as to undertake road construction contracts due to insufficient funds and a reluctance to cause trouble. Energetically working on their projects and even naming themselves the Laughing Group Road Engineering. Their catchy slogan emerged: Laughing Road, smooth passage. For construction, choose Laughing, your best choice. Kousha paid little heed to these external pirates. Extermination was not a necessity, provided they did not violate the law, at least on his territory. After all, with so many pirates in the world, he deemed it impractical and undesirable to manage them with his current strength. Icolum and Vivi beheld this lively scene, with everyone bustling about in fervent activity. Throughout their walk, Kousha and Vivi exchanged not a single word. Kousha's emotional intelligence was already lacking, but even he understood that this silence could not persist. Soon, he resolved to take action, believing that if he delayed any longer, he would inevitably regret it. Mustering his courage, Kousha, for once, adopted a firm stance before Vivi, sending Icolum away, and then took Vivi on a stroll through the city. Gathering his courage, he spoke. "Vivi, we have shared hardships. We should not be so estranged that I know," she replied, clearly grappling with similar emotional barriers, torn between her father and her childhood companion. The outlines of the roads in Catalia gradually became clearer, with various peculiar machines tirelessly at work, imbuing the place with vitality. Kousha enthusiastically explained the road planning and the functions of the machines, bridging the gap that had formed between them. "Look at that. It's a roller with a large drum at the front, used to flatten the ground. And that over there is an excavator with claws at the front, designed for removing or relocating difficult structures." Kousha continued to chatter about everything concerning the area, while acquaintances of both Kousha and Vivi greeted them warmly. Vivi, far from being foolish, was indeed quite astute. As she listened to Kousha's incessant discourse, her heart warmed. "Kousha," she interjected, "please, don't harm my father, all right?" "What are you saying?" "I would never harm your father," he reassured her. The atmosphere between them seemed to soften considerably. Chapter 70. The Training of Observation Hockey. A return to the royal city. The next morning, at the military training camp, Natasha explained the principles and applications of observation hockey to Kousha. Long periods of military life had instilled in Kousha the habit of rising early. He now primarily trained alongside Tony or Natasha. Conventional soldiers and training methods had become insufficient for his advancement, as he had reached the level of a cadet officer, while cadet officers were manageable. The strength disparity among ranks began to escalate geometrically from the level of major officers onward. Just like Major General Li Yunlong and Lieutenant General Tony, despite being only one rank apart, should they engage in combat, Major General Li would likely face defeat. As Tony put it, there was a qualitative difference between him and Li Yunlong. The physical disparity was evident, and although their levels of hockey appeared equal on the surface, significant differences existed even within the same tier. This was merely a personal gap, but it was essential to remember that Tony possessed nanotechnology armor. If a conflict were to arise, Li Yunlong might struggle to endure even 3 blows. Returning to the present, Commander, you have grasped observation hockey. You should be able to sense your surroundings, close your eyes, and you will feel the presence of others nearby. This is the hallmark of initial stage observation hockey. Kousha gently closed his eyes once more, attuning himself to everything around him. Natasha before him, Tony not far off, and the still recovering Li Yunlong in the distance. After approximately 30 seconds, Natasha inquired, "So, how does it feel?" Kousha slowly opened his eyes and scanned the surroundings, his face flushing with embarrassment, as everyone's positions were completely different from his expectations. "I felt something," Kousha stammered, maintaining a semblance of composure. "Ah," Natasha chuckled, her body shaking with mirth. "Commander, you are quite impressive." Kousha chose not to feign superiority, instead humbly seeking Natasha's guidance. "Commander, although you have grasped observation hockey, you are still a novice. This is a common phenomenon for beginners. Remember, initial stage observation hockey only allows for perception. People do move, and enemies 1T simply stand still waiting for you. Therefore, you can only perceive fleeting glimpses of those before you, unless you renew your perception. The previous awareness will dissipate. Of course, you can attempt high-frequency perception at intervals of once per second, but doing so will drain a considerable amount of mental energy, leaving you faint in no time. On the other hand, in battles between experts, even a 1-second delay can prove fatal. After listening to Natasha's explanation, Kousha nodded in agreement. Those with better aptitude might manage to perceive for 2 or 3 seconds before losing focus. While a 5-second interruption was already quite remarkable, if the commander could achieve a 10-second uninterrupted perception, it would signify a formal entry into the initial stage of observation hockey. Kousha felt relieved. Realizing that was why, since mastering observation hockey, he had often sensed that after a few seconds of closing his eyes, the positions of those around him would align with his perceptions at times, while at others, they would be entirely opposite. After concluding a morning's worth of instruction, as midday approached, Ikolum sought out Kousha. "Kousha, you've been here for 3 days now. When do you plan to meet the king?" Kousha pondered for a moment and replied, "Let us do it today." Ikolum nodded in agreement and promptly departed. For this visit, Kousha chose not to bring many people along, taking only Natasha, sufficient for ensuring his safety. On board the Nighthawk helicopter, it was Ikolum's first experience with such a marvel. He scanned his surroundings with curiosity, finding it hard to fathom that such a flying machine could be created. From above, the undulating sand dunes were a sight to behold. "Uncle Ikolum, I'd like to send you one of these," Kousha quipped. Ikolum merely curled his lip in response, not offering a word. Kousha paid it no mind. Understanding that given his current status, Ikolum's attitude was entirely reasonable. Meanwhile, Vivi's gaze frequently darted toward Natasha. Kousha had already explained the situation regarding this woman, yet Vivi remained uncomfortable, her eyes reflecting a hint of hostility, as if fearing Natasha might usurp something from her. Natasha, however, did not take offense at such trivial matters. She winked playfully at Vivi and blew her a kiss, causing a faint blush to creep onto Vivi's face. Kousha could only shake his head in exasperation. Due to a slightly delayed departure, the helicopter flew straight through the sky, arriving at Albana only as evening approached. The matter of the Nighthawk helicopter was no longer a secret in Albana, and Kousha did not attempt to conceal it, as it was impossible to keep such a thing under wraps. When a Nighthawk helicopter descended onto the circular plateau of the royal palace, a squad of guards, armed and tense, surrounded the aircraft, curiously eyeing the mechanical marvel. After all, most had only heard tales of it, never having seen one in person. Upon spotting Princess Vivi, the guards collectively exhaled in relief, though they did not lower their weapons. The presence of Kousha, the leader of the rebel army, remained a source of trepidation, despite previous conflicts being mere misunderstandings. Kousha paid little attention to the soldiers surrounding him. However, Natasha did. Clad in military attire, she could not hide her graceful figure, her penetrating gaze causing an icy chill to envelop the area. Everyone sensed a palpable tension, for if she were to target anyone specifically, it would undoubtedly spell disaster. As Natasha took a step forward, a guard not far away suddenly collapsed, followed by another, and then another. Kousha quickly realized that this was undoubtedly her doing, evidently utilizing Conqueror's hockey. As Natasha halted her actions, a dozen or so palace guards fell to the ground, their eyes vacant. All those who had aimed their weapons at the commander were enemies. Kousha found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Ikolum hurried over to check on a few of the soldiers, reassuringly stating, "Princess, they merely fainted. They are not seriously harmed." Vivi cast a wary glance at Natasha, fully aware that this woman was a trusted aide of Luophone. However, she was taken aback by Natasha's formidable presence. Despite having made no move, a dozen guards had already collapsed. "Vivi, she is unfamiliar with this place and acted solely to protect me, not out of malice." Kousha hastily interjected. Vivi nodded in acknowledgement, yet her gaze remained fixed on Natasha, an instinctive warning whispering to her that this woman was perilous. "Kousha," Ikolum spoke up, "take the night to rest. We shall meet the king together at dawn." Though the sentiment was conveyed, it was evident that there was a lingering discomfort in his voice. Kousha merely nodded and accompanied Natasha to the room that had been previously arranged, dismissing the day's events from his mind. For those destined for greatness, do not dwell on trifles. Chapter 71. The thoughts of King Kubra that night. Ikelam entered Kubra's palace. He first offered a respectful bow before addressing the king. Your Majesty. Kubra waved his hand dismissively. Sit. How fares the situation? Ikelam's presence alongside Vivi was not solely to summon Kousha. He was equally intent on gathering intelligence that we began our journey at the rapeseed fields. Currently, they are undergoing significant renovations, with roads being constructed and bridges being built. The regulations are stringent. Any pirate causing trouble faces immediate execution. Several new pirate factions have emerged, some with bounties reaching tens of millions, only to be swiftly quelled by the enforcement teams. Presently, no one dares to cause a ruckus in the rapeseed fields. Even passing pirates behave like meek children, treating the locals with utmost respect. Fearful of invoking the law, the look of astonishment crossed Kubra's face, as he had not anticipated Kousha's capabilities to extend this far. Ikelam continued. Even more astonishing is Catalia. The main roads are impeccably smooth, allowing carriages to traverse without a single jolt. That IT has been compressed countless times by those machines. What are they called? Rollers, to achieve this condition. While the segments completed are few for now, it is said that future roads will adhere to this standard. For Kubra, while the road improvements were commendable, he pondered whether the funds could have been better utilized for the benefit of the populace. What significance does a meticulously constructed road hold for a nation? This was a reflection of changing times, an advanced ideology that ancient minds could scarcely comprehend. Despite the medieval-like setting, they could not fathom the true value of a mere road to a nation. Ikelam's mouth felt parched. He prepared tea for Kubra before pouring himself a cup, drinking it down in one gulp, then continued. Strangely, some pirates, deterred from causing disturbances and lacking travel funds, have resorted to becoming contractors for profit. I can hardly fathom it, though, and there's a saying in that region. To get rich, one must first build roads. Kubra was taken aback, but soon came to terms with it. That lad Kousha, I always had faith in him. It seems he has truly matured. Hearing Kubra's words, Ikelam gestured emphatically. Who could have imagined that such a small child could achieve so much today? The two conversed until 11 o'clock at night. Alone, Kubra's thoughts spiraled. The drought that began years ago, followed by uprisings across the land, had aged him by a decade. The streaks of gray in his hair bore testament to his fatigue, yet his eyes remained strikingly profound. As if capable of perceiving all Kousha's military might was now an unstoppable force. In these chaotic times, those wielding firearms were the true sovereigns. Though Kubra was known among the people as a benevolent ruler, could any monarch ascend to power solely through benevolence? The strength of Kousha's forces remained a mystery to Kubra. However, having attended the World Conference, he was well aware that formidable nations were plentiful. And Kousha's ability to defeat Crocodile, who was heralded as one of the Seven Warlords, indicated that he possessed the foundational traits of a top-tier power. Without a clever strategy, Kubra's own family could become Kousha's greatest obstacle. Perhaps it was manageable for now, but what of the future? Could he allow a highly revered royal family to exist alongside his own? Kubra's thoughts raced as he considered his daughter, Vivi, and her relationship with Kousha, which he was all too aware of. Ever since Vivi returned, her every utterance had been about Kousha, indicating their bond had reached an apex. Was it merely a matter of time before it was consummated? At that moment, a voice echoed from outside the door. Father, have you rested? Not yet. Come in. Kubra gestured for Vivi to join him. She had grown up and matured, particularly evident during the recent turmoil in the kingdom, where she had sought remedies in her own way, albeit with limited success. Kubra gazed at his daughter. What troubles you? Cannot sleep. In that instant, a thought struck Kubra. What if he turned the situation to his advantage? Not only would it fulfill his daughter's desires, but he could also transform into Kousha's father-in-law. Such a connection would surely safeguard the royal family's standing. Was this not a multifaceted solution? After a brief contemplation, Kubra's expression darkened slightly. Could a family with a legacy spanning 20 generations truly conclude in such a manner? Yet perhaps it was for the best. Maybe it was time for him to retire and relish the tranquility he had long sought. Shaking his head slightly, He acknowledged that age had dulled his vigor. Glancing at Vivi, he realized that amidst his commitments to the kingdom, he had scarcely done anything for her. If Vivi was willing, then so be it. Ultimately, her feelings would determine the course. Vivi, lost in her own thoughts, Vivi was interrupted by Kubra's call. Father, what are your thoughts on Kousha? Vivi appeared momentarily bewildered, as if grasping the implication. Kubra continued with a chuckle. You are no longer a child. Finally, understanding dawned on Vivi, her cheeks flushed with warmth as she blinked her large eyes, inhaling deeply as she composed herself, offering a shy smile to her father. Father, what are you saying? As a man who had traversed similar paths, Kubra discerned the answer in Vivi's expression. I have been preoccupied, never providing for you. I hold Kousha in high regard. If you are inclined, then perhaps I too shall enjoy the fruits of life. Vivi felt a surge of anxiety. What did this mean? Was her father contemplating retirement, enjoying leisure, the throne? In an instant, clarity washed over her. However, she hesitated. There was no room for doubt. If this nation could grow strong, it would not undermine the Nefertari family's legacy. Vivi fell silent, grappling with her emotions. Perhaps she truly did have feelings for Kousha. Yet the thought of relinquishing her family's throne had never crossed her mind. Nonetheless, she was no fool. Given the current circumstances, memories of her childhood with Kousha and the friends from the Sonda troop flooded back. So much nostalgia weighed heavily on her heart. Kubra seemed to sense her turmoil. You need not overthink this. I am indeed aging and wearied. I have great faith in Kousha. Vivi remained silent. If you genuinely care for him, then I shall assist you, and in turn, help that boy Kousha. Father, Vivi could not hold back her tears at Kubra's words. Kubra gently ruffled her hair. Silly child. After bidding Vivi farewell, Kubra rose and stepped outside. Standing atop a high vantage point to gaze into the distance, the entire Albania lay before him, illuminated by twinkling lights. In their glow, the city appeared breathtakingly beautiful. Kubra murmured to himself, all I can offer this nation is but this. Chapter 72. Kubra's second meeting as dawn unfurled its vibrant tapestry. Another splendid morning graced the world, bringing with it a refreshing aura. Kousha donned his attire and stepped outside, finding the area deserted. Just moments ago, the sky had been a clear azure, but now it was shrouded in swirling sands. What on earth is happening? Commander! Kousha turned to see Natasha's gaunt form writhing on the ground. Hurry! He exclaimed in alarm. Ah! A voice echoed, sending shockwaves through him. It was Crocodile, bloodied and grinning malevolently that you're still alive. Kousha seethed with rage at Natasha's condition. Wait, where has Natasha gone? In her place stood KB. Kousha instinctively recoiled. KB! Just as he prepared to speak, KB morphed back into Eric. Then came the transformations. Little Turtle, Kubra, Perlu. Finally, it culminated in Vivi. Kousha shook his head in confusion. Vivi, what is happening? However, Vivi gazed at him with a puzzled expression. Kousha, wake up! Kousha jolted awake, sitting upright in shock. The first sight that met his eyes was Vivi's astonished gaze. It had all been a dream. Glancing at the dim light of dawn, he heard Vivi's voice. Kousha, I brought you new clothes. Please change. Today, Weiwei appears somewhat different. She not only sought a new outfit for herself, but also tirelessly adorned Kousha. However, this endeavor proved to be quite exhausting as she prepared to meet King Cobra in the morning. It felt as though she were preparing for a blind date. From 6 in the morning until 9, she fussed over her appearance, ultimately resembling an Arab. Could it be that this place shares similarities with Arabia? Perhaps harboring underground energy that allows mining vehicles to extract power here. Kousha had conducted experiments, relocating mining vehicles to other areas, where they failed to absorb any energy, while in certain locales, they seemed to gather it swiftly. Lost in thought as they approached the palace, they veered not towards the grand structure, but rather towards the side hall, designated for King Cobra's receptions. Upon entering, Kousha and Weiwei beheld King Cobra seated in the main chair. His demeanor gentle, evoking no sense of disdain. Perhaps this was the essence of personal charisma. Standing behind him was none other than a Karlam. The gathering was modest, comprising only Lo Feng, Weiwei, Natasha, Cobra, and a Karlam. Kousha cast aside his scattered thoughts and hesitantly called out, "Uncle." When Natasha was introduced, Cobra cast a deep glance her way. She exuded a curious aura, appearing languid yet observant, as if attuned to every nuance of the surroundings. Cobra mused inwardly. Not simple. After exchanging greetings, a prolonged silence ensued, with no one willing to break the quiet. Wei Wei sensed the awkwardness and quickly clung to Cobra's arm, playfully exclaiming, "Father!" Cobra smiled gently, patting the back of Wei Wei's hand, and then turned to Kousha, remarking, "Heroes emerge from youth." Kousha promptly replied, "Nay, uncle, you are the true hero. The people speak of you with admiration, declaring the king to be a benevolent ruler." Cobra chuckled. "What benevolence is this? I cannot even maintain the most basic stability of the nation." He felt a twinge of self-reproach. "You jest, uncle. It is merely a matter of timing." "Timing?" Kousha replied, "I have heard tales of your efforts in building infrastructure and enhancing the populace's welfare. The citizens sing your praises, particularly in Kartlia, where order prevails, and even the more notorious pirates dare not stir trouble." Kousha shared simple development principles, such as commerce, technology, and civic arrangements, merely skimming the surface, yet sparked numerous thoughts in Cobra's mind. The two exchanged compliments, leaving those nearby blushing in embarrassment, bewildered by the conversation. Soon, they transitioned to dining and casual chatter. This meeting concluded rather hastily, with little of substance discussed, had it not been for Wei Wei's influence. Kousha might have resorted to more drastic measures to unify the nation, with the goodwill of the populace to be earned gradually. Meanwhile, Cobra found himself deep in contemplation. "Your Majesty," Ikarlam interjected, "Kousha is no simple character. We have underestimated him. His ideologies may transcend this era, coupled with formidable military strength that if he were king, he could very well transform everything in this realm." Ikarlam gazed at Cobra in disbelief, questioning the king's implication. Cobra regarded Ikarlam with a faint smile. "Do not overthink it. Perhaps this is the best outcome. Let us invite him again tonight." In the deep of night, Kousha met with Cobra once more, seated across from one another in a room devoid of others. Kousha scrutinized Cobra, who remained calm, gradually pouring 2 cups of tea. "Kousha, do you understand why I have summoned you at this hour?" "I do." Cobra raised an eyebrow at Kousha's certainty. "Oh, pray tell." "To unify the regime," Kousha stated bluntly, deeming further concealment unnecessary. "Indeed, while it may seem there are 2 regimes, in reality, there is but one that you have grown under my watch, embodying righteousness and wielding significant military might. Even Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords, felt to you that I dare say, in all of Alabasta, few could rival you. Had it not been for the rebellion, I would not have realized the abundance of talent in our realm. Perhaps I am simply growing old." Kousha remained puzzled by Cobra's intentions, awaiting further elaboration. "The recent losses in Alabasta are severe. I am fully aware of my subordinates' capabilities, and they are no match for you." Cobra spoke candidly, acknowledging the harsh truth. "Uncle, I promised Wei Wei I would not take action against you." Cobra waved his hand dismissively. "You are already a dominant figure. There is no need for such declarations if it were merely a day or 2. I would believe you. A year or 2, I would still trust you. But what of 10 or 8 years? Kousha fell silent. "Let us not dwell on such matters. You and Wei Wei have grown up together, and I have watched your bond flourish. If Wei Wei were not in the picture, what would you do?" "Even without Wei Wei, I would still meet with the king, for the sake of the people's goodwill." "Precisely. The goodwill of the populace is the foundation of a nation. If the citizens do not recognize their country, can it truly be called a nation?" Chapter 73. The Great King, Naval Conference. The citizens of Alabasta have long been influenced by the Nefertari family, and they acknowledge its legacy. Simply extinguishing its lineage does not grant control over the nation. If it were that simple, why would Crocodile have gone to such lengths? After a prolonged silence, both men refrained from further dialogue. Kousha and Cobra took the initiative to break the stalemate. "I can assist you." Kousha paused in surprise. "I can help stabilize the people's goodwill and even publicly declare your airship, but you must agree to one condition." Kousha stood in shock. What immense courage it must take to set aside one's grasp on power. Historically, such transitions have rarely been peaceful, with bloodshed often accompanying the throne succession. What? Kousha replied instinctively, seeming not to have comprehended Cobra's preceding words. You must marry my daughter, Wei. I am aware of your connection. You must indeed harbor feelings for her. Kousha's mind momentarily faltered. Did I mishear? Minutes later, he regained his composure. Me? Marry Wei. Did he love Wei? The answer was undoubtedly affirmative. He had cherished her since childhood, and his affection remained steadfast. From the moment Wei joined the Sonda team, she had left an indelible mark on Kousha's heart. Observing Kousha's reaction, Cobra felt a wave of relief wash over him, accompanied by a sense of ease. The burden must eventually be shouldered by the youth. How curious. It seemed that this nation might soon require no further oversight from him, over 50 years of age. Cobra had no son, only a daughter. Entrusting the future to Kousha would surely bring him peace of mind. Kousha exhaled deeply, finally grasping that Cobra was not jesting. Why? Kousha pondered, bewildered by the reasons compelling Cobra to make such a proposal. Cobra arose, fixing his gaze on Kousha. For the happiness of Wei, for the continuation of the Nefertari lineage, for the welfare of countless citizens, and for the strengthening of the Alabasta Empire, I see hope in you. The flicker of a mighty empire amidst chaos. Kousha's heart stirred. What a magnificent king he was. It is noteworthy that the Nefertari family was one of the 20 royal families that founded the world government 8 centuries ago, yet they chose to govern Alabasta rather than reside in the Holy Land. A rare feat indeed. In governance, Cobra prioritized the well-being of his people, embodying the essence of a king who genuinely cherishes his subjects, always considering the interests of the populace first. Kousha rose and bowed to Cobra. Paying his respects, such a Cobra commanded Kousha's utmost respect. News of Crocodile's defeat sent shockwaves across the world. For the new generation of pirates, Crocodile's name had become legendary, his reputation having loomed over the New World for 2 decades. While some may not recognize Crocodile today, his status as one of the 7 warlords was universally acknowledged. The news of Crocodile's downfall stirred considerable unrest at naval headquarters. Marineford, Naval Headquarters, led by Sengoku. The assembly included Tsu, Garp, Akiji, Akainu, and several other admirals, along with Smoker, who held the rank of major. The Admiral Kazuru was absent due to official duties. Smoker, having recently recovered from severe injuries, found himself participating in this meeting as an exception. Are all present? Let us discuss the Alabasta incident. One of the 7 warlords, Crocodile, has been defeated. What are your thoughts? The Marshal of the Marines, Sengoku, cast his gaze over the assembly of officers before him. Had Kousha been present, he would undoubtedly recognize several individuals, such as Vice Admiral Bastille, the one famously defeated by Sabo in a swift strike, and the well-known Vice Admiral Mole. Noticing the silence that enveloped the room, Sengoku's eyes narrowed as he shot a fierce glare at the seemingly slumbering Vice Admiral Garp. After a moment of silence, the wise Granny Tsuru surveyed the room and suggested, perhaps we should allow Smoker to recount the events that transpired in Alabasta once more, as he was directly involved. Consequently, Smoker detailed the entire sequence of events, from his encounter with Trafalgar Law to the unearthing of Crocodile's nefarious plot, explaining the investigation with meticulous clarity. However, when Ace was mentioned, Garp, who had been blissfully asleep, suddenly erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "What a remarkable grandson I have!" Sengoku could not contain his irritation, bellowing, "Garp!" Garp feigned continued slumber, as for Natasha's final strike. Smoker was unclear about the details. He only assumed that the collective had triumphed over Crocodile in the haste of departure. He had not formally met Natasha, and thus remained oblivious to her circumstances. Granny Tsuru interjected, "I did not expect that someone from the Alabasta Kingdom could defeat Crocodile. Is it not quite normal for a nation of such size to produce a formidable fighter? If it were not for the Shichibukai system, I would have apprehended him long ago. He is merely a pirate." Akainu retorted bluntly, before turning to Akiji. "Akiji, since you encountered a severely injured Crocodile, why did you not eliminate him then and there? Letting him escape is truly infuriating." Akiji shrugged, expressing his helplessness. Who could have known the circumstances at that moment? "I only learned later why Crocodile appeared so anxious upon seeing me. The hawkish vice admiral accompanying Akainu concurred, asserting that one should seize such opportunities to suppress threats directly, while the doves aligned with Akiji argued that the Shichibukai system rendered them powerless, emphasizing that now was not the time to abolish it. Granny Tsuru cleared her throat twice, prompting silence from the assembly. Despite her rank as a vice admiral, none dared to act recklessly in her presence. In the face of the Shichibukai, both the hawks and doves ultimately shared the same goal, a reduction in piracy, albeit through differing methods, all aimed at eradicating the scourge of pirates. Now was not the time for debate. They needed to consider arrangements. The Shichibukai system was a necessary evil. Ever since its inception, countless pirates have been ensnared in the territories governed by it. Without this balance, the chaos that would ensue each year would be unmanageable. Crocodile's defeat necessitated the search for a successor to take his place within the Shichibukai. Granny Tsuru succinctly articulated the pressing issue at hand. Chapter 74. The new Shichibukai Marine Headquarters, Marineford at the circular conference table. The matter raised by Granny Tsuru, regarding the identification of a new pirate to fill the Shichibukai's vacant position, sparked a flurry of whispered discussions among the attendees. Sengoku listened intently at first. He gradually became increasingly disconcerted by the absurdity of the suggestions. His expression darkened as he realized that many of the names mentioned were entirely unfamiliar to him. Recommendations varied wildly, with many obscure pirate crews being proposed, such as the Uluru Pirates and the Quick Blade Pirates, among others. Silence, Sengoku barked, instantly restoring order. Let us not waste time on those lacking renown. You are all esteemed officers of the headquarters. Surely, you possess some discernment? He surveyed the room, his gaze ultimately landing on Akainu. Noticing Sengoku's scrutiny, Akainu remained silent, evidently disinterested in endorsing any candidate for the Shichibukai, preferring a more direct approach to eliminate threats altogether. Sengoku then turned his attention to Akiji, who, in exasperation, waved his hand dismissively, unable to conjure any viable recommendations. Suddenly, a thought struck him. How about the Golden Emperor, Tesoro? He proposed quietly. Sengoku nodded approvingly, his demeanor brightening. Indeed, Tesoro possessed the requisite strength, and even without the title of Shichibukai, his influence was formidable. He was reputed to be the wealthiest man in the world and a user of the gold fruit, with extensive gambling enterprises that attracted numerous government officials. Granny Tsuru interjected. The Golden Emperor is a fine choice. There should be no issues, Sengoku continued. Furthermore, with Ace declining the position of Shichibukai, we must select another candidate. Any of you have suggestions? The room erupted once more into hushed conversations, with Garp still snoring, thoroughly undermining military decorum. Garp, Sengoku rapped the table sharply. Garp slowly opened his eyes, yawned, and proceeded to pick his nose, extracting a clump of dark residue, which he flicked casually onto Sengoku's desk. Sengoku's patience waned, and he stated flatly, "This month, your Sunbei and bonus are gone." Upon hearing this, Garp's previously nonchalant expression transformed into one of seriousness. Sengoku found himself at a loss with this old comrade, his thoughts drifting to Ace. Ace, possessing a Logia-type fruit ability, if not swayed to ally with the Marines, could undoubtedly become a future menace. And to complicate matters further, he was Garp's grandson. Sengoku had initially hoped to orchestrate a situation where Ace's youthful impetuosity would lead him into trouble if he were to join Shichibukai. But it seemed Ace had no intention of doing so. At that moment, Granny Tsuru spoke again, and the room fell silent. If we still require one more candidate, I have a suggestion. Who? Sengoku inquired. Bartholomew Kuma. Sengoku raised an eyebrow. Him? The tyrant? The moniker alone spoke volumes about the individual. His strength was notable, and in previous years his bounty had surged rapidly, reaching 296 million berries. However, in recent times, he had exhibited peculiar behavior, seemingly transformed, often assisting the Marines in their battles against pirates, resulting in a stagnation of his bounty. Sengoku had even arranged for individuals to approach Kuma, discovering that he did not harbor strong animosity towards the Marines. Thus, Sengoku had considered integrating Kuma into the upper echelons of the Marines. Yet the head of the bank's research institute, the scientist Vegapunk, revealed Kuma's latent potential, a revelation that reached the world government and led to the cancellation of Sengoku's plans. After all, it would be disheartening to utilize high-ranking Marines for research purposes. Sengoku pondered deeply, realizing that Kuma could not be allowed to ascend to the Marine hierarchy. However, designating him as a Shichibukai would likely pose no issue. With the appointments concluded, the meeting came to a close. The new Shichibukai were to be Bartholomew Kuma and the Golden Emperor, Tesoro, to avert any future blunders. Sengoku directly assigned Admiral Akiji to oversee the matter personally. Thus, the arrangement of the new Shichibukai members was finalized, soon to be circulated across the seas. In the early morning light, Kousha rubbed his eyes and, upon rising, found Natasha waiting outside his door. Determined to cultivate his self-defense capabilities, Kousha had not neglected his training regimen. Zoro's mastery of hockey within 2 years was a testament to his relentless daily training, a sentiment echoed in Luffy's journey. Each individual's success was not a mere stroke of luck. After completing his morning exercises, Kousha made his way to his future father-in-law, Cobra, to share a meal, having reached a mutual understanding and set aside their adversarial stance. The relationship between the two had grown increasingly warm. Cobra found his prospective son-in-law more and more agreeable, while Kousha grew ever more impressed by Cobra, who seemed to grasp many of Kousha's former life philosophies with remarkable insight. Without any pretense, Kousha entered the dining hall, where Vivi and Cobra were already seated, engaged in conversation. Kousha took a seat beside Cobra, flanking him on either side with Vivi. Cobra looked at the two of them and felt a deep sense of contentment. As if he hadn't experienced such joy in a long while, Vivi, too, had never seen her father in such a light, leaning her head affectionately against his arm. For Cobra, freed from the shackles of kingship, this was pure happiness. With the unification of Alabasta now secured, the focus shifted to the arrangements of subsequent matters. With Cobra's assistance, they could surely achieve their goals with greater efficiency. During their conversation, the topic of Kousha and Vivi's impending marriage arose. After the new year, Vivi would turn 14, an age that could no longer be deemed childish. Yes, as soon as Cobra opened his mouth, Vivi's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. With June now upon them, the new year was less than 4 months away. For simplicity, they considered January 1st as the new year. Kousha, however, was unperturbed, yet the ingrained notions from his past life made it difficult to accept marrying a 14-year-old girl. Despite the fact that individuals in this world matured earlier than usual. Clearing his throat, Kousha remarked, father-in-law, isn't this a bit premature? Vivi is still quite young. After a series of negotiations with Cobra, Kousha ultimately proposed an engagement, with the intention of marrying Vivi when she turned 16. Cobra, after a moment of contemplation, acquiesced to this arrangement. In the ensuing days, Kousha spent his days intimately with Vivi and indulged in discussions of national policies with Cobra during the nights. Chapter 75, on the new Seven Warlords, non-text. Regarding the Seven Warlords, the author has conducted some research, and now let us analyze this together. Who were the original members when the Seven Warlords first emerged? They were Doflamingo, the Empress, Moria, Jinbei, Crocodile, Mihawk, and Kuma. The year Ace set sail, the Navy had extended an invitation for him to join the Seven Warlords, implying that the original group was not yet complete. So, the question arises, who filled the vacancy after Ace declined the invitation? Doflamingo. Doflamingo had already been the king of Dressrosa for nearly 10 years, which indicates he had also held the title of warlord for nearly that long. Some may question how Doflamingo, who was being pursued by Tsuru a decade ago, could have attained this position. The throne of Dressrosa was acquired through cunning strategy. However, it must be noted that without the identity of a warlord, Tsuru would not have ceased her pursuit of Doflamingo, and it was only after becoming a warlord that he could stabilize his own position. Next, we have the Empress, who at the age of 18 had already become the Empress of Amazon Lily and the captain of the Kuja pirates. According to the tales of Granny Nyan, the Empress commanded a bounty of 80 million solely from one expedition, which led to her invitation from the world government to become a warlord. For the sake of her nation's safety, she accepted the invitation, meaning that at present, at the age of 31, she has served as a warlord for at least 11 or 12 years. Then there's Moria, who challenged Kaido over a decade ago. Although his entire crew was annihilated, he later encountered Hogback and established a terrifying zombie army within the Devil's Triangle, which secured his status as a warlord. Given the circumstances surrounding the shadows he lost, some of which have been taken for over 10 years, it is evident that Moria has survived in the Devil's Triangle for many years. As for Jinbei, determining the timeline of his ascension to warlord is not particularly difficult. Not only did Jinbei aim to facilitate the return of the former slave Fisher Tiger, but he also had another condition: the release of Arlong from undersea prison. From Nami's perspective, when Arlong ruled Kokoyashi village, she was merely 10 years old, indicating that Jinbei has held the title of warlord for nearly a decade. Since Ace's departure and subsequent demise occurred within a span of 3 to 4 years, it can be concluded that Jinbei had already attained the position of warlord by the time of his duel with AC at AS for Crocodile, although there is no explicit declaration regarding how he became a warlord during the Alabasta saga. Clues from the film Strong World suggest that he encountered the Roger Pirates around the age of 20 and engaged in several well-known fierce duels with the crew member Baroque Works. The outcome was inconclusive, yet the world government subsequently invited him to become a warlord. Now at the age of 46, does that mean the warlords have existed for at least over 20 years? Overly confident. Crocodile challenged Whitebeard, only to be defeated, resulting in a decline in his fighting spirit and rigorous training, ultimately leading to his defeat by Luffy. However, he has since regained his resolve and ventured into the New World, where an encounter with Luffy is likely to erupt into a bloody battle as for Mihawk and Kuma. I personally believe that Kuma is the most probable candidate. First, Kuma might have willingly joined the warlords due to some form of pact with the world government. According to Sabo's recollections, when he was around 12 or 13, Kuma was still training alongside Sabo at the base, and after a few years, Kuma's whereabouts became unknown. Secondly, Mihawk expressed disinterest in Shanks after learning that he had lost an arm, an event that occurred over a decade ago, following which Mihawk became a warlord in conclusion. Through the process of elimination, it appears that only Kuma and Mihawk are the most likely candidates to have joined the Seven Warlords after Ace. This is because, regardless of official sources or other introductions, there is no precise timeline for their accession. Of course, it remains a possibility that the members who succeeded Ace have since been removed, albeit with a low likelihood. What are the perspectives of fellow fans on this matter? Chapter 76. The unification of the Alabasta Empire. I have triumphed. I have defeated the once mighty Crocodile, and Alabasta has been liberated. I shall lead this nation to the pinnacle of the world. Kousha's journal. In the year of the Sea Circle, 1517, delighted a piece of news spread throughout the entirety of the Alabasta Empire. Kousha is to hold an engagement ceremony with Vivi. The date is set for January 1, 1518. A wave of excitement swept across the nation, for this was the most uplifting news since Alabasta emerged from its internal strife, symbolizing the end of war. From two opposing factions, one side has now aligned with the imperial family. Can there truly be further conflict? However, as with all matters, there are two sides to every coin. Some rejoice while others lament. Kousha undoubtedly emerged as the greatest beneficiary of this internal turmoil, his status and renown now second only to Cobra and Vivi. Meanwhile, those in despair are left mourning that my goddess, she is lost to me. Princess Vivi, do not marry. I wish to marry you. Since receiving this news, I have been afflicted with heartache, vowing never to love again. Upon learning of these lamentations from the heartbroken bachelors, Kousha felt that the nationwide jubilation might be somewhat inappropriate, thus chose to retreat from public view, fearing backlash, and focused entirely on the development of the empire. His first initiative was the establishment of a Red Alert base in addition to the main base at Katlia. A secondary base was established near the canola flowers, not far from the sea. Another mobile base was set up near the royal city of Albana. Currently, every base houses a mineral refining plant, each equipped with 2 mining vehicles. As previously mentioned, each mineral refining plant is limited to 2 mining vehicles, one for day and one for night, with each base allowed only 1 refining plant. This restriction is to prevent resource depletion. A steady flow is essential. Kousha aspired to build additional bases, but reality differs from games. The establishment of a base must hold significance, such as 1 base per city, and they must maintain a certain distance apart. The energy points now yield 6,000 daily, a substantial improvement from previous times. Yet even this amount flows away like water, as weapons, equipment, and troop recruitment all demand energy points. Kousha also consulted with Red-Hair in the future. If a munitions factory could be established, some conventional weapons could be produced in-house, but this would require time. Secondly, a nationwide soldier selection was conducted. The battle with Crocodile had nearly depleted Alabasta's resources. After excluding the injured, disabled, and fallen, the combined forces of the Royal Army and the insurgents numbered just over 120,000. Rather than initiating a nationwide conscription, Kousha instead opted for a thorough reevaluation of the military. Those too young were dismissed, as were those too old. Ultimately, the count barely surpassed 90,000. As for those filtered out, Kousha arranged alternative work, as Alabasta is in dire need of revitalization, with numerous tasks to be undertaken. The training of various mechanical operators alone constitutes a significant number of positions. In mid-August of the year 1516 of the Sea Circle, the Alabasta Empire's navy was established, created to protect the empire's sovereignty and security. The naval base is located at the aforementioned base to the west of the canola flowers. Kousha dispatched 10,000 soldiers with proficient swimming abilities to the naval base to await orders. At this moment, Kousha stood in the naval base's office, reviewing information displayed on the virtual screen before him. Following the completion of recruiting 10 SEALs, the information of a new Vice Admiral appeared on the screen. Vice Admiral Flying Eagle, a special forces soldier who has spent years on the front lines. His strength, senses, reflexes, and other physical capabilities have reached the limits of human potential. His exceptional martial arts skills and remarkable regenerative abilities render him impervious to fatigue. The rank of Vice Admiral speaks volumes, as he possesses immense honor and status, revered by all officers below his rank, commanding all troops beneath the Vice Admiral tier, with the authority to dismiss subordinates. Aura. In battles involving Vice Admiral Flying Eagle, all units below the rank of Vice Admiral will be filled with fighting spirit, including troops joining the Red Alert Corps. Mental immunity. Immune to all forms of mental manipulation and negative effects. Physicality. Possesses astonishing physical prowess.